You set up a stall to tell fortunes, charging $1 million for a temporary divination. But others not only don't find it expensive, they even pay double for your services. Some are even willing to offer their daughters just to have you tell their fortune. All because you awakened the most powerful fortune-telling system, where divinations earn rewards and have an accuracy rate of 999%. But today, as you stepped out, you may have forgotten to read your own fortune. Because in front of your stall, a true immortal has arrived, and he seems to be looking for trouble. Enjoying knowing one's fate, never ceasing, speaking bluntly like a true immortal. You're quite confident, kid. A white-robed immortal, surrounded by a group of senior cultivators from Immortal City, looks at you with a smile that's hard to read. Jiang Chun feels somewhat helpless. He's only been transmigrated for a few days and already encountered bullies taking advantage of others. Normally, this wouldn't be a protagonist's role, but the issue is, this protagonist is currently a bit weak, just a mortal. And this bully is quite aggressive, a true ascended immortal. Normally, immortals wouldn't come to the mortal realm because the spiritual energy here is far inferior to that of the immortal realm. Unfortunately, such a rare occurrence happened to him today. The immortal's penance is just a means of survival. Unable to escape the immortal's scrutiny, one must bow down when under their roof. He will understand this simple truth in the future. Unfortunately, it seems the other party doesn't intend to let him off easily. Claiming to be a deity in front of this immortal, kid, have you considered the consequences? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. The fortune-tellers often use such words to attract customers, but this immortal is too aggressive, which is truly unbecoming of an immortal. How dare a mere mortal claim to be an immortal? Absurd! Where did this insignificant person come from, daring to boast in front of an immortal? The people behind the immortal immediately echoed. Today, you shall calculate a divination for me. If you get it right, I will spare you. If you make a mistake, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. To this immortal, people like Jiang Chen are like ants in his eyes, life and death at his whim. What Jiang Chen didn't know was that this immortal was indeed in a bad mood today, using him to vent his anger. But Jiang Chen, as a time traveler, was not afraid. Since this immortal wanted a calculation, he would risk his life to do it. Xiao Bai decided not to compromise anymore, even if it meant time traveling again. However, to be clear, there are 2 rules for my divination. There are rules? Let's hear them. The white-robed immortal seemed to find something amusing. The people behind him all laughed together, looking at him as if he were a fool. Xiao Bai, unfazed, continued, firstly, my divination connects heaven and earth, reaching the highest and lowest realms. It requires a sufficient price to ensure the accuracy of the divination, so the outcome depends on what you ask. The white-robed immortal nodded, finding it reasonable. What about the second rule? The second rule is that I am just a mortal without possessions, so the divination fee must be paid up front. Kid, you really care more about money than your life. Aren't you afraid this money has a fate? Without a fate, spending it, the white-robed immortal abandoned his illness and returned to the path. Jiang Chen shrugged, the path of a bachelor has no solution, rules are rules. Alright, I'll follow your lead, but if your calculations are inaccurate, don't blame me for not warning you. Whatever the immortal wants to calculate, feel free to speak. Jiang Chen also relaxed. After a moment of thought, the white-robed immortal said, even if you calculate for me, what's in it for you? Please pay the consultation fee first. How much is it? Jiang Chen immediately communicated with the system in his mind. System, this consultation requires a temporary 100,000 or equivalent valuable item. Jiang Chen swallowed hard, truly not expecting the fee to be this high. Previously, when he calculated fortunes for others, it was just using ordinary silver coins. He didn't expect the fee for the immortal's fortune-telling system to be so high. He nervously looked at the white-robed immortal. This time, the fee is 150,000 or equivalent. The white-robed immortal looked puzzled. He doubted if he misheard. Even though he was an immortal, 150,000 spirit stones was not a small amount. Kid, are you serious? Jiang Chen nodded. It's genuine, no deception. Alright, I'll give it to you. Let's see what results you can come up with. With that said, he immediately took out a storage ring and tossed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen caught the exquisitely designed storage ring with both hands, even doubting if he was dreaming. A full 150,000 spirit stones, even in the entire immortal city, few could take out this much at once. Even if he had to give 100,000 to the system, he could keep 50,000 for himself. Fortunes made, fortunes gained. Kid, stop fooling around. Hurry up and calculate. This money isn't easy to come by, urged the white-robed immortal. Jiang Chen quickly forced himself to calm down, realizing that overcoming the current challenge was the priority. In an instant, the name visible only to Jiang Chen appeared above the white-robed immortal's head. It revealed that Pao Longtao's cultivation level was in the early stage of true immortal realm, with a lifespan of 13,000 years and only 30 sacred years remaining. Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes hard, finding it somewhat unbelievable as he looked at this simple yet brutal information. Moreover, the column showing the white-robed immortal's remaining sacred lifespan kept changing. Jiang Chen's head was a bit muddled, wondering what was going on. Was the immortal about to pass away? Watching the continuously fluctuating numbers, Jiang Chen felt like slapping himself in the face. Damn, the guy is almost dead, and here I am bothering him. But considering how aggressive he was before, even threatening my life, Jiang Chen immediately tossed his scarce conscience aside. Gotta be selfish. Pao Longtao watched Jiang Chen daze off, impatiently clapping his hands. Kid, have you finished calculating? Don't try to delay time. This won't work in front of me. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, looking at him with sympathy. The once lofty immortal's remaining lifespan was now less than 30 seconds. Truly impressive. Pao Longtao realized he might have been mistaken. Just now, in Jiang Chen's eyes, he seemed to catch a fleeting hint of sympathy. Reporting to the immortal, sir, I have already figured it out. Jiang Chen clasped his fists and said, then please speak up. This is a bit hard to say. Surrounded by erratic immortal energy, Pao Longtao took a step forward to Jiang Chen, staring at him and saying, I'm giving you the chance to speak. I'd rather not speak for others. Jiang Chen thought to himself, but Pao Longtao's current momentum was truly terrifying. Feeling overwhelmed by the opponent's aura, he raised a hand and gripped his staff. Pao Longtao glanced at Jiang Chen's hand and suddenly chuckled. 10,000 years might not be impossible after all. Didn't expect you, kid, to still know how to flatter. Once a cultivator becomes an immortal, their lifespan can reach up to 30,000 years. Reaching 10,000 years requires further advancement to the realm of celestial immortality. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was clearly afraid of him, hence the flattery. Although Pao Longtao felt pleased inside, he still didn't intend to let Jiang Chen off. In reality, he held no grudge against Jiang Chen. It's just that recent events had put him in a bad mood, needing an outlet, and Jiang Chen happened to be the unlucky one. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Chen looked at the smug Pao Longtao. He changed the gesture of his clenched fist and made a 9 sign. What do you mean, kid? How dare you curse an immortal? Truly audacious. Such a grave sin deserves punishment. Immediately, the people behind Pao Longtao started accusing Jiang Chen. If it weren't for the immortal present, they would have torn Jiang Chen apart on the spot. Unfortunately, time wouldn't stop for their curses. Jiang Chen's hand gesture also changed to a 6. Ha! It's been many years since anyone dared to be so bold in front of me. Boy, you have successfully angered me, Pao Longtao. Staring at this fearless young man in front of me, I surprisingly feel a sense of admiration. If this were in the immortal realm, perhaps he would generously reward this young man. But here in Shaji, I'm sorry to say, he has already decided when Jiang Chen made the first gesture. When the time is up, he will strike Jiang Chen with a palm to vent his anger. What others don't know is that he came to the Tianling realm out of necessity. In the immortal realm, he offended a powerful force and was issued a death warrant. He had no choice but to hide in this remote underworld. Already filled with anger, he was immediately reminded of some unpleasant memories upon discovering Jiang Chen's fortune-telling stall. Because that force is also notorious for delaying calculations in the immortal realm. Jiang Chen is also a bit nervous at this moment, but in this situation, he can only pretend to be calm and try not to show fear. He now only hopes that the system is powerful enough, so that before he dies, he can see an immortal accompany him to the afterlife. Looking at the number above Pao Longtao's head, his gestures also change accordingly. Pao Longtao, who arrived from Lu Mayo, looks at Jiang Chen's gestures and suddenly feels an inexplicable palpitation, as if Jiang Chen is really counting down his life. As if in response to his feeling, a black hole suddenly appears in the sky above Dengxian City, emitting an indescribable wave from within. Everyone notices this black hole. Jiang Chen looked at the sudden appearance of the black hole, feeling a sense of clarity. Perhaps this is the cause of the bit player's death. Sure enough, after seeing the black hole, the bit player's eyes showed a look of horror. His own momentum could no longer be sustained. He wanted to escape, but no matter what, he couldn't move his legs. A sound of iron chains rubbing against each other came from the black hole, striking the souls of everyone present. Regardless of their cultivation level, everyone's soul stood still because of this sound, even the immortal bit players. When the countdown reached 3, a figure appeared in the black hole. As soon as the figure appeared, everyone had the same feeling, as if the sky was about to collapse because of this figure. An indescribable pressure made everyone present kneel on the ground. Including everyone, including Jiang Chen, those closer to the ground couldn't look directly at that figure. Jiang Chen, filled with fear, kept muttering to himself about death. Could it be that Jiang Chen struggled to overcome his inner fear, lifted his head to look at the figure in the sky? The figure was surrounded by starlight, making the face indiscernible, but it seemed to be a man from the silhouette. Is that the former king? At that moment, time seemed to stand still because of that figure. Jiang Chen stared blankly as the figure slowly descended. As the opponent fell, an endless black chain burst out of the black hole, tightly locking onto him. The chain shimmered with unpredictable runes of destruction, seeming to possess a power to suppress everything, yet unable to stop him at all. He suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, as if he had discovered something interesting. Jiang Chen locked eyes with him, and to his surprise, he saw a vast expanse of starry sky in the other's eyes, dazzling, colorful, and profound. You know how to escape, actually fleeing to the mortal realm, a majestic voice resounded. Although the voice was not loud, it resounded in everyone's hearts like a bell, questioning how a lofty immortal ended up in the mortal realm. Immortal king, have mercy. I was just momentarily confused. The subordinate trembled in fear, not daring to lift his head, prostrating on the ground. However, the figure paid no heed to his explanations, raising a finger towards the subordinate. In an instant, a power imbued with the fluctuations of laws shot out along his fingertip, striking the subordinate. At that moment, the countdown stopped, leaving Jiang Chen unsure whether to be excited or fearful. The system was efficient, almost like the king of hell demanding your life before midnight, not even waiting until dawn. Just as he escaped one danger, he fell into another. The pressure from that figure became even more terrifying. With just a simple gesture, an immortal fell before him. It was a genuine immortal, a great cultivator who had not appeared in the Lingtian realm for many years. Fortunately, it seemed that the other party was not indiscriminately killing innocent people, and did not vent anger on others. Jiang Chen tightly tucked his head into his chest, kneeling on the ground without daring to move. He only hoped that the other party would kill the supporting actor and leave directly, so he could take advantage of the chaos to leave the city. After today's ceremony, he has closed his eyes. Before having absolute strength, it's best not to wander around aimlessly. Who knows when he might become a tool for others to vent their anger. Originally, he planned to give people fortune-telling everywhere, accumulate luck values at the fastest speed, and reach the peak of life. But today's ceremony made him realize that it seems like making a fortune quietly is the right way. Even if he takes a slower path in the future, it's better than losing his temper for no reason. What you fear may come upon you. That figure landed in front of Jiang Chen with great interest, and Jiang Chen raised his head in response. Jiang Chen knew this was calling for him, but he didn't understand why this seemingly former king's presence was singling him out. Nevertheless, he immediately raised his head. You are a diviner. The other party's voice was surprisingly gentle, devoid of the killing intent when he first eliminated the supporting actor. Diviner, perhaps. Jiang Chen didn't quite understand if diviner meant a fortune teller. However, he seemed to be able to call himself a diviner. After all, he had a system. As long as the price was right, he could predict anything in the world. Did you just divine for him? The other party originally intended to point at the supporting actor, but when he turned around and looked at where the supporting actor was lying, he suddenly realized he had been completely wiped out. But Jiang Chen also understood the other party's intention. The diviner had divined for him, focusing on his lifespan. Indeed, the other party had a look of I knew it. However, Jiang Chen was a bit puzzled, as if the fortune he told to Pao Longtao involved something else. The other party looked at Jiang Chen with a bewildered look, chuckled in surprise without explaining, then flipped his hand and a token appeared. If you are fortunate enough to ascend to the immortal realm in the future, take this token and find me at the Xuanwu Yuxianji Institute in the immortal realm. Jiang Chen took the token, which had an indiscernible material, neither gold nor wood, light as if nothing, yet he could clearly sense it in his hand. Jiang Chen stored it away properly, feeling deep down that this would be his biggest trump card for ascending to the immortal realm in the future, aside from the system. The rejection from the lower realm is too severe, unable to stay for long. Otherwise, there are many questions I would like to ask you. It's a pity, a pity. The other party shook his head, seeming very regretful. Just as his voice fell, countless murky, pitch-black chains emerged from the black hole in the sky. The chains, with lightning speed, tightly bound the other party, slowly pulling them into the black hole. The other party did not resist, allowing the chains to pull him into the abyss. However, just before being engulfed by the black hole, his lips moved slightly, sending a message to Jiang Chen: my spiritual efficacy will work. When you ascend to the immortal realm in the future, be sure to come to the Tianji Institute to find me. Knowing that the black hole disappeared, it was only a quarter of an hour later that everyone dared to stand up and ascend to the immortal city. The immortal died, I saw it clearly, his soul completely extinguished. That person was just a stand-in for the immortal king. The group of senior cultivators behind him in the immortal city were unable to calm down for a long time. Even Jiang Chen felt a little confused. Just as he crossed over, even if he died, an immortal was truly impressive. It was necessary to pay the fee for the big spell. Regretfully, he thought that if he had known the other party would die, he should have charged more for the fee. Obviously, 150,000 was not much for that dead ghost. After the regret, it was time to consider the current situation. Originally, just after crossing over, once he bound the system, he had a feeling of being the chosen one. Instinctively, he felt that he should be the protagonist in the novel, pushing aside all the enemies in his way. But reality taught him a lesson. Life is full of surprises. The scenario where a kid like Neza saves his grandpa, sends warriors to battle demons one by one, levels up all the way from the bottom to the top, does not exist. This world is too dangerous. Perhaps at any time, he might encounter a crisis like today. Not every time is so lucky to encounter an immortal big shot who is about to burp, or a badass passerby who saves the day effortlessly. He was careless. Just as he looked at the group of senior cultivators in Dengxian City, preparing to sneak away, a person in the crowd spoke, "Sir, please stay." The speaker was a middle-aged man with a gloomy appearance, and this person was none other than the lord of Dengxian City, Duguqing. "What instructions do you have, senior?" Jiang Chen asked with a brave face. Even though the other party was not as powerful as an immortal, he, now just an ordinary person, could not handle it. Moreover, not everyone faced bloody disasters or unjust accusations. He could only handle it carefully and find a way out. "Teacher, your insights are divine, your words are decisive. We admire you. Tonight, I will host a banquet for you at Dengxian Tower. I hope you won't refuse. May I ask if you would honor us?" Duguqing is a very practical person. When the immortal arrived, he could bow and scrape, but it was all for his own gain. Now that the immortal is gone, he won't dwell on the matter. His approach to things has always been based on whether the other party can bring him benefits. Everything revolves around self-interest. It is because of this character that he can stand firm in Dengxian City, secure the position of city lord, and get to the bottom of things. The immortal and him are merely in a relationship of mutual benefit. He attends to the immortal, all in the hope of gaining enough benefits from him. That's why he could stand by and cheer as the immortal casually bullied the people of Dengxian City, including Jiang Chen. He never imagined that a mere mortal like Jiang Chen could actually calculate the death aura of the immortal. What surprised him even more was the emergence of an even more formidable immortal king, who directly killed the immortal, who he considered untouchable, with a single blow. From the immortal king's attitude towards Jiang Chen, it is clear that he favors this young fortune-teller. Jiang Chen's incredibly accurate divination also caught his attention. Since the immortal's lifespan could be accurately calculated, he wondered if other things could be as well. Therefore, he quickly changed his approach, intending to guide Jiang Chen. Leaving aside Jiang Chen's miraculous calculations, even the renowned immortal king is worth extending an olive branch to Jiang Chen, who is still immortal. As for the grudges between Jiang Chen and the deceased immortal, he doesn't see it as worth mentioning. After all, no one seeks justice for the dead. He also doesn't think that an ordinary immortal who offends the immortal king can have any relatives or friends, willing to risk offending the immortal king and causing trouble for Jiang Chen in the mortal realm. Everyone present is astute and immediately understood Duguqing's thoughts. Lord Dugu is right. We all share the same sentiment. Just now, we were all cooperating with that unlucky immortal, humiliating the group of cultivators in the immortal city who bullied Jiang Chen. Now, we have all changed our tune, not mentioning the incident at all. Jiang Chen looked at them, his face showing a sincere but bewildered smile. Are these still the cultivators who wanted to harm him? Jiang Chen felt a chill run through his body. He seemed to see behind these people, each one a fierce beast choosing its prey, devouring without mercy. Perhaps those people are the same, just with terribly bad luck. Power, all fears stem from insufficient power. He seems to have the support of a system now, fitting the template of a protagonist, but until he grows up, he is still fragile. Their eyes are sharp, seeing through Jiang Chen at a glance, accurately targeting him. They all see Jiang Chen as a golden opportunity, wanting to claim him for themselves. But they also fear the former King Lingxiao, afraid of any connection with him, so they dare not make a move. They put on a mask of hypocrisy, attempting to deceive him with sweet words. Strength is still strength. The novelty and excitement brought by crossing and binding systems have vanished at this moment. All that remains is a thirst for power and fear of the cultivators in the cultivation world. He is extremely eager to possess enough strength for self-preservation, at least the ability to protect himself in the Tianling realm. Esteemed seniors, you know my abilities and virtues. To earn the recognition of seniors is truly awe-inspiring. Jiang Chen is making every effort to steady his mind. You're joking, sir. You are a remarkable individual I've rarely encountered in my life. It's our good fortune to know you. Speaking is Qin Xiaofeng, the head of the Qin family, whose cultivation level is second only to Duge Qing among everyone present. Qin Lao is right. Yes, it's our luck to know you. After the extras died, it seems that the people present have split into two factions. One faction is led by Duge Qing, while the other is headed by Qin family head Qin Xiaofeng. Duge Qing smiled faintly, glanced meaningfully at Qin Xiaofeng, and said to Jiang Chen, Mr. Jiang, there's no need to be modest. It's getting late. Let's go to the Lantern Immortal Tower to eat and talk. Without giving Jiang Chen a chance to choose, he directly ordered his subordinates to quickly tidy up the stall for the gentleman. Immediately, two great cultivators at the nascent soul stage nodded and began to tidy up the stall for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen repeatedly declined, not daring to take the hanging items himself, and instead stored them in the storage space given to him by the extras earlier. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow Duge Qing to the Lantern Immortal Tower. Qin Xiaofeng and the others followed suit. The residents of Dengxian City, along with the cultivators, looked at Jiang Chen walking with Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, revealing an incredible expression. Everyone is speculating about his identity. In Dengxian City, Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng represent absolute authority. So, what kind of identity does Jiang Chen have, walking alongside these two? Some speculate that he is the legendary exiled immortal. Others speculate that Jiang Chen might be from the celestial spirit realm, a scion of the top forces. After all, he looks too young. In any case, there are all kinds of speculations. However, as the news spread, soon a piece of information emerged before the people. A young diviner is predicting the lifespan of an immortal. He accurately calculates the immortal's time of death. When the immortal's time of death arrives, a celestial king will personally end it in the sky. The immortal and celestial king greatly appreciate the young diviner. The diviner predicts the immortal's time of death, stirring the curiosity of the onlookers in Dengxian City. The entire Dengxian City is going crazy. The legend of the diviner predicting the immortal's fate has many people intrigued. It's not just Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng who are smart. Everyone understands what it means to have a diviner predict an immortal's fate. The diviner can calculate the secrets of the mystic realm, the location of celestial herbs, the movements of spiritual beasts, and even the enemy's whereabouts. There are too many things that Jiang Chen can calculate. As long as he is there, it means there will be no secrets left. They even wonder if martial arts techniques can also be directly calculated. The entire Dengxian City is in a frenzy. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the others, led by Xiaoxi, arrived at the 8th floor. Everyone took their seats under Duge Qing's invitation, with Jiang Chen positioned at the head, flanked by Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng. Today, sir, you have truly broadened my horizons. Before meeting you, I never imagined such a remarkable encounter in this world. Even the ancestors can be counted. Duge Qing raises a glass and toasts Jiang Chen. Qin Xiaofeng also raised his glass and toasted Jiang Chen. With two big shots leading the way, the people at the table started exchanging compliments and words of praise. The inexperienced Jiang Chen almost lost himself in the repeated titles of Sir and Extraordinary Person as he stepped into the limelight. Your divination skills, sir, must be quite taxing to rest. However, I have a question in mind. Please enlighten me. After a pause, Qin Xiaofeng suddenly asked after 3 decades had passed. Upon hearing Qin Xiaofeng's question, everyone fell silent, waiting for Jiang Chen's response. Hearing this, Jiang Chen understood that they were probing for his background. Fortunately, he was prepared. Even if the seniors inquire, as they hold him in high regard, he will speak candidly and fully. Mr. Huan actually has no cultivation at all. Why is this so? With your divination skills, it shouldn't be difficult to acquire some techniques and abilities. Qin Xiaofeng's question had long been a doubt for Duge Qing, and now that it was raised, he immediately set down his glass and looked at Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately put on a rather helpless expression. The onlookers saw him, feeling as if they were sand blown up by the wind, filled with sadness and melancholy in their hearts, like dark clouds covering the sky. The seniors are unaware that it's not that the younger generation is unwilling to practice, it's just not possible. The crowd was shocked to hear this. Why would you say such words, sir? My Jiang family has practiced fortune-telling for generations. To be frank, even with another divination chart, no one in the divine realm can match it. The divination chart involves cause and effect, the will of heaven, and it does not allow my Jiang family to touch such a unique heavenly technique. Fortunately, there is divine mercy, and there will always be someone who escapes. However, the price is that the Jiang family members will rest, and the diviner will never be able to practice for life. In my generation, I am the only one left in the Jiang family." As he spoke, Jiang Chen even had tears in his eyes, emitting an aura of sorrow. After hearing his story, everyone's hearts could not be calmed for a long time. In this dog-eat-dog world, nothing is more unacceptable than being unable to cultivate. Initially, many people were considering the idea of using the white melon tree, but after hearing about the high price, they all dismissed the thought. Cultivators should prioritize cultivating themselves. It's better to let others practice such techniques that benefit others. However, two people among the crowd seem to have different ideas. They are Duga Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, the lord of Dengxian City and the head of the Qin family. They are not only outstanding individuals but also knowledgeable and insightful. Their minds are deeper than those with keen eyes. Jiang Chen wiped away the tears in his eyes, glanced cautiously at the two. Adun didn't believe this at all. These two are really cunning. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was ready to cause trouble for the two again. Besides, it seems that my Jiang family is also under a curse. Everyone present found it unbelievable. In the world of spiritual beings, there are countless cultivation methods like stars in the sky, but there are not many that involve curses. "Please speak clearly," someone immediately asked. Cutting off the family line, everyone was stunned. There is such a curse in the world of spiritual beings? Originally, my Jiang family was a prominent family, but since the divination technique was perfected, the gardeners have decreased generation by generation, to the point where only the younger generation remains. Duga Qing and Qin Xiaofeng were both shocked. Regardless of whether what Jiang Chen said was true or false, neither of them could afford to take the risk. If it was just about being unable to cultivate, they could easily find someone in their family to practice. Within large families, sacrificing an individual for the sake of the family is a worthwhile matter. However, if there is an additional curse of cutting off the family line, it requires careful consideration. As for seeking help from outsiders, it is absolutely forbidden. These are the laws. The two are trustworthy, but in the face of outsiders like the Vikings, we can only stabilize Jiang Chen first and then think of other ways. Seeing that he temporarily fooled the two, Jiang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly afraid of these two, who would go to any lengths to obtain that unfounded divination technique. He couldn't possibly introduce the system to them. He was unwilling to do so. At this moment, Duga Qing suddenly said, "Sir, I have an earnest request. Please do not refuse." "Lord, feel free to speak. I will do my best. I am just an ordinary person. What can I do to help you? Please don't be modest, sir." "Of course, I won't trouble you. I just want you to read a fortune for me." Jiang Chen knows this is a test of his abilities. Jiang Chen immediately said that the Lord values me, so I won't refuse. "However, my family's fortune-telling has a rule that may seem a bit unreasonable. As you said, rules must be followed. I won't make it difficult for you. Logically, since you value me, I can't charge you for the fortune-telling. But for my fortune-telling to be accurate, I need an equivalent item to establish a connection." "Ha ha ha, how should I proceed? What you said is true. I can't let you read my fortune for free. I am quite skilled in this area. I will surely satisfy you." Duga Qing said boldly, "Lord, first tell me what you want to know, so I can calculate the cost." "I won't hide anything from you, sir. I have a daughter who has always been rebellious and doesn't listen to me. Some days ago, she secretly ran away, leaving only a letter saying she wanted to explore the world. I am worried. Can you please calculate where my daughter is now? It would put my mind at ease." Duga Qing did not lie. His daughter did indeed run away without telling him. "Lord, don't worry. I will calculate this." Jiang Chen confidently patted his chest, closed his eyes, and pretended to calculate with his right hand. System: this fortune-telling session requires a one-time fee of 3,000 or an item of equivalent value. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and faced the lord of the Duga Qingdao city, asking for a temporary 5,000 or equivalent item as an offering. He realized he was too kind to himself and only charged him an extra 2,000. Jiang Chen silently praised himself. Duga Qing didn't say much, directly took out a jade pendant from his storage magic treasure, and handed it to Jiang Chen. "This item should be sufficient." Jiang Chen received the system and immediately appraised its value. It was a system white jade dragon pendant worth 10,010. "Wow, this old man is really rich." The system directly took the jade pendant. Duga Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, seeing the jade pendant in Jiang Chen's hand disappear into thin air, both furrowed their brows. Despite their cultivation in the reverse illusion realm, they couldn't perceive how the jade pendant disappeared. Covered by their divine stones, they didn't detect any spiritual power fluctuations. At the moment the jade pendant disappeared, words appeared directly in front of Jiang Chen, only visible to him. Duga Yu is 18 years old this year, due to her current cultivation at Fengming Drunken Cloud Pavilion. Damn, rich people's kids are really something.
The reason she's 18 is because immortals grow up. Jiang Chen immediately informed Dugu Qing of Dugu Yu's whereabouts. Dugu Qing directly ordered his subordinates to immediately bring that girl back to him, transmit the evidence. With a single command, the divine wife practitioner Ling Ming left. After receiving news of his daughter's safety, Dugu Qing's gaze towards Jiang Chen softened slightly. The crowd once again praised each other. Before half an incense stick's time passed, the godly wife cultivator led a sweet-looking, quirky girl upstairs. The girl was polite, greeting all the immortal cultivators at the table, saying, "Hello, Uncle Qin and all uncles." When she looked at Dugu Qing, she tilted her head and snorted coldly. The young lady is mischievous, causing everyone to laugh. Dugu Qing explained somewhat awkwardly. It seems everyone had already met the daughter of the city lord's family. They all smiled and said, "It's okay, Yuer, don't be temperamental, please take a seat quickly. You, come over here to the old man." Qin Xiaofeng greeted with a smile. Dugu Yu immediately ran over and stood next to Qin Xiaofeng. The person originally beside Qin Xiaofeng cleverly moved aside. After Dugu Yu took her seat, she first stuck out her tongue at Dugu Qing, causing everyone to burst into laughter. She quickly noticed Jiang Chen's presence. Among the people at the table, Jiang Chen was the only stranger and the youngest. Not only that, he was seated at the head, with his father and Uncle Qin by his side. This immediately sparked a strong curiosity in Dugu Yu towards Jiang Chen. "Yuer, why haven't you paid your respects to Uncle Jiang yet? How can a junior like me have the ability? Mister, please don't decline. I feel a strong connection with you at first sight. Let's address each other as brothers. Yuer, what are you waiting for?" Dugu Yu looked at Jiang Chen, who was only a few years older than her. Though she felt dissatisfied, she reluctantly gave a nod. "Hello, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Chen's status suddenly rose. Qin Xiaofeng glanced meaningfully at Dugu Qing, but showed no reaction. With this incident alone, everyone no longer doubted Jiang Chen's identity. During the banquet, Dugu Yu found out that Jiang Chen had actually tracked his whereabouts. The look in Dugu Yu's eyes towards Jiang Chen became even more fierce. Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at the side, feeling uncomfortable facing the glaring Dugu with gritted teeth. Especially Dugu Yu, she noticed that Jiang Chen had no cultivation behind him, and a strange smile appeared on his face. If there weren't so many people around, Jiang Chen would have wanted to calculate how to deal with Dugu Yu. Her gaze truly made Jiang Chen fearful. Someone like Dugu Qing, a cunning hero, might still uphold some dignity, but Dugu Yu, a spoiled little girl, wouldn't behave properly. "I must find a way to leave Dengxian City as soon as possible." Jiang Chen felt an urgent need in his heart. After a satisfying meal, Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng couldn't agree on Jiang Chen's future residence. Finally, Dugu Yu proposed sending Jiang Chen to a mansion in the city, which resolved the dispute satisfactorily. Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng each sent a trusted aide to escort Jiang Chen to his new residence and left the two by Jiang Chen's side, claiming it was to protect Mr. Jiang. However, Jiang Chen knew that the only purpose of these two by his side was to monitor him. They might even take his life at a critical moment, and sending him to the mansion was just a way to keep him as a tool. Looking at the grand mansion in front of him, Jiang Chen couldn't feel happy at all. Although tonight, he seemed to have become a guest of honor for Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, the future freedom is hard to guarantee. This is the last thing Jiang Chen wants to see. But as soon as he thought of the income from today's fortune-telling, the gloom in his heart disappeared. After a busy day, it's time to check the harvest. "Two seniors, please rest early." Jiang Chen to the two confidants of Dugu Yu and Qin Xiaofeng. "You're being too modest, sir. I should rest. You can leave." There isn't the glamorous maid that Jiang Chen imagined, serving him, just a 13-year-old little girl. The servant is outside. "If you need anything, sir, just give a loud order." The professionalism of the little girl is very high, making Jiang Chen suddenly a bit uncomfortable. Accustomed to the democratic life under the leadership of the proletariat, he really can't get used to this evil feudal society. "You don't have to stay up, go rest early." Just thinking about sleeping soundly in his room while a poor little girl guards outside, he can't fall asleep. After the little girl left, he couldn't wait to sit by the bed, calling out for the system, and drew 10 times in a row, directly obtaining 89 profound skills. System, quickly, this one. I want to learn Jiang Chen's skills. I can't wait for the system to arrange it. The 89 profound skills immediately turned into a stream of light and entered his forehead. Jiang Chen suddenly felt as if he was merging with the Tao, the spiritual energy harmonizing perfectly with him. Subconsciously activating his techniques, the spiritual energy around him seemed conscious, actively flowing into his dantian. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly stopped the practice. It was not the right time to cultivate. Ming Shifei and Jia Bao were in the courtyard. With this practice scene, the two would definitely appear to check.
In order to deceive Duga Ching and Qin Xiaofeng, he had claimed that he couldn't cultivate, at least not now, to avoid exposure. He forcibly suppressed the urge to activate his techniques and looked at the remaining 2 rewards. He first looked at another set of techniques, also with the 4 large characters, another divine level technique. He quickly learned the technique, turning into a stream of light that directly entered his forehead. After comprehending, he looked at the final reward. Learning from the previous 2, he was very eager for the last reward. It was a stunning and mysterious egg, the size of a human head, emitting a scorching heat. The air near the surface of the egg distorted due to the high temperature. Jiang Chen reached out and took the egg in his hand. He could clearly feel how hot the surface of the egg was. To put it bluntly, it was hot enough to cook a raw egg placed on it within minutes, yet it wouldn't burn him. He was very curious about what kind of egg this was. After studying for a while, Jiang Chen successfully asked the system about the origin of this egg. This egg is the egg of the divine beast 3-legged golden crow. The host will drop their essence blood on the surface of the egg, and it will hatch and recognize the master. It will grow in sync with the host's cultivation level until it reaches a complete state comparable to a hunting sheep. 3-legged golden crow, Jiang Chen exclaimed again. The famous 3-legged golden crow, Jiang Chen had heard of it like thunder. Legend has it that it is the spirit of the sun, residing atop the Fusang divine tree in the eastern sea, a divine bird that sings alongside the phoenix and vermilion bird. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Chen bit his middle finger, squeezed out a drop of essence blood onto the egg. Immediately, a crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell, as if something inside was pushing hard. Jiang Chen, realizing the situation, suddenly thought that the birth of a divine beast must be accompanied by a great disturbance in the world. At that time, Dugyu King's Qin Xiaofeng would definitely notice his anomaly. Thinking of this, he quickly covered the egg tightly to prevent any mishaps with the 3-legged golden crow inside, and desperately called on the system to help him find a solution. But the vitality inside the egg was too strong. Jiang Chen, still in a mortal body, couldn't contain it at all. Before the system could respond, the golden crow egg shattered directly. Damn, it's all over now. Jiang Chen looked despairingly at the golden crow egg in his hand, but the expected celestial phenomenon did not occur. The golden crow egg simply split into 2 halves in a very ordinary manner. A pitch-black crow appeared in front of Jiang Chen, its eyes sharp as it gazed directly at him. Jiang Chen could even perceive an unusually feminine expression in the crow's eyes. If you wait for him to speak, that crow will directly open its mouth and speak human words. Adon, you were just covering the 3rd master tightly. Jiang Chen is full of black lines, looking at the messy little black duck in front of him, feeling doubtful about life. This thing is like the 3-legged golden crow. What are you looking at? Haven't seen such a handsome bird before? Jiang Chen doesn't tolerate him, and directly slaps him in the face. The crow was stunned by Jiang Chen's slap, staying still for several seconds. I gave you face, impressed by you. Don't you know the 3rd master is a divine beast? Jiang Chen touches his hand, confirming that it is a divine beast. Just now, with the force of his blow, it could have killed an ordinary crow or bird. But this one in front of him is lively, full of filthy language, and completely unharmed. I'll knock you down, you little bastard. When your father grows up, watch me poke your eyes out. You dog bastard, I'll kill you sooner or later. Jiang Chen's face darkens. This thing that came out of the egg hasn't said a serious word since, full of foul language. Jiang Chen doesn't tolerate him, finding this creature quite resilient, so he unleashes a series of palm strikes. You little brat, dare to hit me. Do you know who I am? Phoenix is my older brother. Vermilion Bird is my second sister. You grass dog, wait for me to poke your eyes out. Brother, don't hit me, I was wrong, really can't take it anymore, one more hit and I'm dead. Jiang Chen can only say that he is indeed a divine beast, although small in size, resilient, and feels great to the touch. You as a divine beast? Jiang Chen looks at him disdainfully. It's not me, it's not me. The crow looked at Jiang Chen raising his right hand again, and quickly changed his tune. Big brother, I am indeed a genuine 3-legged golden crow. Jiang Chen lifted him up, carefully inspected his 2 legs, and said, Granny, where is your 3rd leg? I'm still underage, but when I grow up, I can use 3 legs. Oh, there it is, it's really grown out. Jiang Chen actually believed it. Since the system said he was a 3-legged golden crow, it must be true. Big brother, you have to believe me. I really don't believe you. Try burning me, then you'll know. Curiously, Jiang Chen picked up the candlestick on the table, took out a burning candle, aimed it at the 3-legged golden crow. Indeed, the jet-black feathers of the 3-legged golden crow showed no signs of burning upon contact with the candle flame. Not only that, the color slowly changed from black to golden yellow. After Jiang Chen removed the candle, the feathers returned to black. Jiang Chen played back and forth with the candle, having fun.
He would roast the wings of the three-legged golden crow for a while, then roast its belly. "Big brother, stop playing," the three-legged golden crow said, somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, put the candle back in place, and said, "In the future, behave yourself a bit, don't mess around with useless things or swear for no reason. Easy to get beaten up." Jiang Chen spoke with sincerity. "Got it, I'll listen to you, big brother. I will definitely behave well in the future and follow you properly." Apart from being talkative, the three-legged golden crow is surprisingly interesting. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now that he possessed techniques, powers, and divine beasts, life was finally getting better. After practicing all night, Jiang Chen felt not tired but even more energetic. He clapped his hands, exhaled deeply, pushed the door open, stretched lazily towards the morning sun, and let the sunlight fall on his face. This sight made Little Bell, who had been waiting outside his room early on, wide-eyed. He noticed that the master seemed even more attractive than yesterday, but he couldn't pinpoint the specifics. In any case, it was a very comfortable feeling. After a while, he realized that Jiang Chen was looking at him with a smile that was hard to read. The somewhat naive little girl blushed, lowered her head, and in a soft voice reminiscent of a text, said, "Master, breakfast is ready. Your servant is here to serve. Once the master has freshened up, he can have his meal." Jiang Chen nodded. "Gentlemen, please, the two gentlemen are already having their meal in the main hall," he replied to the master. Wherever little Ling went, she ensured that Jiang Chen's washing utensils were properly arranged, serving him as he freshened up. Jiang Chen, who had never experienced such treatment, felt somewhat uncomfortable. He tried hard to integrate into this world, but some things deep inside him prevented him from forgetting. He stopped Little Bell's hand from wiping his face, took the towel, and said as he wiped, "I can do it myself from now on. Is there something inadequate in the servant's service?" Little Bell's eyes were red, and tears were about to well up. Jiang Chen quickly comforted her, saying, "It's okay, it's okay. Used to being free, not used to being served by others." He rubbed the little maid's head, feeling a bit nostalgic, thinking back to when he was as young as her, only playing games, while Little Bell could only serve as a maid. "In the future, call me young master, being called grandpa makes me feel old." Jiang Chen reminded her that it's the young master's hairpin on Little Bell's head. Her hair was slightly messy from Jiang Chen's rubbing, but he was very happy. When he found out that an old master was going to live in the courtyard, he was once afraid, fearing he would encounter a cruel master. The butler often reminded him to be extremely cautious when serving the master in the future. Outside the city, in the mass graves, there are many servants killed by their masters. In this world where immortals roam, the lives of ordinary people are not worth more than that of a small dog. Little Bell felt very lucky. The old master in front of her seemed easygoing, not even scolding her for crying. However, she seemed a bit slow, not used to being served, and even comforted a servant. But the master was really handsome. If Jiang Chen knew what was going on in the little maid's mind, he would probably be furious. Following Little Bell to the dining room, Ming Shifei and Jia Bao were already there, having breakfast of millet porridge and buns, with buns filled with either fresh meat or leek and egg. Jiang Chen was also not polite. After practicing all night, he was starving. He casually greeted the other two and sat down to eat. The buns were unexpectedly delicious, and the millet porridge had a nice rice flour texture, sticky and thick, paired well with pickles. Ming Shifei ate elegantly, always eating a mouthful of steamed buns, a mouthful of porridge, and a mouthful of pickles. However, Jiabao approached breakfast as if going to battle, stuffing fist-sized buns into his mouth one after another without chewing, swallowing them with a gulp. He gulped down a bowl of porridge in one go, leaving Ming Shifei shaking her head in disapproval. Jiabao's eating style, resembling that of a peasant, made Ming Shifei sneer, causing Jiang Chen's to notice something amiss between the two. It seems that not only because of the positions they represent, but also due to the contrasting behaviors of Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng, who appeared much more refined. After Jiang Chen greeted them upon entering, the three of them barely exchanged any words. The only sound at the table was Jiabao continuously eating, creating a tense atmosphere. "Look at your mother's legs." Unable to hold back any longer, Jiabao cursed directly, crudely put, speaking plainly, "Do you want to fight?" Xiaobao slammed the table, leaving a deep palm print on the heavy wooden surface. If Jiabao hadn't controlled his strength, that one slap would have turned the table to dust. The brute only knows how to fight, truly uncouth. Ming Shifei paid no attention, maintaining her pace, calmly eating her breakfast. "10th Miss, do you really think wearing a robe makes you a scholar?" Seemingly struck a nerve, Ming Shifei glared angrily at Jiabao. "You're looking for trouble, huh? Come on, let's fight." Jiabao laughed heartily, not taking it seriously at all. Seeing the two about to fight, Jiang Chen knew he had to step in. Otherwise, things will get out of hand. Just as he was about to speak,
a servant suddenly rushed in and said, "Master, Miss Dugu has arrived." Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed at the news, wondering why she had come. Just as Jiang Chen was puzzled, he came to his senses and saw that the previously noisy Ming and Fei had settled down, eating breakfast peacefully. Jiang Chen looked at them speechlessly, realizing that Miss Dugu had quite a strong presence. Although cultivation could control one's speech, everyone had desires. With their cultivation levels, they ate a lot. The table was filled with breakfast, but Jiang Chen only had a small portion, as the rest was devoured by the others. After cultivating all night on an empty stomach, Jiang Chen had to get up and meet the Miss Dugu, whom he had only met briefly. As he left, Jiang Chen glanced at the two with resentment, unable to understand how they could argue without interrupting their meal. In the front hall, Dugu was already seated as she sipped tea. "Miss Dugu, why have you come?" Jiang Chen greeted casually, then sat in the main seat, feeling relieved. Dugu raised an eyebrow. As the worthy little princess of Deng Xian City, one of the outstanding talents in the Tianling realm, no one has ever dared to neglect her like this. Not to mention the youths who surround her every day, even the older generation would warmly greet him. Dugu, who grew up in a privileged environment, has never been truly understood by anyone. And now, being captured and brought back, all thanks to the fortune teller before him. Jiang Chen accurately predicted the death time of the immortal, but Dugu Cheng and the others had already issued a gag order, without informing Dugu. Dugu thought that Jiang Chen was just a lucky guy who managed to gain favor with her father in Qin Xiaofeng, a charlatan highly regarded in the martial world. The fact that he could track her must have been premeditated. The reason she suggested giving Jiang Chen a mansion yesterday was to facilitate his revenge. As a mature cultivator, he wouldn't lay a hand on Jiang Chen in the Lord's mansion. Dugu snorted, taking it as a response. Jiang Chen sensed that the other party's attitude towards him seemed a bit off. Jiang Chen was puzzled, as he believed he hadn't provoked her. They only met briefly last night and exchanged a few words. "Miss Dugu has come today. Is there something you need?" Jiang Chen asked, restraining the urge to cast a divination. He didn't want to waste his only free divination of the day on trivial matters. "Let me ask you, did you disclose my whereabouts to my father yesterday?" Dugu was extremely annoyed when she brought up this matter. She had just managed to sneak out and hadn't had enough fun before being captured and brought back. Hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately understood in his heart, guessing vaguely at Dugu's thoughts. It seemed like she was here to seek revenge. Jiang Chen didn't want to take the blame for this. He was just following Dugu Qing's instructions. The system was in charge of the divination, and the money was taken by the system. He only took a small intermediary fee, and that 17,000 fortune value. Not even a ripple appeared during the draw. "Yes, I did the divination. Do you think I'm treating you like a 3-year-old? Dugu doesn't believe in Jiang Chen's divination at all. He's not clueless. Who speaks clearly without any ambiguity. The two who caught Dugu that day didn't take a single wrong turn. Miss Dugu was indeed predicted by me." Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he really wanted to tell her it wasn't him but the system that predicted it, that excuse seemed even more far-fetched. Dugu snorted coldly, leaned back, crossed her arms, with an expression saying, "I believe you, right. I don't know what you told my father to make him trust you so much, but it's useless. I saw through your tricks a long time ago." Jiang Chen glanced at her flat chest, really wanting to say that no matter how you cross your arms, it won't help. Some things aren't achieved through squeezing. Miss Dugu may have misunderstood me, but I am truly a fortune teller. Your whereabouts were indeed predicted by me. You're quite stubborn, fine, I'll make you admit it. Since you're good at divination, why don't you predict who will enter this door first later? None. Saying that, Dugu pointed at the front hall's main door. "No problem, but I have a rule. I wonder if Miss Dugu knows about it." Jiang Chen had some ideas in mind. If he could develop the current Dugu into a high-quality client, it might be a good idea. "Tell me about it," Dugu asked curiously. Jiang Chen rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, making a greedy expression. "I read fortunes. You need to pay the fee up front. Don't worry, it's definitely worth it, no deception." "Humph." Without a word, Dugu directly threw a bag of spirit stones to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook it in his hand. There were at least 1,000 pieces. This Miss Dugu was indeed very generous. Jiang Chen's intention to develop her into a high-quality client grew stronger. "I have plenty of money, but it's not easy to come by. What if the reading is inaccurate?" Dugu asked. "I leave it to Miss to decide." Jiang Chen said confidently, then thought to himself, "System, do the calculation, should this money be enough?" The system didn't hesitate and deducted 100 spirit stones. "System, dear, the first one to enter the hall will be Senior Jiabao." Even though Jiang Chen had been listening to the system's voice all night, he still felt a chill.
This system might not be a good thing. Jiang Chen pretended to close his eyes and started to calculate with his fingers. Seeing this, Dugiyu became more convinced that Jiang Chen was a fraud. All the fortune tellers she had seen before had a dignified demeanor when reading fortunes, with various props dazzling the eyes. Jiang Chen was too casual in comparison. Moreover, she had seen a true expert in divination before, and Jiang Chen was nowhere near that level. Wait, the first one to enter the hall will be Senior Jiabao, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Dugiyu suddenly revealed a triumphant expression. She turned directly to a servant standing outside the door and said, "You, come in." The servant looked shocked at the two in the hall, feeling like he was being grilled over a fire. One was the beloved little princess of Lord Dugu, and the other was a well-known figure favored by the two big shots of Dengxian City. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. "Stop dawdling, come in quickly. Don't worry, with me here, no one can harm you." After Dugiyu finished speaking, she provocatively glanced at Jiang Chen. The servant, under the coercion of Dugiyu, reluctantly walked towards the room. However, out of fear, he walked very slowly. It seemed like he was telling Jiang Chen that this choice was not his intention at all. "Stop dragging your feet, are you even a man? Hurry up!" Dugiyu, watching the hesitant servant, revealed her true nature. Jiang Chen couldn't connect the bold Dugiyu in front of him with the obedient and mischievous girl from yesterday. The servant was so scared that he sat down on the ground. Dugiyu's reputation was well known. She was like a witch in Dengxian City. Noble in status, the most favored daughter of the lord of Fanshu City, naturally beautiful, a true beauty, with outstanding talent, she was considered the youngest Yuan-ing stage cultivator in the Tianling realm. With all these titles, Dugiyu was practically raised with a golden key, influential in Dengxian City, where she could do as she pleased. Not only were the experts in the lord's mansion fond of her, even the heads of the influential families in Dengxian City were very protective of her. The servant sat on the ground, tears swirling in his eyes, trying hard not to let them fall. "You're useless. If you dare delay any longer, I'll pickle you and send you to the Silver Moon Dynasty." The servant trembled again, looking pitifully at Dugiyu. After several attempts, he finally stood up shakily. He took slow steps forward, getting closer to the door, but Jiabao, whom Jiang Chen had calculated, was nowhere to be seen. Dugiyu watched the servant, who was less than 3 steps away from the door, feeling pleased, then turned to Jiang Chen provocatively. "Hey, you swindler, have you given up yet?" She really wanted to see a hint of panic in Jiang Chen's eyes, but found him as calm as if in a trance, eyes closed slightly, a smile playing on his lips, seemingly not in a hurry at all. "The outcome is not decided yet, Miss Dugu, no need to rush." Jiang Chen, although somewhat disdainful of his own customer service system, had no doubt about its professionalism. "Humph." Dugiyu felt frustrated, snorted coldly, and continued to encourage the servant. "Come on, just 2 more steps. Once you enter this door, I will transfer you back to the Lord's manor and promote you to be the steward." Upon hearing about this opportunity, the servant immediately straightened his body, regained strength in his legs, climbed 5 floors without panting, as if he had taken 2 boxes of brain-enhancing pills. Being the steward of the Lord's manor was like reaching the pinnacle in the world of servants. The servant straightened his chest, and the doorframe before him was no longer just a regular doorframe in his eyes but a gateway to success. Today, Lu San was going to make a breakthrough. He lifted his foot, stretched forward, and landed heavily. 1 step, just 1 step left. Dugiyu seemed to be infected by the servant's determination, her eyes fixed on his raised foot. "Go, go, go." Dugiyu cheered him on in her heart. Another heavy step. He did it. He was now standing in front of the doorframe. As long as he gently lifted his right foot and stepped in, he would no longer be the servant Lu San but the steward Lord Lu. At this moment, it was not just him fighting alone. Inside the door, Dugiyu was almost in tears of joy, her eyes filled with affirmation as she watched him. Lu San looked at Dugiyu and nodded vigorously. At this moment, his right foot felt like 1,000 pounds, but it did not slow down his lifting speed. He stepped, his right foot had crossed the threshold, just 1 more step down, and the outcome of this gamble would be sealed. Dugiyu's mouth curled up in excitement. She had never been so eager for something, growing up in the immortal city. Just as she was about to declare victory, a sudden gust of wind arose. A figure as sturdy as an iron tower appeared at the door. "Step aside, show some respect." Jiabao casually pushed Lu San aside and entered the hall. "Miss." Dugiyu widened her eyes, incredulously watching Lu San being pushed to the ground by Jiabao, then displayed a disgusted expression. Meanwhile, Lu San on the ground looked at Jiabao with deep resentment, as if saying, "You will pay for this." Jiabao, looking puzzled, turned to Jiang Chen, wanting to ask what was going on. Jiang Chen remained composed, sitting upright at the main seat, and nodded politely to Jiabao.
Feeling responsible for ruining Dugayu's plan, Jia Bao scratched his head with his palm-sized hand, took 2 steps back, intending to leave and avoid trouble. However, Ming Shifei had arrived at the scene, blocking Jia Bao's way out and leaving him no escape route.
Uncle Jia! Dugayu shouted discontentedly. Ah, miss, I just remembered that I still have a furnace of pills to refine. I must go check the fire, don't want to waste them, he said, trying to push past Ming Shifei and flee. But Ming Shifei didn't give him a chance, his spiritual power surged, rooting his feet to the ground, unmoving. Damn it, you want to kick me when I'm down? He, so what? Jia Bao looked at Ming Shifei's provocative face. If not for Dugayu's presence, he would have probably punched him with his fist the size of a cooking pot. Uncle Jia, how come I didn't know you were into alchemy? Back then, you didn't even finish reading the alchemy manual before falling asleep. Dugayu mercilessly exposed Jia Bao's lie, making him feel embarrassed. Jia Bao turned around awkwardly, scratched his head, and sat on a nearby chair. Seeing Ming Shifei at the door, Dugayu politely stood up, bowed respectfully, and greeted, "Good morning, sir." Ming Shifei nodded, then nodded to Jiang Chen, and sat down. So, what just happened? Ming Shifei inquired. Jia Bao, like a guilty child, buried his head in his chest but kept his ears perked up high. Dugayu was a little unhappy when she heard this. Her expression was as if she had eaten a fly, pouting and refusing to speak. Ming Shifei immediately looked at Jiang Chen. Helpless, Jiang Chen had to retell what had just happened. After hearing it, Jia Bao realized that he had ruined Dugayu's good fortune and dared not meet her gaze. In his heart, he thought, this guy can even calculate the lifespan of immortals. Why provoke him? Jia Bao and Ming Shifei were well aware of Jiang Chen's divination skills. Ming Shifei waved away the servants outside the door, set up a soundproof barrier with a flick of his hand, and enveloped the few people inside. Miss, please do not disclose what will be said next. Seeing Ming Shifei's serious expression, Dugayu sat up straight, nodding solemnly, her curiosity piqued. Could this swindler in front of her really have some skills? Mr. Jiang Chen, your divination skills are unparalleled. The city lord holds you in high regard, so please don't act up again, miss. Dugayu pursed her lips, still somewhat skeptical. Seeing her expression, Ming Shifei knew what she was thinking and said directly, Mr. Jiang Chen accurately predicted the lifespan of an immortal yesterday, down to the last moment. Dugayu was stunned at his words. Several key words kept flashing in her mind. The lifespan of an immortal, down to the last moment. An immortal had arrived at the immortal city, and Dugayu was aware of it. Moreover, she had successfully sneaked out of the city under Duga Qing's nose, benefiting from that immortal's presence and slipping away while Duga Qing was preoccupied with the immortal. When she was caught and brought back this time, she wondered why she hadn't seen that immortal. Never did she expect to be told by this swindler that the immortal had died. Especially when Ming Shifei said it was down to the last moment, it was simply absurd and unscientific. However, Ming Shifei's words had an effect. At the very least, when Dugayu looked at Jiang Chen, although there was still hostility in her eyes, she was starting to feel a bit nervous. This achievement was truly remarkable. An immortal, a lofty immortal. It had been many years since a cultivator ascended to become an immortal in the spirit realm. Although she was known as the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the spirit realm, even so, becoming an immortal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were countless geniuses in the world, but very few succeeded in ascending to immortality. To become an immortal, one needed talent, luck, strength, resources, all were indispensable. Dugayu was ultimately just an 18-year-old girl, still half a year away from her coming-of-age ceremony. She instinctively wanted to argue. How could Ming Shifei not know what she was thinking? As Dugayu's mentor, Ming Shifei was second only to Duga Qing in understanding her. Mr. Jiang Chen is a distinguished guest of the city lord. Please do not offend him. Today's matter, please keep it confidential, Ming Shifei said earnestly. Dugayu could only nod in agreement, indicating that she would not speak carelessly. She could distinguish between what was important and what was not. But when Dugayu saw the ambiguous smile on Jiang Chen's face, she found the person sitting in the main seat extremely annoying. She immediately made a face at Jiang Chen and stuck out her tongue. The girl's mischievous side was on full display. Jiang Chen, who had unexpectedly gained 100 points of luck for no reason, was in a very good mood. Moreover, he still had nearly 1,000 spirit stones left in his storage ring, enough to cover his daily expenses. However, he was not going to let Dugayu off so easily. How could he tolerate being bullied and keeping quiet, especially since the person in front of him was undoubtedly a wealthy young lady? He looked at Dugayu and said, Miss Dugu is just playful for a moment. Senior Ming's words were too harsh. Dugayu was surprised to hear Jiang Chen speak up for her. Miss Dugu and I are of similar age,
We had a little quarrel that made the two seniors worry, Jiang Chen said sincerely, and Ming Shifei nodded in understanding. Facing Dugiyu, although she was the little princess of the immortal city, as her husband, Ming Shifei could still have some control over right and wrong.
But when facing Jiang Chen, Ming Shifei didn't dare to show any superiority as a senior.
The man in front of him had no cultivation, but just his mysterious divination skills made him take it seriously.
What if Jiang Chen predicted his death date?
He would rather live in confusion than die with understanding.
Mr. Jiang, you are too serious.
The city lord and you are peers, we should not disrespect you as our senior.
Ah,
Ming Senior is being too polite again.
Courtesy must not be neglected.
Jiang Chen had no choice but to compromise, then let's treat each other as peers.
I dare to call you both elder brothers, please don't refuse again.
Ming Shifei and Jie Bao, although verbally crossing the line, had a rising admiration for Jiang Chen. After some back and forth, Jiang Chen successfully got them to accept being called big brother and second brother. Jiang Chen noticed the unusual relationship between these two and Dugiyu, seeing them as a good breakthrough point to win over this wealthy lady. Jiang Chen and the three of them chatted in the main hall, constantly sharing jokes from their past lives, livening up the atmosphere. Cultivators' lives were usually dull, revolving around cultivation, so they had never encountered such playful banter from the Blue Star, filling the hall with laughter. Jie Bao particularly enjoyed Jiang Chen's various jokes, looking at him with a sense of belated recognition. Through their conversation, Jiang Chen learned that Ming Shifei was Dugiyu's mentor, while Jie Bao was her martial arts master. Due to their differing personalities, Jie Bao couldn't stand Ming Shifei's pedantic and effeminate ways, while Ming Shifei thought Jie Bao was brainless and uncultured. In short, they despised each other. However, both of them cherished Dugiyu deeply. There was an incident where Jie Bao was severely injured during a martial arts competition, saved by Qin Xiaofeng, and out of gratitude, he joined the Qin family. Qin Xiaofeng, being magnanimous, even treated Jie Bao as a close confidant, disregarding his past ties with the Dugu family. Feeling guilty for switching sides, Qin Xiaofeng refused to let Dugiyu address him as her husband, only allowing her to call him uncle. This decision led Ming Shifei to often scold him as a stubborn fool. Jiang Chen sighed at the twists of fate and smoothly shifted the conversation to Dugiyu. Despite her lingering dislike for Jiang Chen after their recent encounter, she was gradually acknowledging his divination skills. In her own words, Jiang Chen was a capable scoundrel. Clearly, she was still upset that Jiang Chen had revealed her whereabouts to Dugu Qing. Miss Dugu was already at the early stage of the Yuan infant realm at such a young age, truly admirable. Jiang Chen couldn't help but show his envy, making Dugiyu quite pleased. Proud of her achievements, Dugiyu was the youngest Yuan infant cultivator in the heavenly spirit realm, not just for show. Jie Bao, as her martial arts master, was also extremely proud, acting like a father proud of his daughter, enthusiastically sharing Dugiyu's exceptional talents. Naturally, Miss Yu's talent is unmatched in the entire heavenly spirit realm, a true genius. Although there is still some gap compared to the top 10 geniuses on the genius ranking, Yu is still young and will surpass them in time. Uncle Jia, you're exaggerating. I'm still far behind Brother Lin and the others. Dugiyu blushed, feeling embarrassed. Genius ranking? Jiang Chen asked curiously, hearing about it for the first time. Mr. Jiang, you don't know about the genius ranking? Ming Shifei asked in surprise. I'm a transmigrator, how would I know if you don't enlighten me? Jiang Chen silently cursed. I am just an ordinary person, busy all day with making a living. Where would I have time to pay attention to these things? Jiang Chen explained vaguely. Ming Shifei patiently introduced the major star rankings of the Tianling realm. In the Tianling realm, there is a power called the Listening Snow Tower. This Listening Snow Tower specializes in all kinds of intelligence trading, sometimes also acting as intermediaries. The strength of the Listening Snow Tower's intelligence system can be said to be unparalleled in the entire Tianling realm. There have even been incidents of selling information on flaws in the cultivation techniques of powerful individuals in the tribulation period. They claim to know everything in the Tianling realm. As long as you can afford the price, you can get the information you want. However, those who dare to engage in such transactions are also exceptionally powerful. The powerful individual who had information on their cultivation technique sold originally intended to destroy the Listening Snow Tower directly, but for some reason, it ended without any action. However, it indirectly proved the accuracy of the Listening Snow Tower's intelligence. This incident directly elevated the Listening Snow Tower to the pinnacle of intelligence traders in the Tianling realm. There are 3 rankings in the Tianling realm, all coming from the Listening Snow Tower. With the lessons learned from the past, these 3 rankings are highly regarded by the cultivators in the Tianling realm. Some have said, strong individuals may not necessarily make it to the rankings, but those who do make it to the rankings are definitely powerful. To make it to these 3 rankings, there are specific rules for each. One of the 3 rankings, the Heavenly Pride ranking. Those who make it to this ranking are all Heavenly Pride who have practiced for less than 100 years. The top 100 Heavenly Pride are listed. These people represent the future and hope of the Tianling realm. Those who make it to the list are either a sex holy son or a prince of a dynasty. Occasionally, some wandering cultivators may make it to the list, but they are mostly short-lived. Currently, the number 1 on the Heavenly Pride ranking is Taoist Lin Daozi, one of the 3 recognized major powers in the Tianling realm. He is also recognized as a rare cultivation genius in the Tianling realm for 1,000 years. And Duguyu is a loyal fan of this Lin Daozi. As the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Tianling realm, Duguyu's ranking on the Heavenly Pride ranking is only 36th. The rankings are not based on cultivation level but entirely on everyone's true combat power. However, generally, those with strong combat power also have high cultivation levels. Or it could be said that everyone on the Heavenly Pride ranking has the qualification to challenge opponents of higher levels. Besides the Heavenly Pride ranking, there are also the Abyssal and Ascension rankings. The rules for the Abyssal ranking are the same as the Heavenly Pride ranking, listing the top 100 cultivators with the strongest cultivation below the Return to Void stage in the Tianling realm. It is worth mentioning that even the strong like Dugu Qingyue and Qin Xiaofeng have not been able to make it to this ranking. The Ascension ranking, unlike the previous 2 rankings, is different. The Ascension ranking only has 10 people, and there is no distinction based on cultivation level. Whenever someone on the list ascends to the immortal realm, someone else automatically takes their place on the list. Those who make it to the list are all powerful cultivators in the Tianling realm with the most potential to ascend to immortality. However, it has been a long time since a powerful individual has ascended to immortality in the Tianling realm. Instead, a few old monsters in the tribulation period, due to their depleted lifespan, passed away and had to vacate their positions on the list. Ming Shifei explained in great detail, and Jiang Chen listened with great fascination. Not only that, he actively asked Ming Shifei for the detailed list of those who made it to the rankings, took out pen and paper, and recorded them all carefully. He carefully dried the ink on the paper, folded it neatly, and kept it close to him. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these people are all potential high-quality clients in the future. In addition, Jiang Chen's perception of the Listening Snow Tower was also very positive. Without the Listening Snow Tower's hard work in collecting information on these people, Jiang Chen alone might never have found so many high-quality clients in his lifetime. These people are among the strongest in the Tianling realm and also the wealthiest. If Jiang Chen could calculate the luck value of everyone on the list, it would be quite a fortune. Thinking of this, he looked at Duguyu, who was sitting on the chair like a lady, preparing to deal with her today. Miss Dugu is truly a pride of heaven, at such a young age, making it to the Heavenly Pride ranking. Given time, she will surely shine brightly and leave a mark in history. As the saying goes, the customer is God. Flattering the God, Jiang Chen has never been stingy. I have long seen that Miss Dugu is extraordinary. Not only is she beautiful, but her talent is also outstanding. Truly a peerless beauty, a fairy who captivates the city and the country. Standing before you, I feel like I am committing sacrilege towards you. Miss Dugu, please forgive my offense just now. All beings suffer, but from the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt that with you in this world, suffering is insignificant. Jiang Chen shamelessly praised Duguyu to the heavens, making her seem like a rare celestial being on earth. Duguyu, just an 18-year-old girl, had never experienced such flattery. Initially having some change of heart towards Jiang Chen, she suddenly found him quite handsome, especially when he praised her. Ming Sifei and Jie Bao watched Jiang Chen's shameless flattery in disbelief. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone so despicable. However, forgive my bluntness, you are perfect in every way, except for one thing that lacks a certain charm about you. Duguyu, already floating on cloud 9 from his praises, immediately asked, "Please, sir, do tell." Jiang Chen inwardly delighted, seeing her take the bait. After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his thigh and said, "Well, I'll be frank with you. A fairy like you, the clothes you wear, don't quite do you justice." Duguyu looked down at her clothes, which seemed fine with no flaws. The fabric was exquisite, the cut perfect, and the embroidery on the collar alone was worth 300 spirit stones. But what girl doesn't love beauty? Please, sir, be more specific. Not only was Duguyu curious, but Ming Sifei and Jie Bao were also intrigued. Have any of you heard of the Nishang feather dress? Jiang Chen leaned back slightly, smiling. Jie Bao and Duguyu were puzzled, having never heard of it. But Ming Sifei lowered his head in thought, then raised it after a moment, saying, "Is it the legendary treasure of the Tianyu dynasty, the Nishang feather dress?" Ming Big Brother is indeed knowledgeable. Yes,
It is the Nishang feather dress of the Tianyu dynasty. Jiang Chen had come across this information by chance. However, he only knew the name and a brief introduction. Knowing girls' love for beauty, he deliberately mentioned it to Dugiyu.
Ming Sifei said, but the Tianyu dynasty has been extinct for thousands of years, and the method of making the Nishang feather dress has long been lost.
Sir, what are you two talking about? What is the Nishang feather dress? Dugiyu asked curiously.
Ming Sifei turned to glare at her and said, I've told you to study hard, but you never listen. Look, someone says something, and you have no idea, just like this brute.
Ignoring him, Ming Sifei explained to Dugiyu, the Nishang feather dress, the treasured dance of the Tianyu dynasty, is not just a piece of clothing but a unique dance of the Tianyu dynasty.
And the dress worn by the dancer is also called the Nishang feather dress. It is said that those who wear this dress often resemble heavenly fairies, enhancing the aura and appearance of female cultivators. Due to its intricate manufacturing process, the method was lost after the fall of the Tianyu dynasty. Ming Sifei's words were filled with regret.
Ah, so such a wonderful dress can never be seen again?
After hearing Ming Sifei's description, Dugiyu felt very disappointed, her longing for the Nishang feather dress growing stronger. Seeing the two react this way, Jiang Chen secretly rejoiced. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for him to make his entrance? Since I have mentioned this, I will not let Miss Dugu down. Have you all forgotten my identity? The three turned to look at Jiang Chen. That's right, you can even calculate the lifespan of immortals. Surely you can figure out the method of making the Nishang feather dress. Miss, rest assured, as long as it can be figured out, even if I have to go through fire and water, I will find it for you. Jiabao pounded his chest, making a resounding sound. He was still blaming himself for ruining Duguyu's good deeds just now, so he took full responsibility.
Thank you, Uncle Xia, you are the best to me. Dugiyu was delighted and coquettishly said to Jiabao. Shiiter. Mr. Jiang, please start the divination quickly.
Jiang Chen heard this and thought to himself, got it.
Miss Dugu, the divination is fine, but have you forgotten something? Jiang Chen reminded. What thing? Dugiyu asked in confusion. Mr. Jiang needs to be paid the divination fee first, Ming reminded. Oh, it's no big deal. Mr.
Jiang, just name your price. Jiang Chen had already asked the system, and he smiled and held out 3 fingers, saying, 30,000 spirit stones or equivalent items. In fact, the price given by the system was only 10,000 spirit stones. After all, what was being divined was not some rare treasure, just a piece of clothing. However, Jiang Chen was not someone to let go of any opportunity to make money. System, host always takes kickbacks, is that really okay? You don't know the value of goods until you run a household. If I don't ask for a little more, how can I participate in the lottery? 30,000. Duguyu was surprised. The 1,000 spirit stones she had given Jiang Chen before were her pocket money for half a year. This was just a slightly better piece of clothing, and it cost 30,000 spirit stones. Dugiyu hesitated a bit, wondering if the money was worth it. Even if she wanted to take it, she couldn't afford it now. Cultivators in the Tianling realm rarely had the habit of saving money. Every spirit stone in their hands would be used to improve their cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the cultivation world was full of dangers, and if they kept too much cash on hand, they might end up benefiting others if they died unexpectedly one day. Even in the Lord's mansion of the Ascension City, the reserve of spirit stones was only 400,000. Miss Dugu, this is a special price, and the Nishang feather dress is definitely worth this price. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Ming. Ming frowned. He instinctively felt that something was not right about this, but he still honestly said, if you can really get the Nishang feather dress, 30,000 spirit stones is definitely worth it. But I don't have that many spirit stones. Duguyu said somewhat painfully. Mr. Zhang, can't you offer a discount? Miss Dugu, I'm really sorry, it's not that I want so much, but my divination requires offerings to be precise. If it's less, it won't be accurate. Jiang Chen shrugged, indicating that he couldn't help it. But in his heart, he was roaring, not a penny less. Miss Dugu, if you really don't have extra spirit stones, items of equivalent value are also acceptable, and they may even be more effective. Duguyu's eyes lit up at these words. She took out a bronze mirror from her storage magic treasure and said, this is a spirit mirror I obtained by chance. I've never understood its mysteries. Mr. Jiang, please take a look and see if it's worth 30,000 spirit stones? Jiang Chen secretly praised her cleverness. She didn't take out items or spiritual tools whose exact value she knew. Instead, she brought out a bronze mirror of unknown authenticity to fish in troubled waters. Unfortunately for her, she was dealing with Jiang Chen, who had a system. Jiang Chen took the bronze mirror with a smile, pretended to examine it, and chatted with the system in his mind.
How much is it worth? System, I have to say, the host's luck is really something. This is a damaged immortal tool without special techniques to activate it, so that little girl couldn't tell. It's worth 100,000 spirit stones.
Jiang Chen. This damn feeling of getting rich quick, I really love it. He. Jiang Chen suppressed his smile, but his mouth couldn't help twitching uncontrollably. Seeing his expression, Dugiyu thought the bronze mirror was worthless and felt a bit embarrassed.
Mr.
Jiang, I also have a high-quality spiritual weapon that should be worth 30,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed to deceive her further and waved his hand, forcing back a smile. It's okay, just this bronze mirror.
However, without sufficient offerings, won't the divination be inaccurate? Dugiyu immediately interjected.
After speaking, she handed a top-grade spiritual weapon in the shape of a sword to Jiang Chen. Sir, please don't refuse. It was my fault earlier, please don't blame me. Looking at the top-grade spiritual sword in his hand, Jiang Chen almost burst out laughing.
Was money so easy to come by now? Were there too many fools or not enough scammers?
System, this top-grade spiritual weapon is worth 25,000 spiritual stones. Jiang Chen almost rolled his eyes at the words. This little girl was clearly swindled out of 5,000 spiritual stones. Fortunately, she met him, otherwise, she would have been taken advantage of. Reluctantly, he accepted the 3,000 spiritual stones.
System, I'll use this spiritual sword first, and if it's not enough, I'll use this bronze mirror, is that okay?
Jiang Chen also showed a bit of cleverness. If he used the bronze mirror directly, he would only gain a maximum of 100,000 luck points. However, by using the spiritual sword first, which was 5,000 short, and then using the bronze mirror to make up for it, taking advantage of the system's no-change policy, he could directly increase his luck points by 125,000. This way, he could save 3,750 luck points.
System, host, you are indeed quite clever.
Jiang Chen, thank you for the compliment. As the two items disappeared from Jiang Chen's hands, the system successfully calculated the information of the Nishan feather dress and provided a detailed address. System, 6,000 miles southwest of the Immortal City lies a secret realm where a complete set of Nishan feather dress is stored. Due to the danger level of the secret realm, only cultivators above the nascent soul stage can explore it.
Jiang Chen immediately informed Dugiyu of this and shared the detailed address of the secret realm.
Jia Bao stood up directly and said, Miss, wait here for a moment. 6,000 miles, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, I'll be back soon. Without waiting for Dugiyu's response, he transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared outside the door.
This brute, Miss and Mr.
Jiang, please wait here, I'll go check it out too.
Ming Shifei got up.
Sir, be careful,
Dugiyu said worriedly.
Ming Shifei nodded and turned into a streak of light, following Jia Bao. It could be seen that although Ming Shifei and Jia Bao often quarreled, their relationship was actually very good.
Some people do not express their true feelings and can only express them in another way.
Jiang Chen kept checking his remaining luck points balance in the system and his mouth curled up in a crazy smile.
I'm making a fortune again.
Jiang Chen looked at his newly acquired 120,000 luck points and felt that he might have been wrong, very wrong. Because of fear, he was eager to improve his strength to escape Duge Qing's control. He thought that under Duge Qing's control, his strength would increase very slowly. But Dugiyu's action showed him what it meant to be a tycoon. Not to mention the bronze mirror, just a random spiritual sword was worth 25,000 luck points.
Dugiyu, what do you mean by random?
Why don't you casually take out a top-grade spiritual weapon from your family, you scoundrel? Making 12,000 by just talking, indeed, a socialist warrior should fleece the rich and powerful.
Those wandering cultivators outside, how many of them have money?
It's already good if they don't starve to death. And now that he had mastered the 8 or 9 profound techniques, he had the capital to steadily improve his strength. So he decided to stay in the Immortal City, not giving up until he had fleeced all the big and small wealthy families in the Immortal City.
Miss Dugu, what do you usually like to do?
Since he had made a new plan, he needed to identify his target audience. Compared to old foxes like Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, young girls like Dugiyu were undoubtedly easier to deceive. The more Jiang Chen looked at Dugiyu, the more pleasing she seemed. Leaning on her chin, Dugiyu thought carefully and said, There's nothing special I like to do. Besides practicing, I just hang out with Xiaoman and the others, bully those spoiled young masters, promote good deeds, and sometimes run away from home when I have free time.
Jiang Chen fell silent. What kind of hobby is it to run away when you have free time? Why are you asking about this, Shingun?
Oh, just asking casually. In the future, if there's a chance, I'd like you to show me around. Jiang Chen said casually.
No problem, if you want to have fun in the immortal city, you found the right person. Dugu proudly puffed out her chest. I'll introduce you to some second-generation elites in the immortal city when the opportunity arises. They are all interesting characters. Alright, it's a deal. You must take me out to see the world when you have time. No problem. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jie Bao and Ming Fei promptly returned. Ah, miss, old Jie, have not failed you. Look, what is this? Jie Bao held up an exceptionally gorgeous feather coat and handed it to Dugu. The feather coat emitted waves of colorful light, gentle and not dazzling, with a hint of fairy air swirling around it. Dugu's eyes sparkled as she looked at the feather coat in Jie Bao's hands, almost drooling. Slurp! Dugu sucked in her drool and eagerly took the feather coat, caressing it lovingly. Go try it on. Ming Fei, who entered later, reminded her. Dugu nodded heavily and went to the back room. Thank you, two brothers. Zhang Chen smiled and nodded at the two. It's nothing, sir. You are truly insightful. Following your directions, we not only found this feather coat but also discovered many treasures in the process. Jie Bao waved his hand, and 5 items emitting flowing light, obviously not ordinary objects, appeared on the table. Zhang Chen didn't understand the value of these items, but according to Ming Fei, they were spiritual treasures crafted using unique techniques exclusive to the Tianyu dynasty. No one in the Tianling realm could craft these items anymore, making their value even greater than the spiritual treasures themselves. If these items were put on the market and auctioned off with some publicity, they would undoubtedly fetch no less than 1,000,000 spiritual stones, attracting a frenzy among craftsmen. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's eyes lit up. He had risked his life to read a fortune for an immortal for just 15,000 spiritual stones, and these two had earned 1,000,000 in one trip. Jie Bao seemed to sense Zhang Chen's thoughts and said generously, Sir, rest assured, you will have a share in these items. Zhang Chen was initially pleased but then thought for a moment and said, Thank you for your kind offer, but I can't accept it. I have already paid for the fortune-telling service. Even after a full meal, Zhang Chen could still think clearly. Since he had decided to stay in the immortal city for a while to make some easy money, he wanted to leave a good impression. Jie Bao and Ming Fei were also within Zhang Chen's customer range. Just accept it, sir. You are not a cultivator, so you may not understand some of the rules. In unexpected gains, those who put in the effort will receive a fair reward. This is also an unspoken rule in the cultivation world. Ming Fei smiled and advised. Then I will gratefully accept it. As they spoke, Dugu emerged wearing the feather coat. Truly the treasure of the Tianyu dynasty, the coat adjusted its size to fit the wearer perfectly, making it look stunning. Zhang Chen couldn't help but stare in awe. It was simply too beautiful. Dugu was already a beauty, but being young and having a carefree personality often made people overlook her appearance. However, after putting on the feather coat, she suddenly appeared much more elegant, especially with that trace of fairy air, making her look like a celestial being descended to earth. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ming Fei exclaimed after seeing her, saying 3 excellents in a row. Jie Bao was also amazed. He only just realized that the little girl who had been following him had grown up. Dugu blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed as she nervously played with the hem of her clothes. Especially under Zhang Chen's direct gaze, even she, who had never been afraid of anything since she was a child, felt a bit shy. Oh my, look at this little fairy from which family? Suddenly, an old voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Qin Xiaofeng and Dugu Qing, master of the house, city lord. Ming Shifei and Jie Bao quickly saluted. Zhang Chen also nodded in greeting. To see a fairy from afar, one might think it's a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, but it turns out to be our little moon. Uncle Qin, you always know how to tease me. I'll ignore you, humph. Dugu pretended to be angry. Hey, old man, I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, go out and ask who dares to say that Moon is not a little fairy. Moon, where did you get this outfit? Dugu Qing curiously asked. With his discerning eyes, he could tell at a glance that this outfit was extraordinary. Dugu pointed to Zhang Chen and said, Mr. Zhang calculated it for me, and Uncle Jie and Mr. Ming helped me get it. Then, after glossing over the part where she caused trouble for Zhang Chen, she carefully recounted the story. City Lord, these 5 spiritual treasures were also found in that secret realm. Ming Shifei continued. 30,000 spirit stones exchanged for the Nishang feather robe and 5 spiritual treasures worth 1,000,000 each. Even Dugu Qing found it somewhat unbelievable. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhang Chen's role. Moon, have you practiced today? Dugu stuck out her tongue at the mention and without a word, she lowered her head and left for the city lord's mansion. The people present all smiled knowingly at this. Dugu Qing then gestured to Ming Shifei and Jie Bao.
The two immediately understood, collected the 5 spiritual treasures, and left the room, standing on either side of the door. With only 3 people left in the room, Qin Xiaofeng cast a spell, enveloping them in a soundproof barrier. Elders, is there something important you need? Jiang Chen could already guess that they must have something urgent to ask him for a divination, otherwise they wouldn't be so cautious. And he was right. Mr. Jiang, Xin Lao and I would like you to divine something for us. City Lord, please speak. You have treated me well, and I will do my best. Jiang Chen immediately promised. Joking aside, these were the wealthy patrons who came to offer their fortunes. Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng exchanged a glance and spoke. We would like you to divine the likelihood of me becoming the leader of the 36 cities in the southern domain if I ascend to the immortal city. Jiang Chen was taken aback at their words. The Tianling continent was divided into 5 domains: Tianan, Xianbei, Jixi, Yuandong, and Zhangzhou. The southern domain mentioned by Duge Qing was part of the Tianan domain. Each domain had its own characteristics. The southern domain had the lowest combat power among the 5 domains but the highest wealth, with 36 cities. Xianbei was known for its tribes, where despite harsh climates, cultivators had formidable strength. Jixi was the territory of Buddhist monks, with almost all mortals there following Buddhism. Yuandong was dominated by countries, with 3 empires sharing the land. Zhangzhou was the most unique domain, home to the 3 strongest powers in the Tianling realm, the Dao sect, the academies, and the demon sect, as well as a teleportation array leading directly to the immortal realm. From what Jiang Chen knew, the 36 cities in the southern domain were constantly at odds with each other, with no one willing to yield to another, tension simmering beneath the surface. Among the 36 cities, the immortal city was only in the middle tier. Jiang Chen couldn't fathom what gave Duge Qing the courage to aim for the top position among the 36 cities. Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Chen's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Mr. Jiang? Duge Qing gently called out. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality and looked at Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, saying, "It can be divined, but according to my rules, I hope you both can understand." Of course. Jiang Chen nodded and directly asked the system, please provide a quote. System, this divination will cost 1,000 spirit stones or equivalent items, dear. Jiang Chen was taken aback once again, never expecting it to be so cheap. A divination that concerns the layout of the southern heaven domain, priced at only 1,000 spirit stones. However, the system never makes mistakes. This time, he did not raise the price but instead charged Dugeyu and the 2 of them the original price. Elders, only 1,000 spirit stones or equivalent items are needed. Dugeyu and the others were also surprised. They exchanged a glance, and Duge Qing directly handed over 1,000 spirit stones to Jiang Chen. However, this time, both of them fully activated their techniques, completely locking onto Jiang Chen with their divine senses. Being astute individuals, they wouldn't blindly trust Jiang Chen's words as if he were just an ordinary fortune teller. Despite their investigations, Jiang Chen remained an ordinary person in their divine senses. Moreover, at the moment the system deducted 1,000 spirit stones, they gained nothing. They silently communicated. Could he really just be a special cursed fortune teller? Let's observe further. No one can hide their true nature forever. System, the probability of becoming the leader of the 36 cities of the southern heaven and ascending to the immortal city is 3%, dear. After hearing the system's response, Jiang Chen finally understood why. This was almost an impossible task, evident to anyone with a broader perspective. Jiang Chen stopped pretending to calculate with his right hand and said, Elders, there is only a 3% chance. Upon hearing this answer, the 2 remained calm, as if they had known the answer all along. 3%, so there's still a slight possibility, Xin Lao. I'm an old bone, with not many good years left. None of my descendants have achieved much. 3% is already quite a lot. Jiang Chen widened his eyes. From the 2's words, it seemed like they were chasing a dream. But could he bear to hear these words? Were these 2 old foxes trying to involve him in their plans? Elders, should I perhaps step back? Jiang Chen asked nervously. Just as he had settled his mindset and was ready to stay in the immortal city for a long time, these 2 were already playing big, intentionally disrupting his comfort. It's fine, sir, you are one of us. To hell with being one of you, we've only known each other for 2 days, you idiots. Jiang Chen roared inwardly, but on the surface, he had to show a grateful expression. I'll be straightforward, elders. I'm just an ordinary man without much ambition. Until yesterday, my biggest goal was to tell fortunes, earn some betrothal gifts, marry a wife, and see if I could continue the Zheng family line and pass down this divination technique. You 2 are playing on a grand scale, and I'm afraid I can't keep up with your pace. Jiang Chen said with a mournful face. Sir, you are too modest. With your divination skills,
you are unparalleled in the spirit realm.
Qin Xiaofeng said with a smile.
With only a 3% chance, how can we proceed?
There are only 36 cities in the southern heaven. It's already difficult to achieve this probability.
But we still have you. Duguqing's already gloomy face now looked even more fierce. System, calculate now. With my current strength, what are the chances of escaping from these two old fogies? System, does the host confirm to consume today's divination attempts? Calculate.
Zhang Chen gritted his teeth in his mind. System, the host's chance of escape this time is 0.000.
1%. Zhang Chen looked at the familiar ellipsis, feeling a chill run down his spine.
In the astonished gazes of Duguqing and the others, he slapped his cheeks hard, raised his head, and said firmly, "Elders, please give your orders." "So, sir, do you agree to help us?" Duguqing said with a smile that was not quite a smile.
"Do I have a choice?
But let me make it clear, you came to me for divination, and not a single coin less." "Ha, no need for more words, sir. We will ensure your satisfaction."
The two laughed heartily. Zhang Chen still couldn't figure it out.
It was just one night, yet these two old foxes suddenly found themselves on the same side. Clearly, they were at odds just last night.
"Elders, is there anything else?
If not, please allow this junior to rest for a while.
I must admit, my legs are still cramping."
"Then, please calculate another divination, sir."
Zhang Chen, feeling helpless, glanced at the two and nodded. "Please calculate the weakness of Lord Lu Qingfeng, the city lord of the Phoenix City." Zhang Chen didn't hesitate and directly inquired about the price from the system.
"System, for this divination, it will cost 100,000 spirit stones or equivalent items." Zhang Chen was shocked. It was the same price as calculating one's lifespan with an immortal.
The Phoenix City is located 3,000 miles south of the ascending immortal city. Nestled against the Phoenix Mountain, it earned its name.
The city lord of the Phoenix City, Lu Qingfeng, is at the late return to void stage. Among the 36 city lords in the southern heaven, he is considered one of the strongest. Moreover, within the Phoenix Mountain, there is a spiritual herb called the Phoenix Grass, essential for refining pills during the Yuaning stage. Therefore, the Phoenix City thrives on this specialty, making a fortune. Although many have coveted the Phoenix City, they have all been deterred by Lu Qingfeng's formidable strength. Even the old monsters in the Tribulation Crossing stage are busy cultivating, attempting to take that step. Thus, in the absence of crossing the Tribulation, the Return to Void stage is the top fighting force in the Heaven Spirit realm. Although Lu Qingfeng has not yet made it onto the Abyssal list, he is not far from it. While Duguqing and Qin Xiaofeng have similar cultivation realms, in terms of actual combat power, they are no match for him even when combined. This is due to the unique technique of the Lu family, the Phoenix 9 transformations. With each additional transformation of the Phoenix 9 transformations, it is equivalent to an extra life. Moreover, for fire-based spells, there is a natural affinity higher than ordinary people. Fire-based spells are recognized as one of the top 5 spells. Coupled with the fact that the Phoenix Mountain behind the Phoenix City is said to have once been home to a phoenix, the fire element is exceptionally active. It can be said that as long as Lu Qingfeng presides over the Phoenix City, he is at the peak of the Return to Void stage, just a step away from crossing the Tribulation, and is fearless even among those on the Abyssal list. However, the Phoenix 9 transformations have a fatal flaw unknown to outsiders. Lu Qingfeng has been extremely irritable lately, to the extent that even the servants in the city lord's mansion dare not wear hard-soled shoes when walking. Lu Qingfeng sits cross-legged in the secret cultivation chamber of the city lord's mansion, continuously forming hand seals. The intense heat keeps striking the chamber walls. If this chamber were not made of the cold stone brought from the faraway Xianbei territory at great expense by the Lu family, it might have melted long ago. Countless tiny runes are engraved on the walls. Each time the heat from Lu Qingfeng's body strikes, the runes emit a bright white light, completely blocking, absorbing, and ultimately dissipating it, feeding back into Lu Qingfeng's body. Still not working. Could it be that the half of the technique our ancestors obtained can only be completed in the immortal realm? What the outside world doesn't know is that there is indeed truth to the rumor that a phoenix once nested in the Phoenix Mountain. Tens of thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the Lu family witnessed it with their own eyes. However, the phoenix only stayed for 3 days before leaving. Nevertheless, where the phoenix resided, it left behind incomplete runic techniques. After the current head of the Lu family fortuitously obtained them and organized them, he acquired half of the technique. It was this half that directly established a prestigious family spanning 10,000 years. The Lu family also established the Phoenix City on this Phoenix Mountain. However, as the technique was both their success and downfall, due to its incompleteness, despite having many experts, no one from the Lu family could ascend to immortality and enter the immortal realm. Moreover, because of the incomplete technique, every 10 years, a cultivator practicing the Phoenix 9 transformations up to the return to void stage must suppress the restless fire element within the Phoenix nest in the Phoenix Mountain. During this period, they absolutely cannot engage in combat, otherwise, they risk falling in cultivation level or even exploding and dying. Every decade, Lu Qingfeng would go to the ancestral tomb of the Lu family deep in the Xinhuang Mountain in the name of mourning his ancestors. He would suppress the violent spiritual power within him for 49 days using the Phoenix nest. Over the hundreds of thousands of years, the Lu family had gone through generations, producing great talents. At its peak, they even directly or indirectly controlled half of the power in the southern domain for nearly 10,000 years. However, no one had been able to fully comprehend the Phoenix 9 transformations. It seemed that this technique should not exist in the spiritual realm and could only be completed by going to the immortal realm. Lu Qingfeng felt the explosive fire spiritual power in his body that should have dealt a fatal blow to his enemies, now constantly surging in his spiritual sea. Above his spiritual sea sat a small figure radiating golden light, exerting immense pressure to suppress the turbulent spiritual power within. He had been trying for 1,000 years, still clueless. In 3 days, he would have to leave for the Phoenix nest. During this time, he had to ensure everything in the Xinhuang city was arranged properly. Although for hundreds of thousands of years, no one knew the secret of the Lu family's technique, caution had been the foundation for the Lu family to stand in the spiritual realm. Outside the Xinhuang city at this moment, two figures were quietly waiting in the void. If not Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng, then who else could it be? Could that brat Jiang have miscalculated? Why is there no movement from Lu Qingfeng? Qin Xiaofeng asked, gazing at the Xinhuang city not far away. It should be correct. I've inquired. Every decade, Lu Qingfeng unfailingly goes to Xinhuang Mountain to pay respects to his ancestors, completely matching Zhang's divination. Duge Qing replied. Are we taking such a big risk just because of that brat's divination? Isn't it a bit reckless? Qin Xiaofeng couldn't help but ask. Qin Lao, are you afraid? Duge Qing turned to look at Qin Xiaofeng. It's not that. I've roamed the spiritual realm for thousands of years. When have I ever been afraid? It's just recent events that make me feel unreal. I actually started thinking about dominating the southern domain because of a divination. Qin Lao, do you believe in fate? Qin Xiaofeng? That day when I saw Jiang Chen counting down incessantly, saw the black hole above the Ascension City, the terrifying figure within the black hole, and witnessed an immortal falling before my eyes, I had a premonition that my opportunity had come. Isn't this a bit reckless? How many chances does one have in life? Qin Xiaofeng fell silent. He had always been cautious and calculated throughout his life, leading the Qin family to the top forces in the Ascension City, even competing with the Duge family. If not for the lack of outstanding individuals in the second and third generations of the Qin family, he wouldn't have taken this gamble with Duge Qing. Starting from scratch, he understood better than anyone that great achievements required courage, but the consequences of failure were also something he had to consider. Unlike the Duge family, which flourished under the city lord's favor with a long-standing heritage, the Qin family did not have the inheritance of the Lu family's Xinhuang city spanning hundreds of thousands of years. However, for the sake of future generations, this old man had to take a risk. Otherwise, with no hope of becoming an immortal and not even touching the threshold of tribulation crossing, after his passing, the Qin family would only face decline. The biggest difference between him, Duge Qing, and Lu Qingfeng was not their family background, strength, or cunning. It was time. He was old. You're right. How many chances does one have in life? At that moment, Qin Xiaofeng's aged face appeared resolute. The heavy air surrounding him dissipated, replaced by a dazzling radiance. His white hair turned black, his posture straightened, and he discarded his cane, replacing it with a long sword. As he held the sword, Qin Xiaofeng exuded a fiercer aura. Duge Qing looked at the black-haired youth before him in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration. He had never realized that Qin Xiaofeng had such a domineering side. When he was young, Qin Xiaofeng already had a dignified appearance. Even as time passed, he remained the same. Solitary boy, I know you've never thought highly of me, considering me a cunning old man. Today, I'll show you, Qin Xiaofeng, how I started from scratch and stood on equal ground with your Duge family. After Jiang Chen saw off Duge Qing, he sat on a chair lost in thought for a long time. His limited experience left him unsure of what to do next. From the excitement of crossing over to the shock of seeing an immortal die before his eyes, to the fear of the cultivation world, and then to hope for the future. Now, he found himself inexplicably entangled in the ambitions of Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng. The experiences of just 2 days were more bizarre than his entire past life. One thing was certain, in this world, strength was fundamental to survival. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly. If I had strength, the immortal wouldn't easily control my fate.
If I had strength, Dugucheng wouldn't easily manipulate me. If I had strength, then I would be invincible.
However, there was some good news. In just one morning, he gained over 200,000 chi points. But this time, he wasn't planning to draw lots. Although he was lucky to draw a high-level technique, he felt the system wouldn't make it easy for him. He had a hunch that the system was trying to deplete all his chi points.
I still need strength. Jiang Chen realized the key point and decided to go out for a walk to relax. Xiao Lingling, where are you? Accompany me for a walk.
In the eastern market of the Ascension City stood the largest gambling house in the city, the Hualu. Here, you could enjoy everything you could think of, but only if you had money.
Beggar Abu sat under the gate of the eastern market.
Despite being only 12 years old and orphaned, his sharp eyes could distinguish between easy targets and troublemakers. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a group of 4 people heading straight towards the eastern market. The young man leading them had a delicate appearance, a faint smile on his lips, and a pitch-black crow perched on his shoulder. Beside him was a maid who looked only a few years younger, very cute in appearance. Behind them were 2 followers, one with a small mustache, scholarly and amiable, resembling a teacher, and the other with a tough face and a bald head, looking intimidating, probably a bodyguard.
From his experience, Abu could tell they were wealthy targets. Young master, your crow can talk, how amazing.
Xiao Lingling looked at the third master with admiration.
Little girl, call me third master.
Jiang Chen glanced at the 3-legged golden crow on his shoulder and furrowed his brows. Third, didn't I tell you to watch your language and not corrupt the children?
I can't help it, big brother, it's just a habit.
Before leaving, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the golden crow was still inside, so out of brotherly affection, he called it out to get some fresh air.
Young master, why can your crow talk? It's not a mina, is it?
You're the mina, your whole family are minas. I am the 3-legged golden crow. The golden crow flapped its wings discontentedly.
3-legged golden crow? Never heard of it.
Xiao Lingling thought hard for a while but couldn't figure it out. Ming and Jiabao, upon seeing the golden crow, thoroughly investigated this foul-mouthed blackbird inside and out. However, the hidden moonstone Jiang Chen obtained from the system effectively concealed the golden crow's aura. They simply thought it was a peculiar bird. The spirit realm was full of strange things, so a talking, cursing bird wasn't that surprising.
A country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand.
I'm not a bumpkin, the steward taught me how to read and write. I'm not a country bumpkin.
Xiao Lingling defended herself vigorously.
Jiang Chen ignored the bickering between the bird and the girl and led the group to the gate of the eastern market.
Young master, young master. Jiang Chen followed the sound and saw a ragged but spirited young beggar bowing to him. You called for me? Young master, is this your first time in the East Market? Do you need a guide?
I'm not boasting, but there's nothing in this market that I don't know, Abu said with a fawning smile. The biggest difference between him and other beggars was that he earned his living through labor, not by begging.
How did you know it's my first time here? Jiang Chen asked curiously.
I'm not boasting, my eyes are sharp. I remember everyone who passes through that gate, and you are definitely a first-timer, Abu said confidently.
What's your name? I'm Abu.
All right, Abu, lead the way ahead.
Sure thing, sir, please follow me,
Abu said, gesturing politely. Abu proved to be an excellent guide, introducing Jiang Chen to various shops and entertainment venues in the East Market. When passing by a tea house, Jiang Chen overheard a storyteller inside recounting the story of a diviner, which piqued his interest. They entered the tea house and found a table.
Jiang Chen wanted Abu to join them, but Abu refused adamantly.
I'm just a beggar, sir.
My presence would disturb the other guests, Abu explained. It's fine, I'll treat you, Jiang Chen insisted. He admired the principled and self-reliant young beggar. Abu reluctantly waited outside while Jiang Chen and the others listened to the story.
The tale deviated significantly from the original events, but the audience was captivated. Jiabao, as an insider, shook his head in disbelief. Jiang Chen, Xiao Lingling, and Ming Shifei, on the other hand, were engrossed in the story. It was evident that the Lord's manner was manipulating the narrative to conceal the truth. Jiang Chen glanced at Ming Shifei, who nodded in agreement, confirming Jiang Chen's suspicions. Let's go, we'll head back home after a bit more wandering, Jiang Chen called out to Abu, and they continued their stroll. Initially, Jiang Chen had wanted to encounter some bullies and play the hero, but his companions found his idea amusing. After learning the reason for their laughter, Jiang Chen blushed. In the entire East Market, he looked more like a bully than anyone else. With a beautiful maid by his side, the underage Xiao Lingling, a cunning servant following him, mainly Jiabao, and a bird perched on his shoulder, he exuded an air of idleness and extravagance.
Brother, why don't we snatch a virtuous lady and take her home? It suits our style. Three-legged golden crow teased. Get lost and amuse yourselves elsewhere. Jiang Chen retorted.
Suddenly, there was a commotion ahead, drawing a crowd.
Looks like something interesting is happening. Jiang Chen eagerly led the way.
They pushed through the crowd and found a young man in splendid attire harassing a little girl selling handkerchiefs. The girl's clothes were patched, and she carried a tattered cloth bag filled with handkerchiefs embroidered with various patterns. Pointing to the stains on his clothes, the young man sneered, "You little brat, do you know how much this outfit is worth? You can't even afford a single thread with what you earn." The girl, tears welling up in her eyes, kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, young master, it was not intentional.
I'll compensate you. Compensate me? Can you afford it?"
The girl took out the handkerchiefs from her ragged bag and held them out to the young man.
"I'll compensate you with this, alright?"
The handkerchief was just made of ordinary silk fabric, but the embroidered flowers on it were exceptionally beautiful, vividly crafted with great care. However, the young man was not buying it. He roughly knocked the handkerchief out of the little girl's hand. His forceful action left the girl's hands swollen and red. The girl quickly withdrew her hands, holding them close to her chest, tears the size of beans streaming down uncontrollably. Yet the young man remained unfazed, escalating the situation. His cronies behind him cheered and goaded on, finding pleasure in bullying the frail little girl. Jiang Chen noticed Abu standing nearby, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes fixed on the young man as if etching him into his memory.
Jiang Chen was sure Abu wasn't admiring him. "Do you know him?" Jiang Chen asked.
"Xiao Hua, from Aunt Lu's family. She often brings me food," Abu replied without hesitation.
"What are you thinking now?"
"If I ever become wealthy, I will make these people pay without a doubt." In Abu's worldview, money granted the freedom to do as one pleased, including mistreating others. Jiang Chen shook his head inwardly, knowing that even with wealth, one couldn't escape being bullied in this world.
Strength was the eternal truth in the spirit realm. Jiang Chen turned to Ming Sifei and asked, "Ming, is it okay to teach these people a lesson?"
Before Ming Sifei could respond, Jiabao eagerly interjected, "Damn it, I couldn't stand watching anymore. If it weren't for the instructions from the clan leader and city lord to avoid trouble, I would have smashed this kid's head long ago." He was about to step forward. Ming Sifei assessed the young man's group and said, "No familiar faces, but there's a guard behind him at the early nascent soul stage. They must be from a notable background."
"Lao Jia, go easy when you strike later."
"Got it."
Jia Bao nodded with a sinister grin. However, neither Jia Bao nor Ming Sifei paid much attention to a nascent soul cultivator.
Just as Jiabao was about to pass Jiang Chen, someone else moved even faster.
"Stop!" The commanding voice drew everyone's attention, including Jiang Chen's.
It was a middle-aged man in a black sturdy outfit, wielding an ancient long sword, looking weary and somewhat disheveled. After probing with his spiritual sense, Ming Sifei whispered to Jiang Chen, mid-nascent soul stage, but with poor aptitude. He must be over 100 years old, and nascent soul is his limit. Seeing someone stepping up, Jiabao lost interest and stepped back. Who didn't tie their pants properly and exposed themselves? The young man mocked. Bullying the weak, devoid of the dignity of a strong individual. Today, I, Li Tian, will uphold justice and teach you, this scum, a lesson.
The middle-aged man's brows furrowed, speaking with righteousness.
The young man seemed to find something amusing, first stunned, then burst into laughter along with his cronies.
He laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Li Tian incessantly.
Even Jiang Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment for him. This so-called hero seemed a bit off.
The young man casually pushed the little girl aside. "Son thief, daring to meddle in my business, are you tired of living?"
With that, he displayed a cultivation not inferior to the middle-aged man's.
Jiang Chen was taken aback. Something was off. Aren't playboys usually useless?
Yet this one was at the nascent soul stage. What's more disgraceful, a nascent soul cultivator bullying a little girl.
The world was indeed terrifying, ringing alarm bells in Jiang Chen's mind, warning against complacency.
The cronies behind the young man also revealed their golden core stage cultivation.
Onlookers occasionally expressed pity. "Ah, this person seems decent, just unlucky. Too bad, won't you end up with a pig's head in a little while?
Brother, let's go quickly, or we won't be able to leave." To everyone's surprise, the middle-aged man showed no fear and stood firm. "If I leave today without a fight, then in the future, if someone bullies me, no one will stand up for me.
I've made up my mind about today."
Jiang Chen looked at the man who called himself Li Tian in amazement, feeling quite moved.
Although this man might not be very bright, his determination was unwavering. However, it was a pity that strength was still strength, and no matter how resolute one's will was, it couldn't make up for the gap in power. The young man not only had cultivation equal to his, but his techniques were far superior. With a few lackeys on the side causing occasional disturbances, Li Tian soon showed signs of weakness. Just when everyone thought Li Tian was about to be defeated, the situation took a turn. Li Tian was already weaker than his opponent, and with the opponent's numbers, he could only passively endure the beating. This was still within the city where fighting was prohibited, so the young man didn't unleash any powerful techniques. Even so, Li Tian couldn't handle it. Seizing a moment when his opponent was careless, Li Tian completely gave up defense, enduring 2 blows from the opponent, then swiftly placed his sword against the opponent's neck. Coughing forcefully, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said fiercely, "Let the little girl go." However, the young man showed no signs of surrender, laughing dismissively, "Let her go? Ha ha ha, do you know who I am? With your broken sword, do you think you can kill me? I am the nephew of Lu Qingfeng, the lord of the Phoenix City." As soon as the self-proclaimed nephew of Lu Qingfeng spoke, the bodyguard protecting him revealed his cultivation level, exerting pressure on the already injured Li Tian. Li Tian looked somewhat despairingly at the expert in the nascent soul stage. His sword was taken away, his cultivation was suppressed, and he had no strength to resist. The young man turned around leisurely to face Li Tian, patting his face and saying, "Do you even have the qualifications to fight me?" Upon hearing the young man's words, Jiang Chen's face showed a strange expression. How coincidental. Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng seemed to have gone to cause trouble for Lu Qingfeng, but unexpectedly, members of the Lu family appeared in Dengxian City. It was time for the protagonist to make an entrance. Jiang Chen turned to Ming Shifei and said, "Brother Ming, please detain these people." Ming Shifei looked at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang, this might not be appropriate. They are from the Phoenix City, and it might be difficult to resolve this in the future. Brother Ming, trust me. If we capture these people, not only will nothing happen, but Lord Dugu will also be very pleased." After observing Jiang Chen for a while and confirming his seriousness, Ming Shifei nodded. Jie Bao, who was standing aside, impatiently said, always hesitating like a woman, "What are you afraid of? Is the Phoenix City that formidable? If you're scared, stay aside, I'll handle it." With that, Jie Bao clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles, and walked menacingly towards the nephew of the Lord of the Phoenix City. As he walked, he released his cultivation without reservation, causing everyone to tremble. The bodyguard in the nascent soul stage immediately looked at Jie Bao, his expression serious and a hint of fear in his eyes. Having just entered the nascent soul stage, the gap between him and Jie Bao, who was at the nascent soul great perfection, could only be described as insurmountable. "Friend, is there something you need?" He nervously stood in front of Jie Bao. As a young guard of the Lu family, even if he knew he was no match, he had to step forward. Otherwise, if something happened to this young man, the Lu family would not let him off. Jie Bao tilted his head, looked at the man disdainfully, and said, "You've cultivated your way into a dog's belly? You've reached the nascent soul stage and yet you still bully others. Aren't you embarrassed?" The man's face turned red at Jie Bao's words. If it were someone else saying these words, they would surely be reprimanded. But when Jie Bao, who had reached the perfect stage of nascent soul, spoke these words, it was a different story. After all, fists are more effective than reasoning, especially when there are both fists and reasoning. "Fellow Taoist, please, for the sake of the Phoenix City Lord's face, do not make things difficult for me." He felt he had already lowered his status, but Jie Bao didn't care at all. "Then ask the Phoenix City Lord to come over and speak to me in person." Jie Bao was indifferent. "Fellow Taoist, choose your words carefully." The man was extremely displeased to see that Jie Bao didn't even give face to Lu Qingfeng, his face burning with anger. Jiang Chen found it somewhat speechless. He even suspected that although Jie Bao appeared carefree on the surface, he was astute and had already figured out that Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng were planning to deal with Lu Qingfeng. Otherwise, how could he publicly humiliate Lu Qingfeng? It's important to note that Lu Qingfeng was a senior cultivator in the nascent soul stage, a prominent figure in the Tianling's first echelon. Jiang Chen looked back at Ming Shifei, hoping to find answers from him. Seeing Jiang Chen's inquiring gaze, Ming Shifei helplessly said, "Don't look at me, he's truly foolish." Jiang Chen. Another one pops up, thinking that reaching the perfect nascent soul stage is impressive. "My uncle is Lu Qingfeng. Dare to touch me, and I'll make the entire city of Dengxian pay the price." The young man looked arrogantly at Jie Bao. However, under normal circumstances, Lu Qingfeng could definitely overpower the entire city of Dengxian. But who was Jie Bao? Even if Lu Qingfeng stood in front of him, he would never bow his head. He glanced at the young man as if looking at a dead person, grinned, his white teeth shining brightly in the sunlight. Without further ado, he erupted with his nascent soul stage cultivation without hesitation, raising his right foot high and stomping fiercely. A surge of spiritual power followed his right leg, forming ripples and shooting towards the young man with precise control, no diffusion, all directed at the opponent. "How dare you! Young master, be careful!" The nascent soul stage guard immediately stood in front of the young man,
unleashing his nascent soul stage cultivation without reservation, palms stacked, heavily striking the ground. The collision of the two spiritual powers produced a huge sound, shaking the onlookers, who quickly retreated. Ming Shifei acted in time, dissolving the residual power of the two. "Brute, be careful, don't harm the innocent," Ming Shifei said disapprovingly. Alright, you're so naggy." The nascent soul stage guard looked solemnly at Jiabao. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, the opponent seemed nonchalant. Moreover, the opponent's helper also had a perfect nascent soul stage cultivation, making his expression even more grim. However, the good news was that the opponent didn't seem intent on bullying the weak. "Kid, that was just to warm up. If you can withstand my casual strike, it proves you have some strength. Come, face my next move." Jia Bao seemed intrigued by the challenge. The guard immediately assumed a stance, spiritual power surging out like water from the spiritual sea, gathering in his hands. "Take my thunderous palm imprint," Jia Bao shouted, his right hand transforming spiritual power into thunder, pressing forward. Immediately, a giant hand made of lightning descended from the sky, crashing down. The nascent soul stage guard, watching the electric arcs jumping and crackling on the thunderous hand, widened his eyes. He had already gathered spiritual power in his hands, swiftly forming a green barrier to protect himself and his young master. Upon contact, the guard was immediately staggered by the immense force of the palm imprint, almost losing his balance. Not only that, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, a result of the thunderous power on the hand imprint, which was depleting his spiritual power and making it increasingly difficult for him to resist the immense force. He increased his spiritual power output, attempting to quickly dissipate the palm imprint. But he was surprised to find that at the current rate, even if he erased the large handprint, the spiritual power within him would be completely exhausted under the consumption of that thunderous force. Although he knew that Jiabao's strength must be much higher than his, just this move made him unable to resist, which was still somewhat difficult to accept. "The law of heaven and earth," he shouted, and immediately a towering figure appeared behind him, bearing a striking resemblance to him. Jiang Chen looked at this huge figure, his mouth agape, completely stunned. This was the sign of the nascent soul realm, the innate divine ability that all nascent soul realm cultivators possessed, the law of heaven and earth. With this law, he immediately reached out his hands, grasped Jiabao's thunderous handprint, and with a wave of his hands, he erased it, turning it into specks of spiritual energy that dissipated into the void. However, he also felt uncomfortable. Although it looked effortless, the law of heaven and earth directly consumed over 80% of his spiritual power, making his steps feel somewhat unsteady. This round of competition undoubtedly ended in his complete defeat. With just a simple move, the opponent forced out his law, clearly establishing the difference in strength between them. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, you better stay put and behave yourself. Violence is prohibited within the immortal city, but there's a time and place for everything," Jia Bao threatened bluntly. The guards fell silent at his words, retreating quietly to the side. Up to this point, since the opponent hadn't killed him, it was already giving him face. Jia Bao glanced at him askance, no longer paying attention, and with a gesture of his right hand, the young man was involuntarily brought closer to him, grabbed by the collar. "Son thief, keep acting tough. My uncle is the lord of the divine Phoenix City. If you dare touch me, my uncle will not let you off. Hey, this kid's mouth is really tough. Beat him." The three-legged golden crow incited chaos. Jia Bao, not one to hold back, immediately delivered two resounding slaps. Another one, this kid is clearly defiant," the three-legged golden crow continued. Jia Bao, looking at the opponent's still defiant gaze, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was very defiant. The young man's cultivation was completely suppressed by Jia Bao, making him just an ordinary person at this moment. Despite Jia Bao not using much force with his palm the size of a fan, he still knocked out all the teeth in his mouth and swelled his cheeks high. This guy is really something. Jiang Chen couldn't help but give the opponent a thumbs up. His mouth was truly tough. "Bring a dog here, I don't believe he'll still be tough." The three-legged golden crow's words were shocking. Jiang Chen, Ming Shifei, Jia Bao, Lui Qingfeng's nephew's pupils constricted at the words, "Bring a dog here?" The three-legged golden crow, "Of course, to teach you a lesson, otherwise, I'll have you butchered and cooked dog meat hot pot." "Nephew, Sigma, a big brother, let's talk things over. Little Bell was puzzled. "Young master, what does teaching a lesson mean?" Jiang Chen patted Little Bell's head and said, "It's an adult matter, don't inquire as a child, it can cause constipation." "Oh." Little Bell obediently nodded, no longer asking, but her ears were still perked high, clearly becoming more curious. "Don't believe this kid, it's clearly a delaying tactic. If you don't bring the dog, he won't back down." The three-legged golden crow seemed very eager to witness that miraculous scene, constantly urging on.
Can you be normal for once? Jiang Chen slapped the three-legged golden crow to the ground, unkindly.
The three-legged golden crow, having been slapped, immediately became much more obedient, flapping its wings and settling back on Jiang Chen's shoulder, keeping quiet. Gentlemen, please take them back to the Lord's mansion and lock them up. We'll discuss everything when the Lord returns, Jiang Chen instructed. Jiabao nodded, then turned to the guards and henchmen standing by. Shall I help you or will you go on your own? The group immediately nodded and bowed, indicating that they didn't want to trouble Master Jiabao and would go on their own. Jiabao looked at his nephew in his hand and asked, "What's your name?" Lu Tianji. Lu Tianji replied dejectedly. He had already realized that he had lost today. However, he had already made up his mind to compromise first, confuse the other party, and wait for his own uncle to arrive to show them. Thinking of this, he looked resentfully at Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow on his shoulder. Obviously, he regarded all the words of the three-legged golden crow as Jiang Chen's instructions. Big brother, look, he's not obedient, he's still not obedient, go get a dog. The three-legged golden crow sensitively noticed the look in Lu Tianji's eyes. Jiang Chen directly turned his head and glared at him. If he could do it over, he would definitely stew the three-legged golden crow and drink it as soup. As a divine beast, this guy was really cheap. What are you looking at? Go. Jiabao directly kicked Lu Tianji in the butt, making him stumble. Lu Tianji instinctively wanted to turn around and curse, but when he thought of his situation, he forced a grimace when he turned around. Coward, your dad gave you this name for nothing. Still Tianji, no ambition at all. Lu Tianji dared to be angry but not speak. If you weren't going to release the dog, would I bother? Jiabao led the group towards the Lord's mansion. The onlookers saw that there was no more excitement to watch, so they dispersed and went about their business. Abu immediately went forward to help up Little Flower who had fallen to the ground. Are you okay? I'm fine. Little Flower looked at Jiang Chen and the others, feeling a bit at a loss. But fortunately, she still knew who the good guys were and who the bad guys were. Thank you, benefactor. With that, she bowed to Jiang Chen and the others, then bowed deeply to Li Tian. No need to thank me, we should do our duty, Li Tian said coolly. Jiang Chen had Little Bell buy all of Little Flower's handkerchiefs and sent Abu to take Little Flower home. After thanking them again, the previous gloom disappeared, and she happily followed Abu home. Jiang Chen then looked at Li Tian and said, Senior, care to have a chat? Li Tian, seeing Jiang Chen's distinguished status, initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of his mission, he nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen warmly let him back into the tea house and requested a private room. After the waiter served the tea, Jiang Chen instructed Little Bell to close the door. Young master, what business do you have with me? Li Tian asked. Nothing much, I just admired how Senior helped others just now and wanted to make friends. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. In this world of the survival of the fittest, it was not easy to find someone like Li Tian who knew he was no match but still stood up. You flatter me, Li Tian modestly said. I am Li Tian, may I know the name of my brother? Jiang Chen, Jiang is in river, Chen is in day. Jiang Chen pointed to Mingshi Fei Ming. This is my maid, Little Bell. Mingshi Fei Ming did not reveal his cultivation level, just nodded calmly at him. The world is not as good as it used to be. Cultivators treat ordinary people like pigs and dogs, bullying them at will. Although it's more regulated in the immortal city, it's not the same in other cities. Li Tian sighed. Senior Li has been to many big cities? Jiang Chen asked curiously. To be honest, I've traveled to all 36 cities in the southern sky. Li Tian seemed a bit helpless. If Senior encounters any difficulties, feel free to speak up. If I can help, I will, Jiang Chen said. To be honest, I have some like-minded friends who can't stand seeing cultivators bullying ordinary people and are determined to change the world. So we have been traveling around, hoping to find more like-minded people. Li Tian's eyes lit up, then he asked, what does Brother Jiang do? Are you interested in joining us? Li Tian looked at Jiang Chen expectantly. For him, pulling Jiang Chen into their cause would be a great help. In his view, having a nascent soul cultivator as a bodyguard was extraordinary and would be very helpful for his ideals and aspirations. Jiang Chen was surprised by this revelation. He didn't expect that Li Tian was aiming for a revolution. He held great respect for someone like Li Tian. But revolutions require sacrifices, and Jiang Chen hasn't reached that level of enlightenment yet. In a world where personal combat power is paramount, revolution is even more challenging. I'm just a fortune teller, I'm afraid I can't be of much help to you, Jiang Chen politely declined. Li Tian, upon hearing this, didn't feel too disappointed. He had encountered such situations many times before and wasn't one to get angry just because someone refused. However, he was somewhat surprised to learn that Jiang Chen was just a fortune teller. He had always thought Jiang Chen was a young master from a prominent family. In that case, Brother Jiang, please read my fortune and see if we can succeed. Seniorly, I have a rule for fortune-telling, payment upfront, and the price is non-negotiable, Jiang Chen stated clearly. Truth be told, Jiang Chen was worried that Li Tian might not have the money. It was rare for a nascent soul stage cultivator to end up in his situation. Despite his exceptional talent, reaching the nascent soul stage was already remarkable, but in the spirit realm, he could easily establish a sect and become a minor grandmaster in a small area. At the very least, he could make a living. However, judging by Li Tian's appearance, he didn't seem like someone who could pay much. Li Tian, unfazed, said, "Although your rule is a bit strange, I believe you have real skills. How much is the fee?" After consulting the system, Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then pointed to Li Tian and stated an unexpected price. 1 spirit stone. Ming Shifei, who had been sipping tea on the side, was also taken aback. In his impression, Jiang Chen had never charged less than 10,000, so 1 spirit stone was a bargain. Li Tian was surprised too, but he took out a spirit stone and handed it to Jiang Chen. "Brother, please read it for us. Can we succeed?" Jiang Chen went through the motions, pretending to calculate with his right hand while consulting the system in his mind. System, success rate is less than 1 in 10,000, dear. Jiang Chen understood. With such a low success rate, even 1 spirit stone felt expensive. He composed himself and didn't reveal the divination directly but looked at Li Tian, asking seriously, "Seniorly, the divination has been cast, but before I reveal it, may I ask why you seek revolution?" Revolution? That word is fitting. Li Tian looked out the window, lost in thought, his tone turning somber. "Brother Jiang, do you know how many mortal children in Dengxian City can safely reach adulthood? And how many can live a normal life until old age?" Jiang Chen was taken aback. He was completely ignorant about such matters and sought help from Ming Shifei, hoping he could provide an answer. As the mentor of Duguyu, Ming Shifei's knowledge was vast. He glanced at Li Tian and shared a series of numbers that deeply moved Jiang Chen. Dengxian City has a population of over 1,560,000, with around 100,000 newborns each year. The survival rate is less than 70%, and among those who reach adulthood safely, only half can live a normal life until old age. Excluding natural disasters, less than 1% can do so. Jiang Chen was speechless for a long time. Little Belle, who was serving nearby, was stunned, dropping the teapot on the table without noticing. Li Tian sighed heavily and asked, "Have you ever seen cultivators practicing evil arts, slaughtering thousands overnight to refine pills?" Jiang Chen's breath hitched at the question. "Or heard of cultivators fighting, causing waves of destruction that ruin thousands of acres of farmland and houses, directly killing tens of thousands of mortals and leaving hundreds of thousands homeless?" Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression thoughtful. "Do you know of a female cultivator who, in order to preserve her youth, didn't hesitate to extract the essence of hundreds of young girls to concoct her elixirs?" Li Tian recounted one incident after another of cultivators bullying ordinary people, his tone growing more urgent and intense with each word. Bang! Li Tian slammed his fists heavily on the tea table. "I don't know if you've seen or heard of these things, but I witnessed them with my own eyes and heard them with my own ears. If it weren't for my luck when I was young, I would have become a plaything for some big shot by now. Cultivators look down on ordinary people, caring nothing for their lives, only taking what they want from them. I once asked a senior, cultivators all come from ordinary people's cultivation. If one day there are no more ordinary people, will there still be cultivators?" I remember the senior's response vividly, "Ordinary people are born fast but die endlessly." I was speechless for a long time after hearing that. This is not a normal world, it needs to change, and I hope to be the first to bring about that change. Jiang Chen was moved by his words. This cultivator before him, dressed plainly and carrying nothing but a sword, had such a noble belief. If I told you that your chances of success are less than 1 in 10,000, would you still continue? Jiang Chen couldn't bear to tell him the truth, but he also didn't want to give him false hope. "Just tell me it's not 0, Li Tian said calmly. "The divination shows it's less than 1 in 10,000, so although it's not 0, it's close enough," Jiang Chen admitted. To his surprise, Li Tian smiled happily upon hearing this, like a child who had just received candy. "Not 0 is good enough, not 0 is good enough." Jiang Chen stared blankly at this middle-aged man who found solace in the fact that his odds were not 0, unable to offer any words of comfort. It seemed that he didn't need Jiang Chen's reassurance. The phrase, "less than 1 in 10,000, was the greatest help to him. "Jiang brother, do you know, neither I nor any of my companions ever thought we would succeed. We just felt that there are some things you must do, or your heart will never be at peace. 1 in 10,000 is sufficient. Ming Shifei looked at this middle-aged man, whom he had previously deemed worthless, and for the first time, he felt small. Although he could easily crush him with a finger, he could no longer regard him with indifference. If your aptitude could be slightly better, your cultivation achievements would be limitless. This was not an empty promise. The nascent soul stage was a very special realm. If the Yuaning stage could still be considered human in a sense, the nascent soul stage was the crucial first step towards the immortal path. If Li Tian's mental state was strong enough to break through to the nascent soul stage, Ming Shifei dared to say that he would definitely become an immortal in the future. But life is often full of disappointments. Ming Shifei sighed inwardly. Even if he were to have just a bit more talent, this ordinary man before him would bring surprises to the world. Kid, eavesdropping for so long, what do you want? Ming Shifei suddenly waved his hand, and a gust of wind flew out, pushing the door open. A small figure stumbled and fell to the ground due to the lack of preparation. Upon closer inspection, it was Abu. At some point, Abu, who had escorted the little girl home, had returned and sneaked into the tea house to eavesdrop outside the private room. I want to be your disciple and change the world with you. Abu, wiping the blood from his nose as he got up from the ground, said solemnly to Li Tian. Li Tian was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, he was giving a passionate speech about the world's injustices, and now he was faced with a disciple-seeking request, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Li Tian looked at Abu kneeling on the ground, at a loss. I heard everything outside. I want to change the world with you. Please accept me as your disciple, master. Abu was clever too. Without saying a word, he knocked his head 3 times, indicating that he wouldn't get up unless Li Tian agreed. Li Tian was hesitant. It wasn't that he didn't want an heir to inherit his teachings. He knew how dangerous and hopeless his endeavors were better than anyone. He didn't want to involve a child like Abu in his risky business. His ideal candidates were people like Zhang Chen, those with status and power who could help when it mattered most. Abu, on the other hand, would be helpless in a dangerous situation in this world. I'm afraid it's not possible. I can't even take care of myself, let alone bring you along with me without any benefit to you, Li Tian spoke honestly. Abu remained silent, biting his lip and continuing to knock his head incessantly. Li Tian was deeply moved by Abu's determination. But considering his own situation, he couldn't bring himself to agree to the child's request. Reluctantly, he gently lifted Abu with a soft spiritual force, preventing him from continuing to harm himself by knocking his head on the floor. Seniorly, I think you should accept him, Zhang Chen spoke up from the side. He really liked this child named Abu. Intelligent, resilient, perceptive, tactful, and most importantly, emotionally invested. But Li Tian wanted to say more. Seniorly, perhaps you've misunderstood something, Zhang Chen interrupted, sipping his slightly bitter tea, the taste stimulating his taste buds with a lingering fragrance. You've made a mistake by seeking us out. In your mind, people of our status are your enemies, while ordinary people like Abu are your allies. And what you're doing now is undoubtedly seeking help from your enemies. If it were me, I wouldn't help you without benefiting myself. Not losing my temper with you already shows my respect for you. Li Tian pondered Zhang Chen's words seriously for a while and suddenly realized that Zhang Chen was right. He seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding. Then, who should I look for? Li Tian asked immediately, believing that since Zhang Chen could say such things, he must have a solution. Zhang Chen pursed his lips, looking at Abu. Far away in the sky, right in front of you. Him? But he's just an ordinary person, even a child. What can he do? Zhang Chen looked at the middle-aged man, whose mind seemed lacking in planning beyond fervor, contemplating whether to admire or criticize his desire to overthrow the existing social order. What is your intention? Zhang Chen inquired. Of course, it's to stop ordinary people from being bullied by cultivators, to give them the courage and strength to live in this world with dignity. Li Tian, somewhat naive, had always believed that he only wanted to seek equal rights for the countless ordinary people in the spirit realm, unaware that he was actually reshaping the social hierarchy. Who would hate these bullying cultivators the most? Of course, ordinary people. Li Tian still didn't understand Zhang Chen's point. Then aren't ordinary people your best allies? Why seek us, the beneficiaries? I haven't had my fill yet. Zhang Chen naturally placed himself in the position of a beneficiary. Little Bell, pour tea for this young master. Then massage my legs. Zhang Chen arrogantly ordered Little Bell, acting like a landlord, as if he were going to revolutionize without any regard for his family's ancestral graves. But ordinary people don't have the power to resist, do they? You're really quite foolish. Can't you train them yourself? Even in the nascent soul stage, they can live for 500 years, right? Aren't cultivators also cultivated from ordinary people? Zhang Chen retorted angrily. Suddenly, he felt that the system's 1 in a million probability might actually be too high. With Li Tian's limited intelligence, it seems quite challenging for the Tianling realm to embrace a life guided by the core socialist values. Li Tian slapped his head and exclaimed, "Right, why didn't I think of that? My aptitude is limited, so this is how my life will be. But they are different. In the Tianling realm, one way to become a cultivator is to join a sect. However, without exceptional aptitude, it's impossible to enter these sects. Another way is to come from a family of cultivators with inherited techniques to practice. If it weren't for Li Tian's fortunate encounters in his early years, his aptitude alone wouldn't even be enough for basic cultivation. Cultivation is brutal like that. There are prodigies like Dugayu, who reach the foundation establishment stage before turning 18. On the other hand, some struggle their whole lives, with reaching the golden core stage being a distant dream. Cultivation not only requires exceptional aptitude but also an abundance of resources. Who knows how many treasures Duguqing poured into Dugayu's cultivation? Among ordinary people, there are many with outstanding aptitude, even prodigies, who remain unremarkable due to a lack of proper cultivation techniques or awareness of their own potential, wasting their lives away. Jiang Chen's words awakened Li Tian from his reverie. Suddenly, Li Tian felt a bright path laid out before him. It might be a longer route, but it was undoubtedly smoother than his previous path. Overjoyed, Li Tian immediately looked at Abu. In his eyes, Abu was like an uncut jade waiting for him to uncover its beauty. Abu felt a bit intimidated by the way Li Tian looked at him, and he suddenly thought that maybe guiding others would suit him better. Little did he know that from that moment on, his life would undergo a drastic change, and the days ahead would never be as leisurely as before. Li Tian approached Abu, grasping his frail body with both hands, exploring and infusing a faint spiritual power into Abu's body. After a while, Li Tian's eyes lit up as he gazed at Abu as if he had discovered a peerless beauty. "Excellent, with such aptitude, I almost let you slip away." The spiritual power he infused into Abu's body was like a fish in water, swimming smoothly within Abu. Li Tian turned to Ming Shifei earnestly, "Senior, please take a look. I'm not sure if this is the legendary spirit-infused body." Ming Shifei's eyes narrowed at the mention, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Abu. Placing his hand on Abu's head, he injected a stream of spiritual energy into Abu's body, carefully examining him with closed eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Abu seriously. "Kid, I'll give you a chance. How about becoming my disciple? Following him will only waste your talent." Abu was a bit confused at the sudden turn of events. Just a moment ago, he felt like unwanted trash, and now he was a sought-after treasure. Li Tian anxiously looked at Ming Shifei, wanting to speak but unsure of what to say. It wasn't that he feared Ming Shifei, he wouldn't have considered revolution if he were that type of person. It's just that if Abu truly possessed a spirit-infused body or a similarly exceptional constitution, guiding him would also mean burying his potential. Ming Shifei was right about this, and Li Tian acknowledged it. "Kid, why hesitate? Hurry and become my disciple. Miss this opportunity, and you'll regret it," chimed in the three-legged golden crow. After contemplating for a while, Abu looked up at Ming Shifei with a serious expression and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but I would like to become Li Tian's disciple." Li Tian, filled with excitement, looked at Abu. "Think it over. His path is nearly impossible to succeed in, but if you become my disciple, you will immediately rise above the rest in the immortal city, receiving the best guidance and treatment. With your talent, you might truly ascend to immortality in the future." Ming is the temptation of right and wrong. Abu, upon hearing this, struggled in his eyes. But in the end, as if he had made a decision, he still said seriously, "I have thought it through. Even if I can't change the status of mortals, what does it matter even if I can become immortal? Kid, I'll ask you again, if you accept him as your master, it's a disgrace to me, and in the end, he will be my enemy. Are you sure? I don't care about him, but I must admit your talent is strong. I don't mind eliminating a potential enemy now." Ming is the temptation of right and wrong directly threatened. Unexpectedly, Abu seemed even more firm in his beliefs, his eyes filled with hatred as he looked at Ming as the temptation of right and wrong. He had been lonely and helpless since childhood, bestowed upon by these lofty cultivators. "If you want to kill or torture, do as you please. If I frown, it doesn't mean I'm not a hero," Abu said firmly, with no intention of bowing down. "Kid, I advise you to be sensible. You only have one life, so stay calm and don't be reckless," the three-legged golden crow said softly. Jiang Chen, on the side, squinted his eyes as he drank tea, completely indifferent, enjoying the massage from the little bell. Li Tian was a bit anxious. "Senior Ming, don't argue with a child." "Abu, why don't you hurry and bow to Senior Ming?" "No, a person like him is not worthy of being my master." Abu remained stubborn.
Kid, if you die in the future, your stubbornness will never change. The three-legged golden crow mocked.
Ming, as the temptation of right and wrong gathered his spiritual power, and an ice blade appeared in his hand, ready to stab Abu.
Stop! Li Tian shouted, standing between the two, using his techniques to wield his sword in defense.
But he was no match for Ming as the temptation of right and wrong. The ancient long sword was completely frozen upon contact with the ice blade. The ice quickly spread along the sword, forcing Li Tian to abandon it. He was about to retreat with Abu in his arms, but his speed was no match for Ming as the temptation of right and wrong. The ice blade followed closely and, to Abu's astonishment, stabbed directly at Li Tian's heart.
Ah, master! Abu screamed in pain. Li Tian slowly fell to the ground in Abu's desperate eyes.
Kid, remember, he died because of you. Ming, is the temptation of right and wrong, said coldly. Then, the ice blade slowly moved towards his neck.
Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go.
Abu's eyes were red, his young face completely distorted, staring fiercely at Ming as the temptation of right and wrong, as if to etch him into his heart.
The ice blade slid across Abu's neck without any hindrance.
He felt the bone-chilling cold spread throughout his body instantly, unable to muster any strength.
Then, darkness enveloped him. Am I dying? Abu had never felt his eyelids so heavy. It seemed like he was dreaming. Everything in the dream was so beautiful.
The little flower had grown up, as beautiful as his name implied.
He no longer had to struggle every day for a mouthful of food.
The cultivators were kind and used various spells to help mortals.
Mortals were diligent, striving for a better life.
After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was Li Tian's wrinkled face, with glistening tear marks.
Master? Am I dead? Li Tian shook his head. Silly child, you're fine. Don't be so stubborn in the future. Only by staying alive do you have a chance. Once you're dead, it's all over. What about just now?
It was then that Abu noticed Jiang Chen and Ming as the temptation of right and wrong looking at him with amusement.
The black crow on Jiang Chen's shoulder even smiled in a very human-like way. This kid is good, courageous.
The three-legged golden crow praised.
Senior Ming, is he okay? Li Tian asked, still worried about Abu's weakness.
Don't worry, I just removed the accumulated hidden illnesses and cold toxins from his body.
After a few days of recuperation, he will be even stronger than before.
Ming, is the temptation of right and wrong, said leisurely while sipping his tea.
The astute Abu immediately understood everything and quickly got up to kowtow 3 times towards Ming Sifei.
Great kindness and grace from the adult, the child will never forget it. If there is a next life, I will definitely be the adult's disciple, willing to work like an ox or horse to repay this great kindness.
Go on, you won't lose out either way. Ming Sifei laughed and scolded. Child, remember your choice today. Since you are stepping into cultivation, remember your original intention and the first impulse when cultivating. That will be the most precious thing on your cultivation path in the future. Abu seemed to understand. Remember the words of Senior Ming.
Just now, Senior Ming was asking about your heart, which is of great benefit to your cultivation. I didn't have a teacher back then, so I wouldn't have taken on disciples at all.
Without this question, you might have been delayed, Li Tian solemnly said.
Ming Sifei did indeed consider taking on disciples, but he wouldn't lower himself to compete with Li Tian for disciples, even if it was a rare spiritual body that appeared once in 100 years. He was just moved by their spirits, so he deliberately helped out. He also adjusted Abu's body meridians and gave him a small treatment.
Abu immediately kowtowed heavily 3 times again. Alright, stop kowtowing. If you keep going, you'll ruin the floor.
Your poor master won't have money to compensate.
Go on, it's time to go home.
Jiang Chen stood up, bid farewell to Ming Sifei and Little Bell, and was about to leave.
Li Tian and Abu hurriedly saw them off.
Jiang Chen waved his hand without looking back, but when he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said, "Comrade." Everyone was puzzled by his words. Jiang Chen smiled and looked at Li Tian, saying, "I'll give you a word," meaning someone who shares the same aspirations as you. In the future, when you meet someone with the same ambitions, you can call them a comrade. Li Tian pondered over this word in his heart, his eyes shining brighter. Revolution. Comrade. Then, he deeply bowed towards Jiang Chen's departing figure. As night fell, Jiang Chen hurried back to his room. Once again, he firmly refused Little Bell's request to stay up late. Joking aside, if even this small secret of his was discovered, it would be unacceptable. Tonight, he wasn't planning on drawing lots again but saving up his luck values for future use. There were too many good things in the system that he desired but couldn't afford. The lottery system was too unreliable and unfair. He could only accumulate slowly, bit by bit. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he recalled the cultivation route of the 8-9 profound art and began to practice. A mysterious aura emanated as he continuously recited the incantations in his hands. However, as this aura spread about a yard away from his body, it was blocked by an invisible force.
It was as if there was an unseen barrier surrounding him tightly.
When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly entered his body, it remained unaffected by this force. This was the effect of the hidden moonstone.
The three-legged golden crow widened its eyes, curiously watching Jiang Chen's cultivation practice.
Having observed Jiang Chen's practice the night before, it felt that the flow of Tao around Jiang Chen was extraordinary.
Today, upon closer observation, it was even more profound.
However, limited to visual observation, whenever it tried to extend its spiritual awareness and carefully ponder, Jiang Chen in its consciousness appeared to be just an ordinary person with no cultivation.
This scene amazed it. "Big brother, big brother." The three-legged golden crow couldn't help but call out.
Jiang Chen felt he had just entered a state when he was abruptly awakened by the three-legged golden crow, feeling extremely annoyed.
"Is your damn skin itching again?" Faced with Jiang Chen's unfriendly gaze, the three-legged golden crow automatically ignored it. "Big brother, what cultivation technique are you practicing? It looks awesome." Jiang Chen was quite pleased with the flattery from the three-legged golden crow. "Hee, you have good taste. This technique is called the 8-9 profound art, have you heard of it?" The three-legged golden crow. It was too knowledgeable.
As a divine beast produced by the system, the three-legged golden crow's knowledge was definitely top-notch.
"Oh my goodness, Big brother is truly amazing.
Just casually practicing the 8-9 profound art, that's awesome." Saying this, the three-legged golden crow humanized itself by giving a thumbs up with its wings.
"Do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you," Jiang Chen offered generously.
As future brothers who would share weal and woe, Jiang Chen was quite open-minded towards the three-legged golden crow.
"No need, I don't need to cultivate. Why would I need that stuff?" This remark infuriated Jiang Chen.
It dawned on him that the cultivation of this guy in front of him was completely linked to him. As long as he cultivated, the three-legged golden crow would grow along with him. The feeling of working for others was truly disgusting. However, the three-legged golden crow didn't notice Jiang Chen's darkening expression and continued, "My golden crow clan has innate divine abilities, so there's no need to cultivate any techniques or divine skills. Once the cultivation reaches a certain level, the abilities will naturally manifest." Suppressing the urge to beat him up again, Jiang Chen continued to cultivate with closed eyes, completely ignoring him. But this guy was a chatterbox. Once he started talking, he didn't stop. "Big brother, how old are you this year?"
"Am I older than you?"
"Big brother, what are your innate divine abilities?"
"Big brother, are you going to practice flying tonight?"
"Big brother, let me tell you, excessive self-gratification is harmful."
"Big brother, what color are your underpants?"
The three-legged golden crow's chatter made Jiang Chen furrow his brows tighter and tighter, making it impossible for him to concentrate on cultivation.
"You mother fasterous cur." After a series of disturbances, Jiang Chen smoothly entered cultivation.
The three-legged golden crow also entered deep sleep. The next few days were peaceful, with nothing out of the ordinary happening. However, Jiang Chen noticed that his cultivation speed seemed to have slowed down. On the first day of cultivation, he advanced straight to the third level of the mortal transformation realm. The next day, although the speed was still fast, he only advanced by one realm. But starting from the third day, the speed of advancement was as slow as a turtle's crawl. There was hardly any progress. It seemed that his cultivation had hit a bottleneck, but he had never heard of a bottleneck appearing in the mortal transformation realm. After several days of continuous cultivation, he still couldn't break through to the fifth level of the mortal transformation realm. He felt that the spiritual energy in his body was overflowing, but he couldn't break through the realm. With no better solution, Jiang Chen could only continue to patiently cultivate. He had also asked the three-legged golden crow, but unfortunately, the three-legged golden crow was clueless. "Please don't discuss such profound matters with me." He had also used the daily divination provided by the system, but each time the result was that his cultivation had not reached its peak yet, so he needed to continue working hard. The system didn't reveal anything, which made Jiang Chen curse and think that cheap things were not good, and free things were even worse. He knew that the system was deliberately teasing him, hoping that he would seek help actively, thus depleting his limited fortune points savings. Just as he was hesitating whether to seek help from the system, Duga Qing and Qin Xiaofeng returned. The news was brought by Jie Bao. "I wonder how the city lord Lu Qingfeng of the Phoenix City is doing. But since these two old foxes dared to take action, it must be almost certain. It's just unknown how much benefit they could gain from the immortal city. As for directly devouring the Phoenix City, just getting rid of Lu Qingfeng wouldn't be enough." Jiang, the city lord invites you to the city lord's mansion, Jiabao said with a pig's trotter in his mouth and a bag in his hand, coming to inform him.
Jia, do you know why the city lord is looking for me?
Jiang Chen had some guesses, but he still wanted to hear the exact news from Jiabao. This nascent soul stage cultivator, who was strong in limbs but simple-minded, seemed to have gained the joint trust of Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng due to their close relationship. However, due to his personality, Jiabao didn't take it seriously. I'm not sure, you'll know when you go, but it seems to be related to the incident with the Phoenix City's nephew that was captured a few days ago. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen understood.
Qin Lao, do you think this Mr. Zhang's divination skills are so powerful that he even predicted our support for Lu Qingmu?
Du Guqing looked at Qin Xiaofeng, who was sitting beside him with his eyes closed.
Why are you so indecisive this time?
Qin Xiaofeng didn't even lift his eyelids. Old man, I just finished a fight, my body is all loose, and now I have to rack my brains to solve your puzzles? Du Guqing looked at Qin Xiaofeng somewhat helplessly. This master in front of him seemed to have changed drastically after the battle with Lu Qingfeng, turning into a rascal, completely devoid of the heroic attitude he had when facing him in Dengxian City.
Lu Qingmu was the elder brother of the city lord Lu Qingfeng of the Phoenix City.
Although his strength had not yet reached the return to Void Realm, he was not far off. This time, Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng were preparing to support him as the future city lord of Phoenix City, in order to control Phoenix City.
The appearance of Lu Tianji undoubtedly made it more convenient for the two to control Lu Qingmu. Jiang Chen smoothly entered Du Guqing's study in the city lord's mansion.
As soon as he entered, Qin Xiaofeng changed his lazy demeanor from before and appeared in front of Jiang Chen with a vigor that did not match his age.
Oh, Jiang, you finally came. Haven't seen you in days, really missed you.
Qin Xiaofeng warmly shook Jiang Chen's hand, pulling him to sit down affectionately.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve the tea. Qin Xiaofeng scolded.
Du Guqing, looking at the shameless Qin Xiaofeng, restrained his anger and carefully took out his precious tea leaves, brewed a pot of good tea, and served it.
Mr. Jiang, you are truly insightful. The two of us effortlessly took down Lu Qingfeng's head. And you also captured Lu Tianji, making it easier for us to control Lu Qingmu and thus control Phoenix City.
Your strategies are truly impeccable. Du Guqing also did not fall behind, smiling happily. Mr.
Jiang, you didn't see the expression on Lu Qingfeng's face when we appeared at the Phoenix Mountain. It was as if he had eaten a fly.
The two of them exchanged words, revealing the whole story. It turned out that while waiting for Lu Qingfeng to leave the city to pay respects to his ancestors, they sneaked into the city and successfully made contact with Lu Qingfeng's elder brother, Lu Qingmu.
They made promises to support Lu Qingmu's rise to power after getting rid of Lu Qingfeng.
Then they discussed deepening the connection between the two cities to jointly dominate the southern domain in the future. Compared to Lu Qingfeng, Lu Qingmu was completely incompetent and no match for these two old foxes. They easily deceived him and extracted all the precise information about Lu Qingfeng. Moreover, when the two sneaked into the Phoenix Nest, they took advantage of the situation to move all of Lu Qingfeng's personal guards away, providing them with an opportunity.
Lu Qingmu was indeed a strange character.
Although he had decent cultivation talent, his mind was truly simple. He arrogantly believed he was capable, thinking that if his younger brother's cultivation was not higher than his, he should be the city lord of Phoenix City. Dissatisfied with Lu Qingfeng for a long time, upon learning of Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng's intentions, he immediately betrayed his own younger brother without hesitation. At that time, his enthusiasm was so great that even Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng were somewhat incredulous, fearing it might be a trick. However, it turned out later that he was truly foolish. If it weren't for Lu Qingfeng holding the banner for the Lu family, Lu Qingmu would have been duped by the deceitful cultivation world long ago. Without any setbacks, although Lu Qingfeng stabilized himself in the Phoenix Nest, he was no match for Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng, who were prepared in advance, and was easily controlled by them. Not only did he meet a tragic end, but all the accumulations of 1,000 years fell into the hands of the two.
Phoenix City was indeed very wealthy.
Du Guqing's eyes turned red after seeing the cultivation resources in Lu Qingfeng's storage magic treasure, exclaiming that he was truly a country bumpkin.
The entire accumulation of Dengxian City couldn't even compare to the private funds of a city lord.
Robbing was much more profitable than doing honest business. Du Guqing and the others, having tasted success, could no longer stop themselves.
So, from now on, will the Phoenix City be in your pockets? Jiang Chen probed. The two exchanged a glance, then said meaningfully, how could the Phoenix City be ours? The Phoenix City has always belonged to the Lu family. We have always supported the Lu family on this matter.
Jiang Chen found it hard to believe these two old foxes.
He directly asked, Elders, tell me, what conditions did Lu Qingmu promise you in exchange for your support?
It's nothing major, just that 2/3 of the annual Tianfeng grass output will be allocated for investment in the construction of the Ascension City, and a small portion of assistant cultivators will be dispatched to aid in the city's development. Hearing this, Jiang Chen smirked. This small portion of assistant cultivators probably make up more than 80% of the assistant cultivators in Phoenix City.
The two chuckled at Jiang Chen's words, not denying it.
Assistant cultivators refer to cultivators mainly focused on secondary professions like alchemy, artifact forging, and array formation.
Due to their aptitude limitations, they had to explore alternative paths, studying alchemy and other derivatives of cultivation.
Although their combat strength was not as high, their importance to a faction was no less than that of regular cultivators, sometimes even greater. Phoenix City relied on a large number of assistant cultivators and Tianfeng grass to rank high in financial power in the entire Southern Sky region.
You two are practically draining the lifeblood and uprooting the foundation of Phoenix City, Jiang Chen bluntly stated.
Oh, sir, you misunderstand. This is mutually beneficial. Only by making Ascension City stronger can we better support Lord Lu in securing his position as the city lord. It's just a few external resources, the two said with a smile, resembling foxes who had stolen a mother hen. Today, we invited you here for two reasons. Firstly, to share this good news with you, as you have contributed significantly to this matter, and we are now comrades on the same front.
Secondly, to thank you for bringing us a great gift. Jiang Chen now fully understood their intentions and said, "It's Lu Tianji, right?"
Exactly. With him, Lu Qingmu can be better controlled.
With Phoenix City as a springboard, we will have an absolute advantage in dominating the entire Southern Sky region.
At this point, Du Guqing exuded an aura of dominance, showing his ambition without reservation.
Qin Xiaofeng, with a meaningful look, couldn't fathom what he was thinking.
I believe you have other matters to discuss with me, right?
Jiang Chen didn't consider himself an equal to the two.
I knew I couldn't hide it from you, so I'll be direct, Du Guqing said after calming down.
The news of Lu Qingfeng's death will spread throughout the Southern Sky region in a few days.
At that time, other city lords will surely eye Phoenix City, wanting a piece of the pie. So, I would like you to calculate which cities will be involved and even provide detailed information on the cultivation techniques and backgrounds of those city lords.
Jiang Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this.
The two were aware of his divination rules. The more detailed and secretive the information, the more offerings were required. It seemed that these two had gained quite a lot of benefits from Lu Qingfeng, but this suited his intentions perfectly. Elders, I suggest we first identify which city lords have ambitions towards Phoenix City, then selectively gather detailed information on those posing significant threats. Otherwise, calculating so many high-level cultivators at once might leave you bankrupt, Jiang Chen kindly advised. The two were immediately brought back to reality by Jiang Chen's cold water splash.
Remembering that each weakness required 100,000 spirit stones or equivalent in offerings for divination, they winced.
Jiang Chen's divinations were accurate, but they were just too costly. At this point, no matter how much money they had to spend, it would be worth it. Du Guqing gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and various rare spiritual resources, herbs, and spiritual tools appeared on the floor of the study room. Most of these were obtained from Lu Qingfeng, with a small portion being his private collection. Du Guqing looked at the freshly acquired resources, knowing that they would soon belong to Jiang Chen, which made him grind his teeth in frustration.
He glared at the smug Qin Xiaofeng and said, "What are you waiting for? Do you really expect me to handle this alone?"
Qin Xiaofeng, feeling helpless, also took out a large amount of cultivation resources for Jiang Chen to use in divination. At this moment, the two of them were in the same boat, and it was not the time to play tricks.
Qin Xiaofeng was willing to pay the price without hesitation. Du Guqing inspected the items Qin Xiaofeng brought out, nodded in satisfaction, and remarked, "Why bother counting? Mine are just a bit more than yours." Qin Xiaofeng retorted irritably, "It's safer to count anyway." Du Guqing, with a carefree smile, replied, "At my age, do you think I would have fewer worldly possessions than you?"
Qin Xiaofeng was so annoyed that he puffed up his cheeks, looking like he wanted a clear explanation. Ignoring him, Du Guqing turned to Jiang Chen and asked, "What do you think, Mr.
Jiang? Are these items enough for the divination?"
Jiang Chen, looking at the array of cultivation resources on the ground, was almost drooling.
These two old guys were really wealthy.
He quickly called out to the system, "Come out and estimate the value of these items."
"System, congratulations, you've got a big deal."
"System, degree, stop teasing, just calculate."
"System, these items have a total value of
2.7 million chi luck points."
"Wow, 2.7 million. I'm getting rich."
Jiang Chen was ecstatic. It was like having a pillow delivered when you were about to fall asleep. Worried about his slow progress in cultivation, even with over 20,000 chi luck points, this deal would allow him to reach the golden core realm even if the system tried to cheat him.
After a casual inspection, Jiang Chen said, "It should be enough." Dugu Qing, Qin Xiaofeng. This was already the limit of what the two of them could contribute individually, yet Jiang Chen only said it should be enough. Seeing their unfriendly gazes, Jiang Chen hurriedly added, "Please, sirs, let's not rush. I'm sure it's enough. Let's carefully consider how to proceed for the best outcome."
Their expressions softened slightly at his words.
That sounds more reasonable. With so many people involved in this divination, they had to be meticulous and allocate resources wisely.
Jiang Chen suggested, "Gentlemen, let's first calculate how many people will be involved in the Phoenix City event, then select some unfamiliar faces to analyze in detail."
What do you think? Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng nodded in agreement.
Having spent their lives in the southern domain, they were well versed in the various powers and top experts of the region. Without this knowledge, they wouldn't have their current influence or become grand cultivators in the Return to Void realm.
Jiang Chen directly called on the system for divination. This time, he didn't try to cheat the two men.
Small deals didn't bring much profit, so it was better to be a bit more honest with such a significant transaction. System, for this divination, you will need 30,000 spirit stones or equivalent items. Jiang Chen nodded to himself and selected items worth approximately 500,000 spirit stones under the system's guidance.
Gentlemen, these should suffice. Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng were astonished by Jiang Chen's selection.
They estimated that these items could fetch at least 800,000 if auctioned, but here they were only enough for one divination. They reluctantly agreed, holding back their urge to curse, and gestured for Jiang Chen to proceed with the divination. This time, facing such a large deal, Jiang Chen decided that he must not be as perfunctory as before when performing the divination. He called out to the system, "System, can you add some light and shadow effects to enhance the style, making it easier to attract customers?
I mean, not deceive them."
System, host makes a valid point, my negligence.
The more exquisite the packaging, the more customers will like it. Arranged.
Ding, the Awesome Plus Algorithm Light and Shadow Installation Package has been successfully installed. Jiang Chen immediately felt a surge of energy as the system swiftly collected the selected items, turning them into spiritual energy to nourish him. Then, Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng saw a dramatic change in Jiang Chen's aura, his eyes ethereal, his breath elusive.
A boundless starry sky appeared behind him.
With his left hand forming a sword gesture at his chest and his right hand forming a seal, starlight gushed out from his fingertips, mysterious and extraordinary. Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng were stunned by this scene filled with profound meaning, even gaining some insights into their cultivation, their spiritual energy stirring within them, disbelief written on their faces. They dared not even breathe, afraid of disrupting this hard-earned enlightenment.
It was so worth it.
At their level, ordinary resources for cultivation were no longer effective in advancing further.
Merely focusing on cultivation would not yield significant results. What they needed was just a bit of enlightenment. Even if it cost 500,000 spirit stones, or 1 million, or 2 million, it was all worth it for them. Jiang Chen quietly opened one eye and peeked at the two, surprised to see them sitting cross-legged in a meditative state.
Hiss!
Jiang Chen took a sharp breath. System, isn't this a bit too much? Are we losing in this deal?
System, there's no way around it. It's just that powerful. Consider it a reward for loyal customers.
Jiang Chen.
Seeing the two engrossed in their cultivation, Jiang Chen didn't dare disturb them and sat aside, waiting quietly. He waited until the moon rose high in the sky, yet the two showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Chen could stay awake indefinitely now, but doing so would expose his cultivation secret. He didn't bother with the two anymore and went back to his small house. The Lord's manor was filled with experts, including many nascent soul-stage cultivators, so he had no worries. He thought the two would come out of seclusion soon, but to his surprise, a month passed. During this time, Jiang Chen continued to cultivate diligently. Although he felt his cultivation growing every moment, he couldn't break through to the 5th level of shedding mortal form.
However, it wasn't all in vain.
He practiced some of the extraordinary abilities of the 8-9 profound art. One of them, the Palm Thunder, caught his interest. When mastered, it could even control calamitous thunder with formidable power. But the transformation could only last for 3 minutes, seemingly requiring a breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage for a qualitative leap. Returning to Dugu Qing's study in the Lord's manor, it was over a month later. I am truly ashamed in front of Mr. Jiang, truly ashamed. As soon as Jiang Chen entered, Qin Xiaofeng grabbed his hands, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Dugu Qing, on the other hand, was more straightforward, showing no signs of disrespect for his elders like Qin Xiaofeng.
Thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity. From now on, your matters are our matters. In the immortal Ascension City, what's mine is yours. This promise, whether true or false, carried enough weight.
Jiang Chen naturally felt unworthy of such praise. He then took out a piece of paper from his storage ring and handed it to the two. That day, I didn't dare disturb you both during a crucial moment of cultivation, so I took the liberty to leave first. This is the list of names revealed in the divination that day. You two can take a look. Hearing this, both of their expressions turned serious as they received the list and carefully examined it. As they looked at the familiar names on the list, even the joy of their cultivation progress was overshadowed. Thanks to you this time, otherwise, the consequences would have been quite severe. Duguqing furrowed his brows. There were a total of 13 names on the list, all prominent figures in the city of Tiannan territory. Qin Xiaofeng softly recited a few names from the list: War King Feng Wujin, Fairy Li Qinglan, Yin Yang Taoist Wang Chunsheng.
None of them are easy to deal with.
Duguqing looked at the first name on the list, feeling annoyed. The others are fine, but I never expected him to come back.
Jiang Chen leaned over, looking at that name, Marquis Xiaozai of Xiaoyao City.
Curiously, he asked, who is this person? Duguqing stared fixedly at the name and said, the Lord of Xiaoyao City in the 36 cities of Tiannan, ranked 23rd on the Hidden Abyss list. Apart from those reclusive old monsters in the tribulation period, he is the #1 expert in Tiannan, the most likely to dominate the Tiannan territory. Jiang Chen looked at Duguqing, who was speaking through gritted teeth, and quietly moved to Qin Xiaofeng's side to ask, did this Marquis Xiaoyao steal the heart of Lord Dugu? Qin Xiaofeng also whispered, this Marquis Xiaoyao is not only highly skilled, but also handsome and charming. In your young people's words, he's extremely cool. With that, he glanced at Jiang Chen and added, when I was young, I might have been just a little bit inferior to you. Back in the day, all the female cultivators in Tiannan territory were enamored by him. Lord Dugu's former lover was so captivated at first sight that she left him directly and willingly became the other party's sword-bearing maid. Listening to this juicy gossip, Jiang Chen was so anxious that he scratched his head and searched all over his body but couldn't find a sunflower seed. Qin Lao, gossiping behind people's backs doesn't quite match your identity as a senior cultivator returning to the Void Realm, does it? Duguqing's sinister voice rang in their ears, giving them goosebumps. Hey, Xiao Jian, your clothes are quite stylish. Qin Lao has a good eye. This is my own carefully designed outfit, avant-garde and trendy. How about it, want to try it on? Sure, old man, I love young people's stuff the most. Ignoring their pretense, Duguqing said, Mr. Jiang, let's do the divination first. Duguqing and Qin Xiaofeng deliberated together for a while, pointing at several names on the list, Feng Wujin, Li Qinglan, Wang Chunsheng, Xiaozai. We must know the detailed information and weaknesses of these people. Also, we must grasp the information of these two, Tongxin and Wumian. By the way, the true name of this Wumian is still unknown. Today, we can take this opportunity to find out, Qin Xiaofeng curiously said. This time, Jiang Chen directly packaged the remaining items worth more than 220 and threw them to the system. After receiving the money, Jiang Chen wasted no time and directly activated the atmosphere lamp to start divination. It was still a mysterious and profound scene, but after their enlightenment from the last time, it looked different now. After a moment, rows of words appeared out of thin air in front of Duguqing and Qin Xiaofeng, floating in the air. They both looked intently and were pleased to see the detailed information and weaknesses of these people and their techniques. It's settled. However, this time the weaknesses of these people were not as fatal as Liu Qingfeng's before. But at their level, even a slight advantage was enough to secure victory. Yet, facing so many opponents at once, the pressure on them was still immense. Fighting was not just about who had more cards, the battle situation was ever-changing, and even knowing the opponent's weaknesses did not guarantee absolute victory. They needed to plan carefully. After a while, they memorized all this information. Then, together with Jiang Chen, they looked at the name of Wumian. And then, the three burst into thunderous laughter. Such a badass nickname, and the real name is actually Niu Zuihua. Ha ha ha. Among the three, Jiang Chen laughed the loudest. Even the composed Duguqing couldn't hold back his laughter. Qin Xiaofeng laughed so hard that he threw his cane aside and couldn't straighten his back. A quarter of an hour passed before the three of them regained their strength. Mr. Jiang, would you be interested in taking a trip to the Phoenix City? Duguqing smiled and invited. Jiang Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. Being away from home, there were so many unexpected dangers, one had to be cautious at all times, unlike the comfort of being at home. However, he was not the type to live a mundane life until old age. He was indeed interested in traveling at public expense. Moreover, his relationship with Duguqing and Qin Xiaofeng was currently in a honeymoon phase, so there was some security.
After a brief thought, he made a decision and nodded, saying, "Let's broaden our horizons." Duga Cheng and the others smiled at each other upon hearing this. "When it's time to depart, I will inform you separately, sir. Then I'll trouble the city lord." Jiang Chen felt very good as he left the city lord's mansion. The thought of the over 2,900,000 Chiluk value in his balance made Jiang Chen unconsciously smile. Having money gives confidence. Jiang Chen decided that he must resolve the issue of cultivation tonight. Patiently, he finally accumulated nearly 3 million Chiluk value today. With so much Chiluk value, Jiang Chen couldn't think of anything that could stop his cultivation progress. "System, today, as you wish, bring out all the good stuff you've been hiding." Jiang Chen roared in his mind. "System, alright, dear, I will definitely satisfy you today." Impatiently, Jiang Chen ran back to his small courtyard all the way, instructed a small bell not to disturb him, and then plunged into his room, closing the doors and windows. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eager to say, "System, bring out the good stuff." "System, here you go, dear customer." "System, what's going on with me?" Jiang Chen asked impatiently. "System, you're cultivating too fast." "Jiang Chen, what do you mean?" "System, your body is like a bucket. The higher your cultivation, the more advanced it is. The 8-9 profound art is too high-end. Starting cultivation too quickly, it instantly fills your spiritual sea to the 10th layer of mortal shedding. However, due to your own reasons, you can't accommodate cultivation beyond the 5th layer, so you have to take it slow and widen the bucket first." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen understood the system's words. The 8-9 profound art was too heaven-defying, filling his spiritual sea to the 4th layer of mortal shedding in the shortest time possible. But this was his current limit. Next, he had to rely on gradual progress to expand his spiritual sea until it could accommodate the spiritual energy needed for the 10th layer of mortal shedding. Even Dugiyu, the youngest Yuan infant stage cultivator in the celestial realm, took a full 3 years to cultivate to the mortal shedding realm. In just a few days, Jiang Chen had crossed the accumulation process of others for several years or even decades. The speed of shedding 3 layers of mortal realm in one night was too fast, giving him a sense of being out of place. When the cultivation speed slowed down later, the gap was too significant, and his heart became restless. After understanding the reason, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "From your tone, it seems like you have a way to solve this problem in a short time, right?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Knowing the system well, he knew that it was about to start reaping the benefits. As expected. "System, as the protagonist, of course, you have to be unmatched in cultivation speed. For this reason, this system specially introduces the Rapid Cultivation Gift Package." Immediately, a screen appeared in front of Jiang Chen that only he could see. Enlightenment Mode Experience Card. Each card provides 12 hours of enlightenment effect, increasing cultivation speed by 80%. Selling price, 5,000 Chiluk value. Innate Tao Body Experience Card. Each card allows the host to temporarily become an innate Tao body for 12 hours, increasing cultivation speed by 120%. Selling price, 10,000 Chiluk value. Full Body Exchange Selling price, 50 million Chiluk value. Chaos God Body Experience Card. Each card allows the host to temporarily become the Chaos God Body for 12 hours, increasing cultivation speed by 150% and boosting combat power by 50% during the same period. Selling for 30,000 Chiluk points, fully exchanging for 1 billion Chiluk points. Note, can be stacked for use. Jiang Chen looked at the 3 cultivation gift packages displayed on the screen, unconsciously drooling at the corner of his mouth. The effects were truly amazing. The 8-9 profound technique could only provide an extremely fast absorption rate of spiritual energy, and the most crucial aspect of advancement was one's own comprehension of the Tao. In this regard, the 8-9 profound technique was of no help. After all, the founder of this technique never imagined that those who cultivated it would have such low cultivation talent as Jiang Chen. The more talented a cultivator was, the closer they were to the Tao. What an ordinary person might take a year to comprehend, they might only need a day, or even just a thought. This was the aptitude for cultivating immortality, the foundation. Diligence in cultivation was important, but aptitude was even more crucial. The former determined your lower limit, but the latter determined your upper limit. If all 3 gift packages were combined, there would be a 350% additional speed boost, which was simply incredibly strong. However, the only downside was that it was too expensive. With Jiang Chen's current wealth, if he only cultivated for half a day from night to morning, it would only last him 2 months. He thought 3 million Chiluk points were already quite a lot, but it turned out to be worth only 2 months of the experience card. Indeed, when it came to being a sheep to be sheared, the system never let him down. As for exchanging for the primordial Tao body and Chaos God body, Jiang Chen didn't even consider it.
Jokingly, just the primordial Tao body alone cost 50 million Chi luck points, not to mention the 1 billion price for the Chaos God body. Although it was a bit expensive, Jiang Chen felt it was necessary to spend this money. As Duge Qing's ambitions expanded day by day, sooner or later, he would encounter an unbeatable enemy. When that time came, as Jiang Chen played the role of Duge Qing's strategist, he would definitely not have an easy time. He must constantly improve his own strength at the fastest speed possible. Relying on others was ultimately unreliable. As the saying goes, when the mountain collapses, everyone runs away. System, make all the arrangements for me. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. System, alright, dear, this transaction totals 45,000 Chi luck points, wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. As soon as the system's voice fell, Jiang Chen immediately felt a different change. The world seemed very clear to him. The connections of various things were visible to him. Some problems that he couldn't figure out before suddenly had answers. Jiang Chen even pleasantly discovered that he immediately came up with the answer to the last question on the high school exam in his previous life. He now felt that he was clear. He immediately understood that this was the arrival of the gift package arranged by the system. Without delay, Jiang Chen immediately entered the cultivation state. At this moment, he felt not only the usual influx of spiritual energy into his spiritual sea at a speed beyond ordinary people's reach, but also the extraordinary Tao principles continuously widening and deepening his spiritual sea like building a house. In just a quarter of an hour, Jiang Chen felt that his realm had loosened significantly. At this rate, he might be able to break through 2 realms in one night and reach the 6th level of transcendence directly. Without delay, every minute and every second now was consuming a huge amount of Chi luck points. He even breathed cautiously, afraid of wasting cultivation time. With the help of the hidden moonstone, Jiang Chen was not worried about fluctuations in cultivation, practicing at full speed. There was nothing more satisfying than truly feeling the growth of one's cultivation. The three-legged golden crow looked on with a smile on its face, silently cheering for Jiang Chen, who was cultivating with closed eyes. Faster, even faster, strive for 3 realms in one day. I can feel the restlessness of the blood in my body. I must mature quickly, the vast crow sisters are still waiting for me. Sharing the same cultivation realm with Jiang Chen, the three-legged golden crow could also feel the restlessness of its own bloodline power, undergoing visible changes at a speed discernible to the naked eye. Its originally pitch-black feathers no longer appeared dull and lifeless as usual, but faintly emitted a glimmer of light. Although this light was very faint, it undeniably existed. The third lord continuously groomed its slightly itchy feathers with its beak, a sign of power rapidly filling its body. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable, the third lord's heart was almost ecstatic. If it weren't for the fear of disturbing Jiang Chen's cultivation, the third lord would have sung a tune to liven up the atmosphere. Time passed swiftly with the system's bonus, and soon the outside world was illuminated by daylight. Jiang Chen clenched his fists, feeling the power contained within his body, nodding in satisfaction. In just one night, he broke through 2 realms, reaching the 6th layer of shedding mortality, even faster than expected, not far from reaching the 7th layer. According to his estimation, even though the difficulty of cultivation would increase in the future, he could attempt foundation building in just 1 more month. In the following days, Duge Cheng and Qin Xiaofeng did not come to find him, and he enjoyed the peace. He secluded himself deeply, practicing calligraphy during the day to refine his sentiments. Despite the system's support, advancing in strength too rapidly was somewhat precarious. Therefore, he tried to engage in activities like calligraphy to ease his mind and balance his body and mind. At night, he would hide in his room, directly exchanging for the triple gift pack, boosting his cultivation speed by 350% and practicing fervently. On the 27th day, he achieved the complete 10th layer of shedding mortality ahead of schedule, only 1 step away from foundation building. Jiang Chen didn't know much about foundation building. Most of his knowledge came from casual conversations with Ming Shifei and Jie Bao. The system knew, but true to its nature, it wouldn't reveal information about foundation building unless he spent resources on it. The dog-like system would only eagerly share information when he spent, otherwise adopting a strictly business-like attitude. With only a little bit of luck remaining, barely enough for a month of cultivation, he didn't want to spend it on these common questions without replenishing it first. After all, while foundation building determined a cultivator's future height, some key points were not closely guarded secrets. Almost all cultivators with masters would be informed of them. Jiang Chen had no intention of asking Ming Shifei and Jie Bao, especially Ming Shifei, who could easily deduce things from him. Jie Bao, on the other hand, was simply too talkative. After much contemplation, Jiang Chen decided to seek a breakthrough from Duge Yu. Ever since Duge Yu was brought back home after her last attempt to run away, Duge Qing had been keeping a close eye on her.
Every day was filled with practicing martial arts or supernatural techniques. In her spare time, she was required to study music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Cheng always regarded Yu as a pride and never relaxed his demands on her. This was why Yu, with her exceptional talent, had reached the initial stage of the nascent soul realm at the age of just 18. However, as she grew older, Yu's rebellious nature became more pronounced. Every few days, she would seize the opportunity to run away from home and explore the outside world. But after being caught this time, Cheng directly assigned a female cultivator in the nascent soul realm to watch over her, making it difficult for her to find another chance. Aunt Lien, please, just let me go out and play for 2 days, I promise, just 2 days, I will definitely come back. Yu extended 3 fingers, repeatedly assuring. Although the young woman known as Aunt Lien had an ordinary appearance, her mature aura, coupled with her nascent soul cultivation, exuded a unique charm. Lotus Aunt affectionately rubbed Yu's head and helplessly said, "Little Yu, your father has ordered that anyone who helps you again will face family discipline. If you don't tell, I won't tell. Who will know? My father and old man Chin have been in the study these days and won't find out." Yu persisted. However, Lotus Aunt remained unmoved. Yu held her arm, acting coquettishly. "Aunt Lotus, you love me the most. Let me go out and play for a couple of days. Aren't you afraid I'll get sick from being cooped up? Look, I even have dark circles under my eyes these days." Lotus Aunt looked at her eyes and helplessly said, "Are you sure this isn't from staying up late at night trying to escape? Oh, it's all the same, it's all the same. Just let me go out for a couple of days, one day, even just one day will do, I'm suffocating." But no matter how she acted, Lotus Aunt didn't budge. Just as she was about to say something else, a servant suddenly came to report that Jiang Chen had come to visit. "What does this charlatan want with me?" Yu was still deeply affected by Jiang Chen. She was curious about him. However, Cheng had instructed her not to leave the Lord's mansion, so after the last trouble with Jiang Chen, they hadn't met again. Thinking of the Nishang feather dress in the boudoir, Yu was full of curiosity about Jiang Chen's mysterious divination skills. Before long, the servant led the handsome Jiang Chen, dressed plainly, to Yu and Lotus Aunt. "Charlatan, are you here to play with me?" Yu exclaimed joyfully. "Let me introduce you. This is Aunt Lotus, who has watched me grow up since I was a child. Aunt Lotus is a great cultivator who has achieved the divine transformation stage, even more powerful than Mr. Ming and Uncle Jie." Jiang Chen immediately bowed to her and respectfully called her senior. "Aunt Lotus, this is the charlatan I mentioned." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's mouth twitched. "Mr. Zhang's divination skills are unparalleled in the world. I have long heard of it. Today, seeing it for myself, it truly is remarkable." Lotus Aunt curiously appraised the young man who was rumored to have calculated the lifespan of immortals. She was not in the city when Jiang Chen divined for the immortal, so she had never had the chance to meet him. However, she had long heard the details from others. She despised the actions of the immortal but was more impressed by Jiang Chen's profound and precise divination skills. "Charlatan, why are you here to see me?" Yu asked. "I have no friends in the immortal city, and after thinking about it, you're the only one left, so I came to see you," Jiang Chen said casually. "Hey, we're friends now," Yu said with some joy. "Aren't we?" Yes, we are definitely good friends now." "Then, dear friend, I'm inviting you to have tea and listen to a book. Will you come?" Jiang Chen asked. Yu's eyes lit up at his words, and she turned to Lotus Aunt with anticipation. "Aunt Lotus, I won't leave the city, just walk around in the city, is that okay?" Lotus Aunt, looking at the pitiful Yu, couldn't bear to disappoint her again. Moreover, she was relatively at ease with Jiang Chen. He didn't seem like a reckless person. Someone who could calculate the lifespan of an immortal should be reliable in every way. With that in mind, she took out a jade pendant and handed it to Yu, saying, "Take this jade pendant. As soon as you leave the immortal city, I will immediately know. Don't even think about losing it. If I can't sense your presence, I will bring you back immediately. At that time, it won't be as simple as being confined, understand?" "Oh yeah, I knew Aunt Lotus loves me the most. You can rest assured, I won't leave the city." Yu immediately pulled Jiang Chen and ran outside. "Hurry, I don't want to stay here for another moment." Lotus Aunt watched the carefree and wild Yu run out of the Lord's mansion, shaking her head with a smile and muttering to herself, "Could it be that I'm really being too strict with this child?" Yu, running out of the Lord's mansion, greedily took a breath of fresh air and said, "Ah, the air outside is so fresh and comfortable. Let's go have a drink." "You're not even 18 yet, right?" Jiang Chen said speechlessly. "What's wrong, looking down on me, think I'm too young?" Yu said discontentedly.
Jiang Chen looked at the petite Dugiyu and silently thought to himself, indeed quite young.
In the end, Jiang Chen couldn't resist Dugiyu's persistence and found a tavern.
When no one was watching, Dugiyu immediately transformed, taking his seat on the second floor by the window and calling for the waiter.
Jiang Chen watched as she ordered several barrels of strong liquor without even a hint of snacks. Feels great.
Dugiyu slammed the wine bowl heavily on the table, letting out a burp.
It's been so long since I had such a good time. Thank you, without you, I wouldn't be able to go out.
In the future, in the immortal city, just mention my name, and no one will dare to bully you. She poured another bowl of wine without blinking and gulped it down. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, amazed by her capacity for alcohol. He had seen heavy drinkers before, but none like Dugiyu.
Imagine a flat-chested girl under 18, holding a wine bowl larger than her head, not even ordering any snacks, just downing 2 bowls of strong liquor.
It was a pure display of alcohol tolerance.
Jiang Chen poured himself a glass, took a sip, and was immediately choked by the fiery liquid.
The alcohol was not some exquisite wine but a strong liquor, living up to its name. It burned going down the throat like a knife, making it hard to swallow. Once in the stomach, it warmed the whole body, a sensation not unpleasant but slightly intoxicating. Jiang Chen was not fond of drinking and only took a few sips. But seeing Dugiyu, a true connoisseur of alcohol, he realized she was a master in the art of drinking. Here, to thank you for saving me, I'll drink this bowl first. The first 2 bowls were just warm-ups for Dugiyu, now the real drinking began.
Jiang Chen quickly raised his glass and clinked it with Dugiyu's.
She didn't mind his low alcohol tolerance and downed her drink boldly. Jiang Chen, with a forced smile, pinched his nose and gulped down the drink. After 2 glasses, he felt his cheeks flush, shook his head vigorously, and hurriedly ordered some snacks. Drinking with Dugiyu like this, he feared he might not even see the sun tomorrow.
Here, this second bowl, thank you for treating me as a friend, come, bottoms up. Without giving Jiang Chen a chance to catch his breath, Dugiyu emptied her glass.
Helpless, Jiang Chen had to accompany her for another round. Charlatan, this third cup, I toast to you, to you.
Oh well, I'll drink first, come. Jiang Chen looked at Dugiyu with a vein popping on his forehead.
This wasn't a toast, she was just thirsty for more alcohol.
In no time, a whole barrel of wine disappeared into Duguyu's stomach.
Jiang Chen realized he was in trouble. At this rate, before he could extract the information he needed about foundation building, he might end up drunk by Dugiyu.
Miss Dugu, Jiang Chen spoke up. Oh, don't be so formal, just call me Yuer, we're friends.
Dugiyu stood on the chair, holding her wine bowl.
Alright, Yuer it is. Ah, that's more like it. Dugiyu nodded in satisfaction.
Yuer,
how do you manage to be so beautiful and talented? Jiang Chen flattered directly.
Oh, stop it.
Dugiyu smiled at the compliment. It's nothing, maybe it's just natural. Sometimes even I wonder. Oh ho ho. Jiang Chen had long figured out Duguyu's temperament and immediately bombarded her with flattery.
Dugiyu, unfamiliar with such sweet talk from her past life, burst into laughter, thoroughly entertained. Jiang Chen kept urging her to drink, but he himself slyly avoided taking a single sip. Even though Duguyu's alcohol tolerance was bottomless, he still drank until he felt dizzy, his face flushed.
After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 flavors of dishes, Jiang Chen suddenly asked, as talented as you are, what was it like when you were laying your foundation back then?
Dugiyu, completely unguarded, began to narrate how amazing and effortlessly she had laid her foundation.
Jiang Chen timely showed a wow expression, continuously complimenting and toasting her. Is there any trick to laying the foundation? Jiang Chen casually asked.
Not really, just compress the spiritual sea in your body as solid as possible, the longer, the better.
Dugiyu replied casually.
Jiang Chen made a mental note and asked a few more questions, to which Dugiyu answered each one.
Jiang Chen even felt a bit embarrassed.
This girl was truly generous, completely open and honest. Apologizing, Jiang Chen accompanied her for a few more drinks. Before losing consciousness, he quickly called it a night, escorting her back to the Lord's mansion. When they parted ways, Dugiyu kept reminding him to visit her often. On his way back, Jiang Chen felt the alcohol's effects intensifying, making him stagger. He had to stop and rest by the roadside frequently. Unable to bear it any longer, he vomited messily, feeling slightly relieved. Thinking about how Dugiyu had single-handedly finished 3 large jars of alcohol, Jiang Chen felt a chill down his spine. A cool breeze passed by, lessening his drunkenness. Back at his residence, he instructed Little Belle to prepare a bath. Relaxing in the tub, he dismissed Little Belle's offer to help him wash his back, focusing on expelling the remaining alcohol from his body. With only the 3-legged golden crow in the room, he commanded, San, I'm going to lay my foundation. Keep watch outside and alert me if anything happens.
The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and assured, "Don't worry, big brother, you can count on me." Jiang Chen nodded, then focused inward. The spiritual power in his spiritual sea surged to its limit, leaving no room for expansion. It was time to lay the foundation. As a precaution, he exchanged all 3 gift packages. Instantly, the feeling of merging with the Tao filled his body again. Jiang Chen even hummed contentedly. This sensation was truly addictive. Concentrating, he circulated the 8-9 profound art, continuously compressing the spiritual sea. Suddenly, thunderous sounds reverberated within him. However, these sounds were blocked by the hidden moonstone and did not escape. The process of laying the foundation was not smooth. The resistance from the spiritual sea was exceptionally strong, causing him intense pain and discomfort. What Dugyu didn't mention was that 99% of cultivators relied on foundation-laying pills to lay their foundations. The remaining 1% wasn't avoiding the pills but simply couldn't afford them. Dugyu thought Jiang Chen was just asking casually, so she only mentioned some key points to note during foundation laying, completely forgetting about the foundation-laying pills. After all, everything regarding her cultivation was taken care of by others, and she didn't need to worry about such external matters. Jiang Chen was in a tough spot. With no experience, he could only grit his teeth and continue, thinking it was a normal process. Foundation laying for cultivators required foundation laying pills. It wasn't that one couldn't lay the foundation without them, but the difficulty and pain of laying the foundation solely through one's own efforts, without the pills to balance and alleviate, were unbearable for most people. Just compressing the spiritual sea into the foundation stone of cultivation required extremely strong willpower to endure the pain. One couldn't afford to give up halfway, otherwise, all previous efforts would be wasted, leading to starting over or even risking one's life. Foundation-laying pills were created by generations of cultivators at the cost of their lives over thousands of years. They could harmonize spiritual power, soften the spiritual sea, and even numb oneself to reduce pain. Usually, when a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they would at least prepare one core pill. However, disciples from prestigious families might even prepare 3 or 5 core pills to minimize the risks of foundation establishment. They would also have senior masters by their side to protect, guide, and correct them. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen had none of these. He only knew how to establish his foundation. After all, Dugyu had no need to worry about these external matters. Feeling the intense pain when compressing his spiritual sea, Jiang Chen tightly gripped the bathtub, his face contorted in agony. Damn it, that little girl Dugyu didn't mention that foundation establishment would be this painful. The three-legged golden crow anxiously watched from the side, unable to intervene. Jiang Chen kept in mind the key points Dugyu had mentioned, continuously compressing the spiritual power within his spiritual sea. Shedding the mortal realm was a process of absorbing spiritual energy into the spiritual sea. This process gradually condensed the gaseous spiritual energy into liquid, forming the spiritual sea. Foundation establishment further solidified and crystallized the spiritual sea into the cornerstone of one's cultivation. Without the help of foundation establishment pills, the difficulty and pain of this process were unimaginable. However, Jiang Chen thought this was normal and desperately operated the 8-9 profound art to compress his spiritual sea. The power of the 8-9 profound art immediately manifested. If an ordinary person forcefully established their foundation like him, it would only backfire. But the 8-9 profound art had already tempered his body to be as tough as diamond, incredibly sturdy. Therefore, no matter how much he struggled, his body could endure it. But the pain was real. Jiang Chen wanted to scream out loud to alleviate some of the pain. However, fearing that he might disturb the Ming Fei and Jiebao, he could only bury his head in the water, opening his mouth wide to howl. He remembered Dugyu's words, compress, compress, and compress again. Gradually, the originally liquefied spiritual sea finally showed signs of fusion. In the center of the spiritual sea, a tiny white dot appeared first. Then, the dot grew larger, and the spiritual sea diminished. After an unknown amount of time, his vast spiritual sea eventually transformed into a square, pure white cornerstone. But this was not the end. According to Dugyu, the longer the polishing time during foundation establishment, the more solid the compression, and the smoother the path ahead. What he didn't know was that during foundation establishment, an ordinary person's spiritual sea would form a stone-like cornerstone at best. His cornerstone, however, was as clear as white jade, transparent and flawless. He continued to polish and compress tirelessly. In the end, the foundational cornerstone in his body was compressed by more than half, with no gaps left. Moreover, perhaps due to exchanging 3 different gift packages, the cornerstone was engraved with incredibly mysterious patterns. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was already his limit, and it shouldn't be worse than Dugyu's. If Doogie were to see this, she would definitely beat Jiang Chen half to death. It was truly infuriating. As a genius 18-year-old girl, the youngest Yuan infant stage cultivator, the foundational cornerstone she formed during foundation establishment was even larger than Jiang Chen's now, and it didn't have those strange and mysterious patterns on it. Jiang Chen, who successfully established his foundation, slowly opened his eyes and regained his senses. The first thing he noticed was a pungent smell. He focused and saw that the water in the bathtub had turned completely black and emitted a foul odor. "Sanner, did you defecate in my water?" Jiang Chen glared at the three-legged golden crow. "Big brother, please don't falsely accuse me. I have nothing to do with that. It's all the waste you expelled from your body." The three-legged golden crow felt the surge of power within itself, its eyes shining like lightning. Indeed, the power that came effortlessly was truly enjoyable. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was plunged into deep self-doubt. If it wasn't Sanner who defecated, could it be that he exerted too much force during foundation establishment? Looking at the small frame of the three-legged golden crow, Jiang Chen became increasingly convinced that he was the one responsible. He felt utterly embarrassed. How could he tell anyone that he defecated while establishing his foundation? "Sanner, did you see that?" Jiang Chen asked with a gloomy expression. The three-legged golden crow was puzzled. "Ah, I see it all. Damn it, this bird is so annoying." Jiang Chen raised his hand to give him a thunderous slap, but in the instant he raised his hand, he was surprised to find that his palm was flawless, extremely tender and smooth, like a newborn baby. "This? Big brother, your foundation building effect is amazing, purifying the marrow, removing impurities, even your skin has become so good," the three-legged golden crow exclaimed. This immediately reminded him of what Dugayu had said before. After a cultivator builds their foundation, they will remove impurities from their body, purify the marrow and cultivate the classics. It could have been a disaster. The three-legged golden crow had no idea that he had just narrowly escaped a catastrophe, excitedly flying around the room, experiencing the sudden surge of power, never stopping to chatter. Jiang Chen discreetly poured out the extremely foul-smelling bathwater before feeling the surge of power within him. He tried to mobilize the spiritual power within his body. A sensation much smoother than before emerged. The response speed of the spiritual power was faster, the consumption rate relatively lower, and his combat endurance had qualitatively improved. He looked at the three-legged golden crow, transformed directly, and immediately two identical crows appeared in the room. The three-legged golden crow curiously flew to Jiang Chen's side. "Big brother? How about now, can you tell the difference?" Jiang Chen asked. The three-legged golden crow looked around him, unable to distinguish. "Big brother, I think I might be the fake one, you are too real." This time, Jiang Chen maintained the transformation for a full 10 minutes before losing control. After meditating for a while and restoring his spiritual power, Jiang Chen formed hand seals, and a blue-white electric arc appeared in his hands, crackling. Jiang Chen could clearly feel the energy contained in the electric arc, violent and swift. Overall, after building his foundation, his overall combat power had increased by about 2 times, while consumption had halved. At this moment, Jiang Chen was eager to find a place to test his strength, but he had to suppress the urge. Taking advantage of the time-limited experience card for cultivation, Jiang Chen continued to practice with a shameful attitude. The morning sunlight spilled over the bed, shining on Jiang Chen's closed eyes. Jiang Chen stretched lazily, ready for another energetic day. What should he do today? Jiang Chen was actually quite troubled. He could only practice secretly at night, with nothing to do during the day. However, there was good news today. After building his foundation, he could get an extra free divination every day. This damn feeling of sudden wealth was simply inexhaustible. He slapped the three brat awake and said, "Get up, you lazy bird. You were supposed to keep watch, all you do is sleep." The three-legged golden crow didn't look like a typical bird at all, flapping its wings and flying to Jiang Chen's shoulder, rubbing its sleepy eyes and asking, "Is it time to eat?" Other people's spiritual pets were either cute or practical. At worst, they were auxiliary types. This damn bird, swearing all day long, with a high level of profanity, and being cowardly to the extreme. At the slightest difficulty, it would back down. It was sly in bullying the weak and fearing the strong. That was one thing, mainly a character issue. But whose spiritual pet's cultivation also had to rely on the owner's practice to progress. It wasn't like he had found a spiritual pet, it was more like he had brought a big daddy home. Jiang Chen felt like a big complainer. "All you do is eat and sleep, can't you do anything else?" Jiang Chen said irritably. "I curse like a pro," the three-legged golden crow proudly declared. "Get lost." Having been with the three-legged golden crow for so long, Jiang Chen hadn't realized that he had unconsciously been influenced and assimilated into its ways. Passing by the dining room, they casually took a few breakfast items from the table,
greeted Ming Shifei and Jie Bao, and began their day of leisurely wandering.
Ming Shifei and Jie Bao were no longer following Jiang Chen around all the time.
Ever since they boarded the thief ship of Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng, the two of them had stopped closely guarding, monitoring, Jiang Chen. The protective array of the immortal city had already absorbed a strand of his essence blood, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest sign of Jiang Chen leaving the city. Jiang Chen was also very cautious, never loitering near the city gates, not even venturing near the city walls. Today, Jiang Chen was preparing to resume his old trade and set out to set up a stall.
Sanner, do you know that the most important thing in life is to remember one's roots? Jiang Chen walked down the bustling street, holding a divination flag in one hand and a pair of walnuts in the other, constantly flipping them.
The flag still bore the words, "Be happy knowing your fate, worry not, speak the truth and be a true immortal."
Ah, yes, Big Brother is right.
The three-legged golden crow perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder chimed in obsequiously.
Bantering along, they arrived at the busiest street in the immortal city.
It was a sight to behold, with fortune-tellers congregating there. Everyone's appearance was eerily similar, dressed in coarse gray robes, holding divination flags with the same inscription.
Unlike Jiang Chen, almost everyone carried a whisk.
These people mostly had white hair, exuding an air of immortality.
Jiang Chen felt out of place among them. Perplexed, he looked around, wondering what was going on. "Young man, are you here to join the trend?"
Jiang Chen turned to see a middle-aged fortune-teller with a plaster on his face, holding a divination flag, smiling at him.
Unlike the others, this man had no white beard or immortal aura.
His flag did not bear Jiang Chen's words.
Moreover, he had a shifty look, clearly not a trustworthy character. "What do you mean?" Jiang Chen asked curiously.
The man pointed at Jiang Chen's flag and chuckled, "You're pretending to be clueless when you actually know, young man, that's no fun." Jiang Chen was at a loss for words. Great, now he was being mistaken for a fraud.
"May I ask your name, sir?" Jiang Chen inquired.
"I'm Zhang Wu, the fifth son in my family, so I go by Wu,"
Zhang Wu replied. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's going on here?" He gestured towards the numerous fortune-tellers on the street. "You really don't know?" Zhang Wu, noticing Jiang Chen's sincerity, furrowed his brow and explained, "What about those two lines you have?"
"It's probably a coincidence, I've always had these two lines."
"But Wu Ji, why don't you have them?" Jiang Chen retorted. "It seems like a coincidence indeed. You must be new here."
Over a month ago, a master emerged in the city who accurately predicted a celestial's fortune. The celestial was so impressed that he rewarded the master handsomely, even catching the attention of the city lord's mansion. After the news spread, all the fortune tellers started imitating that master to attract more business. "Most of these people are just trying to make a living. I don't want to be associated with them," Zhang Wu said somewhat arrogantly. After a brief chat, Jiang Chen finally understood the situation, feeling speechless. It turned out that even in this world, there was no escaping the trend of riding on someone else's success. However, the story seemed to have been embellished by the city lord's mansion, portraying Jiang Chen as a venerable elder with an immortal air. On the other hand, Zhang Wu appeared to be a genuine fortune-teller with some real skills.
"Stop acting all high and mighty, what's with the attitude?"
The three-legged golden crow scolded, unable to stand people showing off in front of it.
Jiang Chen awkwardly apologized. Surprisingly, Zhang Wu didn't mind and instead looked intrigued, observing the golden crow. "Brother, this bird is truly extraordinary." "Really? It's just a silly bird," Jiang Chen casually remarked.
To his surprise, Zhang Wu sat down, took out 6 copper coins, shook them in his hand, and tossed them on the ground. He then solemnly observed the coins on the ground and exclaimed in disbelief, "Overseeing from a position of power, with great influence, leadership in all matters, endless teachings, you will benefit greatly, but beware of danger in the 8th month."
"Jiang Chen? Three-legged golden crow, old scruffy, don't act all high and mighty, trying to bully me because I can't read?"
Zhang Wu put away the copper coins, respectfully looking at the three-legged golden crow, saying, "So it's a noble visitor, I was wondering why my left eyelid was twitching today." His words made the three-legged golden crow somewhat unsure of himself. Even if the other party exchanged a few insults with him, he could handle it. He had never been insulted and praised as a noble before. Jiang Chen immediately asked curiously, "Brother Wu, what do you mean by that?"
"Oh, my brother, you are unaware.
In the past, my master predicted that I would meet a noble person in the future, but this noble person is not an ordinary one, but a bird that can speak. My left eyelid twitched when I left home today, and it turns out the omen has come true.
I just cast a divination for myself earlier, and indeed, this is my noble person."
Zhang Wu looked excitedly at the three-legged golden crow, as if he had seen a fairy. The three-legged golden crow felt a bit uneasy and took a few steps back, getting closer to Jiang Chen's head. "Sir, Please grant me a word to fulfill this karma, I would be extremely grateful, Zhang Wu said solemnly. With that, he took out something from his bosom and said, this was given to me by my master in the past, he said to give it to the noble person I meet. Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow curiously looked at the object in his hand, which turned out to be a golden red feather. Both the man and the bird curiously examined the feather in Zhang Wu's hand. Jiang Chen took it and found nothing special about it, but the three-legged golden crow seemed pensive. He leaned close to Jiang Chen's ear and whispered, brother, this seems to be a feather from the Phoenix clan.
Are you sure? Jiang Chen asked immediately. It should be, there's the aura of a phoenix on it.
The three-legged golden crow affirmed.
Noble one, could you grant me a word?
Zhang Wu asked respectfully. The three-legged golden crow coughed twice and mockingly said, get lost.
Jiang Chen.
To their surprise, Zhang Wu joyfully wrote the word get lost on the ground and looked at it seriously. Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of astonishment in the other's eyes.
This Mr.
Zhang seemed to be seriously ill, as his words were incomprehensible. After a moment, Zhang Wu excitedly stood up and said to the three-legged golden crow, thank you for the word of wisdom, I understand now. Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow looked at each other, puzzled by what had just transpired. They curiously asked Zhang Wu, but he just smiled and shook his head, saying, the secrets of fate cannot be revealed. Humph, putting on airs, not sharp at all, it's better when Big Brother does divinations, it's clear and straightforward. The three-legged golden crow sneered. Zhang Wu was not offended and said with a smile, today, I have resolved the matter, thank you both. With that, he bowed to the man and the bird. Jiang Chen couldn't stand his habit of leaving sentences unfinished, so he decided to use the free divination provided by the system to get some information.
System, analyze this person's detailed information. System, sure thing, dear. Name, Zhang Wu. Strength, mid-stage of returning to void affiliation, Central Plains Taoist sect. Personality, free-spirited, relentless against evil. After seeing Zhang Wu's information, Jiang Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected that the man before him was actually a powerful cultivator in the returning to void stage and a member of the Taoist sect. So, Senior is a master of the Taoist sect, I have been disrespectful. Zhang Wu was taken aback and looked at Jiang Chen again, saying, I really underestimated you today, little brother, you truly hide your abilities well. The three-legged golden crow and Jiang Chen understood each other's thoughts and knew what was going on. They realized they had met a tough opponent. Thinking back to his previous provocations, the three-legged golden crow felt guilty and looked up at the sky, not daring to say more, feeling intimidated. Zhang Wu had always thought Jiang Chen was just a swindler from the rivers and lakes, but now he realized that the man had some real skills. Remembering Jiang Chen's words from before, he looked at his divination flag again and suddenly understood. Could it be that you are the master who divined for the immortal? Jiang Chen touched his nose awkwardly and said, it is I, indeed. Zhang Wu was instantly surprised. Young brother, did you really calculate a divination for the immortal? Jiang Chen nodded, admitting it. So, my identity just now was revealed by your divination? Exactly. This shouldn't be possible, right? Could there really be such a person in the world? Zhang Wu couldn't believe it.
Jiang Chen scratched his head in confusion. Please clarify, Senior.
Divination involves karma, and karma involves endless variables.
It brings no benefit to the diviner, hence the saying that the divine secrets must not be revealed. But young brother, it seems like you are not entangled by karma at all, yet you can calculate so accurately, even flawlessly. You are truly a remarkable individual.
Jiang Chen modestly replied, just making a living. Young brother, can you really ignore karma?
Jiang Chen thought carefully. The divination was done by the system, so it shouldn't have much to do with him.
He nodded. Then I wonder if young brother could calculate a divination for me. I won't hide it, I am searching for an item that is also not bound by karma. No matter how I calculate, I cannot accurately determine its whereabouts. Jiang Chen's interest was piqued.
This was a business opportunity knocking at his door. Something that even a cultivator at the Return to Void realm, proficient in divination, couldn't figure out must be extraordinary.
This divination fee must be sky-high. Senior, I have a rule for divination.
I must receive the divination fee first before proceeding.
I hope Senior can understand. Zhang Wu nodded, no problem. Jiang Chen then asked, what is it that Senior wants me to divine?
So I can set a price. Zhang Wu shook his head, it cannot be said.
If it's revealed, it will flee. This item can perceive karma and is completely unmeasurable. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. System, can you calculate it? System, no problem, dear, it's just a small matter. The fee for this divination is 1 million spirit stones or an item of equivalent value. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up at the price, another opportunity to make a fortune. Suppressing his excitement, he looked at Zhang Wu, Sr. Let's find a more secluded place to perform the divination, shall we? Zhang Wu nodded, of course. The two found a tea house and rented a private room. After instructing the waiter not to disturb them, Jiang Chen said, Senior, this divination is quite challenging and requires 2 million spirit stones or items of equivalent value. However, since we get along so well, I'll accept 1,500,000 from you. Zhang Wu was taken aback by the price. Is it really that expensive? Jiang Chen said seriously, Senior, please don't be offended. This is already a fair price, and I guarantee that it will be worth it. Zhang Wu frowned and remained silent, seemingly contemplating whether this was worth it. If he hadn't confirmed that Jiang Chen was the one who divined for the immortal, he wouldn't have believed him. Jiang Chen was well aware of his thoughts, but he was determined to seal this deal. Senior, do you doubt me? Zhang Wu immediately waved his hand, of course not. It's just that 1,500,000 spirit stones is too much. I simply don't have that much on me. Items of equivalent value are also acceptable. Jiang Chen quickly added, and they work even better. Senior, you may not know, but for my divination, sacrifices are needed. The higher the value of the sacrifice, the more accurate the divination. Zhang Wu no longer hesitated and took out a long sword from his storage treasure, saying, this sword was crafted from the yin and yang energies of the infinite mountain in the central region. It should be worth something. System, valued at 800,000 spirit stones, not enough, dear. Jiang Chen expressed regret immediately, still lacking half of the required amount. Hearing this, Zhang Wu gritted his teeth and took out a small clock-shaped spiritual tool, handing it to Jiang Chen, saying with a hint of reluctance, this item has been with me for 300 years, it should be enough. System, valued at 900,000 spirit stones, there you go, dear. Jiang Chen quickly restrained his smile and nodded, saying, that's enough, Senior, it's sufficient. I will calculate for you right away. With that, he was about to start calculating with his fingers. Zhang Wu, seeing that he didn't use any divination tools, immediately asked, young man, you're calculating without any tools? Why bother with those things? Just a pinch of the fingers will do the trick, you'll see. Zhang Wu was somewhat surprised at his words. In his understanding, whether it was a charlatan in the Jianghu or a true master of divination, those skilled in deducing celestial secrets required one or even multiple divination tools. There were compasses, coins, tortoise shells, bamboo sticks, and so on. Some even used paper and pen for fortune-telling. His master was among the best in this field. His specialty was the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes. Finger calculation was one method, but it was not very accurate compared to other methods using tools. Moreover, a diviner with cultivation would use tools that possessed various mysterious abilities. The 6 copper coins he used for divination were a set of high-grade spiritual treasures. Spiritual tools used by cultivators, whether for offense or defense, were categorized as low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade spiritual tools. Beyond these were spiritual treasures, divided into 3 tiers of upper, middle, and lower. Above these were the second tier of heaven and earth. As for immortal tools, only immortals could possess them. Zhang Wu's set of high-grade spiritual treasures, though solely used for divination and not for attack or defense, was a valuable asset that significantly increased his accuracy by 50%. In terms of quality alone, his set of high-grade spiritual treasures was not inferior to earth-grade spiritual treasures. Even as a mid-stage cultivator in the Return to Void realm specializing in divination, he still needed divination tools, unlike Jiang Chen, which puzzled him. It completely shattered his understanding. He even began to doubt if he had been deceived. How could a dignified cultivator in the Return to Void realm be deceived by an ordinary person with no cultivation? Jiang Chen, however, was undaunted. He raised his left hand with fingers like a sword, held it in front of his chest, and pinched his fingers with his right hand. Zhang Wu carefully watched Jiang Chen's every move and furrowed his brow when he noticed that the finger movements had no pattern or method. This made him more convinced that he had indeed been deceived. Even though he had a good temper, he could no longer hold back. Gathering his spiritual power in his right hand, he was about to teach this audacious young man a lesson for deceiving him. He had actually thought the other party was a hidden expert in the mortal realm. Just as he was about to make a move, Jiang Chen's divination light and shadow effects also activated. Zhang Wu suddenly saw starlight gushing out from Jiang Chen's fingertips, celestial energy swirling around him, his eyes seemingly containing an endless starry sky, and behind him, a vast and boundless star map appeared. Shocked, Zhang Wu could only feel immense awe from that star map. The spiritual power he had gathered in his hand dissipated in that moment. Jiang Chen's eyes, filled with the endless starry sky, showed no emotional fluctuations as he silently gazed at Zhang Wu. Jiang Wu also looked into his eyes, and slowly, he seemed to see a path in Jiang Chen's eyes. At the end of the path, there was a stone resembling a baby emitting strands of chaotic energy. That was the chaotic stone embryo he had been searching for. This object was born from the essence of heaven and earth, nurtured by the essence of the sun and moon. It was formed by the purest chaotic energy between heaven and earth. This object had no use for ordinary people or even cultivators in the return to Void Realm. Its sole purpose was to increase the ascension probability of cultivators during the tribulation period. When cultivators ascended, they had to endure 9 heavenly tribulations. Those who passed would reap boundless benefits, while those who failed would face death. The chaotic stone embryo was a naturally Taoist existence. If a cultivator in the tribulation period refined it, they could reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation when it arrived. However, the benefits after the tribulation would not diminish in the slightest. A senior ancestor of the Taoist sect, on the verge of ascension, lacked great certainty. It had been too long since a cultivator in the heavenly spirit realm had become an immortal. However, the Taoist sect gathered all its resources to deduce the celestial mechanism of the birth of the Chaos Stone embryo. Consequently, they dispatched all the experts in divination and celestial deduction within the sect to pursue it with full force. The Chaos Stone embryo was born of heaven and earth, possessing various innate supernatural abilities from birth. Although not powerful, it excelled at evading divination and pursuit. Whenever someone disturbed the celestial mechanism and tried to deduce its whereabouts, it would become aware and evade tracking. However, this time, Jiang Wu saw in Jiang Chen's eyes a scene where the Chaos Stone embryo seemed completely unaware. He had not mentioned the name of the Chaos Stone embryo to Jiang Chen, yet he directly deduced it and, in the stone's oblivious state, calculated its whereabouts, leaving him astonished by Jiang Chen's divination skills. Truly worthy of being an existence that divines for immortals, he exclaimed sincerely. At that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to him. What if he were to take Jiang Chen's divination skills for himself? This idea, like a demon in his heart, began to grow wildly. Jiang Chen seemed to sense something, his brows furrowing slightly. The light and shadow effects bestowed by the system had not yet ended. Jiang Chen's furrowed brow, combined with the light and shadow effects, suddenly made Jiang Wu feel as if he were completely exposed. Jiang Wu broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Indeed, one possessing such divination skills could not be an ordinary mortal. At that moment, Jiang Wu suddenly realized. This was clearly an old monster who played games among humans. Since he could not sense the other party's cultivation level at all, there was only one possibility: either the other party was truly an ordinary person, or their cultivation far surpassed his own. Jiang Wu was now certain that Jiang Chen's cultivation level was far above his own. His eyes showed a hint of fear and incredulity. Did that mean Jiang Chen was actually an old monster in the nascent soul stage? The thought of having entertained improper thoughts about a nascent soul cultivator who could divine for immortals made him break out in a cold sweat. Senior, have you seen clearly? Jiang Chen's question immediately brought Jiang Wu back to his senses. Since Jiang Chen had not revealed everything, he must not want others to know his true identity, so Jiang Wu could not pry further. With this in mind, his attitude became much more respectful. Thank you, young brother, you have truly helped me greatly. No, the entire Taoist sect owes you a favor, Jiang Wu said respectfully. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly, Senior, you are too kind. I have already received the divination fee, so there is no debt between us. Jiang Wu did not say much more, simply nodding and saying, if you ever come to Zhongzhou in the future, you must visit our Taoist sect. I will bring the entire sect to welcome you. Seeing Jiang Wu's sincerity, Jiang Chen stopped being pretentious and nodded, saying, I will definitely visit. However, Senior, it would be better to go find that thing quickly, lest more dreams trouble you in the night. Jiang Wu nodded in agreement. Brother, you speak wisely. I will not linger any longer. Once this matter is resolved, I will come to thank you in person. With that, he clasped hands with Jiang Chen, a gust of wind blew, and he disappeared from sight. Jiang Chen looked happily at the remaining balance of his luck value, exclaiming, truly a member of a major sect, so generous in their actions, much more so than that old fox, Dugu Qing. In high spirits, Jiang Chen and the two brothers of the three-legged golden crow happily strolled until evening before returning. As soon as they entered, Ming was waiting for him. Jiang, the city lord wants you to come over, saying there is an important matter to discuss. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, realizing he probably needed to head to the Phoenix God City. After today's events, Jiang Chen was increasingly reluctant to get involved with Dugu Qing's schemes. Looking at Jiang Wu's generous actions without any ulterior motives, he couldn't help but compare. However, now that the situation was what it was, he had no better choice. Thinking about his free divination, Jiang Chen directly calculated whether there was any danger in going to Phoenix God City this time.
System, host, rest assured, there is no danger at all, feel free to enjoy yourself.
Jiang Chen didn't quite trust the system.
After several verifications, the free divinations always seemed a bit off. They often spoke in riddles, revealing only half the truth. Although their predictions always came true, there were always some twists and turns. This time was no different. Jiang Chen believed the system when it said there was no danger, but he expected to be startled nonetheless.
Jiang Chen and Ming arrived at the Lord's mansion as usual, in the same study. As expected, Qin Xiaofeng was also present.
These two old foxes seemed to stick together ever since they took down the Phoenix City Lord last time.
Elders, are you planning to head to the Phoenix City? Jiang Chen asked directly.
Duga Qing replied, yes, we've received word that 8 city lords are already on their way to Phoenix City.
It won't be long before they make their move.
Qin Xiaofeng nodded, although we are closest to Phoenix City and have made preparations early on, there are too many experts coming this time, so we must be cautious. Indeed, whether Lu Qingmu can smoothly become the city lord of Phoenix City and whether the city can be of use to our Ascension City will depend on this time. Duga Qing's eyes were sharp. With the information provided by Jiang Chen, he was quite confident. However, dealing with the Marquis of Carefree, Xiao Zai, was a different story. While Dugu Qing was confident in exploiting the weaknesses of others with Jiang Chen's help, Xiao Zai was a formidable opponent. Even knowing the weaknesses in his techniques, Dugu Qing wasn't sure he could handle the top expert of the southern domain's return to Void Realm. Thinking back to Xiao Zai's past achievements, Dugu Qing even believed that not even an elder in the tribulation period could subdue this former peerless genius, now a dominant figure. Xiao Zai had never been interested in expanding his influence, so his interference in Phoenix City this time was puzzling. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's information, Dugu Qing wouldn't have expected Xiao Zai to show up. Phoenix City was crucial for his dominance in the southern domain, and he had to secure this piece in his plan perfectly. That was why he insisted on bringing Jiang Chen along. Although Jiang Chen had provided information on the weaknesses of the 13 city lords, the situation was unpredictable, and he had to be cautious.
Tomorrow, we will set off for Phoenix City.
I have already informed Lu Qingmu to make all necessary preparations, Jiang Chen nodded. He was prepared for any surprises on this trip since his life wasn't at stake. However, Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng were not as composed as him. After arranging the travel arrangements, Jiang Chen returned to his residence.
The night passed quietly.
Jiang Chen, who had been cultivating all night, stretched lazily and picked up the still sleeping 3-legged golden crow before heading to the Lord's mansion. The 3-legged golden crow grumbled discontentedly for a few moments before falling back asleep in Jiang Chen's hands. Inside the Lord's mansion, Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng were already waiting for him.
Normally, with their cultivation levels, they could have flown directly to Phoenix City. However, to accommodate Jiang Chen, Dugu Qing had prepared an airship.
Standing at the edge of the airship, Jiang Chen looked down at the shrinking Ascension City, feeling extremely excited. The airship was 100 feet in size, equipped with formations that shielded the occupants from strong winds even at 10,000 meters high. The airship's speed was not particularly fast. It would take about a day to reach Phoenix City. Along the way, Jiang Chen looked around excitedly, unable to contain his curiosity as he saw this world for the first time. It was very different from the azure star of the previous life. Here, towering peaks of 10,000 meters high were everywhere, vast and boundless forests, endless plains, all constantly shaking Jiang Chen's soul. Occasionally, high-level demonic beasts and spirit beasts could be encountered in the high altitude, but they were all deterred by the aura of Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng in the late stage of the Void Return realm inside the flying boat, keeping their distance. Sometimes, 1 or 2 cultivators flying on magical devices could also be encountered. Most of them were cultivators below the Unity realm. Upon encountering the flying boat, they all saluted from afar, evidently sensing the aura of the 2 great cultivators in the Void Return realm inside the flying boat. There was silence along the way. In the Tianling realm, there were people who could cause trouble for this flying boat, but they were almost never encountered. Just as Jiang Chen was admiring the beautiful scenery, he suddenly felt the flying boat shake. Before he could react, a middle-aged man in white appeared before him. The first impression he gave Jiang Chen was elegant and charming. Although not young, he exuded a certain grace. The man looked at Jiang Chen's friendly smile. Before he could speak, Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned, then he smiled and greeted the man, clearly familiar with him. Anyone who was acquainted with Qin Xiaofeng and treated with respect by him was at least a great cultivator in the Void Return realm. However, Dugu Qing's reaction was somewhat unexpected to Jiang Chen. When he looked at the white-robed cultivator, his eyes turned red as if he had seen an archenemy, his fists clenched tightly.
What wind blew you here, Marquis?
Qin Xiaofeng greeted the man with a smile.
Jiang Chen was taken aback at the mention of Marquis.
Could it be that the person before him was Xiao Zizai, ranked 23rd on the Hidden Abyss list, the lord of the first city in the southern sky, the top cultivator in the southern sky region in the Void Return realm? Thinking of this, and observing Duge Qing's reaction, Jiang Chen immediately confirmed the man's identity. Only someone like Marquis Xiao, who inexplicably stole Duge Qing's childhood sweetheart, could make Duge Qing lose his composure like this.
Long time no see, Marquis. Xiao Zizai smiled and spoke amiably.
Indeed, it's been nearly 100 years since we last met. Qin Xiaofeng, leaning on a cane, smiled warmly, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years.
Marquis, where are you heading? Qin Xiaofeng asked with a smile.
Just wandering around. You know me, I prefer action over stillness, I just like to join in the fun. Xiao Zizai replied casually.
Duge brother, long time no see, how have you been?
Xiao Zizai turned to greet Duge Qing, showing no sign of awkwardness. Upon seeing Xiao Zizai, Duge Qing lost his usual composure. Who the hell said we're brothers?
Xiao Zizai, unfazed, said to Qin Xiaofeng, Duge brother seems to be in good spirits.
Qin Xiaofeng nodded with a smile. Indeed, especially after seeing you, he seems even more excited.
Ha ha.
The two men laughed as they exchanged glances.
Xiao, are you pretending not to understand? You're obviously heading to the Phoenix City, right? Duge Qing asked directly.
Duge brother, you're still as sharp as ever, you've seen through it all. Xiao Zizai pretended to be surprised.
With this statement and his exaggerated expression, Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle.
Are you looking for trouble?
Xiao Zizai, puzzled, asked, Duge brother, what do you mean? I was praising you. Ah.
Duge Qing's anger was successfully ignited by Xiao Zizai, and he couldn't control his emotions, directly engaging in a fight on the flying boat. However, in his anger, Duge Qing did not forget the weaknesses he had learned from Xiao Zizai's technique through Jiang Chen.
This was his confidence in daring to act.
Hey, if you're going to fight, this little flying boat can't withstand the battle between you two great beings, Qin Xiaofeng hurriedly interjected. Duge Qing paid no attention to him and attacked angrily. With a raised hand, he struck out a large palm print, reaching towards Xiao Zizai.
Xiao Zizai truly lived up to his reputation as the top expert in the southern domain. With a wave of his sleeve, he effortlessly dissipated the attack, dispersing it.
Duge Qing didn't expect to defeat Xiao Zizai with just one move. They continued to exchange blows, eventually forcing Xiao Zizai to retreat onto a flying boat. Disregarding the fierce winds in the sky, they maneuvered through the clouds. The intense spiritual fluctuations spread out, causing all the demonic beasts within thousands of miles to flee in terror. Some passing low-level cultivators stopped to watch the battle between the two nascent soul realm powerhouses. However, Duge Qing was clearly in a bad mood.
Get out of here!
His angry shout turned into a series of sonic booms, directly stirring up the winds and pushing back the onlookers. Fortunately, Duge Qing restrained himself, or else many of the onlookers might not see the sun rise tomorrow.
Jiang Chen watched in amazement, witnessing a nascent soul realm battle for the first time.
In his eyes, there seemed to be only two figures left in the world, constantly colliding with each other, their powerful spiritual energies causing the flying boat to be pushed back. If it weren't for Qin Xiaofeng stabilizing the boat, it might have been shattered by the residual energies of the two combatants. After about 15 minutes of fighting, Jiang Chen began to discern a pattern. Xiao Zizai displayed a relaxed and leisurely demeanor in his every move, while Duge Qing's attacks were filled with anger and immense power but failed to cause any substantial harm. Not even a corner of Xiao Zizai's clothes was touched. The disparity in strength between the two was evident.
Senior Qin, the strength of this top expert in the southern domain's nascent soul realm is terrifying. Both being at the peak of the nascent soul realm, Duge Qing is completely outmatched and being toyed with?
Since Duge Qing's seclusion and breakthrough to the peak of the nascent soul realm, just one step away from crossing the tribulation, Jiang Chen had expected him to at least put up a better fight against Xiao Zizai. However, it seemed that the gap was quite significant.
Do you see it now? Isn't it somewhat unbelievable? Qin Xiaofeng grinned as he watched the intense battle between the two. Jiang Chen nodded, the difference is indeed too great. Even I, an outsider, can see it. Ha ha. Otherwise, do you think being the top expert is an easy feat? Qin Xiaofeng sighed.
Although Marquis Xiao is only ranked 23rd on the Hidden Abyss list, his true strength is unknown to anyone.
But isn't it said that nothing escapes the knowledge of the Snow Listening Tower? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. It's all just rumors. While the Snow Listening Tower's intelligence is accurate, it's not all-knowing.
In this world, there are many powerful individuals who remain hidden, capable of making it onto the list without anyone knowing. The Snow Listening Tower aims to establish itself as the top intelligence organization in the heavenly spirit realm,
so the list is just one of its tactics. Have you heard about the story of the old monster during the tribulation period causing trouble and it ending without consequences? It was just a play orchestrated by the Snow Listening Tower, spending a fortune to invite that senior expert to stage a show. Jiang Chen understood. It was like advertising in his past life. If the advertisement was well done, business would naturally come. As for the credibility of the content in the advertisement, it varied depending on the perspective. Qin Xiaofeng seemed to have opened up and continued, Marquis Xiao is not just a bystander in the sea of flowers, untouched by the world. His cultivation talent is truly exceptional, a rarity in thousands of years. Oh, that impressive? Jiang Chen suddenly became interested. Isn't Little Moon amazing? She's the youngest Yuan infant realm cultivator in history, entering the heavenly arrogance list before the age of 18. I truly admire Miss Dugu's talent, an absolute prodigy. Could Marquis Xiao surpass her? But isn't Miss Dugu already the youngest Yuan infant cultivator? Jiang Chen looked puzzled. Qin Xiaofeng chuckled, if you knew, would you believe that Xiao Zizai, at less than 16 years old, ranked 46th on the heavenly arrogance list, displaying such extraordinary talent? Entering the list at 16? Doesn't that mean he's not even in the Yuan infant stage? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. With only a mid-level golden core cultivation, he reached the 46th position on the heavenly arrogance list. Even though the information from Tingxue Tower may not accurately reflect the true strength of all the geniuses on the list at that time, it's still unbelievable. What's even more incredible is that in that generation, no one ever questioned whether he had the strength to be on the list. You should know that most of the geniuses behind him were already in the Yuan infant stage. Jiang Chen was stunned, realizing that this Marquis Xiao was truly a child of destiny. If it weren't for his system, his talent might have fallen just short. Qin Xiaofeng continued, when this Marquis Xiao reached the Yuan infant realm, he was only a month later than Miss Yu. And as soon as he entered the Yuan infant stage, he directly became the number one on the heavenly arrogance list. No one could surpass him even when he broke through to the nascent soul stage. He was the shadow of all the geniuses of that generation. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Zizai, who was playing with Duga Cheng like walking a dog, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for this person. In the spirit realm, he is considered the most likely to ascend, invincible at the same level. If there weren't many well-known Return to Void realm cultivators who hadn't appeared yet, he might have been the number one on the Hidden Abyss list long ago. Although Qin Xiaofeng and Xiao Zizai might have different perspectives, it didn't affect Qin's admiration and praise for Xiao Zizai at all. This was a side of Jiang Chen that he had never seen before. Even Duga Qin Xiaofeng always treated him as a junior, but this junior's strength was comparable to his, even surpassing him. And Jiang Chen observed that Qin seemed to enjoy seeing Duga Qin being put in his place. Senior Qin, you seem to hold Marquis Xiao in high regard, willing to bestow upon him the title of the number one on the Hidden Abyss list. Jiang Chen asked with a smile, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. You, kid, are good at everything, but too cunning, your thoughts are too scattered, it will shorten your life. Qin Xiaofeng scolded with a laugh. It doesn't matter, anyway, I can't cultivate. Living a few years more or less won't make a big difference. Jiang Chen replied nonchalantly. When he was young, I once taught him a spell, but my abilities were limited, I couldn't be his master. Qin Xiaofeng seemed to be reminiscing about something, his eyes filled with memories. Jiang Chen didn't expect that the two of them had such a connection. So, do you have conflicts with him now? Jiang Chen asked. It doesn't matter, everyone has their own life and choices. Whether someone is an enemy or a friend is not important. Today they may be enemies, but tomorrow, they could be friends. The distinction between enemy and friend lies in a single thought. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and agreed. Senior Qin, even if Lord Duga's city knows Marquis Zhao's weaknesses, he still wouldn't be his match, right? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The system's divination is absolutely accurate. If it says he has no weaknesses, then he definitely doesn't. So, he was very curious why Duga Qin, who knew the opponent's weaknesses, still couldn't defeat him. When your strength is so great that the opponent has no chance of fighting back, any weakness becomes irrelevant. It seemed to confirm Qin Xiaofeng's words as the duel between the two was coming to an end. After planning for a long time, Duga Qing suddenly used a spell that surprised Xiao Zizai. The spell itself was quite ordinary, but the timing and other factors chosen by Duga Qing made Xiao Zizai quite uncomfortable. If it had been just once, Xiao Zizai wouldn't have cared. But for some reason, he felt that Duga Qing was like a different person every time he attacked, hitting him right where it hurt the most. His gaze sharpened, abandoning playful thoughts and unleashing a hidden strength. Yet, no matter how many cards he played, that feeling of being held at a vulnerable spot persisted. Before long, Xiao Zai couldn't bear it any longer and forced Duga Qing back with a move. This isn't your true strength, Duguqing. What's really going on? What's wrong? Can't handle losing as the number one? Duguqing enjoyed seeing Xiaozai's current expression, finding it quite satisfying.
He had never seen Xiaozai so embarrassed before. Xiaozai, however, remained firm. I have no idea of your true abilities, but it's impossible for you to possess such strength.
So, who is the mastermind behind you? Xiaozai, do you know what's most annoying about you? It's your arrogance, thinking you're superior to everyone in the world. Duguqing retorted, even now, you still think that way. Do you really believe you're invincible? Duguqing had no intention of engaging in further conversation and continued to fiercely attack Xiaozai. Seemingly exposed, Xiaozai could no longer remain as composed as before, being pushed into a corner by Duguqing. Xiaozai, now in a sorry state, angrily declared, Duguqing, don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you don't stop now, don't blame me for not saving face. Duguqing was currently in high spirits, never having felt so exhilarated after years of cultivation. Not to mention hearing Xiaozai's threatening words. I'm so scared. Lord Xiao is going to lose his temper. Duguqing mimicked Xiaozai's previous tone. Xiaozai shook his head and muttered to himself, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. You brought this upon yourself. With that, Xiaozai's aura condensed, and a towering phantom appeared behind him. This phantom wore a dragon crown and a five-clawed python robe, bearing a striking resemblance to Xiaozai. It seemed somewhat similar to the law avatar of the nascent soul stage. Is that the law avatar of the nascent soul stage? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Qin Xiaofeng looked at the almost godlike phantom and explained, that's the Rule Law Avatar. It can be seen as an advanced version of the Law Avatar. Rule Law Avatar? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Returning to the Void Realm, cultivators integrate rules into themselves, forging Rule Law Avatars. The more universal rules they fuse, the larger the Law Avatar becomes. Now, Dugu kid, you're in for a tough time. Qin Xiaofeng's words had barely faded when Xiaozai's Rule Law Avatar, to Duguqing's disbelief, struck with a mighty punch. Duguqing hurriedly summoned his own Rule Law Avatar to defend. However, his avatar, half the size of Xiaozai's, shattered with a single blow. Duguqing suffered a backlash, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Before he could react, Xiaozai appeared in front of him, dispersing his spiritual power with a hand on his chest, rendering him unable to gather it again. He then grabbed Duguqing by the nape of his neck and returned to the flying boat. Seeing Duguqing's embarrassed state, Jiang Chen wanted to laugh but restrained himself, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Indeed, even knowing the opponent's weakness, one's own inadequacy couldn't bridge the gap between them. Duguqing, held in Xiaozai's hand, felt a mix of shame and anger, struggling fruitlessly. Zai, let him go. You're not a child anymore. Qin Xiaofeng interceded on Duguqing's behalf. Xiaozai chuckled, dropped Duguqing to the ground, and patted his face, saying, why can't you learn your lesson? How many times has it been? Duguqing glared fiercely at him, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Having been on the losing end in Xiaozai's hands many times, he had grown accustomed to it. He had thought that knowing the opponent's weakness this time would allow him to triumph, but he was still defeated. This made him doubt whether he was suitable for cultivation or not. Also, how many times do I have to say it? Your childhood sweetheart doesn't like you at all. She just used me as an excuse. Stop blaming me all the time and look for reasons within yourself. Xiaozai ruthlessly exposed Duguqing's shortcomings. Jiang Chen listened with great interest on the side, never expecting a twist in the story. It's impossible. You must be sabotaging it. How could Wanner, my childhood sweetheart, not like me? Duguqing simply didn't believe him, roaring at Xiaozai. Believe it or not, is there any benefit in lying to you? Xiaozai said helplessly. If you dare, call Wanner out to see me and explain it face to face. Duguqing insisted stubbornly. Xiaozai looked at him as if he were a fool and said, she's in Xiaoyao City. After all these years, you haven't gone to find her. Isn't it just a lingering attachment? You're deceiving yourself, you fool. In all the years we've known each other, have I, Xiaozai, ever restricted anyone's freedom? Duguqing fell silent at his words. Although he harbored a strong resentment towards Xiaozai, he had to admit that Xiaozai was indeed a gentleman in terms of character. He had long had the answer in his heart, but he had never dared to face it. Jiang Chen realized that the Marquis Xiao was not as despicable as Duguqing had described in private. He was straightforward, powerful, and adept at handling social situations. Besides, who am I, Xiaozai, to lack women? So many women cry and beg to climb into my bed, but Wanner, with her innocence, is not my type. It seems only you like this kind of top-notch woman. Xiaozai sneered. Jiang Chen quietly retracted his previous words upon hearing this. He suddenly felt sorry for Duguqing, who was so naive.
If it weren't for his talent and strength, Jiang Chen doubted whether the Marquis Xiao could even survive to adulthood.
Xiao Zizai, you damn it.
Dugu Qing, who had calmed down and regained his composure, immediately became agitated again.
Look at you, after all these years, you still can't handle the truth.
Xiao Zizai shrugged helplessly, seeming quite resigned.
You damn bastard.
Dugu Qing couldn't control his emotions when facing the Marquis Xiao. Xin Lao, if you hang out with him, I'm afraid even your old bones will be dismantled.
Xiao Zizai suddenly turned to Qin Xiaofeng and said, Qin Xiaofeng. Jiang Chen also felt a bit awkward.
This Marquis Xiao's mouth was indeed sharp. Qin Xiaofeng coughed twice. Let's change the subject. Change the subject.
Are you also going to the Phoenix City? Xiao Zizai asked. That's right. Xiao Zizai narrowed his eyes upon receiving a confirmation and looked at the two. You killed Lu Qingfeng, didn't you?
The two felt uncomfortable under Xiao Zizai's gaze, their eyes slightly evasive as they said, How could that be? You're overthinking it.
Xiao Zizai was certain, no problem, it was definitely you two. Although he's not a great person, his strength is still considerable. With your abilities, it's unlikely that you could take him down in Phoenix City. So, tell me, which senior helped you? Xiao Zizai smiled warmly and friendly.
Dugu Qing snorted coldly, with his limited strength, why would they need someone else's help? So, you admit that you killed Lu Qingfeng?
Xiao Zizai said cunningly.
Dugu Qing suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. With your limited strength, without the guidance of a master, how could you defeat Lu Qingfeng, who had all the advantages of timing and location?
It's like a fool's dream. He even knew my weaknesses inside out, and you say you didn't seek guidance from a master?
Dugu Qing refused to say another word, afraid of being tricked into revealing more, but his attitude was no different from admitting it.
Xin Lao, which senior master actually got involved in your petty affairs?
Xiao Zizai, seeing Dugu Qing ignoring him, turned to ask Qin Xiaofeng.
Xiao Zizai had no sense of urgency in his way of speaking, and Qin Xiaofeng didn't feel like paying much attention to him. He had worked hard to accomplish something significant, but in Xiao's mouth, it turned into something trivial. The predecessors in our southern domain don't seem willing to meddle in these trivial matters. Could it be people from the other domains?
Seeing Qin Xiaofeng ignoring him, Xiao Zizai continued to stroke his chin, lost in thought.
The people from the central capital look down on us. They definitely wouldn't care about the southern domain's affairs.
The Eastern Dynasty is too busy dealing with their own mess. They wouldn't have time to intervene in the southern domain. The northern domain is too far away to get involved, and even if they wanted to, it's unlikely.
Could it be?
With a serious expression, he looked at Qin Xiaofeng and Dugu Qing. You wouldn't be foolish enough to believe those bald donkeys from the western domain. Seeing the two still silent, Xiao Zizai thought he had guessed right and got a bit angry. Xin Lao, Lao Cheng doesn't understand. Why are you following him in this nonsense? Those bald donkeys are not good company at all. They may look kind and compassionate on the surface, but behind their backs, they are up to no good.
Xin Lao, you're not young anymore, why can't you see this clearly?
You better shut up, it just shows how smart you are.
Dugu Qing scolded. Xiao Zizai relaxed his brows upon hearing this. It's good if that's the case. Those bald donkeys are full of male bandits and female prostitutes. Except for a few great masters who haven't appeared, the Western Domain's 18 temples are far from being pure. We must not have any dealings with them.
Seeing that the two still didn't want to tell the truth, Xiao Zizai stopped asking further.
Everyone has their secrets. As long as they are not colluding with the bald donkeys from the Western Domain, Xiao Zizai couldn't be bothered. The affairs of the Southern Domain should be handled by the people of the Southern Domain themselves. It's not for outsiders to laugh at. And you, with your personality, why are you suddenly interested in the matters of the God Phoenix City?
Dugu Qing, who had calmed down, asked in confusion.
Xiao Zizai smiled and said, Tell me who guided you, and I'll tell you my purpose, deal? Dugu Qing rolled his eyes. You're making it sound like a big deal, as if I care. Well then, tell me who it is, and I won't interfere with you in this matter concerning the God Phoenix City. How about that?
Xiao Zizai compromised. Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng exchanged glances, weighing the pros and cons.
They knew Xiao Zizai's influence very well. In the Southern Domain, if there was something Xiao Zizai couldn't accomplish, it meant it was impossible.
When a person's strength reaches a certain level, every word they say and every action they take will have immeasurable effects on others. And Xiao Zizai happened to be the kind of person who had nothing better to do. After making a decision, Dugu Qing looked at Xiao Zizai and said seriously, One more thing, you can't interfere in our affairs from now on. How about it? Rest assured, the carefree city will remain the same, and you will still be the carefree marquis.
Xiao Zizai sneered, That's all you've got? Focus more on cultivation, so your strength won't be this low. Just say whether you agree or not. Fine, just spit it out, it's so tedious. Xiao Zizai impatiently said.
Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng both looked at Jiang Chen, who was watching from the side, and said in unison, "It's him, the expert."
Him?
Xiao Zizai immediately turned to Jiang Chen. He had noticed this young man a long time ago. When he first boarded the flying boat, his spiritual sense had scanned Jiang Chen several times.
But each time, the result showed that Jiang Chen was just an ordinary mortal. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem like a servant or an attendant.
Apart from Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng, Jiang Chen was the only one left on the flying boat.
A return to Void Realm cultivator was powerful, and unless it was a special occasion, they wouldn't usually use transportation like a flying boat.
With that kind of skill, I would have flown directly to the destination long ago. Therefore, Xiao Zizai concluded that this flying boat must have been used to accommodate Jiang Chen.
Anyone who could ride in a flying boat with Du Guqing must not be an ordinary person.
Xiao Zizai furrowed his brow, thinking to himself,
could this be a senior expert who has been out of the world for a long time? May I ask your name?
Xiao Zizai asked cautiously. It was better to be careful until he was sure of the other party's true strength. It wouldn't be good if he offended them. He had heard of most of the nascent soul stage cultivators in the Tianling realm.
Jiang Chen was a bit confused.
Being treated so cautiously by a nascent soul cultivator returning to the void realm, he didn't know whether to be happy or afraid. "I am Jiang Chen, Jiang is in river, and Chen is in day,"
Jiang Chen answered honestly.
Xiao Zizai pondered for a while but couldn't think of any nascent soul cultivator named Jiang Chen.
Don't bother, Jiang Chen is just an ordinary person with no cultivation, Qin Xiaofeng explained from the side. Oh, is he a disciple of the academy then?
Only the scholars in the academy, who could accurately pinpoint Du Guqing's weaknesses, were still mere mortals. The saying goes, paper talk on military strategy doesn't necessarily require much strength, just broad knowledge. But looking at Jiang Chen, he didn't seem like a scholarly type. Clad in a blue-gray robe, with a black crow perched on his shoulder, he looked more like a swindler from the Jianghu.
My lord, I make a living by fortune-telling. Jiang Chen didn't dare to joke with Xiao Zizai and spoke honestly. Xiao Zizai immediately became curious.
If what Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng said was true, then did it mean that Jiang Chen had used divination to find out his weaknesses in cultivation?
So, you figured it out through divination?
That's right. Xiao Zizai curiously scrutinized Jiang Chen for a while, then flipped his palm, and a spirit stone suddenly appeared in his hand. He held it in front of Jiang Chen and asked, "Can you tell me if this spirit stone will be in my right hand or left hand later?" Without waiting for Jiang Chen's agreement, he turned his back to prevent Jiang Chen from seeing.
Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Zizai and helplessly said, "My lord, I require payment for divination. I haven't even done the divination, and you want payment already?" Marquis Xiaoyao frowned. "Are you afraid I'll predict the king's fate hexagram? With your personality, it's not impossible." Du Guqing added. "Big Qing, that's not right of you. How can you undermine me like that?"
Xiao Zizai turned around with a dead fisheye and looked at Du Guqing. Then, after staring at Du Guqing with a dead fisheye for a while, Xiao Zizai said, "Lend me some money."
"Aren't you well off?" Du Guqing roared. "Who let you undermine me? I could have gotten away with it, but you had to spill the beans. How can I face myself now?" Jiang Chen felt awkward hearing this.
This Marquis Xiaoyao was indeed carefree. In the end, Du Guqing ended up paying the divination fee for him. The main reason was that he didn't have much money himself.
Xiao Zizai extended his two clenched fists and said to Jiang Chen, "Guess, which hand?"
He had already decided that if Jiang Chen guessed wrong, then he was a fraud, but if he guessed right, he would turn the spirit stone in his hand into thin air.
System, even I'm amazed.
Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to use any special effects for such a small divination. He casually pretended to calculate with his fingers and, following the system's prompt, pointed directly at Xiao Zizai's right hand, saying, "In this hand."
Xiao Zizai was slightly stunned at Jiang Chen's words.
The spirit stone was indeed in his right hand, but he couldn't tell if Jiang Chen had guessed randomly or actually divined it. He exerted a slight force with his right hand, and the spirit stone immediately disappeared.
Xiao Zizai looked at Jiang Chen with a smirk and said, "Wrong guess. Ha ha."
Then, he opened his right hand directly.
"Laugh all you want, see who's wrong," Du Guqing scolded.
Xiao Zizai heard this and lowered his head to look. A spiritual stone lay quietly in the palm of his hand.
"Ha?"
Xiao Zizai looked incredulously at the spiritual stone in his hand, then at Jiang Chen. He was plunged into deep self-doubt. A grand cultivator at the return to void stage like him had actually been played.
Come again, come again." Xiao Zizai was now successfully piqued with curiosity.
However, no matter how he cheated, the final result was always the spiritual stone lying quietly in his hand.
Marquis Xiaoyao even saw the markings he made on it.
"This is unbelievable," Xiao Zizai muttered to himself. "System, Damn it, questioning me. If I don't give you a taste of my power, you'll still think of yourself as a character.
Jiang Chen.
So, it was the system intervening.
Jiang Chen understood in his heart, secretly praising the system for being reliable. At critical moments, it really came through. Xiao Zizai looked seriously at Jiang Chen and asked, "You really have no cultivation?" Jiang Chen nodded, but Xiao Zizai didn't believe it. After all, being able to tamper with his hand without him noticing was a strength that was absolutely explosive. It wasn't that Xiao Zizai was arrogant, but in the Tianling realm, people with such strength basically didn't exist. Only immortals descending to the mortal realm could have such means. However Jiang Chen looked, he didn't seem like an immortal. Xiao Zizai leaned more towards Jiang Chen being a remarkable individual. After all, divination was like touching the edge of the heavenly secrets and causality. This thing was universally acknowledged as unpredictable and couldn't be judged by common sense. Xiao Zizai understood in his heart, no wonder Dugu Qing would have ambitions to dominate the southern domain. With such a person who could calculate without missing a beat, understand the heavenly secrets, and manipulate causality, there was indeed a chance and possibility to make a difference. Xiao Zizai inwardly exclaimed that this trip was not in vain, and he was even more looking forward to this trip to the Divine Phoenix City. Sir is truly a remarkable person of this era, this Marquis admires. Since he lost, he had to admit it. Marquis Xiaoyao was not someone who couldn't take a loss. Marquis, you overpraise me, but it's just some skills that are not presentable, just a way to make a living. Jiang Chen modestly said, "Can Sir predict everything?"
Xiao Zizai, who knew Jiang Chen's abilities, immediately thought of countless possibilities.
As long as the Marquis can afford the price, everything can be predicted.
On this point, Jiang Chen was extremely confident.
Xiao Zizai's eyes immediately lit up, grabbing Jiang Chen's arm and asking, "Can even fairies poop?" Dugu Qing, straight face. Qin Xiaofeng, straight face. Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen quietly stepped back, coming to Qin Xiaofeng's side, turning his head and whispered, "Qin Lao, didn't you say Marquis Xiaoyao was elegant and charming? This guy is totally a big pervert. It shouldn't be. When he was young, he was indeed a heartthrob."
Qin Xiaofeng was also somewhat uncertain.
Perhaps this is his true nature, and you and I being deceived by him is particularly evident.
Dugu Qing never missed an opportunity to criticize Zaya Zizai, saying quietly on the side,
"This was a bit too greasy and perverted." Even though Jiang Chen had seen all kinds of weird things in his past life, a grand cultivator with such profound cultivation having such quirks truly challenged his worldview. "Qin Lao, are all you senior cultivators with profound cultivation like Marquis Xiaoyao having special quirks?" Jiang Chen seemed to have figured something out, decisively moved away from the two, looking at them with a hint of disdain.
Qin Xiaofeng raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you talking about, kid?
Look at the expression in my eyes. What does it mean? You better explain it clearly to me."
"Anyway, this bastard is definitely a pervert, it's confirmed," Dugu Qing said. "Can you guys keep your voices down when talking behind someone's back? At least turn around." Xiao Zizai looked unkindly at the three.
The three immediately chuckled and changed the subject as if nothing had happened.
"Now, can you tell us why you went to the Divine Phoenix City?" Dugu Qing asked.
Xiao Zizai no longer concealed anything, somewhat lazily saying, "An old flame of mine asked for my help.
I had nothing better to do, so I went to take a look. Most likely, she wanted to vie for the position of the Phoenix City Lord." Dugu Qing pondered for a moment upon hearing this, then suddenly brightened up and said, "Lu Qingqing? That's right, that woman."
Xiao Zizai admitted with a nod.
"You had a thing with her?" Dugu Qing said incredulously.
Xiao Zizai looked up at the sky, his tone tinged with a sense of vicissitude. It was just a bit of youthful recklessness. That posture, that expression, that tone, as charming as ever. Although time had passed, he exuded a mature uncle vibe that could easily captivate a group of Lolita-loving uncles.
"Who is this Lu Qingqing?" Jiang Chen asked curiously.
Dugu Qing stroked his chin and said, "She is the younger sister of Lu Qingfeng. People call her troublemaker Lu Qingqing. She doesn't give in when she's right, and she fights for every inch when she's not."
"You can even handle such a shrew. Xiao Zizai, you can't deny you're a bit twisted."
Xiao Zizai spread his hands helplessly. Qingqing wasn't like that when she was young. It was just some things that happened that changed her temperament.
"It's because of you, right? Otherwise, why would you eagerly come to help her fight for that city lord position?"
Xiao Zizai, feeling a bit embarrassed, whistled awkwardly and changed the subject. "Hey, look at that bird, it has no wings.
I must win the Phoenix City this time."
"Xiao Zizai, you better keep that crazy woman in check," Dugu Qing said, feeling a headache coming on at the thought of that madwoman. If it were just her alone, it wouldn't be a big problem. She was just a cultivator at the Unity realm, not capable of causing much trouble. But with Xiao Zizai involved, it was a different story. At that moment, he felt somewhat fortunate. If it weren't for taking care of Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have boarded the flying boat, wouldn't have met Xiao Zizai halfway, and wouldn't have made an agreement with Xiao Zizai not to interfere. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Zizai was quite interested in Jiang Chen. In that case, he could use this to his advantage and stop Xiao Zizai from helping that crazy woman, Lu Qingqing. Xiao Zizai shrugged. She asked for my help, I had no reason to refuse.
Not interfering with you guys is already my biggest concession.
Xiao Zizai appeared helpless. Dugu Cheng narrowed his eyes, staring at him coldly. Don't joke around.
Would the Marquis of Xiaoyao care about a woman? Don't be so blunt.
If others hear you, how can I pick up girls? Xiao Zizai glared at him fiercely. Also, is this the attitude a defeated subordinate should have?
Stop the nonsense and state your price.
Dugu Qing completely ignored him.
If I say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Lao Qing, I'm giving you face. Don't push me.
I helped you deal with the Lu family in Xiaoyao City.
I know you're sentimental and don't want to act. I helped you.
Dugu Cheng said.
That's my family matter in Xiaoyao City. You don't need to meddle.
Xiao Zizai looked at him in surprise. Alright, Lao Qing, I've underestimated you all these years. You've planted quite a few nails in my Xiaoyao City. If you don't like it, I can recall them all and deal with the nails of other forces, giving you a clean Xiaoyao City. Xiao Zizai's character determined that he didn't like power struggles, so he rarely managed Xiaoyao City. As a result, Xiaoyao City had almost become a hotbed of spies in the southern domain. If he weren't so powerful, Xiaoyao City would have descended into chaos long ago.
Don't threaten me with this.
If I want to, I can easily clean up Xiaoyao City from top to bottom. It was clear that Xiao Zizai was well aware of these matters. This made Dugu Cheng look at him with a higher regard. It seemed that this guy in front of him wasn't just a brute focused on cultivation in women.
Dugu Cheng decided to stop beating around the bush and pointed at Jiang Chen. He lent you some time, don't say you're not interested in him.
Xiao Zizai immediately put on a smile and said, you know me so well.
Jiang Chen? What's going on?
Stop, Dugu City Lord.
What do you mean by this?
Xiao Zizai grabbed Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, brother, follow big brother and you'll have 3 meals a day.
What do you mean? What does it have to do with me?
Jiang Chen was a bit confused as to why he was being dragged into this.
Only during the time in Phoenix City.
Dugu Qing emphasized.
Enough, enough. With that, Xiao Zizai took Jiang Chen towards the cabin of the flying boat.
Ah,
what are you going to do?
Jiang Chen struggled frantically, but his efforts were futile against the opponent's strength.
City Lord Dugu, save me. Save me.
Frustrated, so damn frustrated. Jiang Chen shuddered at the thought of Xiao Zizai's lecherous gaze. He never imagined that Xiao Zizai, who looked quite handsome and had a mature vibe, was actually gay.
Well, that's fine, but why would he be interested in him?
Big brother.
Hey, big brother. Isn't Dugu Qing a better match, and Qin Xiaofeng looks gentler, right? What are you talking about? What's your business with them?
Jiang Chen was startled at the words. It seemed like the three of them often hung out together, losing their novelty.
Big brother, can I ask you for one thing? Jiang Chen pleaded.
Xiao Zizai impatiently said, speak quickly. Be gentle later, I have hemorrhoids these days.
Xiao Zizai. Phoenix City has been very lively recently.
Ever since the news of Lu Qingfeng being killed by a mysterious person at the Lu family ancestral tomb spread, various forces in Phoenix City have started to stir. Not only the native forces of Phoenix City but also forces from other major cities in the southern domain hope to get a piece of the action.
However, with the arrival of the 12 city lords of the southern domain, a strange calm has settled over Phoenix City.
It seems like the calm before the storm. Phoenix City suddenly became eerily quiet. Just as the storm was brewing in Phoenix City, a flying boat leisurely flew towards the city gates. The guarding cultivator immediately flew out to intercept. Who goes there?
Flying is prohibited within Phoenix City. Dugu Qing on the flying boat didn't mince words and directly released his cultivation aura.
Instantly, a powerful returning void realm pressure swept out, forcing the guarding cultivator to retreat.
The flying boat continued to sway towards the city lord's mansion inside the city.
As Dugu Qing dispersed his pressure, 12 returning void realm auras immediately appeared within the city, as if in response.
Apart from Lu Qingfeng, there were no other returning void realm cultivators in Phoenix City.
The Lu family reigned supreme here. Initially, this was greatly advantageous for ruling Phoenix City, but now, without a returning void realm powerhouse, significant problems arose. Inside the city lord's mansion, the flying boat slowly landed in a vast open space. Lu Qingmu and Lu Qingqing, who had received the news early, had been waiting for a long time. Just as everyone was preparing to warmly welcome them, two somewhat discordant voices came from the flying boat. I say, Senior, can you be clearer next time? My pants are all wet. You brat, what nonsense is in your head? I've lived for thousands of years, seen all kinds of storms, and almost let you be taken away. Xiao Zizai pinched Jiang Chen's ear and, with a grimacing Jiang Chen in tow, stepped off the flying boat. Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng had flushed faces, with barely concealed smiles, as they followed.
Lu Qingmu and Lu Qingqing exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with intense hostility. Each of them snorted coldly and went to greet their respective backers.
Elders, you've worked hard. After a long journey, the juniors have prepared a feast to welcome you and wash away the dust.
Lu Qingmu's attitude was very humble.
Although he knew in his heart that the two before him were most likely the ones who killed his younger brother, did it matter? Unable to say, he was still grateful to Dugu Qing and the others. The two nodded, ignoring his words, and turned to Xiao Zizai, saying, "Take care of this Jiang kid, protect him well, there are too many wolves here." Xiao Zizai, still pinching Jiang Chen's ear, without even looking back, said, "If you dare to gossip, don't blame me for being ruthless." The two who had already restrained their smiles almost broke into laughter in front of everyone. But when Lu Qingmu saw his little sister heading towards Xiao Zizai, his expression turned somewhat unpleasant.
The renowned name of Marquis Xiaoyao, who in the southern domain doesn't know him?
If he were to help Lu Qingqing, even these two before them might not be able to stop him. Lu Qingqing, in a defiant gesture, smiled triumphantly at him and watched as he led Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng away. "You're here, after so many years, you didn't even come to see me." Lu Qingqing, dressed in a long red dress, alluring and charming, with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye, complementing her naturally seductive charm, was truly captivating. When she saw Xiao Zizai, she immediately changed from her usual arrogance to a more submissive demeanor, leaning towards him like a little bird. She wanted to lean directly on Xiao Zizai, but he was busy scolding Jiang Chen, not giving her a chance.
"Don't act so intimate, what if others misunderstand?" Xiao Zizai impatiently said.
Lu Qingqing, however, nonchalantly replied, "I miss you, and besides, what's there to misunderstand?" Jiang Chen was getting goosebumps from her overly sweet words. "Let's make it clear, I'm just here for a visit, I can't help you with your matters." Xiao Zizai got straight to the point, not giving Lu Qingqing a chance to speak, cutting her off. "Why, with your strength, it's just a matter of words, who wouldn't give face to Marquis Xiaoyao?" Lu Qingqing immediately revealed her true nature, her voice unusually sharp. Xiao Zizai glanced at her with a hint of disgust. "Don't make me completely disappointed in you." Lu Qingqing clenched her lips, her eyes cold. "Xiao Zizai, this is what you owe me.
I've already repaid what I owe you long ago."
"Impossible, you haven't repaid it in this lifetime, you never will." "Xiao Zizai, I'll ask you again, this time, will you help or not?" Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with anger as she looked at Xiao Zizai. "Lu Qingqing, this position is not for you to take, better dispel this thought early on, the waters here run deep, not something a mere woman like you can handle." Xiao Zizai wanted to advise her further.
Unfortunately, Lu Qingqing didn't listen at all.
"Whether I can take it or not is not for you to decide, if you won't let me, I'll sit just to show you."
With that, she turned and left, leaving behind a beautiful silhouette.
Jiang Chen listened to their conversation, completely puzzled and unable to understand. He looked at Xiao Zizai, his curiosity burning. "Lord Marquis, what do you owe her? Just repay her if you can't." Xiao Zizai sighed as he watched Lu Qingqing leave, then glared at Jiang Chen. "Adult matters, don't pry into them, child."
"So what do we do now?" Jiang Chen looked around at the empty surroundings, feeling troubled. He thought coming to Phoenix City would mean good food and drink.
Never did he expect to not even have a place to stay. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Zizai with resentment. "If it's not possible, at least deceive her for me, so I can have a place to eat. We agreed to stick together, 3 meals a day, right?"
"Don't tell me it's 3 meals of hunger instead."
Xiao Zizai patted Jiang Chen on the back of his head, always thinking about eating. "As a return to Void Realm cultivator, a city lord, do you think I lack food for you to eat?"
"Don't blame me for ruining your plans, do you have money?" Jiang Chen's words made Xiao Zizai suddenly embarrassed. He really had no money.
On a roadside stall in Phoenix City, a middle-aged man and a young man were slurping noodles from their bowls. "See, I told you street stalls have the best food. Indeed, much better than those fancy restaurants." As they spoke, they continued to stuff noodles into their mouths.
"Boss, another bowl. I'll have one too."
The stall owner immediately served them 2 more bowls of noodles with a big smile. Business was booming today, especially with these two who had already eaten 4 bowls each and even ordered the deluxe meal. The stall owner's smile hadn't faded since the two arrived. This deluxe set meal only comes with an extra boiled egg compared to the regular one, yet the price has doubled. He calculated that as long as he sold 2 more bowls of noodles, he could close the stall early today. He could take advantage of this rare opportunity to go to the kiln and blow off some steam, with a high probability of not being caught by his wife. "Boss, let's settle the bill." Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately approached, nodding and bowing. "Have the 2 guests finished their meal?"
Yes, boss, your cooking is excellent. That will be 3 taels of silver. The two men exchanged a glance, then suddenly looked at the stall owner in a strange way and said, "Can you run fast? Stall owner? Run!" Jiang Chen shouted, and the two immediately sprinted away, raising a cloud of dust, leaving the stall owner disheveled in the wind. Jiang Chen had been hanging out with Xiao Zai in the Phoenix City for 3 days, not doing anything productive, just engaging in some shady activities. Xiao Zai was very interested in Jiang Chen's divination skills. Unlike Du Guqing, this guy didn't do anything legitimate. Du Guqing's divination was all about important matters and affairs. But with Xiao Zai, it was either predicting wins and losses in the gambling den or finding out which house had a widow living alone. Nothing that could be associated with a returning Void Realm cultivator. If Jiang Chen hadn't witnessed Xiao Zai's strength, he would have suspected that this guy was just a handsome but sleazy uncle. Initially, Jiang Chen thought he could earn a lot of luck points from Xiao Zai. But he was wrong, very wrong. In 3 days, he had only gained 28 luck points, all of which he had paid for himself. Xiao Zai didn't contribute a single cent. Just when Jiang Chen was about to collapse, he finally received a message from Du Guqing. They were to meet at the Lord's mansion tonight. The reason for the meeting was coincidental, they were all passing by, so they decided to gather. Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Zai and asked, "Lord Xiao, aren't you concerned about the ownership of the Phoenix City? Judging by the reactions of the other city-level powerhouses, the benefits of this city were definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted so many returning Void Realm cultivators." But this Lord Xiao seemed genuinely unconcerned, fitting his title of the Carefree Lord. What's there to be concerned about? In the southern domain, all 36 cities have changed hands at some point. Xiao Zai said indifferently. "Don't you want to dominate the southern domain? Xin Lao said you were the most likely to rule the southern domain." Jiang Chen asked curiously. "That's just wishful thinking on their part. I've never thought about it. Just because one's cultivation is high, does one have to do something sensational?" Xiao Zai's words left Jiang Chen stunned. Indeed, did one have to accomplish something grand just because of their high cultivation? Then why do you cultivate? Xiao Zai looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, a faint smile on his lips. "The world is vast, and I want to travel around. Isn't that a worthwhile way to spend this life? Traveling? You cultivate just to travel around?" Jiang Chen couldn't believe it. Xiao Zai glanced at Jiang Chen and said, "Why not? This world is dangerous, so one must cultivate diligently to appreciate it better. I just didn't expect that my cultivation would reach the returning Void Realm." Jiang Chen was speechless. What a Versailles! But Jiang Chen chose to believe what he said. From his observations, Xiao Zai had been wandering around like a street urchin for the past 3 days. "Are you going to the Lord's mansion for the gathering tonight?" Jiang Chen asked. Xiao Zai looked at Jiang Chen as if he were an idiot. Of course, why miss out on the fun? Would I be sane if I didn't join in? Night fell quickly, and the Lord's mansion was brightly lit and lively. Tonight, 15 powerful cultivators of the returning Void Realm would gather here to decide the future of the Phoenix City. In the main hall of the Lord's mansion, 15 small tables were arranged in a circle, filled with delicacies and spiritual fruits and vegetables. Being cultivators of the same realm, it was hard to determine who was superior and who was inferior. We can't just meet and immediately compete to see who's better. After all, it's rare to find people like Du Guqing and Xiao Zai who can fight and then sit down peacefully to chat. Du Guqing, can I really stay calm and composed? However, at their level, they all have a rough idea of each other's strength. Among the 15 people, not all are here for personal gain. At least half of them are just here to watch the show and seize an opportunity if it arises. When the competition heats up later, everyone will need a few reliable allies. They are all old foxes who have lived for centuries and are quite calculating. As the moment when the bright moon hangs high approaches, various figures begin to appear one by one in the meeting hall. Basically, no one leaves. Either they arrive in a blaze of fire or a sword light cuts through the air, chilling everything. In any case, the presence of the Grand Masters of the Return to Void Realm is quite imposing. There were 6 siblings of the Lu Qingfeng family in total, but after his death, only 5 remain eligible to inherit the position of the Lord of the Divine Phoenix City. These 5 are now seated behind 5 of the Grand Masters of the Return to Void Realm. Soon, all the seats are occupied except for one. Lu Qingmu is surprised to find that the top Return to Void Realm Master from the Southern Sky, Duke Xiaoyao, has not arrived. Lu Qingqing is seated behind another Return to Void Realm Master. He doesn't understand what's going on, but as long as it's not Duke Xiaoyao, everything should be fine. It's not that he doubts the strength of Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng, but Duke Xiaoyao's reputation is just too prominent. He really wants to ask Du Guqing about it. That day, he saw Duke Xiaoyao arrive with them on the flying boat. And there was that unknown young man too. But with so many big shots present, he doesn't dare speak until they do. As he drifts off in thought, a stern voice echoes through the entire meeting hall. Is everyone here? Let's begin. The speaker is a middle-aged Taoist dressed in a black and white robe. Interestingly, his hair is also half black and half white. Wang Chunshang, Duke Xiaoyao hasn't arrived yet. Are you sure we shouldn't wait for him? The speaker's voice is sharp, sounding somewhat like a child going through puberty. And indeed, he looks like a child. Sitting arrogantly in a chair much larger than him, constantly shifting his body uncomfortably, is the crimson disciple, Childheart. When the title of Duke Xiaoyao is mentioned, Wang Chunsheng immediately falls silent, appearing very apprehensive. The Return to Void Realm Masters in the Southern Sky are generally divided into two categories. One is the ordinary Return to Void Realm, and the other is Duke Xiaoyao. The strength of the Southern Sky Masters ranks at the bottom among the 5 realms, as evidenced by their rankings on the Abyssal rankings. The number of Southern Sky Masters on the list can be counted on 2 hands. Duke Xiaoyao, however, managed to rank 23rd on the list, showcasing his formidable strength. A saying circulates among the Southern Sky: you can disrespect Duke Xiaoyao, but never interfere with his fun. Duke Xiaoyao is a rare easygoing figure in the Return to Void Realm and usually avoids conflicts. He enjoys mingling with ordinary people to experience life and is quite amiable. Oh, everyone's here. Sorry for the delay on the way. With a slightly frivolous voice, Xiao Zizai and Jiang Chen make their entrance. However, their arrival differs from that of the other big shots. Xiao Zizai casually walks in with his hands behind his back. Rather than a big shot, he resembles a carefree and unrestrained poet. Out of the 15 chairs, the one directly facing the door remains unoccupied. It's evident that everyone has unconsciously avoided that chair. Although the seating arrangement wasn't deliberately planned in terms of hierarchy, these big shots are quite adept at understanding social cues. Those who have reached such a level are unlikely to be fools. It's not very wise to offend the universally recognized strongest figure just for a seat. Even though Xiao Zizai didn't care about these things. Move over there, you're blocking the breeze here. Xiao Zizai didn't sit in that chair but went straight to the nearest senior from the Return to Void Realm near the door to drive him away. Jiang Chen curiously looked over to see what the senior's reaction would be. If he yielded in front of so many cultivators of the same realm, he would lose face. Surprisingly, the person turned out to be a female cultivator. She was dressed in a light yellow floral dress, with a peach blossom face and graceful figure. Her big watery eyes were incredibly clear, looking at Xiao Zizai with a pitiful expression. This provoked the men present, who glared angrily at Xiao Zizai. If they weren't sure they couldn't win, they might have started a fight. Jiang Chen recalled the divination that matched this person's characteristics, and it should be the Fairy of 100 Flowers, Li Qinglan. Lord Ho, are you here to bully this lady again? Li Qinglan's eyes immediately welled up with tears, looking pitiful. Every move and glance she made teased the men's masculinity. Jiang Chen came to a conclusion: top quality green tea, case closed. Get lost. Do you know why this lord likes beautiful women but never touches you? Unfortunately, Xiao Zizai showed no mercy. Li Qinglan shook her head, feeling puzzled. It was a consensus that Marquis Xiaoyao liked women. She was confident that she was top-notch in both temperament and appearance. However, Xiao Zizai had never flirted with her. I don't like burlap sacks, Xiao Zizai bluntly stated. Everyone present was puzzled, not understanding. Some even carefully examined Li Qinglan for a long time, thinking she had a good figure, nothing like a burlap sack. Li Qinglan asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You're really good at pretending," Xiao Zizai said. You. Li Qinglan, the Fairy of 100 Flowers, pointed at Xiao Zizai with trembling jade-like fingers, too angry to speak. The onlookers covered their mouths, holding back laughter. Xiao Zizai's words hit them right in the heart. Who are you? Let you move over, don't you understand? Xiao Zizai was like a street ruffian, insolent and cocky. Li Qinglan stomped her foot in anger but had no choice but to move to the seat originally reserved for Xiao Zizai. Xiao Zizai sat down casually, looking around. When Wang Chunsheng saw that everyone was finally present, he immediately said, "Let's begin." Wait, it was Xiao Zizai who spoke again. Everyone looked at him, curious to see what tricks this marquis would play this time. Wang Chunsheng, who was interrupted twice, had a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Zizai looked at Jiang Chen standing beside him, somewhat annoyed. "Where are your eyes? Can't you see my brother is still standing?" All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen felt immense pressure now. Being stared at by so many seniors, that feeling was truly something else, so satisfying. Several divine senses immediately scanned Jiang Chen from head to toe. To their surprise, he was just an ordinary mortal. Judging by his bone age, he looked to be in his early 20s.
There was a black crow perched on his shoulder, not even a spiritual beast, far from being an exotic bird. They couldn't understand how such a young man could be on such familiar terms with Xiao Zizai, and it seemed like the two were very close. Several seniors immediately communicated through divine senses, enthusiastically discussing, could he be his real brother? Come on, Xiao Zizai's father has been dead for over 800 years, where would he get a son from? That makes some sense, but I still stick to my own opinion. +1, I agree with the above. +2, same here. You idiots, don't you dare open the free channel next time, I'm listening. Xiao Zizai roared. Everyone immediately sat up straight, eyes on the nose on the heart. The Lu siblings were completely confused about what the seniors were up to. They were supposed to be the main topic of discussion today, but things seemed to be veering off course. Lu Qingqing's eyes stared coldly at Jiang Chen. It was that young man who had witnessed her embarrassment in front of Xiao Zizai yesterday. Xiao Zizai couldn't move, but this young man seemed like a good target for venting her anger. As a mortal, Miss Lu Qingqing of the Lu family had ways to deal with him. She didn't believe Xiao Zizai could protect him forever. If Jiang Chen knew what Lu Qingqing was thinking, he would surely protest. They had only known each other for 3 days. A servant immediately brought a chair and placed it behind Xiao Zizai, at a distance similar to that of the Lu family's 5 siblings. Come forward, you won't hear anything sitting so far away, Xiao Zizai complained. The servant trembled in fear, looked around at the dignitaries present, and didn't know what to do. These were all top figures among the dignitaries. Lord Ho has spoken, why haven't you moved closer yet? A burly man in battle armor spoke, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. The servant immediately placed the chair next to Xiao Zizai. Move closer, don't you see it's crowded here? You're getting old, but you still lack perception. Xiao Zizai continued misbehaving. The white-haired returning Void Realm cultivator, with an air of immortality and cultivation, seemed unperturbed and nodded with a smile. Without making any moves, he and the chair shifted to the side. Afterward, he even nodded and smiled at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, not daring to be like Lord Xiaoyao, smiled apologetically and nodded in response. Just as everyone was finally ready to get to the main topic, Xiao Zizai mischievously interrupted again. Wait a moment. What now? Everyone immediately grew impatient. Do you want to order takeout? I know a place on the 3rd Street, 4th shop, that sells delicious spiced donkey meat buns. We're not hungry, thank you. The crowd was annoyed. Aren't you hungry? We are fasting. Well then, forget it. Xiao Zizai said helplessly. Do you have anything else? The crowd couldn't stand him anymore. Nothing, please continue, Xiao Zizai said with a grin. Wang Chunqing sighed and said, well, how about some melon seeds? Get lost. TSK, can't even take a joke. The crowd was exasperated. Gentlemen, with the passing of Taoist Lu, we are all deeply saddened. However, the Phoenix City cannot remain leaderless. Therefore, I propose that Taoist Lu's 3rd brother, Lu Qingshan, take over. Speaking was the Yin-Yang Taoist Wang Chunsheng. Xiao Zizai, of course, would not speak. Originally, he was there at the behest of Lu Qingqing to mediate, but since he had changed his mind, it was not appropriate for him to speak. He kept cracking melon seeds with Jiang Chen, introducing the people present. Dugu Qing, as the instigator of all this, did not speak first. Yin-Yang Taoist, why should you make this decision? The Phoenix City is already in your hands, isn't it? The red flame child Tongxin immediately spoke up. It seemed there was some old grudge between the two, leading to constant verbal sparring. Oh, then, how should we proceed according to Taoist Tan's opinion? Wang Chunqing didn't take Tongxin's trash talk to heart, as he was used to it. Me? If you ask me, Lu Qinglin is more suitable for the position of city lord. Tongxin sat on a large chair and pointed to a middle-aged man behind him. Ha ha. Taoist Tong, can you decide who becomes the city lord of Phoenix City? Wang Chunqing seemed to find something amusing and burst into laughter. Laughing your ass off, Yin-Yang Taoist, wanna fight if you're not convinced. Although Tongxin looked young, his temper was indeed fierce. Wang Chunqing looked at him maliciously, sneering, little brat, haven't you had enough from last time? Have you forgotten so soon? Tongxin, with his sharp voice, said, what, is your guy down there ready? Wang Chunqing's face instantly turned black and white at the remark. You're asking for it. Come on, let's fight, you two-faced scoundrel. Just as the tension between the two escalated, a soft voice interrupted. Please don't be angry, harmony brings wealth, let's give me some face, sit down and talk nicely, no need for violence. Li Qinglan's demeanor immediately reminded Jiang Chen of a term, social butterfly, but it was undeniably effective. Although both were still resentful, they sat back down and stared fiercely at each other. Seated in front of Lu Qingqing was the big man in armor. Seeing that Wang Chunxing and the others had stopped arguing, he spoke up. I'll cut to the chase, I support Lu Qingqing. Xiao Zai quietly introduced Jiang Chen. This gorilla is called Feng Wujin, a martial cultivator, not the brightest, but decent in cultivation. Jiang Chen immediately recalled information about him. He remembered that this man was known as the War King Feng Wujin. However, he couldn't agree with Xiao Zai's assessment of his cultivation level. If he remembered correctly, this man was the strongest present besides Xiao Zai and ranked 65th on the Hidden Abyss list. Among those present, only he and Xiao Zai made it to the list, while the others did not. Although rankings on the Hidden Abyss list were not definitive in the Return to Void Realm, those who made it on the list were undoubtedly deserving. Lu Qingqing was indeed selective. As soon as she saw Xiao Zai was out of the picture, she immediately approached the War King. However, it was unknown what price she had paid. Seeing the supporters of the Lu family stepping forward, Du Guqing could no longer stand idly by. He stood up and said, I and Qin Lao believe that Lu Qingmu, as the eldest in the Lu family, should rightfully inherit the position of city lord. Everyone immediately looked at Du Guqing. Although he was not the weakest in the room, he was far from impressive. No one expected him to get involved in the matter of the Phoenix City Lord. However, compared to the others, Du Guqing had a natural advantage. The Immortal City and the Phoenix City were adjacent, and the Immortal City was one of the few large cities with 3 cultivators in the Return to Void Realm. The public only knew that Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng were the 2 prominent cultivators in the Immortal City, but those present were all top figures in the southern domain. They knew that there was another cultivator in the Immortal City who remained in seclusion most of the time due to his advancing age, rarely leaving the city's array. However, his presence was enough to deter the weak. Nevertheless, some were skeptical. Du Guqing, what are you meddling in? Have you sorted out the matters in the Immortal City? Wang Chunxing spoke, questioning who had the final say in a city with 3 cultivators. It was a provocative statement. No need for your concern, I don't need anyone to meddle in the affairs of the Immortal City. Qin Xiaofeng immediately stood up, asserting his dominance. Wang Chunxing looked at Qin Xiaofeng in surprise. According to his information, these 2 were supposed to be at odds. But from the looks of it, things didn't match the rumors. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Even if Qin Xiaofeng and Du Guqing joined forces, there were several others who had yet to show their stance. The argument continued for a full hour without pause, leaving Jiang Chen wide-eyed. Throughout the heated exchange, profanities were thrown around, completely defying the dignified image expected of cultivators in the Return to Void Realm. In the end, even Li Qinglan couldn't hold back and cursed without regard for her image. Lord Ho, is this normal? Jiang Chen asked in disbelief. Why not? Cultivators are also human. It's rare to have so many cultivators of the same level gathered. Of course, they need to vent. It's tiring to maintain a facade in front of juniors and subordinates every day. Xiao Zai was unfazed by the chaos. Jiang Chen suddenly understood Xiao Zai's character. He seemed like the type who disliked hiding his true thoughts, truly embodying the unity of knowledge and action. Perhaps that was why his cultivation strength was so formidable. That's not a solution to keep arguing like this all the time, Jiang Chen said. Xiao Zai chuckled and said, after venting, we'll start the main course. This is just an appetizer. Main course? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Benefit exchange, strong-arm tactics, there are only a few ways to play this game, nothing fancy. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, indicating he had learned something new. However, with your help this time, Du Guqing should be able to win without bloodshed and have the last laugh. Jiang Chen glanced at Xiao Zai. He noticed that Lord Xiao didn't seem as unserious as he appeared. Xiao Zai seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's thoughts and smiled slightly. Wisdom, my friend, wisdom. With time, you will understand. Thinking about the detailed information and weaknesses of those Return to Void Realm cultivators on the list, Jiang Chen had no confidence in their trip to the Phoenix City this time. In his past life playing games, he knew that knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. With such detailed intelligence support, he believed that Du Guqing would definitely emerge as the ultimate winner. The condition was that Xiao Zai wouldn't act impulsively. This person by his side was too powerful, so strong that even knowing his weaknesses wouldn't guarantee victory. What's more, due to his character, Xiao Zai's weaknesses only existed in his cultivation techniques, unlike others who could be targeted from different angles besides raw strength. The group kept arguing until late into the night before gradually calming down. Wang Chunsheng and Tong Xian were the most aggressive. Li Qinglan followed closely. Jiang Chen was truly enlightened. These people were something else. They could insult each other without holding back. It was quite a spectacle. If he didn't consider the possibility of not being able to beat these big shots, he would have wanted to join in. Xiao Zai, unfazed, cracked sunflower seeds. If he had a phone, he might have recorded the scene. The Lu siblings seemed unfazed, as if they had seen it all before.
Alright, let's get down to business. War King Feng Wujin spoke first. Everyone nodded. Now was the time to decide the fate of the Phoenix City. The hearts of the Lu siblings immediately raced.
This year, Mad War City can offer 3 spots in the War God Temple.
Who's in support? War King directly set the terms. Everyone gasped at the offer. Jiang Chen asked Xiaozai curiously, "What is the War God Temple?" "It's a unique secret realm of Mad War City. Inside, there's a grand hall from the ancient immortal realm.
Those who cultivate inside are almost guaranteed to reach the Unity Realm," Xiaozai explained.
Jiang Chen was surprised. Shouldn't the strength of Mad War City have spread to the southern domain by now?
Xiaozai shook his head. It's not that simple. The War God Temple only opens once every 100 years, and it's a huge drain. Each time it opens, only up to 10 people can enter, and only true geniuses are sent there to cultivate.
Jiang Chen remarked, "That's quite impressive."
Feng Wujin actually offered 3 spots this time. That's quite a commitment, Xiaozai added. With Feng Wujin leading the way, the other Lu siblings' supporters also made offers, seeking support. It was now the time for the Return to Void Realm cultivators who had come to join in the fun to make some extra money. After negotiating and bargaining, they all gathered around their respective supporters. Feng Wujin had the most supporters, exchanging 3 spots in the War God Temple for the support of 3 Return to Void Realm cultivators.
Wang Chunxing and Tong Xian each had 2 supporters.
Another Return to Void Realm cultivator also backed one of the remaining Lu siblings but only got 1 supporter. One person had yet to make a decision. Duga Qing had not made any offers.
"Duga Qing, are you giving up? You truly are a wise one." Wang Chunxing sneered.
Duga Qing glanced at him, snorted coldly, and remained silent.
Wang Chunxing's face darkened, and he also snorted, "Stop pretending. What's your problem, you old hag?"
Jiang Chen heard the words and looked over. The last remaining grand cultivator of the returning Void Realm was the faceless ghost woman known as Niu Tsuihua. She was dressed in a large hooded black robe that concealed her completely, with a face covered by a faceless mask.
He, let's see what treasures you all can bring out."
The voice of the faceless ghost woman was as sharp as scraping glass, very grating to the ears.
Not much was known about this grand cultivator of the returning Void Realm.
All they knew was that the ghost woman always wore a black robe and never revealed her true face to outsiders.
No one even knew her name.
Her past was shrouded in mystery. Facing such a grand cultivator, Feng Wujin and the others were somewhat at a loss. Not knowing her preferences made it difficult to offer something that would truly entice her. But they couldn't just ignore her either. Each person here represented not just themselves but the entire city.
Feng Wujin looked around. Currently, he had the upper hand, but he couldn't be complacent.
If the faceless ghost woman supported him, he would undoubtedly win.
But if she sided with the other 2, things would be complicated.
As for Duga Qing and the grand cultivator who only received 1 vote, Feng Wujin felt they could leave early. With this in mind, Feng Wujin spoke up, "If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. I can definitely satisfy your desires." The faceless ghost woman, with her featureless white mask, looked at Feng Wujin and chuckled.
"Lord of War, what if I want the formation diagram of the city protection array of the battle city?" Feng Wujin's expression darkened at her words. "Ghost woman, I remember you don't like jokes." The ghost woman smirked. "You're right, I never joke."
Feng Wujin leaned forward, his eyes narrowed with a murderous intent. The importance of the city protection array needed no explanation. If the formation diagram fell into the wrong hands, the battle city would never know peace again. Even with his formidable martial prowess, he couldn't allow that to happen. This responsibility was too heavy for him to bear. Not to mention, even the founding lord of the battle city wouldn't be able to bear it. The fact that the ghost woman openly expressed interest in the city protection array made him wary. Ghost woman, as one grows older, one should be more accommodating, or else one might lose something precious. Feng Wujin threatened as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord of War. I understand, but I take good care of myself, my teeth are in good condition." The Lord of War fell silent. It was clear that she wouldn't stand on the same side as him. In that case, it was up to her decision later. Jiang Chen quietly asked Xiao Zizai, "Lord Ho, this is different from what I imagined." Xiao Zizai spat out the melon seed husk on the ground and asked, "How is it different? Shouldn't there be a platform set up for them to compete and determine the outcome? This seems too democratic." It was understandable for him to think that way. In his mind, these grand cultivators, each with extraordinary abilities, should be engaging in a fierce battle rather than just sitting around a table for a meeting. The disparity between reality and his expectations was too great. "So what do you suggest?"
Fight first without discussion, turning brains into mush? Then the victor can roar to the sky, claiming victory? Jiang Chen nodded. That sounds exciting and straightforward. Xiao Zizai was momentarily stunned. That actually makes sense. Then he realized and gave Jiang Chen a slap on the back of his head. Childish. Jiang Chen rubbed the back of his head in frustration, thinking to himself, isn't that what you were thinking too? At this level of cultivation, each of these individuals is a dragon or phoenix among men, each holding several trump cards. Without absolute certainty, victory and defeat can easily be reversed, and life and death are hard to distinguish. Jiang Chen nodded in understanding, seeming to grasp the concept. In simple terms, determining superiority was easy, but taking the life of a grand cultivator of the returning void realm was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Except for Lu Qingfeng, whose fatal flaw was too glaring. Moreover, if it weren't for Jiang Chen's calculations, no one would have discovered it for sure. What about you, can't you do it? Jiang Chen asked. Xiao Zai heard this and smiled smugly, confidently saying, guess? Jiang Chen recalled Xiao Zai's attitude towards these return-to-void realm powerhouses and came to a conclusion. Anyone who could reach such heights was undoubtedly proud and arrogant. Yet, even with 14 of them present, none dared to challenge Xiao Zai. This showed just how strong Xiao Zai truly was. Perhaps there were weaknesses in his techniques, but he made it clear that no one could touch him. His weaknesses were like insurmountable peaks to others. Thinking this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Guessed it? Xiao Zai asked with a grin. Jiang Chen nodded honestly, the number one in Tiannan, truly deserving of the reputation. It's not that exaggerated. When the old monster of the tribulation period appears, I still have to behave myself. Although his words were humble, his demeanor clearly showed his pride. Others present tentatively proposed some conditions, but without exception, the faceless ghost which did not agree. However, unlike with Feng Wujian, no one demanded the formation diagram of the city protecting Great Array. This made Feng Wujian feel that the faceless ghost which indeed had some thoughts about the Manhwa city, but he couldn't be sure. After all, no one would kindly remind you before scheming against you. For a moment, Feng Wujian couldn't figure it out. He shook his head in frustration. Thinking was not his strong suit. The good news was that no one presented anything tempting to the faceless ghost witch. This meant that the faceless ghost witch wouldn't support anyone present. Lu Qingqing stood behind Feng Wujian, her fists clenched tightly. She was convinced that the position of city lord of the Phoenix City belonged to her. Lu Qingqing looked proudly at her three elder brothers beside her and smiled triumphantly. As long as she could become the city lord of Phoenix City, even if she would lose many benefits in the future, as long as she relied on the power of Phoenix City to break through and reach the return-to-void realm, she would truly secure her position as city lord. She had the confidence to break through successfully in the shortest time possible. The outcome seemed to be set. Lu Qingmu found it hard to accept. With the support of Duge Qing, he thought he had a surefire chance to become the city lord. But he realized that this senior Duge seemed to have little influence among the others. He felt like he had bet on the wrong horse. He regretted not currying favor with War King earlier, as Lu Qingqing had taken the lead. In general, such a situation would not usually change. The only possibility was that one side, dissatisfied with the result, could resort to force. However, such a thing was unlikely to happen. Even if a return-to-void realm cultivator lost, it was difficult to kill them. Once enmity was formed, facing a hidden return-to-void realm cultivator in the future would be a tough time for anyone. Wang Chunqing and Tong Xining exchanged a gloomy look. It seemed to say, let's go for it. But in the end, neither of them actually made a move. Just the thought of the price they had already paid made them feel a pang of regret. This trip was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. Feng Wujian looked around contentedly, about to announce the results. As he stood up, Jiang Chen noticed that the man was incredibly tall. Standing 2 meters tall, clad in fierce armor, he looked like a war god descended to earth. Jiang Chen looked puzzled at Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng. Both of them rarely spoke throughout. It seemed like they, just like Xiao Zai, were here merely to watch the show. Duge Qing noticed Jiang Chen looking at him and gave him a slight smile. Standing up, he interrupted Feng Wujian before he could speak, saying, I'll say just one thing, should Lu Qingmu be the city lord, who agrees, who disagrees? Feng Wujian glared directly at Duge Qing. In his view, Duge Qing seemed to be preparing to provoke a great war between the return-to-void realm. But is it really worth it? A rather domineering statement left everyone present stunned, looking incredulously at Duge Qing. The gaze of Lu Qingmu towards Duge Qing was filled with nothing but admiration. Lu Qingmu, respected foster father, please accept this bow from your child. Duge Qing, have you lost your mind? Wind without boundary exclaimed angrily.
Unexpectedly, the faceless ghost granny suddenly stood up.
I agree. What is going on here?
The most difficult to deal with granny suddenly switched sides to support Duguqing.
Granny.
Good. Wind without boundary, infuriated, forced a smile, repeating good 3 times. So what? You are just 2 people. In his opinion, even with the addition of the faceless ghost granny, it was still not enough to shake his advantage.
That's not necessarily true.
Just as Duguqing finished speaking, a senior cultivator who originally supported Tongxin stood up. Friend Tong, I apologize, but I have changed my mind.
I support Lu Qingmu to become the lord of the Divine Phoenix City.
Tongxin, oh? This completely baffled Tongxin. Before he could react, another senior cultivator who originally supported Wine Without Boundary stood up and said with a smile, War King, I'm sorry, but he offered too much.
War King, what's going on?
Furthermore, 2 more senior cultivators from the Return to Void Realm turned to support Lu Qingmu. The situation immediately reversed. Duguqing's side suddenly became the largest faction, with the support of 5 forces, including his own words, backing Lu Qingmu.
The outcome was decided. Duguqing, well done, I didn't see that coming.
Wind Without Boundary looked at Duguqing sitting calmly in his chair, mocking. It was only now that Jiang Chen suddenly remembered what kind of person this Lord Dugu was. Recently, he had gotten along very well with Duguqing. Their cooperation was so seamless that Jiang Chen even had the thought that staying in the Immortal City wouldn't be a bad idea. But now he realized, this was the old cunning Dugu.
Calculating and ruthless, that was his true nature.
Only when facing Xiao Zizai did he show a hint of weakness. He turned to look at Xiao Zizai, who was smiling at him knowingly, as if saying, do you understand now?
Jiang Chen pondered, realizing that each person present was no saint.
Those who could reach the Return to Void Realm were not fools in the true sense. Even the War King, known for his strength, simply disliked political schemes and preferred to dominate with force. If there was someone present who couldn't accept the situation, it was undoubtedly Lu Qingqing. The taste of falling from heaven to hell was not pleasant. Seeing her disadvantage, she felt extremely anxious and immediately sent a message to the War King. Senior, 70% of the future profits of the Divine Phoenix City will all go to the Mad War City, and the junior will personally give out 50% of her own share as a thank you. This offer could be considered as digging her own grave. But at this point, Lu Qingqing was completely disregarding everything. Wind Without Boundary, who had already given up, had a crazed look in his eyes as he weighed the pros and cons. After a moment, he turned to Duguqing and said, Duguqing, it's been a while since I stretched my muscles, care for a match?
Duguqing looked at Wind Without Boundary and chuckled, Old Wind, why would I want to fight you?
Sensing something, Wind Without Boundary turned to Lu Qingqing and took a deep breath. Duguqing, state your conditions. Wind Without Boundary felt he had already lowered his stance enough.
If Duguqing was sensible, he shouldn't refuse him.
The Immortal City was not only superior in terms of high-end combat power but also overall strength, surpassing the Mad War City by more than 1 level. Wind Without Boundary couldn't think of any reason why Duguqing would have the confidence to reject him. However, to his surprise, Duguqing just smiled and remained silent, showing no intention of backing down. Wind Without Boundary glared angrily at Duguqing. Duguqing, don't push it too far. Duguqing's face immediately turned cold at the words. War King, do you think highly of the prestige of your Mad War City? Feng Wujian, who had lost face, became furious, his spiritual power surging out of his right hand towards Duguqing. A powerful spiritual vortex formed in his palm, seemingly shattering space, with black cracks appearing between them. Through the cracks, one could clearly see the chaotic flow of space inside. He didn't hold back at all with this move, not even considering the presence of others around him. If the full power of this move were to erupt, the entire city lord's mansion would probably be reduced to rubble in an instant.
War King, what are you doing? Feng Wujian, stop it, do you want all the cultivators in the city to perish by your hands?
With 2 loud shouts, 2 of those supporting Duguqing quickly intervened.
Do you think you're a match for me? Feng Wujian sneered, his palm force relentless and even more brutal.
Duguqing calmly watched him, showing no intention of making a move. Silence, an eerie silence. After the clash of the 3, there was an eerie absence of any sound. The 2 who blocked Feng Wujian almost forcibly absorbed the backlash of the attacks to prevent the spread of damage to the Phoenix City, causing irreversible losses. Even as high-level cultivators in the same realm, absorbing and resolving each other's attacks, they still found it somewhat difficult and took 2 steps back. Trash, do you think you're worthy of competing with me? Feng Wujian mercilessly cursed. The 2 men were also angered by his words. They might not be as strong as Feng Wujian, but the difference was limited. As rulers of a city, who wouldn't be proud and ambitious, ready to conquer mountains and rivers?
If they weren't afraid of Feng Wujin and Dugu Qing fighting in the city and destroying the Phoenix City, they wouldn't have taken all of Feng Wujin's attacks. Feng Wujin, you know the truth, spare us the nonsense. Feng Wujin also understood that at this level, attacking their minds was futile. He looked at Dugu Qing behind the two and said, Dugu Qing, be a man and come out for a fight. War King, this is not proper, the advantage is mine now, whether to fight or not, I decide. Dugu Qing didn't even engage, making Feng Wujin feel like he was punching cotton. Jiang Chen and Xiao Zai sighed disappointedly. Ah, it's not exciting anymore, this is too cowardly. Only Xiao Zai could say such words. Jiang Chen also nodded in agreement. Lord Dugu is good in every way, cunning and ambitious, but a bit too soft-hearted. Dugu Qing looked at the two with black lines on his head, refraining from scolding them due to the formidable enemy by his side. If someone snatches my opportunity, I definitely can't stand it, I would have dealt with it directly, why wait until now to let them off with just a few words? Ah, yes, Xiao Hao is right. The two echoed each other, their act well rehearsed. Feng Wujian glared angrily at the two, itching to go up and slap Xiao Zai if he wasn't outmatched. He was now considering retreat. The distance between the Mad War City and the Phoenix City was too far, with several large cities in between, including the Ascension City. Even if he managed to snatch it from Dugu Qing today, he would still be under Dugu Qing's control in the future. Right now, what he lacked was a way out, a way to preserve his reputation as the War King. If word got out that the mighty War King was scared off by just a few words, it would have a significant impact on the Mad War City as well. Cultivation was not just about hard work. The cultivation of every high-level cultivator required a large amount of resources. If the main city was affected, even if he took the benefits of the Phoenix City, it would probably not be worth it. Dugu Qing had long seen through his concerns and suddenly smiled, gesturing towards Feng Wujin. Old Feng, we've had a friendship for hundreds of years, why fight over such trivial matters? Speaking, he walked past the two men and stood in front of Feng Wujin. He placed a hand on Feng Wujin's shoulder and whispered something in his ear. Feng Wujin's expression kept changing constantly, sometimes angry, sometimes happy. Brother, it's settled then. When you have time, you must come to the Wild Battle City to drink with me. Feng Wujin said warmly. Dugu Qing nodded with a smile, definitely, once things here are settled, I will definitely come to visit. Everyone looked at the two of them, puzzled. It was as if those who had previously supported others suddenly switched sides. Some wanted to ask those who switched sides why they did so, but all they got was 4 words in response, no comment. Everyone had one thought in mind, this gathering today was full of strangeness. Events like this in a place like the Phoenix City were not unheard of, but they usually involved a lot of exchange of interests, even leading to wars and the return to Void Realm. However, this time it seemed to fizzle out. Many people felt like they had come for nothing. Among those present, only Jiang Chen and Qin Xiaofeng, who had been meditating with closed eyes, knew what was going on. On that day, Jiang Chen's divination clearly revealed the shortcomings and weaknesses of everyone present. Not only that, he even listed out detailed information about these people, including several unspeakable secrets. Dugu Qing used these people's secrets, along with some incentives, to gain their support successfully. Brother, tell me, don't tell me you don't know. It's all thanks to you that Lao Qing was able to easily win over these people. Xiao Zizai, who knew Jiang Chen's abilities, couldn't bear the lack of excitement and immediately asked. Jiang Chen didn't hide anything and explained the whole situation. However, he didn't mention the specific information and secrets of these people's weaknesses. He had a sense of confidentiality about that. Xiao Zizai became more curious as he listened. He was the kind of person who loved to watch the show. With so many big revelations in front of him that he couldn't see, his agony was evident. Brother, can't we talk about our relationship? Xiao Zizai's tone was almost pleading. If this got out, it would surely shock many. Jiang Chen looked at him disdainfully. Master Dugu spent nearly 3 million spirit stones just to consult me. You think it's easy for you to know with just a few words? That's too cheap. Xiao Zizai felt a bit embarrassed at the words and blushed slightly. But, Jiang Chen changed the subject. Xiao Zizai perked up, immediately poured all the melon seeds in his hand into Jiang Chen's hand, trying to please him. Jiang Chen disdainfully poured out the melon seeds in his hand. Brother, you're being stingy. I forgot to bring money when I went out. When you have time, come to the Carefree City, I'll treat you to a good time. Let's not talk about anything else, the girls in Carefree City are absolutely amazing, Xiao Zizai said with a smile. Jiang Chen glared at him impatiently, is that true? Xiao Zizai immediately assured him, let's not talk about anything else, in this aspect, you can't doubt my taste. Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, as he said, Xiao Zizai was truly outstanding in matters concerning women, both in taste and ability, standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm. Jiang Chen gestured for Xiao Zizai to come closer. Xiao Zizai smirked and approached, snapping his fingers to cast a soundproofing spell.
Dugu Qing, seeing Xiao Zizai casting a soundproofing spell in public, knew that the two of them were up to no good.
However, he couldn't be bothered. The priority was to finalize the matter of the Phoenix City.
Even though he had dealt with Feng Wujian, he couldn't neglect the others.
The rewards that were due had to be given.
At the very least, there should be a share of the errand fee.
Dugu, the city lord, was always adept at handling social relationships.
However, while some were pleased, others were worried. These big shots from the Return to Void Realm would certainly not suffer losses, but the Lu brothers were in a different situation.
The position of lord of the city held by Lu Qingmu can be considered as good as settled.
The other Lu siblings have also come to terms with this fact. Those with quick wits have already begun to offer their congratulations in advance. However, they seem to have forgotten that Lu Qingfeng has only been dead for less than 2 months.
Big brother, congratulations. I've always said that the position of lord of the city belongs to the big brother. Why didn't you believe me?
Oh, right. Lu Qingqing looked at the scene of deep brotherly love among her brothers, her eyes cold. If someone familiar with her personality were to see this, they would know that this matter is far from over for her. Her gaze swept over her brothers and the Grand Masters present, a gradually crazed smile appearing on her lips. However, she quickly regained control of her emotions.
Damn!
Inside the soundproof barrier, Xiao Zai's eyes widened in surprise.
Brother, is this for real? Can I lie to you? That which is indeed named Niu Tsuihua.
Jiang Chen picked out the most insignificant secret among these Grand Masters and told Xiao Zai. Yet, he underestimated the importance of this secret to these big shots.
Perhaps if he were to reveal some life-threatening secrets, Xiao Zai might not be interested.
But it was precisely this seemingly insignificant secret that excited him. Upon further thought, it became clear. These were individuals who had experienced countless crises and hardships to cultivate to such a level. The people present were the Lu siblings, who in their youth were outstanding among their peers. They may not yet fully comprehend life and death, but they certainly do not fear death.
However, the trivial news about these Grand Masters easily piqued their curiosity.
It's like saying a Grand Master died while exploring treasures, which wouldn't be surprising to them. But if you were to say that this Grand Master was forced to run naked while exploring, now that would be sensational.
The former happens almost daily in the cultivation world, but the latter is a rare occurrence in 1,000 years.
The powerful figures in the cultivation world all have illustrious titles. Look at Feng Wujian, not only does his name exude dominance, even his nickname is War King. Even the perpetually youthful childlike heart has the nickname of Scarlet Refined Child, which sounds intimidating. Then there's the Faceless Witch. Just hearing this nickname gives off an eerie and dangerous vibe, not someone to be trifled with. If news were to spread that the Faceless Witch was going after someone, that person would surely feel anxious and uneasy, and over time, even delusional. But if you were to say that Niu Tsuihua was out to get you, most people's first reaction would probably be, a distinguished grandmaster in the Return to Void Realm is actually named Niu Tsuihua, such a plain name. A few might even buy a dog just in case.
Xiao Zai kept pounding on the table, laughing uncontrollably.
Although they couldn't hear what he was saying, everyone present could feel how excited Xiao Zai was. They looked at each other in surprise, hoping to glean something from each other's eyes. Unfortunately, all they saw was confusion. Dugu Qing, however, had a slight inkling, but he never expected Xiao Zai's reaction to be so intense.
Jiang Chen, I suddenly feel curious about this old woman's appearance,
Xiao Zai said with a smile. The most talked about aspect of the Faceless Witch is that no one knows her true name or appearance.
Countless people have tried to find out about her, but to no avail.
It is speculated from her voice, which sounds like scraping glass, that she must be an extremely ugly old woman, and she usually refers to herself as an old lady, further confirming this. I do have a way, but unfortunately, you're a poor devil. Perhaps Xiao Zai was the only one in the Return to Void Realm who could be called a poor devil. The more Xiao Zai thought about it, the more he itched. He looked left and right, his mind racing on how to make some money. He wasn't lacking in spiritual treasures, but the ones he had with him were not for sale. This troubled Xiao Zai. He looked around, seemingly contemplating randomly selecting a victim from those present. Everyone looked at him with a fierce expression on his face, and they all put up a defensive posture.
Xiao Zizai's reputation among these returning virtual realm cultivators was really bad. Just by looking at him, everyone knew he was up to something. The first person Xiao Zizai thought of was Dugu Qing. Dugu Qing felt a chill in his heart when he saw Xiao Zizai's gaze. Facing Feng Wujian's provocation, he remained calm, but now his heart was pounding rapidly. However, Xiao Zizai realized that you can't keep profiting from the same sheep, so he shifted his gaze away from Dugu Qing. He then looked at Qin Xiaofeng,
but quickly averted his eyes.
No matter what, Qin Xiaofeng had taught him a few things, so he had to show some respect.
Finally, Xiao Zizai, impatient as ever, directly reached out and picked up Tongxin. Poor Tongxin was too small, his feet kicking in the air, his face turning red. He had a special cultivation technique that prevented him from growing. But in terms of actual age, to some low-level cultivators, he was considered an old monster. Being held by Xiao Zizai, he could only imagine the feeling. However, he didn't sense any killing intent from Xiao Zizai, so he dared not resist. It was best to cooperate when Xiao Zizai had his eyes on you. After all, he was the only one in the southern domain below the Tribulation Crossing stage who had a record of killing returning virtual realm cultivators.
And he had done it more than once. Lord Xiao, what's the matter? Tongxin helplessly asked. Why aren't you staying at home like a good child? What are you doing mingling with adults? Xiao Zizai scolded. Tongxin was speechless. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Zizai was younger than him. Lord, just tell me straight, I'm older than you. Xiao Zizai awkwardly scratched his nose. I need to borrow some money. Zhang Chen stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He never expected Xiao Zizai to be robbing someone on the spot, and he chose the seemingly weakest person. Zhang Chen was sure that Xiao Zizai picked Tongxin because of his small size, making him easy to handle. Tongxin couldn't believe that he was being lifted up just to borrow money. Sure, he looked young, but where was the face of a returning virtual realm cultivator? If everyone present were returning virtual realm cultivators, it would be different. They all knew Xiao Zizai's reputation. But the Lu siblings and that kid named Zhang Chen were watching. And was this the right attitude to have when borrowing money? Tongxin kept these thoughts to himself, not daring to voice them out loud. Lord, could you please put me down first? Tongxin tried to maintain a smile and calmly said. Feeling a bit uneasy about his own actions, Xiao Zizai awkwardly put Tongxin down. How much do you need, Lord? Xiao Zizai was about to speak when he suddenly remembered he hadn't asked Zhang Chen. But asking him now might make him lose face. So he said, let's start with 1,000,000 spirit stones. Tongxin almost choked on his own saliva at the amount. Did Xiao Zizai think he was a god of wealth? Du Guqing and Qin Xiaofeng had already emptied all of Lu Qingfeng's assets, along with their own savings, totaling less than 3 million. Xiao Zizai, on the other hand, casually asked for 1,000,000. Tongxin rolled his eyes and said, Lord, even if I bring it out, can you afford it? Xiao Zizai gave him a slap on the back of his head. Hey! Who do you think you're looking down on? Tongxin felt wronged after being inexplicably slapped. I'm not looking down on you, but tell me, how many girls are you planning to support in Xiaoyao City this year? Don't tell me the money to support these people comes from the city's public funds. Everyone present couldn't help but chuckle at Tongxin's words. Xiao Zizai's hobbies were well known. He loved to join in the fun and loved beautiful women. Are you lending it or not? Xiao Zizai was now furious. If you don't have the money, you're asking for trouble. Tongxin retorted. Zhang Chen quickly stepped in. Brother, calm down, calm down. Tongxin gratefully glanced at Zhang Chen. This young man knew how to handle things. Xiao Zizai still gave Zhang Chen some face and nodded at the words, can we reduce it a bit? Tong Xin, of course, couldn't really go through with it and immediately said, there's still some room for reduction. Then let's start with 99,000. Tong Xin. Zhang Chen. Everyone, degree let me thank you, you really did reduce it a bit. Tong Xin collapsed. Just 20,000, take it or leave it. Tong Xin took out 20,000 spirit stones from his storage magic treasure. Xiao Zizai immediately snatched it, dissatisfied. Forget it, even though it's a bit less, let's leave it at that, you pauper. Tong Xin. Tong Xin felt insulted, but he didn't dare to resist. His heart was bleeding because he knew he wouldn't get this money back. Gentlemen, today's gathering ends here. The victorious Du Guqing announced the conclusion of the meeting and thus the division of the Phoenix City's cake was completed. Tomorrow night, Lord Lu Qingmu will host a banquet at the Lord's mansion for everyone, hoping you won't be absent. Lu Qingmu nodded and promised to satisfy all the big shots present tomorrow night. Everyone understood and nodded secretly, appreciating Lu Qingmu's tact. Xiao Zizai impatiently said, let's disperse quickly. With that, he dragged Zhang Chen away. He couldn't wait to see Niu Tsuohua, the faceless ghost woman's true face. The others took it in stride, bid farewell with smiles, and agreed to meet again tomorrow night. Wen Wujian looked apologetically at Lu Qingqing. Miss Lu, I can't help you this time. Lu Qingqing smiled slightly coquettishly. Brother Wind, your concern is enough. Rest assured, the conditions you set will still be honored. Wind Wujian nodded in satisfaction. After watching him leave, Lu Qingqing's eyes revealed a hint of frost. When everyone had left, Lu Qingqing touched the furnishings in the meeting hall with her jade-like fingers, reminiscing. This was not only the meeting hall of the Phoenix City Lord's Mansion but also where she played as a child. She knew everything here clearly, because this was her home. What a nice place. What a pity. Lu Qingqing murmured to herself. Xiao Zizai hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen along, and their cultivation to return to the void realm was fully activated. Jiang Chen felt as if he blinked and they had arrived at their destination. It was a residential house where the owner had gone out to visit relatives. Jiang Chen calculated that no one would return in the short term and happily settled in with Xiao Zizai. Quick, 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 I can't wait any longer. Xiao Zizai eagerly placed 20,000 spirit stones in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had already inquired with the system and found out the price was 8,000 spirit stones or equivalent items. Unfortunately, Xiao Zizai had given spirit stones, so he couldn't exchange them all for luck value. When it came to money, Jiang Chen was very motivated and immediately took action. The same light and shadow effects were used. However, Xiao Zizai, seeing such a cool scene for the first time, surprisingly had no reaction at all. He just kept praising Jiang Chen's skills. When Dugu Cheng and Qin Xiaofeng saw it, they immediately had some insights. System, he's so cool that this little thing won't shake his mind. The system, feeling good about the income, took the initiative to explain to him. At the same time, a scene slowly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. In the picture, there was a faceless ghost woman in a black robe. However, her figure was not as stooped as usual, it was upright. In the picture, the ghost woman slowly raised her right hand towards her mask. Xiao Zizai and Jiang Chen immediately held their breath, focusing intently. The ghost woman's hand in the picture was as white and slender as jade, very beautiful, and unlike the various patterns painted on the nails of the 100 Flowers Fairy and Lu Qingqing. After seeing such a hand, Xiao Zizai's breathing became somewhat rapid. Jiang Chen, I can assure you, this old ghost woman is definitely not an ordinary old lady. Just based on this hand, it's the most beautiful and perfect I've ever seen. Jiang Chen was also surprised at the words. Xiao Zizai believed in the eyes of the beholder. Both of them looked more eagerly at the ghost lady in the picture. As the mask was removed, a face as beautiful as a celestial being appeared before them. Jiang Chen was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. What a stunning face! Suddenly, he remembered a poem and slowly recited, "In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. One glance captivates a city, another captivates a nation. Rather not know the city and the nation, the beauty is hard to obtain. So beautiful, Jiang Chen, I'm in love." Xiao Zizai looked at the image of Tsuihua, with a face full of joy. Jiang Chen was also not faring any better. Having seen all kinds of high-tech beauties from his past life, suddenly seeing this natural fairy was something not everyone could handle. You're nowhere close, I've even thought of the child's name. Both of them were so engrossed, unable to pull themselves away, completely immersed in this virtual image. What's so good about this? She doesn't even have decent feathers on her body, her beak isn't sharp enough, and her skin isn't dark enough. The three-legged golden crow looked at them disdainfully. In his eyes, only those shiny black little beauties were attractive enough. You're just a lousy bird. What do you know? Both of them scornfully retorted. The three-legged golden crow couldn't be bothered to argue with them. If he lost the argument, he would lose the bird, and if he won, he would get a beating. So he simply flew up to the rafters to rest with closed eyes, out of sight, out of mind. Unfortunately, the image only lasted for less than 3 minutes before turning into twinkling starlight. Jiang Chen, let's watch it again, let's watch it again. Xiao Zizai couldn't get enough. I'm out of money, we need to recharge to watch again. Jiang Chen shrugged. Friendship is friendship, business is business. Jiang Chen was clear about that. Xiao Zizai sighed disappointedly, unable to get the image of Ni Tsuihua out of his mind. Jiang Chen, I've decided, I'm going to pursue her. Xiao Zizai seemed to have made some important decision, sounding very determined. Brother, not to discourage you, but with your current appearance, do you think you stand a chance? Although Jiang Chen didn't want to crush his hopes, he had to give him a reality check. I think, maybe I have a better chance. Jiang Chen shamelessly replied. To his surprise, Xiao Zizai didn't mind. With a snap of his fingers, time seemed to reverse on him, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his youthful appearance. It must be said that Xiao Zizai in this state was quite handsome. Most importantly, there was no one more handsome than him, and no one handsomer than him. Brother, great technique. Xiao Zizai proudly said, it's just a small method of transferring energy. Jiang Chen was familiar with this move. Older cultivators would transfer energy during battles, allowing their bodies to reach their peak strength for a short period, but the aftermath was quite heavy. It was usually only used when facing formidable opponents. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zizai, this old lecher, would use it for chasing women. Brother, isn't the burden on your body too heavy? As their relationship grew closer, Jiang Chen changed his address to Xiao Zizai as brother. As Xiao Zizai put it, it was rare to have shared interests, so why be bound by societal norms and customs and not enjoy playing together happily? Ah, it's fine. Xiao Zizai said with a heavy heart, in life, you must distinguish between what's important and what's not. Jiang Chen nodded in confusion. Nothing is more important than chasing women. Ah, that's right. Xiao Zizai nodded in satisfaction, showing a look of being able to teach the young. Hurry up and sleep, hurry up and sleep. Tomorrow morning we'll go find my Tsuhua. Xiao Zizai couldn't wait and turned to walk towards his room, not even dispersing his energy, just going to sleep with a youthful face. Jiang Chen watched the old lecher go back to his room and quickly closed the door. After observing carefully for a moment, he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. He hadn't even used his free divination today. System, calculate the appearance of Nukuihua for me. Good things are best enjoyed in secret, alone, to fully appreciate them. System, host, you really are shameless. You know nothing, beauty is meant to be admired quietly. Although the system looked down on Jiang Chen's behavior, it dutifully revealed Nukuihua's true appearance to him. Beautiful, damn beautiful. In that moment, Jiang Chen regretted not studying hard in his past life, to the point where he couldn't even find words to praise her. System, 3 minutes remaining. If you wish to continue watching, please renew your subscription. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen used up the remaining one divination as well. At that moment, Jiang Chen wholeheartedly agreed with Xiao Zizai's words. What could be more important than a girl, especially such a beautiful one? If it weren't for the system limiting his divination attempts, he would probably have used the remaining 120,000 spirit stones to admire girls today. When the time was up, Jiang Chen reluctantly lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the late night, Jiang Chen began laughing incessantly in his dreams. It was so creepy and greasy that even the three-legged golden crow on the beam was startled by his weird laughter, flew down while Jiang Chen was asleep, and gave him a slap. Bang, bang, bang. As the morning sunlight just touched Jiang Chen's face, he was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on the door. What's the matter? Jiang Chen, disturbed from his sweet dreams, was extremely irritable at the moment. Brother, wake up, brother. Xiao Zizai's urgent knocking came from outside the door. He couldn't wait any longer. Although they would meet again at the Lord's mansion in the evening, Xiao Zizai couldn't wait. Taking the initiative suited his character. Jiang Chen was reluctantly pulled up by Xiao Zizai. It was only after washing his face that Jiang Chen truly woke up. He looked at Xiao Zizai in front of him, with his sword-like eyebrows, red lips, white clothes, and a folding fan in hand, and couldn't help but notice the black lines on his head. He must have spent a fortune. No wonder Xiao Zizai had gone to bed early last night. At that time, Jiang Chen wondered if Return to Void cultivators also had the habit of sleeping. It turned out he had spent the whole night dressing up. With that appearance, he looked just like a young master from a kiln. Let's go find my little treasure Suihua. Jiang Chen had no choice but to follow him out. Xiao Zizai walking on the road was like a fully displayed peacock, attracting countless female gazes. From the elderly to the young, everyone was captivated. Jiang Chen thought he wasn't bad-looking himself, but hardly anyone spared him a second glance. Brother, clothes make the man. You wearing this outfit, besides making people think you're my follower, serves no other purpose. Jiang Chen wore a plain gray-blue robe that was extremely simple. Superficial, so superficial, where has the substance gone? Jiang Chen criticized the world for its shallow views, completely ignoring his beautiful inner self. Big brother, don't worry, you are the most beautiful in my heart. The three-legged golden crow was truly Jiang Chen's buddy, immediately comforting him. Jiang Chen was moved to tears by the words. Even a bird comforting him was a first. Faceless ghost lady Nukuihua settled in a very ordinary inn where cultivators stayed. Unlike other Return to Void cultivators who made a grand entrance, she always kept a low profile when traveling. The innkeeper and staff at this inn had no idea that a genuine Return to Void grand cultivator was staying in their establishment. At this moment, Nukuihua casually tossed aside her faceless mask, revealing her stunning beauty to the world. No one could have guessed that the mysterious and faceless ghost lady from the heavenly spirit realm was actually a beautiful woman like a fairy descending to earth. However, her name was slightly amusing. It was given to her by her parents, and despite reaching her current cultivation level, Nukuihua had never considered changing it. If she were ordinary in appearance or cultivation, perhaps she would have been resigned. But fate had given her the best talents and beauty. This kept her hidden for 600 years. Throughout those 6 centuries, no one knew her appearance, and no one knew her name. The heavenly realm only knew of a mysterious powerful figure called the Faceless Ghost Woman. They were unaware of the enchanting beauty named Niu Tsuihua. Gently touching her flawless face in the mirror, Niu Tsuihua let out a sigh. With a wave of her right hand, she picked up the mask that had been her companion for a lifetime. Placing it lightly on her face,
she completely concealed her world-renowned beauty, ready to go out and clear her mind.
This trip to the Phoenix City was purely impulsive.
It was just that Duga Cheng somehow found out her real name, subtly threatening her. Although Duga Cheng was good at handling situations and promised her many benefits, she was furious at the thought of one of her biggest secrets being exposed.
Frowning beneath her mask, Suewa pondered where things had gone wrong.
Besides her parents, the only person who knew her true name was her master. Her mortal parents had passed away 600 years ago. As for her master, a transcendent being in the tribulation period, had long disappeared for cultivation to ascend to immortality. It was unlikely for him to be idle and reveal her identity. Unable to understand, Suehua could only bury this question deep in her heart. Tonight's gathering, she decided she must press Dugu Ching to reveal how he obtained the information. Even if her name became known to the world, she was willing to take the risk. After a night of contemplation, she came to a decision. Since Dugu Cheng already knew, she might as well turn the tables. Whether one person knew or a group knew, the outcome would be the same, just a social death, not a real one. Moreover, not many would care about an old woman named Nyotsuehua, even if she was one of the 36 city masters in the southern heaven returned to Void Realm. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the inn. Subsequently, 2 sets of footsteps ascended the stairs, heading straight for her room.
Suewa's divine sense immediately recognized the visitors.
It was Jiang Chen and the rejuvenated Marquis Xiaozai. She was puzzled as to what scheme Marquis Xiaozai was up to this time.
The notorious name of Xiaozai, who was a troublemaker in the heavenly realm, was well known to all. He was like a malignant tumor in the cultivation world.
If not for his overwhelming strength, he would have been killed on the streets long ago. Both being returned to Void Realm cultivators, when Suewa's divine sense detected Xiaozai, she opened the door and welcomed him outside. It would be disrespectful to pretend not to notice him inside the room.
Marquis, please forgive my negligence. I am here to apologize for my oversight.
Suewa's voice was as sharp as scraping glass.
Oh, why such formality, friend?
No need for apologies, come inside. With that, she led Jiang Chen directly into her room. Suehua frowned in frustration. Although she was currently playing the role of a mysterious and eccentric old woman, having someone barge into her private chamber like this was hard for her to accept.
Suppressing the urge to act, Suehua turned and entered the room. Marquis, is there something you need? If not, please leave. I have some cultivation matters to attend to. Normally, such words would indicate that the host was not welcoming any visitors. Those with tact would take the hint and leave. But Xiaozai, the Marquis, was no ordinary person. What?
Cultivation matters are of utmost importance.
Since I know about it, I can't just leave. Let me help you with it. Otherwise, how would others view me? Xiaozai was so enthusiastic.
Without further ado, he condensed his years of cultivation insights into a glowing sphere and handed it to Suehua.
Suehua, is this person seriously ill?
She easily discerned the genuine cultivation insights contained within the sphere. Such a valuable thing, Xiaozai said he would give it away if he wanted to. This is not some common martial arts annotation, but the cultivation experience of the #1 person in Tian Nanfan Su. Even though Xiaozai has a quirky personality, no one can deny his cultivation talent and strength.
Nyotsuewa's first thought was that this person might have some conspiracy. It's not surprising that she would think so. Anyone would have to think twice.
Lord Ho, this is too valuable.
I can't accept it due to my old age, and besides, no work, no reward. Nyotsuehua was a bit at a loss.
She had seen kindness before, but never this kind of kindness.
Among cultivators, who isn't scheming against each other, vying for supremacy? Ah, Miss Nyo, don't worry.
This experience is absolutely genuine, and I have no intention of harming you. Seeing Nyotsuehua still had some doubts, Xiaozai hurriedly explained.
I still don't understand. We had no relationship in the past, Lord Ho, why are you so generous?
Xiaozai, upon hearing this, rarely blushed and said, there was none before, but there will be in the future.
Nyotsuehua, what is going on? Jiang Chen, Big Brother's shamelessness is truly remarkable.
Lord Ho, if there's nothing else, please leave.
I need to cultivate.
Nyotsuehua felt that she couldn't continue the conversation, as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange. There is something, Xiaozai quickly said.
What is it? Well, friend, do you have someone you love?
Xiaozai's words were shocking.
Nyotsuehua was first stunned, then angrily said, Lord Ho, are you here today just to humiliate me?
Xiaozai quickly waved his hand and said,
friend, you misunderstand. I have no such intention. Then what do you mean, Lord Ho?
Xiaozai's behavior was too strange.
Nyotsuehua even secretly mobilized the spiritual power in her body, ready to strike first. Friend, just answer, do you have someone you love? Xiao Zai continued to ask. Nyotsuwa couldn't resist him, coldly replied, no.
Then, the gathered spiritual power in her hand exploded as she lost control.
Bang!
The chaotic spiritual power shattered all the furnishings in the room. Jiang Chen was immediately protected by Xiao Zai, narrowly avoiding harm. Big brother Xiao, I seriously doubt if you know how to flirt with girls. In the end, Jiang Chen and Xiao Zai were both driven out by Cui Hua. It's no wonder Jiang Chen asked this question. Xiao Zai was just too reckless. Xiao Zai seemed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately jumping up at the words. You can question my character, you can question my strength, but you absolutely cannot question my ability to pick up girls.
Jiang Chen asked with black lines on his head, can you tell me how you used to pick up girls?
Xiao Zai became interested at the question. Since you want to know, I'll reluctantly teach you 2 moves.
Jiang Chen immediately listened attentively.
First, introduce yourself.
Jiang Chen nodded, finding it quite standard. Then, praise extravagantly.
Jiang Chen nodded again, seeing it as a method to make the other party feel good and make a move more easily. Next, strike a flashy pose. I'm a grand cultivator in the Fan Su realm. It's normal to know some English, right?
Jiang Chen thought this was a way to show off.
Finally, at this point, the other party will usually take the initiative to embrace you.
Jiang Chen, oh? What kind of nonsense is this?
Jiang Chen felt like he had just heard a load of crap at the last sentence.
Big brother, how is that taking the initiative to embrace? It's no wonder Jiang Chen didn't understand, it was just too absurd.
It's not that I'm saying you, Jiang Chen, but you may have had little contact with beautiful women, so it's not surprising that you don't understand.
This combination of moves from Lord Ho is almost foolproof. Damn, almost foolproof?
Is there a more sloppy way to pick up girls?
He felt like there must be something missing in the middle.
Big brother, tell me in detail, how did you introduce yourself? Xiao Zai rolled his eyes in disdain and said, truly a piece of rotten wood that cannot be carved.
Jiang Chen.
Xiao Zai adjusted his expression, putting on a pretentious look and said, hello, beautiful lady, I am Xiao Zai, the lord of Xiaoyao City.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiang Chen had a bad feeling upon hearing this. As expected, Xiao Zai's performance that followed was extremely eye-catching.
Xiao Zai continued, I was born handsome and charming, excelling in both calligraphy and painting since childhood.
Music and chess are also my forte.
Although my cultivation is not high, just at the return to Void Realm, if you follow me, you will definitely become the most envied woman in the world. With that, he stirred his spiritual power, directly revealing his cultivation at the return to Void Realm. With a snap of his fingers, a burst of starlight shone brightly behind him, making him look like a banished immortal.
It's that simple, understood?
Xiao Zai said impatiently. Jiang Chen covered his face, unable to bear looking at Xiao Zai any longer. This was just shameless flirting. No wonder the girls were so eager to get close to him. The #1 expert in the return to Void Realm in the southern domain, the lord of Xiaoyao City. Just a title like that was enough to make countless women flock to him.
It was similar to Jiang Chen's elder brother in his past life, Prince Wang. Just a self-introduction was enough to attract countless girls. It was truly shameless boasting.
Jiang Chen really wanted to slap Xiao Zai in the face. He praised himself so much, but in the end, it was all self-praise. He had seen shameless people before, but Xiao Zai took it to a whole new level.
Big brother, don't you think those girls who used to throw themselves at you were a bit too enthusiastic? Jiang Chen hinted.
Xiao Zai pondered for a moment, chin in hand, and said, now that you mention it, maybe.
Is it possible that they were attracted to your status? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Xiao Zai insisted stubbornly, though his tone was less forceful than before. Jiang Chen felt too embarrassed to continue. He took Xiao Zai and left. They had to attend a banquet at the Lord's mansion tonight, so it was best to do some exercise on an empty stomach. Although watching the play last night was enjoyable, cracking melon seeds all night was unbearable even for the dog. They strolled through the streets, while Xiao Zai followed behind muttering, impossible, it can't be.
Onlookers commented, what a good child, but it's a pity he's a fool. Time flew by, and it was soon time for the banquet. Jiang Chen led Xiao Zai into the Lord's mansion like a child. The mansion was even more festive than the day before.
As soon as Xiao Zai and Jiang Chen arrived, a servant went in to announce their presence.
2 beautiful maids then led them in. Soon, Lu Qingmu hurried over.
Lord Ho, you're here, please come in. He glanced at Jiang Chen, knowing that although he was just an ordinary person, he was Xiao Zai's good brother. Moreover, he knew that this man was a distinguished guest of Lone Blue.
Mr. Jiang, thank you for coming.
Lord Lu, you're too polite.
I wish you all the best. Mr. Jiang, you're too kind. We are all family here, ha ha ha. Today, Lu Qingmu was the center of attention, his smile never fading.
Xiao Zizai was still in a daze, completely ignoring him as he walked inside. Lu Qingmu didn't mind. No matter how proud he was, there were some people he couldn't afford to offend. Jiang Qin quickly apologized. Lord Lu, please go ahead, I'll go check on Big Brother Xiao. Mr. Jiang, please feel at home. Just let me know if you need anything. Jiang Chen nodded respectfully and followed Xiao Zizai. Soon, the remaining 14 Return to Void Realm cultivators arrived one after another. After Xiao Zizai welcomed Comrade Suehua, he returned to his usual self. The banquet proceeded harmoniously, with cups and toasts exchanged, creating a lively atmosphere. However, one thing puzzled everyone. Xiao Zizai inexplicably stuck close to the faceless ghost woman, behaving overly flattering. Despite the confusion, no one found Xiao Zizai's actions excessive, as everyone benefited in some way. This trip to the Phoenix City concluded perfectly, with the protagonist of the banquet, under Dugu Qing's signal, promising numerous benefits to be fulfilled later. This heightened the atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. Yet, no one noticed when Lu Qingqing quietly left the scene, amidst the lively atmosphere of the banquet. Suddenly, a violent tremor disrupted the banquet, causing chaos. What's happening? What's going on? The high-level cultivators present had never seen such a situation. Facing this sudden turn of events, they remained composed. As everyone wondered, a scorching aura enveloped the entire Phoenix City. Seeing this, Lu Qingmu's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "Who opened the Phoenix Array?" He frantically called his subordinates to investigate. The Phoenix Array was the city's protective formation, supposed to be controlled by the Lu family's direct line. It was inconceivable for someone to infiltrate the Phoenix City under the watch of so many high-level cultivators and seize control of the formation's core, located within the city lord's mansion. Dugu Qing furrowed his brows, sensing trouble. With the Phoenix City now under his control, he wouldn't allow anyone to meddle with it. The city was crucial for his future plans. Before he could issue orders to Lu Qingmu, a slightly crazed female voice rang out, "He. Esteemed seniors, how do you like my Phoenix Array?" Emerging from the darkness, Lu Qingqing appeared. Despite her graceful demeanor, a hint of madness shone in her eyes, impossible to conceal. "Younger sister, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Qingmu demanded. He harbored genuine dislike for his sister, who had almost brought shame to the family due to her past association with Xiao Zizai. Although they had since distanced themselves, she had become paranoid and irritable. After Lu Qingfeng's death, she had been vying for the position of city lord, but he outmaneuvered her. "What's going on? I just wanted the esteemed seniors to have a closer look at the Phoenix Array, is that not allowed?" Lu Qingqing feigned innocence. "Nonsense! Close the formation immediately." Lu Qingmu snapped. "Close it? I'm afraid that's not possible." Lu Qingqing chuckled. "What did you say?" Lu Qingmu noticed something amiss with his sister. Her once healthy appearance now looked gaunt and pale, her cultivation unstable, her aura fluctuated erratically. A dreadful realization dawned on him. Trembling, he pointed at Lu Qingqing and stammered, Sister, did you blood sacrifice the array? Big brother, you're not that slow, are you? You figured it out so quickly." Lu Qingqing smiled. Confirming his suspicions, Lu Qingmu felt his scalp tingle, his heart racing. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? I want all of you to accompany me in death." Lu Qingqing howled in despair. She seemed like a forsaken vengeful spirit, her resentment almost tangible. The high-level cultivators present, however, remained unfazed. "Although I don't know what's gotten into Miss Lu from the Lu family, it's outrageous for her, a cultivator at the Unity Realm, to shamelessly demand that they accompany her in death." Even if Lu Qingfeng were still alive, he wouldn't have the right to say such things. "Lu Qingmu, I'm in a good mood today. If you settle your sister properly, I won't hold it against you," a grand cultivator at the Return to Void Realm said sternly. Lu Qingmu immediately nodded in agreement. "Lu Qingmu, look at yourself now. The ancestors of the Lu family will be ashamed because of you." Lu Qingqing scolded angrily. "Little sister, stop talking nonsense. You're just a dog to others, a dog. And you, grand cultivators at the Return to Void Realm? Ha, you're nothing but a group of scavenger dogs smelling of rotten flesh." Lu Qingqing's words completely offended all the grand cultivators at the Return to Void Realm. The crowd didn't retaliate, just giving Dugu Qing some face. After all, he was now the actual controller of the Phoenix City. "Lu Qingmu, why don't you take your sister down and close the grand formation?" Dugu Qing ordered. "Senior Dugu, it's too late, everything is too late," Lu Qingmu said with a mournful face. "Too late for what?" Dugu Qing was puzzled. Ha. Let me tell you," Lu Qingqing said madly. "During the peak of the Lu family in Phoenix City, we almost controlled half of the southern domain.
Did you really think our foundation was made of mud? This Phoenix Grand formation was forged using the phoenix nest of an ancient divine beast, the phoenix, and its power is unparalleled.
And the cultivation technique passed down through generations in the Lu family, the Phoenix 9 transformations, also originates from the divine beast, the phoenix. As long as fresh blood and cultivation from the direct lineage of the Lu family are infused into this Phoenix Grand formation, it will become extremely violent, unstoppable below the tribulation, and no one can break it. You all, join me in burying this Phoenix City.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone was shocked at her words, all looking at Lu Qingmu.
Lu Qingmu nodded, saying bitterly, she's telling the truth.
But the Phoenix Grand formation hasn't been activated in nearly 4,000 years.
No one knows its true power. Then, he turned to Lu Qingqing and said, little sister, why push it this far? I can just give you the position of city lord. Lu Qingmu was afraid, knowing that Lu Qingqing was capable of such things.
Compared to the position of city lord, his life was more important.
Why push it this far?
When you all repeatedly ignored me, even depriving me of my last hope, you all deserve to die. At this moment, Lu Qingqing was starting to lose her mind.
Especially you, Xiao Zai, you betrayed me back then.
I wanted to give you another chance, but you still ignored me, even showing affection to this old woman in front of me.
What do I lack compared to her that makes you humiliate me like this?
Jiang Qin quietly approached Xiao Zai and asked in a low voice, brother, what did you do to earn such wrath from her that she's held a grudge for so many years? Xiao Zai frowned, this crazy woman, her father didn't agree to our relationship back then, thinking I was a failure.
How come now, it's turned against me? Do you really want to reason with a woman? Jiang Chen shook his head in disbelief.
Xiao Zai was momentarily speechless. Ignoring the two whispering on the side, Lu Qingqing became more and more agitated as she directed all the conflict towards comrade Niu Tsuihua.
You old hag, what's so good about you? You never dare to show your face, how disgusting can you be, you ugly freak? Throughout the night, Lu Qingqing saw Xiao Zai chasing after Niu Tsuihua. Already prone to jealousy, seeing Xiao Zai prefer an old woman over helping her drove her even more insane. She kept insulting Niu Tsuihua non-stop. Niu Tsuihua's expression couldn't be seen under her mask, but she was clearly trying hard to restrain herself. However, every time she heard Lu Qingqing insult her appearance, she couldn't contain her anger. The dignity of a grand cultivator at the return to Void Realm and the pride of being a woman led Niu Tsuihua to make a decision. She directly took off her mask, shed the black robe, and exposed her true self to everyone. You're the ugly freak, your whole family is the ugly freak. When Niu Tsuihua revealed her true face, not only the male compatriots present, even Qingqing, who was also a woman, felt her breath hitch. Jiang Qin found that the real person was more vivid and beautiful than in the previous image. Xiao Zai couldn't bear it, saliva almost dripping down. No need to say anything. Niu Tsuihua standing there at that moment was the best rebuttal to Qingqing. If looking like this was considered an ugly freak, then one really didn't know what people should look like. Qingqing was shocked to see comrade Niu Tsuihua's true face, so shocked that she forgot even to curse. At this moment, every word she had said before was slapping her face. Originally just venting her dissatisfaction, she didn't expect to provoke someone whose appearance overshadowed hers. It was only now that everyone present realized why Xiao Zai was fawning over her. This guy probably knew the true face of the witch a long time ago. Damn thief, didn't even think to share with us. After proving herself, Niu Tsuihua put back on her mask and black robe. Everyone, please keep today's events a secret. I will definitely thank you all in the future.
Qingqing, who had come to her senses, felt like a clown.
Enraged, Qingqing screamed hoarsely, you all bully me, I want you all in the entire Phoenix City to bury me. With that, she directly offered all her cultivation and essence. The crimson blood and energy quickly dispersed from her 7 orifices, merging directly into the already activated Phoenix array. Due to the loss of essence and blood, she turned into a completely withered corpse. If the array was just wildly energetic before, now it was like there were no restraints, extremely violent, not distinguishing between friend and foe. After the experts in formations probed with their divine senses, their faces instantly turned ugly.
She's right, this array indeed has the power to kill us.
Everyone was shocked to hear this.
Feng Wujian angrily said to Qingmu, hurry up and think of a way to break the array.
This is your Phoenix City's array, don't tell me you don't know how to deactivate it. Qingmu, with a mournful face, said, using the bloodline of the Lu family as a catalyst, the array has been activated. The usual methods are no longer effective in deactivating it. The formation expert nodded, that's right, the only way now is for Qingqing to voluntarily retract her blood and energy, or find the array's foundation to break it. But now Qingqing has already sacrificed herself completely, how can she retract her blood and energy? Then we can only find the array's foundation and forcefully break it. Qingmu, where is the array's foundation?
As they spoke, the Phoenix Array had been fully activated, and the scorching fire elemental energy raged in the sky above Phoenix City. Everyone in Phoenix City saw the scene as if the sky was burning with heavenly fire.
It's over, everything is over. Qingmu was completely lost at this moment. The Phoenix Array had not been activated since he could remember. He had learned from his elders about the power of the Phoenix Array in the past. It was a formation on a completely different level from the other 35 cities in Tianan. This formation originated from the ancient divine beast, the power of the Phoenix. It's impossible. The Phoenix Array is not only extremely powerful compared to ordinary formations, but its biggest difference is that the foundation is spiritual, elusive, never staying in one place for long, only sensed from the central control. Can you locate the foundation? However, with Qingqing's death, the central control is no longer accessible. In less than a moment, the formation will self-destruct, triggering the dense fire elemental energy inside Phoenix Mountain, burning the entire Phoenix City to the ground. Despair instantly filled Qingmu's heart. He still had many aspirations left unfulfilled. As for the idea of the 15 Grand Masters and the return to Void Realm present joining forces to break the array, he had never considered it. Even someone as strong as Xiao Zizai would not stand a chance. The initial hypothetical enemy in the formation of the Divine Phoenix Array was never from the return to Void Realm, but rather an old monster at the Tribulation Crossing stage. It was precisely because the techniques of the Lu family could not reach the Tribulation Crossing stage that the Lu family had to exhaust all their resources to create such a powerful array. Although Lu Qingmu's will was low, completely losing his fighting spirit, everyone present was a great cultivator from the return to Void Realm, having experienced countless life and death trials. They all worked together, starting to deduce the location of the array's foundation. Especially the expert in formations casually threw out numerous miniature arrays, covering most of the Divine Phoenix City, searching for the whereabouts of the array's foundation. While everyone was busy striving for that glimmer of hope, there were two people in the field chatting and drinking tea leisurely. Big brother, why are you so relaxed? Aren't you worried about this Divine Phoenix Array? Jiangchen sipped his tea and praised, indeed, good tea. Xiao Zizai also took a sip and said, aren't you the same? I'm just an ordinary person. How could I have the ability to find the array's foundation? Jiangchen seemed to imply that he wanted to help but lacked the capability. Kid, no need to pretend in front of me. Xiao Zizai leaned in close to Jiangchen, his expression meaningful. Big brother, little brother has a plan to kill two birds with one stone, want to hear it? Jiangchen smirked and looked towards Enitsuihua, who was searching for the array's foundation in the distance. Xiao Zizai also glanced over and said, what brilliant plan do you have, dear brother? Speak up quickly. Oh, big brother, look at this move of mine, what do you think? Jiangchen found a rubber band from somewhere and wrapped it around his thumb and index finger, exaggerating his expression. Seeing this, Xiao Zizai understood his intentions and said, don't worry, dear brother, I have a surefire cure here that will definitely heal you. With that, he discreetly handed a colorful jade rui to Jiangchen. Jiangchen looked down and immediately smiled, big brother, your medical skills are truly remarkable. He then gestured for Xiao Zizai to come closer and whispered, big brother, I'll calculate the location of the array's foundation later, and then when the situation is most critical, you protect Suihua and destroy the foundation, playing the hero to save the beauty. This way, not only will we resolve the crisis and earn the gratitude of the crowd, but you'll also win Suihua's favor. Excellent plan, dear brother, let me offer you a toast with tea. Big brother, you're too kind, it's just a small favor. I, as your younger brother, will go through fire and water for you, it's my duty. The two brothers staged a scene of brotherly love and respect on the spot, leaving the onlookers stunned. With the situation becoming more critical as time passed, the Divine Phoenix Array was becoming increasingly unstable, nearing the point of eruption. At this moment, no one dared to attempt to attack the formation in an attempt to open a breach. That would only backfire and trigger the array prematurely. However, the foundation of the array remained elusive. Dugu Qing wanted to ask Zhang Chen to calculate the location of the array's foundation several times. Despite his calm demeanor, he had countless tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. But seeing Jiang Chen and Xiao Zizai chatting and drinking tea leisurely, he felt somewhat reassured. Knowing Jiang Chen and Xiao Zizai well, he was sure the two had a plan. So, he kept his composure and refrained from interfering with their plans. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not count, and Xiao Zizai could make him leave with his tail between his legs. Time passed by second, but the crowd still hadn't found the formation base. The violent formation could no longer be sustained. The intense fire elements began to condense into scorching flames. Jiang Chen estimated that in about another minute, the formation would explode. Despite being fully prepared,
facing such a crisis still made his heart race and his mouth dry. Just a bit of energy casually escaping from the formation could probably incinerate him into ashes.
Big brother, why don't you make a move now? I'm afraid things might change if we delay.
Honestly, Jiang Chen was scared. However, Xiao Zai, who was persuaded by Jiang Chen, remained indifferent, saying, "Don't worry, little brother, it's just a bit of samadhi true fire." At that moment, Jiang Chen suddenly felt like he was shooting himself in the foot.
If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have given him the advice. Big brother, think about the millions of people in Phoenix City.
Helpless, Jiang Chen could only bring up righteousness to pressure Xiao Zai. Knowing Xiao Zai well, he was definitely not the kind of person who could watch millions of ordinary people die in front of him without feeling anything.
Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Xiao Zai struggled internally.
Finally, just as the flames were about to solidify and fall, Xiao Zai sighed and made a move. The people who were frantically searching for the formation base looked over upon hearing the sound. Xiao Zai began to chant incantations with his hands, reaching out towards a fake mountain in the southwest corner where they were. In an instant, his hand grew to hundreds of feet in size, enveloping the entire fake mountain. Just as the others were puzzled as to why he was grabbing a fake mountain, it seemed to come alive and vanished in its place.
Damn it, I even ignored chasing girls for this, and you dare run? Can you escape?
Xiao Zai exclaimed angrily. Despite the slippery nature of the fake mountain, Xiao Zai still managed to grab it. He then shrank his hand back to its normal size, and the fake mountain shrank with it, eventually becoming the size of a chessboard, held in Xiao Zai's hand. At the same time, the grand formation immediately stopped deteriorating further. Seeing this, the crowd quickly surrounded Xiao Zai, curiously observing the now spiritual formation base. On top of the formation base, a miniature phoenix kept flapping its wings, trying to escape Xiao Zai's grasp. However, no matter how agile the formation spirit was, it couldn't break free from Xiao Zai's restraint.
What should we do? Destroy it directly.
Xiao Zai, who was unable to play the hero in front of Suihua, was getting angry.
He wanted to vent his anger on the formation spirit.
However, the formation expert immediately intervened, saying, "Lord Ho, wait, you don't know, this formation is already spiritual. Even if we kill it now, it will trigger the grand formation at the last moment, leading to our mutual destruction." Xiao Zai slowly lowered his raised right hand, asking, "Then what should we do?" The formation expert gestured for him to hand over the formation base.
Xiao Zai always believed in letting professionals do their job.
He immediately handed over the formation base. After studying it for a moment, the expert exclaimed, "What a brilliant formation structure.
The person who created this formation is truly a genius.
Hurry up, don't upset the formation spirit, or it might trigger the grand formation to self-destruct," the crowd urged.
The expert calmly replied, "It's simple.
Just a bit of phoenix power as a trigger, a few adjustments to the formation patterns, and we can easily break the formation without harming the formation spirit." Xiao Zai, with a poker face, said, "I understand. There's no such thing as the formation spirit triggering the grand formation to self-destruct. It seems you're eager to preserve this formation spirit for future research." The expert, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled, "Lord Ho, you saw through me, ha ha, but I also have my reasons. If Lord Ho directly destroys this formation base, Phoenix City will be left without the protection of the grand formation. It will be like a soldier without armor on the battlefield, with no chance of survival."
Upon hearing this, Duga Cheng nodded and said, "Indeed, it is quite troublesome. But where can we find this phoenix power?" Duga Cheng certainly did not want the divine Phoenix City to be without its protective array. However, the phoenix power was even harder to come by.
After all, the phoenix had disappeared from the spirit realm for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered something, his expression changing slightly as he thought to himself how coincidental this was. He hesitated whether to take out that item. After all, the state of the divine Phoenix City's array seemed unrelated to him. But then he thought again, Duga Qing was currently his biggest client. Perhaps in the spirit realm, there was no greater power in need of his divination than Duga Qing. They were in a mutually beneficial relationship. Until his cultivation was strong enough to protect himself, he would definitely need Duga Qing's help. With this in mind, he made up his mind and touched his storage ring with his right hand. A feather, golden red in color and emanating a strong fiery aura, appeared in his hand. It was the phoenix feather that Zhang Wu had given to the three-legged golden crow. As soon as the phoenix feather appeared, the array spirit immediately became excited. It danced even more wildly, hoping to get closer to the feather in Jiang Chen's hand. The others also noticed the phoenix feather in Jiang Chen's hand. Duga Cheng had some suspicions and immediately asked, "Jiang Chen, what is this in your hand?" "That's right, it's a phoenix feather." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone gasped in shock. This was not a fake like the array spirit, but a genuine phoenix feather. It was unexpected to find it in the hands of an unknown mortal.
Jiang Chen handed the feather to the array master and said, "Senior, can this be used?" "It can, and it's even better."
Taking the feather, the array master took out various tools for making the array base. With a few hand gestures, he extracted the phoenix power from the feather. Then, he took a strand of the phoenix power and infused it into the array base of the divine phoenix array.
At the moment the phoenix power entered the array base, the array spirit was immediately drawn to it.
The array master took the opportunity to make some slight adjustments to the array lines on the base with his tools. With a sigh of relief, the array master handed the array base to Duguqing. "The great work is done, and our mission is not in vain." The previously restless divine phoenix array, after the modifications to the base, began to slowly calm down. The sense of crisis that had lingered among the people dissipated as the intense fire element dissipated.
Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure from the divine phoenix array had been immense. No other city's array had the power of the divine phoenix array.
The array master condensed the remaining phoenix power into a red bead and returned it to Jiang Chen.
"Young friend, you are fortunate. The phoenix power in this bead is very pure."
Jiang Chen accepted the bead, thanked the master, and carefully examined it. The bead was entirely red, exuding a faint warmth when held. Inside the bead, strands of deep red gas flowed continuously, giving it an extraordinary appearance. However, it was unknown what use this bead would have in the future. Seeing the crisis averted, Lu Qingmu immediately stepped forward. He first expressed his gratitude to the array master.
If it weren't for the grand cultivator proficient in arrays present, even with Jiang Chen's phoenix feather, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Even with the various grand cultivators present, the divine phoenix city would have been destroyed.
Then, he turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your generous help.
From now on, you are the benefactor of our divine phoenix city.
If there are any orders, Lu will fulfill them even at the cost of his life." The sincerity of this statement was open to interpretation, but Lu Qingmu's attitude was indeed heartening.
Under Duguqing's instructions, Lu Qingmu made various promises to dispel the anger in everyone's hearts. After this tumultuous event, everyone lost interest and bid their farewells one by one.
Duguqing and Lu Qingmu did not try to keep them from leaving. Before long, only Duguqing, Qin Xiaofeng, Jiang Chen, as well as Xiao Zizai and the persistently entangled Niu Tsuihua remained in the field.
"Xiao Zizai, what exactly do you want?"
Niu Tsuihua was on the verge of collapse. "Friend, my heart for you is sincere, I hope you can give me a chance." Xiao Zizai kept making various promises to Tsuihua. Even a fool could see that Niu Tsuihua had no intention of finding a partner.
If it weren't for Xiao Zizai's strength, she wouldn't have stayed here for another moment.
"Lord Xiao, please restrain yourself. I have no intention of finding a partner yet, please stop pestering me." Niu Tsuihua's gaze towards Xiao Zizai had shifted from initial collapse and anger to annoyance.
Jiang Chen, who saw everything, muttered to himself, "This is bad." His so-called elder brother was really lacking in skills, completely oblivious. Thinking of his elder brother's future, Jiang Chen immediately stepped forward.
"Brother, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you." Jiang Chen intended to detain Xiao Zizai so that Niu Tsuihua could leave first.
Otherwise, there would be no chance if this continued.
However, Xiao Zizai was completely unaware.
Xiao Zizai was already unhappy because Jiang Chen had interrupted his plans. Seeing Jiang Chen approaching, he didn't even bother to put on a good face.
"Go away, can't you see I'm busy with important matters? We'll talk later." Jiang Chen sighed, realizing that this guy had the emotional intelligence of a rock. "Brother, it's urgent, I can't wait." Seeing Jiang Chen's urgency, Xiao Zizai reluctantly stopped pestering Niu Tsuihua. Niu Tsuihua gave Jiang Chen a grateful look and quickly bid farewell. "Until we meet again."
Before she could finish her sentence, she hurriedly flew into the sky as if being chased by a leopard for glucose.
Xiao Zizai grumbled, "Now that Tsuihua darling has run off, what's the matter after all?"
If it weren't for realizing he couldn't beat him, Jiang Chen would have given him a piece of his mind.
"We'll talk in the morning, we'll talk in the morning."
With that, ignoring the sulking Xiao Zizai, Duguqing, and Qin Xiaofeng, went for a drink. This trip to the Phoenix City had come to a relatively perfect end.
Duguqing successfully took control of the Phoenix City, becoming its true master. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen was to return to the Immortal City with Duguqing.
Duguqing had initially wanted to stay in the Phoenix City for a while longer.
Li Qingmu had just taken over, and there were many things that needed his attention. However, Duguyu's birthday was approaching.
Despite his stern appearance, Duguqing was actually a doting father who needed to return early to arrange Duguyu's coming-of-age ceremony, hoping to give her an unforgettable birthday.
As the youngest Yuan infant stage cultivator in the spirit realm, Duguyu was quite popular. On that day, countless geniuses from the spirit realm would attend. Duguqing didn't want his daughter to be underestimated on her birthday. Before leaving, Jiang Chen found Xiao Zizai to bid farewell. "Brother, take this." Jiang Chen took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Zizai. Xiao Zizai took it and asked as he opened it, "What's this?" Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. When Xiao Zizai unfolded the letter inside the envelope, he found it filled with information about Niu Tsuihua, from her interests to her cultivation techniques. It was all there. This was what Jiang Chen had specially calculated for Xiao Zizai through today's free divination. It was no exaggeration to say that with such information, one could easily manipulate the other party. Xiao Zizai, slightly surprised, asked, "Is all this true?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Brother, this is as far as I can help you. If this doesn't work, then it means you two are not meant to be." Xiao Zizai excitedly gave Jiang Chen a big hug. With such detailed information, he was confident he could win over Niu Tsuihua. "Brother, I really don't know how to thank you." Xiao Zizai solemnly said, "Brother, if you're not happy staying in the immortal city, just tell big brother. Duguqing wouldn't dare not give me this face." Xiao Zizai could see Jiang Chen's situation clearly, but everything still depended on Jiang Chen's own decision. Jiang Chen shook his head gratefully. "Big brother, I appreciate your concern, but I have my own considerations." Xiao Zizai was not the kind of person to fuss over things. Since the words had been spoken, he wouldn't say more. The two bid farewell to each other. Jiang Chen promised him that if there was a chance in the future, he would definitely visit the carefree city. Although Jiang Chen had a comfortable time with Xiao Zizai, all good things must come to an end. He still couldn't leave Duguqing at the moment. Jiang Chen's destiny to gain the most luck was tied to Duguqing's ambitions. For this, Jiang Chen didn't mind taking some risks. No path was perfect. Perhaps Xiao Zizai could provide him with a safe environment. But on the flip side, his development would be greatly affected. This was something he absolutely couldn't accept. With a system in hand, he was destined for an extraordinary life. The trip to the Phoenix City made Jiang Chen realize the cruelty of the cultivation world even more. Even a cultivator like Lu Qingqing in the Unity Realm died in vain, not even causing a ripple. In about a month, it would be Duguyu's birthday. During this time, Duguqing was busy with Duguyu's coming-of-age ceremony and planning for the Phoenix City, leaving no time for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was happy with the leisure time, dedicating it entirely to cultivation. He used the cultivation gift package worth 45,000 luck points every day to assist his practice. His cultivation progressed rapidly. According to his estimation, he would reach the mid-foundation building stage before Duguyu's birthday in less than a month. Such speed was unprecedented. As Duguyu's birthday approached, the immortal city became livelier. Especially the young talents of the younger generation gathered to celebrate Duguyu's birthday. In the various restaurants and taverns of the immortal city, young cultivators of all kinds could be seen. Jiang Chen, in a low-key manner, rarely went out during this time. The young people were full of energy, and he didn't want to encounter troublemakers when he went out. However, someone didn't agree. Just after half a month of cultivation, Jiang Chen was dragged out by Duguyu. "Charlatan, today I'll show you the world." Duguyu pulled Jiang Chen excitedly through the streets. "What world am I seeing?" Jiang Chen really didn't want to go out, but he couldn't resist Duguyu's persistence. "Today, someone has organized a gathering to drink and discuss heroes. Those present are all prominent figures on the talent ranking list, a rare sight to see them all together." Like Xiao Zizai, Duguyu also loved to join in the fun. Because of her birthday, so many talents had come to the immortal city, making her feel proud. With such a high-quality gathering today, she naturally had to bring Jiang Chen along to show him how influential he was. Jiang Chen was slightly interested upon hearing this. However, having just attended a gathering of powerful cultivators a few days ago, he wasn't very interested in these younger gatherings. Today, there are 18 talents ranked in the top 50 of the talent ranking list present, not to mention the countless other young talents. Duguyu seemed very happy. A child who had been strictly disciplined by her father since childhood had a strong desire for freedom. Now being able to gather with so many peers, how could she not be happy? Along the way, Duguyu kept introducing Jiang Chen to the talents attending the gathering. "Today, we have Senior Qitian from the Academy, ranked 5th on the talent ranking list, and Senior Lu Rui from the Demon Sect, ranked 9th. They are all top talents. I'll introduce you to them later, don't embarrass me." Duguyu kept chattering non-stop. Jiang Chen just smiled and remained silent. Experience was indeed different. Having seen the raging waves of the sea and the gentle ripples of small lakes, nothing could stir his inner emotions. However, watching Duguyu so excited, Jiang Chen felt genuinely happy for her.
The last time he saw her this happy was when she was wearing the colorful feathered robe.
Dugu was his only friend in Dengxian City.
Despite her usual stubbornness, she had a kind heart. The young masters in Dengxian City would respectfully call her big sister, while the commoners would warmly address her as Miss. Soon, the two arrived at a spacious restaurant. The three-story restaurant had been booked by Dugu for the day. Recently, the wealthy Dugu Qing generously gave her a lot of pocket money, allowing Dugu to experience the life of a rich person. Although it was still early, many young people had already gathered. As soon as they saw Dugu, they warmly surrounded her.
Miss Dugu is here. You, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you for ages.
You, come here, come here. Today, Dugu, as the protagonist, was very popular. She thoroughly enjoyed being the center of attention.
After being surrounded by the crowd, Zhangchen was left alone, but he was content.
He found a corner for himself, smiling as he watched the joyful Dugu pouring herself a drink. As dusk approached, someone shouted, "Senior Qi and Senior Lu have arrived." Dugu immediately led a group of handsome men and beautiful women to the entrance to welcome them. A young man dressed in scholarly attire and a charming woman walked into the restaurant together. The young man had a faint smile on his face, exuding a handsome and scholarly aura. He was undoubtedly Qi Tian, the fifth-ranked scholar on the Heavenly Pride list. The enchanting woman, on the other hand, captivated Jiang Chen's gaze. Suddenly, Jiang Chen remembered a saying, "When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you."
Jiang Chen touched his nose and thankfully didn't have a nosebleed.
She was just too captivating. Despite having seen the stunning beauty of Nitsuhua, Jiang Chen had to admit that, in terms of appearance alone, she was incomparable.
However, from another perspective, this disciple of the demonic sect named Lu Rui was simply irresistible.
Not only him, but every man present was intimidated by her allure.
After greeting the two, Dugu remembered Jiang Chen, who had been left alone.
Feeling a bit embarrassed, she called out to him.
"Senior Qi, Senior Lu, let me introduce someone to you."
She beckoned to Jiang Chen and said, "This is
Jiang Chen, my good friend."
Dugu introduced Qi Tian and Lu Rui to Jiang Chen once again.
Jiang Chen smiled and greeted, "I've heard of your names before. You two are the prodigies of my Tianling realm. Yu has mentioned you to me."
Qi Tian politely returned the greeting with a smile.
However, when Lu Rui realized that Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person, she frowned and remained silent.
In her opinion, a mortal was just a mortal and not worthy of being compared to prodigies like her.
Consequently, she felt some resentment towards Dugu. Today was a gathering of prodigies, so why bring a mortal along?
It was like spoiling a good dish with a piece of rotten meat.
Isn't today a gathering of prodigies? Why did you bring a mortal here? Dugu's expression immediately turned unpleasant at the remark.
Jiang Chen was taken aback by the words, so direct.
He was mentally prepared to encounter someone like Lu Rui.
However, he didn't expect her to be so straightforward.
Dugu's expression turned ugly.
Jiang Chen was brought by her. Even though he was immortal, he was still Dugu's friend. Lu Rui had no right to meddle. The relationship between the two was relatively good. Lu Rui always played the role of a caring elder sister in front of Dugu. However, Dugu never imagined that Lu Rui held such strong prejudices against mortals. Although there was always a distinction between immortals and mortals in the spiritual realm, very few cultivators would disregard their dignity and actively seek trouble with mortals. Mortals, on the other hand, were usually tactful and cautious when facing cultivators.
Lu Rui was from the Central Plains Demon sect, one of the strongest among the younger generation of the sect, second only to the Saintess.
Her powerful background, strength, and noble birth made her look down on mortals as insignificant beings. Who would enjoy sitting at the same table and conversing with an insignificant mortal? However, when Dugu was with Lu Rui before, there were no mortals present, so she never noticed this attitude. The situation became awkward. Although Lu Rui's strength and backing were not something to be trifled with in the immortal city, Dugu's temperament did not allow her friend to be insulted on her turf without a reaction. She wanted to confront Lu Rui, but before she could speak, Jiang Chen discreetly pulled her aside.
Qi Tian immediately intervened as a peacemaker. "Junior sister Lu, this is Yuer's friend, and therefore, our friend.
Please don't be so temperamental." He then smiled at Jiang Chen and said, "Brother, please forgive her. She has been spoiled since childhood.
I hope you can overlook it."
His words were polite.
Jiang Chen was not lacking in manners either. He nodded and smiled, "It's all right. I appreciate everyone's presence here today to celebrate Yuer's coming-of-age ceremony. Allow me to express my gratitude on her behalf."
With that, he bowed to the surroundings. A mere mortal, facing a room full of cultivators, showed grace and propriety in his words and actions, earning the respect of those present. They were accustomed to mortals bowing and scraping, so Jiang Chen's confident demeanor was quite novel to them. Moreover, the fact that he was Dugayu's friend added to the intrigue. After all, Dugayu was known for her willfulness. Anyone who could be her friend must possess extraordinary qualities beyond common understanding. Those hailed as geniuses were nurtured by powerful forces. They were not all idle and incompetent as imagined. From their attitudes and words alone, Jiang Chen could tell that these young individuals were exceptional in character, intellect, and strength. Few were like Lu Tianji, who enjoyed mocking mortals. Today, Dugayu was the center of attention.
Jiang Chen had no intention of disrupting her gathering.
After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to his corner and continued sipping his drink quietly. The others also began to smooth things over, and the atmosphere quickly regained its warmth. Dugayu, being childish at heart, soon forgot about the incident. She planned to have a drink with Jiang Chen after the party as a gesture of apology. Their relationship needed no complicated explanations. As Dugayu would say, everything could be resolved over a drink.
However, Lu Rui seemed unrelenting despite Jiang Chen's retreat.
She kept glancing at Jiang Chen in the corner, her eyes filled with disdain.
Jiang Chen sensed her attitude but remained unfazed. Even though Lu Rui was a disciple of the Central Plains demon sect, she had to abide by the rules of the immortal city. It was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. Regardless of one's strength, unless there was a deep enmity, both parties had to show respect to the local powers and avoid causing trouble on their turf. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to the other party. Whether it's a mortal or an immortal realm, fighting and killing are ultimately the final means of resolving conflicts. Social graces are the most commonly used. Today's gathering theme is wine tasting and discussing heroes. Therefore, anything can be lacking, except for wine. Obviously, this is definitely a trick played by Dugayu. Duga-Qing usually manages things too strictly. Even for Jiang Chen's sake, Dugayu's opportunities to drink are few and far between. This time, taking advantage of his own birthday, of course, he had to plan some benefits for himself. The wine is exquisite, all aged for 100 years. The tavern owner is very understanding of social graces. The birthday of the Lord's daughter is approaching. Inviting friends to a feast at his tavern. Forget about the cost of booking the place, how could one charge for drinks? There is rarely an opportunity to curry favor with the Lord. Today, the opportunity presented itself, and not seizing it would be a disgrace to the ancestors below. Barrel after barrel of 100-year-old wine was brought out by the owner without hesitation. For a moment, the whole street was filled with a strong aroma of wine. On Jiang Chen's table, there was a whole barrel of fine wine. However, he did not enjoy drinking. He could only have a few sips to taste. Dugayu tried several times to get Jiang Chen to sit with them and have a lively discussion, but Jiang Chen refused each time. They were not from the same world, so there was no need to cause trouble. The theme of today also included the word hero. As the young people raised their glasses and chatted, they all talked about their own heroes. It is worth mentioning that Qi Tian, a student from one of the three major forces in Zhengzhou, idolizes Xiao Zizai. He admires Xiao Zizai's carefree and unrestrained life, longing for it greatly. However, he had never met Xiao Zizai in person, only understanding him vaguely from others' accounts and the information from the listening snow tower. In his description, Xiao Zizai was free-spirited, passionate, daring, and charming. Listening to his description, Jiang Chen found it hard to connect this with the eccentric and stingy old man he knew. He wondered what kind of reaction Qi Tian would have if he met Xiao Zizai in person. Moreover, Jiang Chen felt that Qi Tian's personality was quite different from Xiao Zizai's, even completely opposite. From Qi Tian's manner of speaking and his attire, he seemed to be meticulous, liking to do everything to perfection, and being a well-behaved rule follower. He was what people would call someone else's child. Dugayu's idol remained the genius of the Taoist sect, Lin Daoshang, equally praised in her words. In her heart, his position even surpassed that of Duga-Qing. She just didn't know how heartbroken Duga-Qing would be if she found out. In her daughter's heart, who she had raised with great effort for many years, not even a stranger who had never met was more important. The lively noise continued unabated. At a crucial moment, someone stood up and danced. Jiang Chen appeared out of place, quietly watching them. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, someone suggested adding some entertainment to liven things up. There were both men and women present, all young people. Of course, they wouldn't invite courtesans or women from brothels. Some suggested composing poems, others writing lyrics. Some wanted to sing a song to lift the mood. There was even a young girl who said she had learned a new sword technique and could perform a sword dance. She received applause from the audience. However, at that moment, an unsettling voice suddenly spoke up. "We are all cultivators, how can we engage in such theatrical activities in front of mortals, inviting ridicule for no reason?" With that one sentence, the lively atmosphere came to a halt. Who else could it be but Lu Rue? Jiang Chen did not expect Lu Rue to be so unyielding. Some people may seem broad-minded on the surface but are actually pitifully narrow-minded. Dugiyu immediately stood up, ready to defend Jiang Chen, but he quickly stopped her with a glance. Dugiyu sat back down indignantly, pouting slightly at Jiang Chen as if reproaching him for having no temper at all. The atmosphere was momentarily tense after the commotion. At this moment, Shi Tian stepped forward and said, "How about this, let's play a game of Go, and bet on some stakes." Upon hearing this, some people immediately protested. "Brother Qi, are you trying to take advantage of us?" "Exactly, with your mastery of Go, who can beat you? Brother Qi is just here to bully us." Shi Tian, gifted since childhood, had a passion for Go even before he began his cultivation. After entering the academy and receiving guidance from masters, he eventually mastered Go as a way of life. Overnight, he transcended 2 major realms, from an ordinary person to a foundational cultivator, shaking the world with his talent. He later proved himself by ranking 5th on the list of prodigies, showcasing his extraordinary strength. Seeing the complaints from the crowd, Shi Tian shook his head and said, "Of course, I won't play like that. How about I play with 9 stones against each of you?" Playing with 9 stones was a recreational way for skilled Go players to engage with novices. Only when one's skill far surpassed their opponents would they play in this manner. The crowd shook their heads upon hearing this. "Brother Qi, even with 9 stones, we don't want to embarrass ourselves." "Exactly, 9 stones? I think 18 stones would be more appropriate." The people continued to voice their discontent towards Shi Tian. Shi Tian shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Alright, how about I play with 18 stones then?" The person who had been the most vocal in protest earlier immediately grinned and asked, "Really?" Shi Tian smiled and replied, "A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Alright, today I will defeat you without leaving a piece of armor. Ha ha ha." As soon as Shi Tian mentioned playing with 18 stones, the atmosphere became lively again. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but glance over. He didn't know much about Go, just the rules. But the idea of playing with 18 stones piqued his curiosity. Playing with 18 stones was not just about skill level, even a Go master would find it challenging. Unless the opponent was completely clueless about Go. However, it was evident that Shi Tian's opponent was not a novice in Go, as he was using psychological tactics. Shi Tian seemed unfazed, showing great confidence in his Go skills. A Go board was brought out, and Shi Tian indeed played with 18 stones against his opponent. However, when it was his turn, he said, "Let's agree on the stakes beforehand." His opponent jokingly suggested, "Brother Qi, how about we bet 100 spiritual stones on this game, to make it more interesting?" Shi Tian nodded in agreement. "That sounds good." He then placed a white stone on the board with 2 fingers. However, all the good positions on the board had already been occupied by black stones, making the white stone seem vulnerable among the sea of black stones. Despite Shi Tian's mastery of Go, the unequal game made the spectators doubt his chances of winning. He had given too much of an advantage to his opponent. The opponent, who was clearly experienced in Go, gradually gained the upper hand as time passed. Eventually, the game ended with the white stone slaying a large group of black stones. The young prodigy's hand dropped the black stones in disbelief. Could he really lose? Not just him, but everyone present was stunned. They knew Shi Tian was a formidable Go player, a genius who had mastered Go as a way of life. But this was beyond terrifying. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire him. As Shi Tian's popularity rose, he looked around at the crowd and said, "Who else wants to play a game?" The stakes were just 100 spiritual stones, yet more people were eager to try their luck. However, one after another, they were swiftly defeated, some not even matching up to the previous player. The curiosity and competitive spirit of the crowd were piqued. Even those who had been defeated encouraged others to challenge Shi Tian. At this point, it was no longer about winning or losing. Everyone just wanted to play a game with Shi Tian and experience his extraordinary Go skills. Even Dugiyu couldn't resist joining in. However, her chess skills were limited, and her chess etiquette was clearly lacking. Even when she lost, she would stubbornly refuse to leave, boasting that she would win the next round. Shi Tian just played along like entertaining a child. He always tried to let her win a few more moves, so she wouldn't lose too embarrassingly. The more Dugiyu played, the more frustrated she became. At one point, she even grabbed the wine jug and started drinking straight from it, completely disregarding others' gazes, revealing her true nature. Dugiyu scratched her head and cheeks, constantly calculating each move, but no matter how she looked at it, the black pieces had no chance of winning. Jiang Chen found her behavior quite amusing and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing his reaction only fueled Duguyu's anger. She suddenly stood up,
walked over to Jiang Chen, pulled him to sit across from Qitian, and demanded, "Let's play."
Jiang Chen was taken aback by her sudden move. Before he could say anything, Lu Rui jumped in. "How dare you challenge Qitian? Who do you think you are, a mere mortal, to play against Qitian?" Dugiyu, now fully invested in the game, immediately retorted, "What's wrong with being immortal? What's wrong with being immortal? Did I eat your rice?" Lu Rui sneered, "A mere ant like you, I've already shown mercy by allowing you to be in the same room as me. Little Moon, I'm doing this for his own good. How can a bird coexist with a dragon? Furthermore, he's a mere mortal without any cultivation. Playing against Qitian would only bring shame upon himself. I'm doing this for his own good." Lu Rui looked down on Jiang Chen, full of disdain. Even a mud statue has some fire in it. Lu Rui kept provoking Jiang Chen, who finally decided not to indulge her anymore. He coldly challenged Lu Rui, "How about a bet, little girl?" Lu Rui crossed her arms, "You dare challenge me? Besides, what can a mere mortal like you wager against me?" She then glanced at Dugiyu mockingly, "Just don't bet with your charm." Dugiyu was about to defend Jiang Chen when he pulled her aside and took out a bright red bead from his pocket, saying, "How about this?" The bead Jiang Chen presented was a precious red bead condensed with the power of the phoenix. Dugiyu looked at him in surprise. She had seen this item at Jiang Chen's place when he returned from the Phoenix City. Back then, Jiang Chen cherished this bead a lot. Now he was using it as a bet. Dugiyu felt a sting in her eyes. She instinctively felt that if she hadn't been so stubborn and dragged Jiang Chen into playing chess, she wouldn't have been mocked by Lu Rui. And Jiang Chen wouldn't have used that precious bead as a bet because of her. She knew Jiang Chen was just a mortal. Although he had a good relationship with her father and Ming, she was sure he didn't have anything valuable on him. The items used for divination were all used for that purpose. "Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Put it away." Dugiyu immediately snatched the bead and stuffed it back into Jiang Chen's pocket. Then she turned to Lu Rui and said seriously, "Senior sister Lu, I don't know why you always target him, but Jiang Chen is my friend. A very good friend." Jiang Chen looked at Dugiyu in a daze, feeling warm inside. Lu Rui, upon hearing this, looked at Jiang Chen with even more disdain. She seemed more convinced that Jiang Chen was just a freeloader. Indeed, he did look like a freeloader. "Little Moon, you're still young, don't be fooled by him. I've seen many like him, relying on their good looks to deceive naive girls like you. You must understand, he's just a mortal, subject to birth, aging, sickness, and death. 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye for him, while for you, 100 years is just the beginning of life." With that, she looked at Jiang Chen with disgust. "I don't care what tricks you've played on Little Moon, but you better keep your intentions in check. An ant is just an ant, don't even think about comparing yourself to the sun above the 9 heavens. If Third Master were here, he would definitely show him what a real sun looks like." Lu Rui's words seemed to be for the sake of Dugiyu, but they were also a slight on her, mocking her as a brainless kid. Dugiyu wanted to argue with her, but Jiang Chen gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He stood up in front of Lu Rui, smiling, and quietly opened the light and shadow package, covering only the eyes. In his black pupils, it seemed like the great Tao was circulating, black and white colors constantly shifting, eventually forming a yin-yang diagram. Lu Rui felt a bit uneasy for no apparent reason. Jiang Chen's gaze seemed like it could see right through her. But as she blinked, the strange sight in Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly disappeared. Lu Rui felt unsure whether it had been real or just her eyes playing tricks on her. However, when she looked into Jiang Chen's eyes, she no longer dared to have that condescending attitude. Regaining her composure, she regretted her earlier behavior, especially since the other person turned out to be a mortal she had considered insignificant. Impatiently, she said, "What, scared now? If you are, move aside quickly and don't delay my gathering." Jiang Chen took out the bead containing the power of the phoenix from his bosom again and presented it to Lu Rui, asking, "Do you recognize this?" Although Lu Rui had decent cultivation and had the support of a top power in the Tianling realm, the power of the phoenix was beyond her current level of exposure. After careful observation, she could only confirm that the item was indeed extraordinary, but she couldn't pinpoint what made it special. To avoid showing weakness, she casually replied, "Of course, I recognize it. It's decent enough." She had considered directly stating that the bead was worthless, just an ordinary item. However, among the people present, there were experts in spiritual treasures. If she was exposed, it would be a huge loss of face. Seeing her expression, Jiang Chen didn't even need to consult a system to know what she was thinking. Feigning surprise, he said, "Wow, as expected of a disciple of the Central Plains demon sect, truly knowledgeable. The power of the phoenix in your hands is indeed decent." "What? The power of the phoenix? Ah, what is the power of the phoenix?" It's the power of the phoenix. My goodness, isn't that something from legends? Does it really exist? Jiang Chen's words immediately caused a stir. Even Qi Tian, who had been maintaining a straight posture and meticulously arranging the chessboard, trembled slightly at the words and dropped a chess piece on the ground. Lu Rui's face immediately contorted into an expression of disgust. She knew about the power of the phoenix but had never seen it. It was said that an elder in the sect possessed a treasure containing the power of the phoenix. If the power of the phoenix could only be considered decent, then perhaps there was nothing in the Tianling realm that could be considered a treasure. After all, the phoenix nest on the god Phoenix Mountain had directly established the prestigious Lu family for thousands of years. Brother Jiang, may I have a look at the bead in your hand? A talented individual gazed eagerly at the crimson bead in Jiang Chen's hand. Inside the Ascension City, Jiang Chen was not afraid of the other party trying to deceive him. Even if he ran away, he could easily locate him. Therefore, Jiang Chen generously handed over the bead. The talented individual immediately thanked him and took the bead with great solemnity. He looked at the crimson bead as if entranced, with his pupils reflecting the gas formed by the continuous flow of deep red phoenix power within the bead. It's so beautiful, so exquisite, he kept praising. But to Lu Rui, each word sounded like an insult. With a grim expression, she wanted to retort but couldn't find the words. Finally, just as Lu Rui was about to burst, the talented individual reluctantly returned the bead to Jiang Chen. That's right, it's definitely the power of the phoenix. I saw it once when I was young, that magnificent power, I'll never forget it in my life, I can't be wrong. Lu Rui suppressed the urge to strike, glaring at him with a grim face. Stop it, can't you see how embarrassed I am already? Du Yu, realizing the preciousness of the bead, immediately grabbed Jiang Chen, fearing he might do something foolish. Are you crazy, using such a valuable item as a bet? Jiang Chen responded with a reassuring expression. What if you lose? What about the phoenix power? Du Yu was almost frantic. If Jiang Chen lost something else, she could still make up for it. With her status as the Miss of the Immortal City, finding something valuable to play with would be easy. But the phoenix power, a legendary item, how could she find a replacement? Jiang Chen patted her hand, smiling. Have you forgotten my profession? Du Yu was momentarily stunned. In my hands, there are only certainties, no accidents, everything is under control. Jiang Chen's words were full of dominance. However, Du Yu finally remembered that this guy in front of her was a fortune teller with impeccable strategies. At that moment, she regained confidence in Jiang Chen. After all, someone who could accurately predict the lifespan of immortals couldn't possibly fail miserably, even against a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The more Lu Rui listened, the more she felt like she was in trouble. But she had to keep up the act, even if it meant doing so with tears in her eyes. She pretended to be calm. It's just the phoenix power, my demon sect doesn't lack such things. Anyone could sense her false bravado. But since she had initiated the challenge, no one else could say anything. She had brought this upon herself, and now she had to bear the consequences. However, Lu Rui couldn't figure out what she could offer that could match the phoenix power. Just as she was struggling, Jiang Chen chuckled. Girl, if you win, this bead is yours. If you lose, I won't ask for anything similar in return. Just promise me one condition. Jiang Chen's casual use of girl and little girl ignited an unnamed anger in Lu Rui. If looks could kill, Jiang Chen would have died 1,000 times over. Jiang Chen, however, paid no attention to her gaze. It was obvious what she was thinking. But Jiang Chen believed that while her gaze might not kill him, the abyss in her chest might bury him completely. Lost in thought, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the abyss. Lu Rui blushed as she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze directed there. Despite being a disciple of the demon sect, it didn't mean she was promiscuous. She just had a good figure and dressed a bit provocatively. But she had never encountered someone as blatantly staring as Jiang Chen. Naturally, Lu Rui assumed Jiang Chen would make some outrageous demand. But the situation was beyond her control. She would never admit defeat. Moreover, she had a deep understanding of Qi Tian's chess skills. Even a senior elder of the demon sect with profound chess skills had lost to Qi Tian's disciple. Qi Tian had just achieved enlightenment in chess at that time. Now, after so many years, he must have reached an even higher level. Fine, I agree, but only if you win. With the bet settled, both parties had no objections. Jiang Chen sat across from Qi Tian, smiling. Brother Qi, shall we play another round? Qi Tian nodded with a smile. As long as he could play chess, it didn't matter who his opponent was. Chess skills didn't equate to cultivation level. In his eyes, during a game of chess, only the skill mattered, not status or external factors. So even if the opponent was a child, he would treat them seriously, never underestimating them. The previous game was just for fun,
so he didn't take it too seriously. But now that Jiang Chen and Lu Rui had made a private bet, he couldn't afford to be lenient anymore. It would be disrespectful to Jiang Chen and irresponsible to Lu Rui if he let them win easily.
Shall we guess who goes first? Chi Tian smiled.
Of course. Guessing who goes first was to determine who would play as white and who was black. Usually, the one with lower chess skills grabs a handful of black pieces, then the one with higher skills places 1 or 2 white pieces on the chessboard, guessing single for 1 piece and double for 2. If guessed correctly, the one holding the black pieces goes first, otherwise, the opponent goes first. Qi Tian gestured for Jiang Chen to grab the chess pieces. Jiang Chen, without hesitation, directly grabbed a handful of black pieces.
Qi Tian casually placed a white piece on the chessboard.
Jiang Chen revealed his pieces, and after careful counting, it turned out to be an odd number. Dugi Yu immediately felt relieved and picked up the dropped heart.
After all, Qi Tian was a genius who integrated chess into the Dao. Jiang Chen couldn't be sure if he could figure out the opponent's moves.
The situation on the chessboard was constantly changing, everything was uncertain. Lu Rui, on the other hand, showed a smug smile. In her opinion, even though Jiang Chen was skilled in chess, facing Qi Tian would only lead to failure. Now, being guessed correctly by Qi Tian and starting with the black pieces, it was like having lice on a beggar's head, almost certain.
Qi Tian showed a hint of apology and said, "Jiang, I'm sorry." Jiang Chen waved it off, indicating for Qi Tian to go first.
He immediately called out to the system. "System, calculate Qi Tian's moves for this game of chess for me." "System, alright, dear, you have 2 free divinations left today, please confirm authorization for use." "Jiang Chen, why the small talk again, just do it quickly."
With that said, a chessboard layout immediately appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. The system even thoughtfully arranged Qi Tian's moves in order, marked them, and indicated the positions Jiang Chen needed to play. At first, Qi Tian was calm.
Although Jiang Chen's chess skills were somewhat unexpected, everything was still within his control. But as time passed, he began to feel a bit inadequate. Each move required a long period of thought before being made. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, remained relaxed and unhurried throughout.
Qi Tian realized that Jiang Chen seemed to have completely guessed his moves.
Every step he took seemed to be within the calculations of the opponent. This feeling of being seen through was something he had only experienced when he first started playing Go as a child. The onlookers, who were skilled in chess, also marveled at the game unfolding before them. Those who understood a bit about chess could see that Qi Tian was being led by Jiang Chen. Lu Rui was particularly anxious. She realized that she might actually lose. Could it be that she, a disciple of the demon sect, was going to be defeated by a mere mortal?
Not to mention Lu Rui's current state of turmoil. At this moment, Qi Tian had completely forgotten about the bet, time, and space.
In his eyes, there was only this chess game. The chessboard was the universe, the pieces were the stars. And the person sitting across from him was not Jiang Chen but a pair of large hands, completely controlling everything in the world. Defeated, Qi Tian, who always stood tall, suddenly slumped in his chair as if drained of all his energy and spirit. He was thoroughly defeated, utterly and purely. He couldn't even find a single excuse. I lost. Qi Tian struggled to say these words. As he finished speaking, Lu Rui also fell into deep confusion. Before Jiang Chen could boast, Qi Tian suddenly exclaimed, "Jiang, please play another game with me."
Qi Tian stared with big, hopeful eyes at Jiang Chen.
At this moment, Jiang Chen admitted to himself that he was feeling disgusted.
A grown man acting like this, what a disgrace.
Jiang Chen said sternly, he really disliked such behavior. Qi Tian also realized that his expression might have been too intimidating, so he quickly wiped his face with his hands, returning to his usual composure.
"How can Brother Jiang agree to play another game with me?" Jiang Chen shrugged reluctantly, "It's a waste of time, and I have no money. 10,000 spirit stones per game." Qi Tian said solemnly. "Brother Qi Tian, don't be so serious. It's just a game of chess after all.
Let me clean up the pieces. How can I let Brother Qi Tian do it himself?"
Jiang Chen's change of attitude was truly remarkable. The two guessed who would go first again.
This time, luck was on Jiang Chen's side.
Jiang Chen took the black pieces and went first.
Only to see him pinching a black piece between his index and middle fingers, he dropped it heavily in the center of the chessboard.
Qi Tian, placing a stone at the Tian Yuan point. "Everyone, Tian Yuan point?" Qi Tian frowned without saying a word. Jiang Chen's behavior was indeed a bit presumptuous.
He acknowledged that Jiang Chen's chess skills surpassed his own, but placing his stone at the Tian Yuan point was not a matter of confidence anymore, it was pure arrogance. As the saying goes, the corners and sides of the board are the most valuable, because it's easiest to enclose territory and the efficiency is highest, while also making it easier to make live groups.
Someone explained on the side.
The advantage of playing like this is that it's less likely to fail halfway through the venture. But this Jiang brother is the opposite, placing directly at the Tianyuan point.
On one hand, it's not efficient to enclose territory, and on the other hand, it's too vulnerable to attacks. Throughout history, the winning rate of placing at the Tianyuan point has always been the lowest. People who play like this are either overly confident in their own skills or complete novices seeking attention. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen.
It was obvious that he was someone who was extremely confident in his own chess skills. However, even though he won against Qi Tian in the previous game, he didn't display overwhelming strength. Starting the next game by placing a stone at the Tianyuan point was a bit too presumptuous. After all, no matter what Qi Tian said, he was a genius who saw chess as a way of life. Brother Jiang, isn't this move a bit too presumptuous?
Qi Tian thought for a moment and decided to remind him.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I have to make sure your money is well spent. I pay great attention to customer experience.
Qi Tian was stunned. Upon reflection, there was some truth to it.
A game costing 10,000 spirit stones per round was indeed quite expensive. Qi Tian immediately felt that the money was well spent. He wouldn't be as careless as Jiang Chen, but would make a standard move in a corner of the board. This time, he had to focus with all his might. Even if Jiang Chen was presumptuous in placing at the Tianyuan point, Qi Tian was determined to win this round with the most stable strategy.
Engaging in a direct confrontation with Jiang Chen was impossible. Slow and steady wins the race. As more black and white pieces filled the board, Qi Tian's advantage grew. Even Dugiyu could see that Jiang Chen was struggling to turn the tide. In this round, senior brother Qi should have it in the bag. Someone confidently predicted the outcome of the game. I bet 10,000 spirit stones on senior brother Qi winning. Ah, you're too cunning. No, take back what you just said, let me bet.
People were exchanging words, and some even started taking bets. In no time, the odds between the two reached an astonishing 1 to 100. The person managing the bet suddenly regretted, I was careless, I might end up losing big time. Just as he was frowning in worry, a bright white object appeared before his eyes, making him dizzy. Lu Rui took out an item from her storage treasure and handed it to the bet manager, saying, bet on senior brother Qi Tian. The bet manager, looking as if he had eaten something awful, reluctantly took it and exclaimed, Sister Lu, have mercy on me.
Although the Demon Sex Xuanma Tower is a replica, it's still worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Can I afford to lose that?
Lu Rui coldly snorted, since you're managing the bets, you need to have the resolve of a bet manager, hurry up. At this moment, Lu Rui didn't miss any opportunity to undermine Jiang Chen, even though this bet had nothing to do with him. But she was wealthy and capricious.
Jiang Chen was multitasking, watching everyone placing bets on the side, feeling very itchy.
After Dugiyu bet 50,000 spirit stones on him winning, he immediately bet his entire fortune on himself. A whopping 130,000 spirit stones, all he had at the moment.
And this was cash, not some spiritual treasure as collateral. The bet manager was shocked by Jiang Chen's bold move. Could a mortal come up with this much money?
Among those present, one after another, who could produce so much cash?
With just this move, no one dared to underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. If having the phoenix power could still be passed off as good luck,
the person who can produce so much cash can't have just picked it up. Immediately, everyone saluted Jiang Chenxing. At this moment, in their eyes, Jiang Chen had become an extraordinary mortal.
Someone quietly asked Dugiyu, who exactly is your friend?
He is just a fortune teller,
Dugiyu truthfully revealed.
Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads in contemplation.
Is the fortune-telling business really that lucrative now?
If it were them, it would take several years of not eating or drinking to accumulate this amount of spirit stones. You see, everyone present here is a young spokesperson for a certain power, and they have never experienced what it's like to be short of money.
But compared to Jiang Chen, they seemed like sons of wealthy landlords from the countryside. Contrasting Jiang Chen, first there was the legendary phoenix power, followed by tens of thousands of spirit stones in cash.
This strength probably surpassed some ordinary return-to-void realm cultivators. Who knows what other treasures he might be hiding?
No wonder there are so many fortune tellers in the immortal city. Turns out this business is so profitable.
A careful genius remarked. He had noticed the abundance of fortune tellers in the immortal city as soon as he arrived, and now he understood the reason behind it. People in your immortal city are so superstitious.
Dugiyu was asked, feeling a bit embarrassed.
She wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason. With Jiang Chen and Dugiyu joining in, the Zhuang family finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the odds were still high, at least it wouldn't bankrupt him. As the crowd discussed back and forth, the chess game on the side had reached its final stage. On the chessboard, the situation for the white pieces was excellent, while the black pieces seemed a bit dispirited.
Ah, it seems I overestimated it. How could I win with the Tian Yuan move? The opponent is no novice.
Brother Zhang's strength is already impressive. How long has this game been going on, and he can still hold on? Lu Rui snorted, serves him right, showing off and getting slapped in the face.
Yu looked at Zhang Chen with worried eyes.
Although it was just a game of chess, everything started because of her, and no matter what, she didn't want Zhang Chen to lose.
But Zhang Chen's moves were really outrageous. What a damn customer experience. Brother Jiang, I concede.
Qi Tian thought from Zhang Chen's perspective, no matter what, he couldn't have ended up in this situation if he were Zhang Chen. Now on the chessboard, Zhang Chen's black pieces had completely run out of options. According to his calculations, at most in 5 moves, Zhang Chen would undoubtedly lose.
1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 moves.
Qi Tian held 2 white pieces between his fingers and smiled, "It's your turn, Brother Jiang." Just waiting for this final move, this game of chess would come to an end, and he would ultimately emerge victorious.
Although it was a bit unsportsmanlike, a win is a win. Zhang Chen also smiled and stared into Qi Tian's eyes, saying, "Brother Qi, have you ever heard of a term?" Qi Tian frowned, not knowing what Zhang Chen was getting at. "What term?"
Zhang Chen picked out a chess piece from the chess pot and said, "The hand of God."
Ding! With a light sound, Zhang Chen made his move.
The moment the black chess piece landed, Qi Tian's expression changed.
Despair, disbelief.
All the advantages he had previously held vanished with Zhang Chen's move. At that moment, he seemed to see a giant as tall as the heavens standing before him, and he couldn't even reach the giant's toes. Qi Tian stared blankly at the chessboard, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The chess pieces in his hand fell, and he was unaware.
Zhang Chen ignored him and stood up, walking to the Zhuang family brother, saying, "We've hit the jackpot, we've hit the jackpot."
130,000 spirit stones. In the end, with both the principal and interest, they won 65,000.
Yu also ended up winning over 200,000.
Yu didn't really understand the chess game, but that didn't stop her from knowing that Zhang Chen had won.
Yu's beautiful big eyes curved like a crescent moon.
The upturned corners of her mouth exposed all her inner thoughts. The onlookers at the chess game, looking at the crucial move on the chessboard, just like Qi Tian, remained speechless for a long time. They had considered many outcomes, but never thought Zhang Chen could win. If in the previous game Zhang Chen only saw through Qi Tian's chess path, this game completely demonstrated the stark difference in their chess skills. Even if Zhang Chen said he would give Qi Tian 8 pieces, everyone would believe he could win. The housekeeper counted the spirit stones he had won happily. Thanks to Zhang Chen's blessing, he not only didn't go bankrupt but also made a huge profit. He looked at Zhang Chen as if he were looking at a god of wealth. Zhang Chen collected the spirit stones and still had one more thing to settle. He walked up to Lu Rui, smiling, and said, "Little girl, a bet is a bet. You still owe me a condition." Lu Rui shifted her gaze from the chessboard, looking at Zhang Chen, biting her lip tightly. At this moment, she only felt humiliated. No matter how she calculated, she never expected to stumble on a mortal. Although Zhang Chen was quite handsome, in her perception, Zhang Chen and she were always 2 different beings. But in front of so many people, she couldn't back out. Lu Rui made up her mind, closed her eyes, and boldly thrust her chest towards Zhang Chen, saying, "A bet is a bet. This lady will consider it as being bitten by a dog." Zhang Chen teasingly looked at her, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Yu, seeing Zhang Chen's smile, immediately pulled him back a step, warning, "I'm telling you, don't get any funny ideas." Seeing Yu's warning-like gaze, Zhang Chen raised his hands in surrender, saying, "Oh, I haven't said anything yet. What are you thinking?" Yu waved her small fist threateningly, "It's better be that way. Little girl, don't act like you're sacrificing yourself for justice, making me look like a bad guy." Lu Rui, upon hearing this, slowly opened her eyes and asked, "What do you want?" If they weren't in the city of ascending immortals, she would have already taken action. This guy in front of her wouldn't last a minute elsewhere. "Praise me for being handsome." Lu Rui? She felt like she misheard and looked at Zhang Chen in astonishment. Impatiently, Zhang Chen said, "Can't you understand human language? Praise me for being handsome." Lu Rui couldn't believe her ears. The condition to be rewarded with the power of the phoenix was simply, "You're handsome." What kind of being was this person in front of her? She was prepared for the worst outcome. Was he a fool or a madman? Seeing Zhang Chen's impatience, Lu Rui immediately said, "You're handsome." Zhang Chen nodded in response, "You have good taste, I think so too." "Xiaoya, let's go." Zhang Chen called out, ready to make a run for it. There were only 2 free divinations per day, and the system didn't allow saving them up, they reset daily.
If there were any more challenges later, he would be out of luck. Taking advantage and leaving promptly was the right thing to do. Just as he was about to step away, a change occurred. Shi Tian, who had been focused on the chess game all along, suddenly felt a surge of spiritual power in his body. A strong spiritual whirlwind swept through. Duguyu immediately shielded Jiang Chen behind her, unleashing her cultivation at the Yuan infant stage to resist the spiritual whirlwind. The others reacted similarly. But Shi Tian seemed to be in a trance, continuously muttering something. If someone got close enough, they could hear, "The hand of God, the hand of God." He's about to break through. Someone immediately noticed Shi Tian's situation. He was originally in the middle stage of the Yuan infant realm, and at this moment, he was breaking through to the late stage. Everyone watched in astonishment. Someone quickly realized what this meant and exclaimed, "Senior brother Qi is ranked 5th on the Heavenly Pride list. If he breaks through to the late stage of the Yuan infant realm today, won't he directly become 4th? The top 3 on the Heavenly Pride list were precisely the 3 major forces in Zhengzhou, each with 1 person. If Qi Tian followed closely behind in 4th place, the Academy's reputation would soar. The original 4th place was a lone cultivator, which balanced things out a bit among the 3 major forces. If Qi Tian became 4th, the other 2 forces would be utterly disgraced. As time passed, the spiritual fluctuations within Qi Tian gradually slowed down until they disappeared. His realm steadily advanced to the late stage of the Yuaning realm, just 1 step away from perfection. Excited about breaking through, Qi Tian stood up and exclaimed, "The hand of a god, truly the hand of a god." Looking around, he immediately approached Jiang Chen upon seeing him. "Brother Jiang, I humbly admit defeat. Your skill in chess is probably unmatched in the heavenly spirit realm." Qi Tian had a look of pride in defeat, leaving Jiang Chen stunned. Jiang Chen, coming back to his senses, looked at the excited Qi Tian with a wry smile. "Damn, lost again. With Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng before, that's already 2 times helping others in their cultivation." Jiang Chen, speechless and with a dark expression, walked away without looking back. Qi Tian, shouting loudly behind him, said, "Brother Jiang, you must visit the Central Academy when you have the chance." Then, he gazed at Jiang Chen's departing figure and sincerely said, "Brother Jiang, truly an extraordinary person." In contrast, Lu Rui's expression was extremely unpleasant. Today, all the limelight was taken by Jiang Chen. Moreover, a large part of it was with her as the background. What's most infuriating is that Qi Tian's cultivation advanced greatly because of this. The 3 major sects in Zhengzhou have always been in fierce competition, each trying to outdo the other. Now, in terms of overall strength, the younger disciples of the academy have firmly surpassed the other 2 sects. If it weren't for the first-ranked Taoist Lin Daosheng being too abnormal, it's possible that 2 of the top 3 would be from the academy. Furthermore, the Holy Maiden of the Demon sect, ranked 3rd on the Tianjie list, only reached the late stage of Yuaning a few months before Qi Tian. Thinking that all of this was because of Jiang Chen, Lu Rui was seething with anger. Fortunately, he was just an ordinary person and had plenty of opportunities to regain his reputation. Half a month flew by. Jiang Chen walked out the door, greeted by the morning sun, and began a set of radio exercises. Today, he was very happy as he successfully broke through to the mid-foundation building stage. "Big brother, it's a feast today." The 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew out from the house, landing on Jiang Chen's shoulder. "Ah, yes, finally a good meal." Jiang Chen smiled happily. In the past half-month, Jiang Chen had declined all social engagements, citing health issues, but in reality, he was racing against time to cultivate. Finally, on Duguyu's birthday, he successfully broke through. There was actually no urgent matter, but Jiang Chen felt that he needed to put some pressure on himself, so he set a goal. The 3-legged golden crow had indeed helped him a lot during this time, standing guard for him every day. "I want a table full of food," the 3-legged golden crow proudly declared. Jiang Chen playfully tapped its head. "Can you even eat all that?" The 3-legged golden crow, fearless as a divine beast, had no other skills but resilience. "Even if I can't finish it, I want a table full of food." Amid their playful banter, Xiaoling came over with breakfast. "Young master, 3rd master, it's time to eat." Breakfast was simple, just porridge, steamed buns, and pickles. Jiang Chen liked it that way. Surprisingly, the 3-legged golden crow had the same taste, showing no bird-like preferences. "Xiaoling, join us for breakfast," Jiang Chen invited. "Young master, you go ahead, I've already eaten," Xiaoling sweetly replied. Hearing this, Jiang Chen playfully messed up Xiaoling's hair, then quickly finished the porridge in the bowl in a few mouthfuls, called out, and walked outside. The 3-legged golden crow quickly gulped down its food and followed. Today was Duguyu's birthday, and Jiang Chen planned to visit the city lord's mansion early to see if he could help with anything. Although the city lord's mansion was huge and had countless servants, they didn't really need him.
But as a blue star person, he had some habits that were hard to change. As a good friend, if someone needed help, he would go, even if it meant causing trouble.
The people in the city lord's mansion all knew Jiang Chen.
As soon as they saw him, someone immediately came forward to greet him.
"Teacher, you're here. The lord is in the study now."
Jiang Chen nodded. "You go on, I'll take a stroll myself." In the lord's mansion, Jiang Chen was free to move around as if he were in his own home. After wandering around the lord's mansion with the three-legged golden crow for quite some time, he still couldn't find Dugyu. He casually stopped a servant and asked, "Where is your young lady?" The servant replied, "Sir, the young lady is currently trying on clothes." Jiang Chen's desire to find her faded upon hearing this. Anyway, his intentions were clear, and whether he helped or not didn't matter. So, he and the bird sneaked off to the kitchen to steal some food.
It wasn't until late afternoon that guests began to appear in the lord's mansion.
Inside the reception hall, the mansion was divided into two areas. In the center were the returning Void Realm cultivators, while the closer to the entrance, even outside, the lower the cultivation level and status of the guests. Apart from where the returning Void Realm cultivators were, the other areas were already bustling with people.
Qi Tian and other outstanding talents had also arrived at the lord's mansion at the appropriate time.
As they entered the mansion, they were led to their designated places. The seating arrangement at such gatherings was clear, with the future forces occupying prominent positions close to the nascent soul cultivators.
Qi Tian and the other young talents were gathered, chatting and laughing together.
Among them were the outstanding talents from the southern domain, introducing the seniors present to them.
That senior is the newly appointed lord of the Phoenix City, Lu Qingmu. The lord of Phoenix City has only reached the nascent soul stage? Someone immediately noticed the key point.
The outstanding talent from the southern domain quickly transmitted a message to everyone: "You all are unaware. The previous lord of Phoenix City died under mysterious circumstances, and the new lord is the brother of the former lord Lu Qingfeng. His backer is Moon's father, the lord of Dengxian City, Duguqing."
"Oh!"
The crowd immediately whispered in surprise.
"Brother, what else do you know? Tell us."
Regardless of the time or cultivation level, people's gossiping nature remained unchanged. Just then, Jiang Chen walked in gracefully.
Qi Tian saw Jiang Chen and greeted him. "Jiang, over here."
Qi Tian thought that as a friend of Dugyu, even though Jiang Chen was just an ordinary person without cultivation, he could still be included in their group.
Indeed, no one stopped Jiang Chen. "You're all here early." Jiang Chen greeted everyone with a smile.
After the gathering half a month ago, Jiang Chen had gained some standing among these outstanding talents. Especially in Qi Tian's eyes, Jiang Chen was seen as a hidden expert. Lu Rui glared resentfully at Jiang Chen, but today was Dugyu's birthday celebration, and even though he was a disciple of the demonic sect, he didn't dare cause trouble at this time. After chatting with them for a while, Jiang Chen said, "Well, you all sit, I'll go to my seat." Lu Rui snorted, "Humph, finally know your place." Before Jiang Chen could respond, the three-legged golden crow immediately switched to battle mode. "You little thing with a big mouth. Where did you come from, a useless creature with no one to raise you?" The three-legged golden crow cursed for a good 3 minutes, sounding like a rapid-fire speech.
Lu Rui's face turned green, but he couldn't retort. Qi Tian and the others chuckled on the side. They couldn't control the situation anymore.
"Let's go, 3. Jiang Chen called out, and they headed towards the center of the hall where the returning Void Realm cultivators were seated. Seeing this, Qi Tian quickly stopped him. "Jiang, you're going the wrong way. That's where the senior cultivators of the Void Realm are." Lu Rui's eyes were blazing, his voice hoarse. "Senior brother Qi, why did you remind him? Let him go over, he doesn't know his place." "Hey, I'm giving you face." Still not satisfied with the insults, huh? The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, ready to unleash another round of insults. Jiang Chen intervened just in time. "It's Moon's birthday, let's not cause trouble." Later, he said to Qi Tiandao, "It's okay, I'll just sit there, it's spacious." With that, he walked towards the central area. Qi Tian wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chen had already walked past. "Humph, ignorant fool, doesn't even know his place. Wait until the seniors from the Return to Void Realm arrive, he'll be in for it." Lu Rui looked at Jiang Chen, resentful. In her eyes, Jiang Chen was just an ignorant mortal. Acting so casually in such a situation, he really had no idea what was coming. Qi Tian, feeling anxious, was about to step forward to advise Jiang Chen again. But before he could get up, they heard a loud voice outside the door. "Lord of the Mad Battle City, War King Fengwujin has arrived." Lu Rui, upon hearing this, immediately showed a pleased expression. "Ha, this one is known for his hot temper. When he meets Jiang Chen, he's done for." In Lu Rui's eager eyes, Fengwujin made a grand entrance. At that moment, Lu Rui looked like a fan seeing her idol, stars in her eyes. Lu Rui watched as Feng Wujin, clad in battle armor, walked non-stop, directly into the area of the Return to Void Realm cultivators, a satisfied smile on her face. Let's see how you handle this now. She couldn't wait to see Jiang Chen being slapped to pieces by Feng Wujin. Although it was unlikely in this situation, she was determined not to let Jiang Chen off easy. Sure enough, when Feng Wujin saw Jiang Chen, he hesitated for a moment, then walked straight towards him. Lu Rui, witnessing this scene, gradually broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Qi Tian looked anxious, unsure of what to do. Offending the seniors of the Return to Void Realm would be a pointless death. Lu Rui stared at Jiang Chen intently, wanting to see his fate. Jiang Chen stood up and bowed to Feng Wujin. Humph, bowing now, what's the use, too late. Lu Rui coldly snorted. To her surprise, Feng Wujin actually nodded at Jiang Chen. Due to the distance, no one heard what they said, but it seemed like they were having a pleasant conversation. Lu Rui was astonished by this sight. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. He was just a mere mortal. How could he be acquainted with these Return to Void Realm seniors? Lu Rui looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Qi Tian, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Jiang brother was truly mysterious, actually acquainted with the War King. In their eyes, they must have known each other, otherwise, how could the Return to Void Realm cultivators tolerate a mortal sitting among them? Lord War King, Jiang Chen respectfully said. Ah, Brother Jiang, you're here early. Feng Wujin greeted with a smile. Don't call me Lord War King, just call me Big Brother Feng. Although Jiang Chen was just a mere mortal, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to Xiao Zai's brother. Moreover, this person in front of him had some connection with Duguqing. Duguqing still held his handle. Jiang Chen was somewhat taking advantage of the situation. This scene immediately elevated Jiang Chen's status in the eyes of the onlookers. Feng Wujin didn't go out of his way to please Jiang Chen. After all, his status was there. Being able to talk to Jiang Chen in a friendly manner was already giving face to Xiao Zai and Duguqing. Just then, the gatekeeper outside shouted again, Lord of the Qingyang city, faceless ghost woman has arrived. Upon hearing this name, Lu Rui's hope reignited. She had heard of this person's name even in Zhengzhou. Infamous for her mystery, no one knew her true name or face. In her opinion, such powerful cultivators were usually dark and difficult characters. She could accept Jiang Chen knowing a Return to Void Realm cultivator, but she refused to believe that he knew this one too. Comrade Suihua still wore a large black robe, a faceless mask covering her face. She walked straight to the area of the Return to Void Realm cultivators, and Suihua immediately spotted Jiang Chen. She didn't even bother to greet Feng Wujin and went straight to Jiang Chen. This scene immediately excited Lu Rui. See, this is the true attitude of the Return to Void Realm towards mortals. Even cultivators of the same realm didn't give him any face. Daring to sit with them was like courting death. Just when Lu Rui thought she had discovered Jiang Chen daringly sitting in the seat of a faceless ghost of a Return to Void Realm cultivator, ready to make a move out of anger, a strange scene unfolded. Jiang Chen, please, talk to your big brother, he's just too annoying. Suihua didn't wait for Jiang Chen to get up and pay his respects. She just sat down next to him, grabbed his shoulder, and said in a frustrated tone. Jiang Chen was full of embarrassment. He couldn't figure out what that eccentric big brother had done to push this person to the brink. Senior, what's wrong with Brother Xiao? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. He somehow found out that I like poetry, and now he writes poems for me every day. If they were good, it would be fine, but they are a bunch of nonsense and he doesn't even realize it. It seemed that Suihua was indeed being driven to the edge by Xiao Zai. If he found out that Jiang Chen had leaked her preferences, she probably wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Jiang Chen quickly promised, patting his chest, Senior, rest assured, I will talk to him. Suihua was also acting out of desperation. After receiving Jiang Chen's repeated assurances, she found another seat. Jiang Chen greeted acquaintances on his side. But when it came to Qi Tian Lu Rui's side, she felt that Jiang Chen was hiding something. One person could be a coincidence, knowing each other. But what about those two? What is his identity, and why does he know both Return to Void Realm seniors? Lu Rui was puzzled. She felt that Jiang Chen must not be as simple as an ordinary mortal. Who has ever seen an ordinary person who can wield the power of a phoenix, whose chess skills surpass even Qi Tian's, and who is familiar with Return to Void Realm cultivators? Lu Rui racked her brains but couldn't figure out who Jiang Chen really was. As time passed, more and more Return to Void Realm cultivators arrived. The 12 cultivators who ascended to the Immortal City initially all arrived one after another. When they saw Jiang Chen, they greeted him proactively. And some returned to Void Realm Grand cultivators who didn't know Jiang Chen, upon seeing that he was acquainted with so many of the same realm, curiously looked at Jiang Chen and inquired about his background. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was indeed just an ordinary person. Lord of the Carefree City, Marquis of the Carefree, Xiao Zai is here. A person's name casts a shadow. As soon as Xiao Zai's name was mentioned, the scene immediately quieted down.
Qi Tian was even trembling with excitement.
The Return to Void Realm Grand cultivators all looked at each other. In their circle, the Marquis of the Carefree was already synonymous with trouble. Especially Tsuehua, when she heard his name, she trembled slightly.
Oh, quite lively here. Xiao Zai strolled in with an indifferent gait. He immediately spotted Jiang Chen and walked directly to his side.
Lu Rui, who was already numb, seeing that Xiao Zai knew Jiang Chen, had completely lost any intention of opposing Jiang Chen again.
Come on, someone who knows so many Return to Void Realm cultivators can't be an ordinary person.
In her opinion, Jiang Chen was definitely a high-level expert hiding his cultivation.
Even being in the Return to Void Realm was not impossible. Brother Xiao, I thought you weren't coming. Jiang Chen stood up with a smile.
How could I miss such a lively event? Xiao Zai casually pulled over a chair, pushed aside the person next to him, and sat down next to Jiang Chen. He chatted with Jiang Chen while constantly glancing at Niu Tsuehua, his eyes full of flirtation. Jiang Chen covered his face. Even though he had thick skin, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He had never seen anyone as confident as Xiao Zai.
Jiang Chen had thought that the birthday banquet of cultivators would be grand, not to mention immortal cranes dancing or auspicious beasts presenting gifts.
At the very least, there should be a few beautiful women dancing to liven things up. But no, there was none of that. These people seemed to prefer sitting around boasting and drinking. The whole banquet mainly consisted of the following parts.
Dugu Qing appeared. Xiao Zai flirted with Niu Tsuehua. Dugu Qing gave a thank you speech. Xiao Zai poured wine for Niu Tsuehua. Dugu Yu came out wearing a colorful feather robe. Xiao Zai served dishes for Niu Tsuehua. Dugu Yu gave a thank you speech.
Niu Tsuehua flew into a rage and smashed the wine glass towards Xiao Zai.
Dugu Qing said everyone should eat and drink well.
The crowd applauded warmly, drinking and eating. Xiao Zai caught the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, and praised, "Good wine." Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow kept their heads down, eating silently. Fortunately, there was a formation separating the area of the Return to Void Realm cultivators from others. Once the formation was activated, outsiders could only see blurry figures and couldn't hear what was happening inside. This was an unwritten agreement among the Return to Void Realm cultivators. Whenever they gathered with cultivators from other realms, they would be separated. This ensured the mystery of the Return to Void Realm cultivators while also meeting their need for freedom. There were no long speeches or deceitful confrontations. Dugu Qing made sure the tone of this gathering was set on eating, drinking, and having fun. He had planned to give Dugu Yu a perfect and joyful coming-of-age ceremony. Dugu Yu, wearing a colorful feather robe never seen in public before, moved between the tables. When she met senior cultivators, she sweetly called them seniors and toasted. When she met peers, she generously filled their cups and said, "I'll drink, you do as you please." It was the happiest and freest day for her since she was born. Dugu Qing had promised her that after the coming-of-age ceremony, she would be an adult and he wouldn't interfere with her decisions in life anymore. Except for one rule, she must always have guards by her side no matter where she went. Watching Dugu Yu dancing gracefully in the crowd with a bottle in one hand and a cup in the other, Dugu Qing's eyes became moist.
Our daughter has grown up.
Inside the separate room, the Return to Void Realm cultivators were letting loose, releasing years of accumulated pressure. They were the strongest and most influential group in the heavenly spirit realm, with each of their thoughts determining the life and death of countless people. Their pressure was much greater than that of ordinary cultivators. Eccentric individuals like Xiao Zai were rare. Not everyone could be as open-minded and in tune with their actions as he was. As for the integrated realm cultivators, they quickly finished their meal and left to continue their cultivation at home.
Most of them chose to join powerful factions as revered figures.
While serving these factions, they devoted themselves to daily cultivation in hopes of breaking through to the Return to Void Realm. They rarely wasted time unless necessary. They were the least active group apart from the old monsters in the Tribulation Crossing period.
In contrast, the nascent Soul Realm cultivators were the most active.
They carried out the orders of the Return to Void Realm leaders, expanded territories, and guided the younger generation's growth. In short, they endured the hardest and most exhausting tasks and faced the harshest challenges. Whenever they had a moment to relax, they were the happiest people in the room. The Foundation Establishment cultivators were the most content. At this stage, they were being groomed as the future backbone of a faction, receiving the best treatment, guidance, and living conditions. The only requirement from their family or sect was to develop their talents and strength to bring fresh blood to the group.
Before reaching the foundation establishment stage, unless exceptionally talented, cultivators were easily forgotten.
The heavenly spirit realm was abundant in spiritual energy, making cultivation relatively easy. As long as one wasn't completely inept, achieving the golden core stage wasn't too difficult. Before the golden core stage, it was a matter of quantity. However, reaching the nascent soul stage required exceptional talent and luck. The division between the golden core and nascent soul stages marked a significant turning point for cultivators. It was a distinction between a dragon and an insect, separated by a single realm. Jiang Chen observed all this carefully, marveling at the scene. A very peculiar social situation.
Hey, what are you thinking about?
A silver bell-like laughter suddenly rang in Jiang Chen's ear. Jiang Chen turned around to find Duguyu holding a wineglass, looking at him with a smile. It had to be said that Duguyu looked very beautiful today, exuding a youthful and energetic vibe.
Nothing much, if every day is like this, it wouldn't be bad, Jiang Chen remarked with emotion.
It had been a long time since he had felt so relaxed.
Dream on. Do you know how long my father prepared for today?
Duguyu scolded. Every dish on this table, every ingredient, has been carefully selected.
Just the value of this table of food is no less than 20,000 spirit stones. And let's talk about this wine,
she said, shaking the wine jug in her hand proudly.
181 cup. Jiang Chen. Extremely extravagant.
Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow marveled at Duguqing's extravagance while continuously eating. Today, they had to eat more. This wasn't just a meal, it was like eating spirit stones. The three-legged golden crow somehow found a large iron basin from somewhere, not only eating but also continuously pouring whole plates of food into it.
Jiang Chen slapped the back of his head, saying, "Can you eat slower? Can you leave some for me? Look at your eating manners, this is a banquet. We are all civilized people, it's embarrassing."
The three-legged golden crow, with his mouth full, looked up at Jiang Chen who was not eating any slower and said, "Your eating manners are not much better than mine.
Leave some for me."
Jiang Chen grabbed a chicken leg with one hand and fought with the three-legged golden crow for the big elbow and the plate with the other hand. Duguyu looked at the man and the bird, completely ignoring her, stuffing food into their mouths, feeling extremely embarrassed. It would take starving for a few days to achieve the effect of these two. In no time, the two of them swept the entire table clean. Even Jiang Chen, who didn't like drinking much, endured the discomfort of nausea and vomiting and drank 3 pots in a row.
Duguyu couldn't be bothered with the two of them anymore.
She was afraid that if she stayed a minute longer, she would be eaten by the two of them, so she quickly went to toast at other tables. The banquet was a great success, and everyone was very happy. A certain fortune teller and his bird had stuffed themselves until they almost burst before stopping their chopsticks. The three-legged golden crow held a large iron basin 3 times bigger than himself, laughing uncontrollably. At least 3 days' worth of rations were secured.
Duguyu's birthday banquet ended perfectly. Thanks to Duguqing's efforts, there were no hitches. Everyone went back to their own homes. Lu Rui never found an opportunity to retaliate against Jiang Chen.
And Qi Tian also failed to get a signature from Xiao Zai.
Jiang Chen thought it was quite good.
If he found out that his idol was different from what he imagined after a close encounter, Qi Tian's character might be damaged. The various returning Void Realm cultivators were quite busy, so coming to attend the birthday banquet of a Yuanying stage cultivator was already giving face to Duguqing.
As soon as the banquet ended, they immediately returned to their own territories.
Only Xiao Zai was still sticking to Cuihua like a plaster, being overly attentive.
Jiang Chen realized that his so-called elder brother was just a simpleton.
Even with detailed information about Cuihua, he made no progress. Jiang Chen had no choice but to let him be. Suddenly, Jiang Chen realized that he seemed to have some free time. It had only been 3 or 4 months since he crossed over, but a lot had happened during this time. It was much more exciting than his entire previous life combined. An immortal had died, and he had a chance encounter with an immortal king. He had become brothers with the returning Void Realm cultivators. He had helped the ambitious Duguqing in his grand plans. Sitting by the window at night, looking at the moon in the sky, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a bit melancholic. He still preferred the ordinary world where he went to work every day, played games, and read novels.
"Big brother, what are you thinking about?"
The three-legged golden crow noticed that Jiang Chen seemed a bit down and asked.
As a divine beast produced by the system, the three-legged golden crow was well aware of Jiang Chen's identity. It was also the only being Jiang Chen could confide in. "Sanner, do you think what we're doing is meaningful?"
"What are you talking about, big brother? Be clear."
Jiang Chen furrowed his brow, conflicted. "You mean, is it meaningful to wander around, scheme everywhere for the elusive longevity? Jiang Chen always liked to overthink things.
Every now and then, he would feel lost, lacking direction. Especially in this unfamiliar world, he felt out of place.
Jiang Chen felt like he never quite fit in here, always feeling like an outsider. Big brother, why think so much?
The three-legged golden crow was actually quite simple. Besides eating, it slept and played. It didn't need to worry about cultivation. Jiang Chen had that covered. After standing guard for Jiang Chen every night, it would go play with wild birds during the day. It was even more carefree than Xiao Zai. I think, whether there's a goal or not, whether it's meaningful or not, it doesn't matter much, as long as you're happy. If even taking a dump today can make me happy, what difference does it make if I do it all day?
If I feel like cultivating is interesting tomorrow, then I'll work hard at it. In any case, let's enjoy the moment. Who can guarantee that they'll be safe and sound tomorrow? System, will tomorrow be safe? System, dear, tomorrow will be calm and safe, no danger. Remaining free divinations, 1, three-legged golden crow. It's no fun if you're like this, big brother. 3 black lines appeared on the three-legged golden crow's head, extremely speechless. I'm discussing life with you, and you're talking about divinations. Ha ha ha.
Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow chatted for a while, and their moods improved significantly. There were some things the three-legged golden crow agreed with.
Carpe diem. However, he couldn't neglect the need to elevate his cultivation. In the future, he also wanted to visit Zhengzhou to see its prosperity, go to Xianbei to experience its exotic customs, head to the Far East to witness the rise and fall of dynasties, and travel to the extreme west to witness the wonders of faith. All of this required the support of his cultivation. Moreover, he also wanted to visit the immortal realm in the future. The immortal realm. Thinking of this, he still had a seemingly impressive heaven's secret token. Continue cultivating. Strive to reach the Yuaning stage within 3 years, so you'll have some self-defense when you go out in the future. Seeing Jiang Chen adjusting well, the three-legged golden crow happily flew to the beam to stand guard. As usual, with a cultivation gift package worth 45,000, Jiang Chen entered a state of cultivation. Perhaps due to his relaxed mood, Jiang Chen found today's cultivation particularly smooth. Even with the boost from the cultivation package, he would usually take a while to enter a meditative state. But this time, as soon as he closed his eyes, he entered a meditative state directly. He felt the spiritual energy around his body come alive, cheering and rushing into his body. Jiang Chen seemed to have gained some insight. Cultivation might also be a process of cultivating the mind. Besides reaching a certain level of internal strength, one also needed to keep up with their mental state. Otherwise, they might fall into demonic ways. Without a master to guide him, Jiang Chen could only rely on his own exploration to move forward. If it weren't for the system cheating, he might have struggled to achieve anything in his lifetime. Even with some stroke of luck and adventures, he might have become a puppet of power due to lagging mental state. The 8 or 9 profound techniques were indeed a top-notch cultivation method, with the fastest cultivation speed and spiritual energy absorption rate. And the system's cultivation gift package was like a bug in terms of realm comprehension? What he lacked now was precisely a change in his mental state. Late into the night, he inspected his dantian. He found that the foundation stone inside his body, filled with mysterious patterns, had condensed and expanded by about 30% compared to before. According to his estimation, in the late foundation establishment stage, at this rate, he might break through in less than 3 months. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, not seeking quick success, and continued to cultivate, preparing to practice the palm thunder technique, a skill he was most familiar with and fond of. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to test his skills in real combat, so he couldn't know the power of this divine technique, which was somewhat regrettable. But that was just how things were. In this world, things rarely go as planned. It's impossible for one person to have all the advantages. Based on the system's introduction to the 8-9 profound arts, it seemed like it wouldn't be too bad. Jiang Chen practiced the few divine techniques he had mastered a bit. The art of transformation remained the same, lasting only for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen pondered that this divine technique might be related to his own realm. Once, he secretly transformed into a small bell in front of Ming Shifei and others, and they didn't notice at all. He just didn't know if he could avoid being exposed in front of a return-to-void realm expert. As for the shrinking technique, it was still the same. As long as his spiritual power could keep up, he could continue to use it, but the speed was limited by his realm. Without actual testing, he couldn't determine the exact speed or how fast it could be. In any case, his strength was growing at a terrifying rate. It was a pity he couldn't tell anyone, or he would definitely be seen as a peerless genius. People like Xiao Zizai, Lin Daosheng, none of them were opponents. After all, others' cultivation was mostly based on top-tier talent and immense financial resources. But Jiang Chen was simply a lucky guy. Recently, Jiang Chen's days were quite comfortable, drinking a little wine, listening to music every day. At night, he would casually practice cultivation, advancing his realm. Occasionally, he would do some divination and make some profit. Dugu was completely unrestricted now, with a momentum like a runaway horse, going wherever she pleased. However, there was always a charming lady following behind him. Saner, why do you think Dugu Cheng and Old Man Qin haven't shown up for a while? In Jiang Chen's small courtyard, a person and a bird lay on rocking chairs, basking in the sun and drinking tea. Lately, Dugu Cheng rarely appeared in Dengxian City, always wandering in Shanghuang City. This disrupted Jiang Chen's stable luck source. His luck was decreasing bit by bit. He dared not squander it carelessly, only practicing with 2 types of gift packs every night. This slow progress hindered his cultivation advancement. It had been 2 months, and he had just touched the edge of the foundation establishment stage. The 3-legged golden crow lay comfortably on the rocking chair, directing Little Bell to groom its feathers. As winter approached, the air was dry, and its feathers were losing their smoothness. What else could it be? Shanghuang City is such a big city with so much profit, and so many mouths to feed, they must be clearing out the pests. The 3-legged golden crow didn't even lift its eyelids, enjoying Little Bell's service. Jiang Chen sat up, picked up a newly bought purple clay teapot, and took a sip of tea. Smacking his lips, feeling the sweetness in his mouth, he stretched lazily and lay back down. If he could avoid moving, he wouldn't, that was his current motto. If he comes to me for divination, I guarantee each reading is accurate. Whoever is greedy will be exposed, my divinations are clear. Jiang Chen pursed his lips, feeling dissatisfied with Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofeng leaving him hanging like this. Without those 2 fools, life would be tight. The 3-legged golden crow sneered at Jiang Chen's shady business. My good brother, do you not know how much you charge for each divination? Do you really think people don't know you always overcharge? Jiang Chen immediately retorted, you don't know the value of things until you're in charge. Your success today is all thanks to me, penny by penny. You heartless guy, do you know how hard it is for me? The 3-legged golden crow, seeing Jiang Chen about to complain again, immediately flew away flapping its wings. A grown man, acting like a nagging old woman, so annoying. The sensible Huamei girl in the west of the city was much better. Seeing the 3-legged golden crow fly away, Jiang Chen smiled smugly and immediately directed Little Bell to massage his legs. A mere crow, what's the point of dressing up every day, all in black leather, what's there to see? Young master, how's this pressure? Little Bell's round and cute face was adorable. Jiang Chen pinched her cheek and said, you've gained weight again. You should start working out, or you might not find a husband. No way, Erwa said that as soon as he comes of age, his father will come to propose on his behalf. He likes someone like me, clearly from a wealthy family, looking prosperous. Jiang Chen's face darkened, which brat dares to have thoughts about me? I'll break his legs. Humph. Xiaoling made a face, stopped kicking her legs, and ran out directly. You should have kicked me a couple of times first, it took a lot of effort to drive that silly bird away. Unfortunately, Xiaoling completely ignored him and didn't even look back. Rebels, all of them have rebelled. Jiang Chen angrily tapped the armrest of his rocking chair, feeling annoyed. Seeing that he was the only one left, feeling bored, he reluctantly got up and prepared to go out. Before he could leave, a figure suddenly appeared in the courtyard, blocking the sunlight shining on Jiang Chen. Only a few people could freely enter and exit this place, the immortal city. Dugu Cheng looked at Jiang Chen basking comfortably in the sun, feeling increasingly irritated. Why did he have to struggle outside, putting in so much effort to achieve some success, while this kid could just calculate a few fortunes and take away a large amount of wealth from him? The more Dugu Cheng thought about it, the angrier he became and grunted, living the good life, aren't you? Jiang Chen was puzzled by his tone. Where did he offend this benefactor? Lord Dugu, what brings you here, shining so brightly? What orders do you have? I will go through fire and water to repay your kindness. Jiang Chen puffed up his chest, looking as sincere as possible. Dugu Cheng was so angry, if he didn't need this guy, he would have slapped Jiang Chen into a pulp long ago. Gritting his teeth, Dugu Cheng spat out 2 words, fortune-telling. Jiang Chen immediately smiled and asked, what does the Lord want to know? Information on all the key figures of the major forces in the Phoenix City, including their influence distribution. Hearing this, Jiang Chen boldly approached and asked, did the Lord suffer a loss in Phoenix City? Dugu Cheng glared at him, resentfully saying, would I, as the Lord, suffer a loss? If it weren't for this fool Li Qingfen's negligence in managing Phoenix City, how could so many parasites have emerged? Dugu Cheng sat down on the rocking chair next to Jiang Chen without hesitation, picked up Jiang Chen's teapot, and drank several big mouthfuls. Seeing his behavior, Jiang Chen was sure that Dugu Cheng had definitely suffered a setback in Phoenix City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come looking for him. The three-legged golden crow was right. Jiang Chen was indeed too shrewd. Even though Duga Qing didn't know about the system's existence or Jiang Chen's role as a middleman earning price differences, he still had some suspicions about Jiang Chen's fortune-telling fees. He had secretly consulted intelligence organizations like the Listening Snow Tower before. Although he could obtain the information he wanted, the timeliness and accuracy were far inferior to Jiang Chen's. Moreover, some very confidential secrets known only to a few individuals were difficult to obtain the desired results. Jiang Chen was different, expensive but truly accurate. During Li Qingfeng's reign, he was solely focused on completing the Phoenix 9 transformations, neglecting the management of Phoenix City. The city's output was too abundant, leading to an abundance of rats and parasites within Phoenix City. However, the operation of Phoenix City couldn't do without these people. Dugu Qing couldn't handle everything personally. Even if he was a return-to-void realm cultivator, he couldn't have the energy to manage everything. Moreover, certain specific tasks required professionals to handle them. Jiang Chen understood this well. Now was the time to seize the opportunity. System, quote the price. System, dear, this time the fee is 80,000 spirit stones. This fee was actually not much. If Dugu Qing were to seek other intelligence organizations, the price would be similar. But with so much information, some mistakes are inevitable. Dugu Qing values the Phoenix City very much. So this time, he is prepared to spare no effort to solve the problems of Phoenix City perfectly, laying the first brick for his future grand plans. Jiang Chen looked at Dugu Qing with a smile, making the latter feel uneasy. City Lord, it will probably require 200,000 spirit stones or items. Dugu Qing almost lost his composure at the price, almost crushing Jiang Chen's teapot. Be gentle, this teapot is unique in the whole city, worth 15,000 spirit stones. Jiang Chen carefully took the purple clay teapot from Dugu Qing's hand, checked it carefully, breathed a sigh of relief when he found it unharmed. What? 15,000 spirit stones? Dugu Qing stood up abruptly, glaring at Jiang Chen with hostility, shouting loudly. Just as Dugu Qing was starting to calm down a bit, Jiang Chen almost made him lose it again. Relax, I work so hard every day, what's wrong with enjoying a bit? Jiang Chen nonchalantly pushed Dugu Qing back into his seat, took a small teacup, and poured him a cup of tea. I can't cultivate, can't leave a legacy, so what's the use of keeping these spirit stones? Let some bastard get them cheap? It's better to contribute a bit to the tax revenue of the immortal city. Jiang Chen rambled on casually, trying to pacify. Jiang lad, pour an old man a cup too. Qin Xiaofeng appeared in the courtyard at some point. Jiang Chen had no way to deal with these old rascals who never used the door. Qin Lao, do you big cultivators dislike using doors so much? You don't understand, it's about style. Compared to Dugu Qing, Qin Xiaofeng was more open-minded. Jiang Chen remembered when he first met him, he was a real old coin. Jiang Chen shrugged, unable to understand. Pay up. Dugu Qing impatiently told Qin Xiaofeng. Ah, how much was it? Qin Xiaofeng seemed not to have heard their previous conversation. Honestly, 200,000 spirit stones or equivalent items. Jiang Chen smiled at Qin Xiaofeng, his eyes constantly flashing with golden light, revealing copper coins emitting golden light. Qin Xiaofeng, who had just returned to the Void Realm, almost choked on his tea. Jiang lad, do you really need so much for some insignificant characters? Are you trying to trick us? Qin Xiaofeng couldn't believe they needed so much money. Although they were quite wealthy recently, most of it was public funds, and they had little to spare. Qin Lao, do I look like that kind of person to you? Jiang Chen put on a hurt expression, helpless. Qin Xiaofeng nodded very seriously, not look like, you are. Jiang Chen adjusted his expression, adopting a more official tone, cash or items for payment? Qin Xiaofeng looked at Dugu Qing, seeking his opinion. Just give it all to him. Dugu Qing impatiently said. Since Dugu Qing had spoken, Qin Xiaofeng didn't mind. He had gradually taken a back seat now. As for fighting and killing, he could still help, but in terms of strategy, he was getting old and confused. In short, if I mess up, what can you do to me? Dugu Qing suddenly felt it was difficult. With such two partners, the dream of dominating the southern domain might be a series for a lifetime. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to impress them with illusions, as they both knew it was purely for show. In the blink of an eye, a list appeared in front of them out of thin air. It clearly recorded the information of all the forces in Phoenix City, as well as the main characters. From the cultivation level and personality traits of the main characters to even a minor follower's hemorrhoids, everything was included. It could be said that even a pig could understand Phoenix City by looking at it. Dugu Qing looked at the names on the list and breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, expensive is truly expensive, but accurate is truly accurate. If it's a product of Jiang Chen, it must be a fine piece. With this list in hand, the prominent figures of the Phoenix City would all be easily taken down by him. Duguching got what he wanted and didn't want to stay here for another moment. 1 second he was sitting on the chair, the next second he disappeared without a trace. Jiang Chen commented, "Thieves don't leave through the door." Xin Xiaofeng. After chatting for a while, Xin Xiaofeng also left. Jiang Chen was left alone in the courtyard again. He joyfully looked at his balance and said, "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to obediently come and give me money. We common folks are truly happy." Jiang Chen hummed a song and walked out happily. Today is a good day, time to enjoy some music. Before he could even step out of the door, Duguyu rushed in again in a hurry. But what comforted Jiang Chen was that she left through the door. "Where are you going?" Duguyu noticed Jiang Chen getting ready to leave and asked curiously. Jiang Chen couldn't tell her he was going to visit a brothel, so he casually made up a reason. "I'm going to the tea house to listen to stories." "Something's not right, you look too pleased, must be up to no good." Duguyu looked at Jiang Chen suspiciously. Jiang Chen remained silent. Indeed, women's intuition is quite accurate. "Why are you looking for me? Weren't you supposed to be out of town?" Duguyu sighed sadly. "What's wrong with me? I used to want to go out when I wasn't allowed. Now that my father doesn't care, I don't feel like going out anymore." "Jiang Chen, you're impossible." "Who are you calling impossible? I'll beat you up." Duguyu waved her small fists, threatening him. Jiang Chen quickly surrendered. "So, what's the matter you came to me for? I don't believe you came to discuss life with me. What else would I come to you for? Of course, it's to have my fortune told." Duguyu rolled her eyes at him. "Fortune telling? What about it?" Jiang Chen was curious. Duguyu leaned in close to him and whispered, "Tell me about my romantic fate." Jiang Chen looked at her twinkling eyes and said, "Although you've just come of age, isn't it a bit too early to talk about this?" Duguyu pouted angrily, "I'm already 18, my father doesn't care about me. I want you to tell me, hurry up and predict." Alright, what specifically do you want me to predict?" Indeed, Duguching couldn't care less. What a bother. Duguyu blushed immediately and said softly, "Do I have any fate with Lin Daosheng?" After speaking, she covered her face, feeling embarrassed and hesitant to look at Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, you should pay first. How can I predict without payment?" Duguyu didn't ask for the price, she directly took out a spiritual tool. "System, please make the prediction." This kind of divination was simple, and the price wasn't high. The spiritual tool Duguyu provided was more than enough. It could only be said that this father-daughter duo were truly his big patrons. "System, sorry, there isn't any connection." As expected, as Jiang Chen had anticipated, since the two had never even met, how could there be any fate between them? But Jiang Chen thought it over. If he said it like this, he might get beaten up. "Yuer." Jiang Chen called out softly. "Is it done?" Duguyu asked with a hint of anticipation. "Do you know that there is a kind of love called letting go, giving up eternity for love?" "Duguyu? What are you trying to say?" "Let me put it this way, if Lin Daosheng is devoted to his path, would you be willing to give up being with him for his aspirations?" Duguyu lowered her eyes upon hearing this. After a while, she looked up, determined. "I would." "You haven't even met him, have you?" Jiang Chen had heard rumors. Duguyu had never left the southern domain, and Lin Daosheng had never been to the southern domain. "No." Duguyu's mood seemed visibly down. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly. "You haven't even met him, why do you like him so much? What if he has a terrible personality or is extremely unattractive?" This was scarier than online dating. He felt it necessary to explain the pros and cons to Duguyu. At 18, it was the time when the heart was budding. At this age, girls were most stubborn. If this matter caused a lifetime of emotional pain, it would be troublesome. If Duguyu had even a slight chance, Jiang Chen would encourage her to bravely love. It's just a matter of being first on the Tianjiao list. Jiang Chen doesn't care about it. When his cultivation level rises, he can directly turn raw rice into cooked rice. It's not impossible. But the system has made it clear that they are not possible. Jiang Chen absolutely will not allow Duguyu to be harmed because of this. He has long regarded Duguyu as his own sister. A silly, somewhat cute, willful, yet kind sister. No way, Senior Qi Tian and the others have told me that Lin Daosheng is super handsome. Duguyu waved her little fists, vigorously defending Lin Daosheng. Jiang Chen quickly surrendered. Okay, he's super handsome, he's the most handsome, he's even more handsome than me. Day by day, first it was Xiaoling, now it's Duguyu. Jiang Chen feels overwhelmed, not at all at ease. At this moment, he suddenly misses Sanner. At least the damn bird doesn't cause so much trouble. Is this the kind of thing a single dog who has been single for 25 years should worry about? But what needs to be said still needs to be said. Yuer, do you understand what it means to love someone? Duguyu looked up, pondering. It's thinking about him all the time, wanting to know everything about him. Every piece of news about him makes me worry. Jiang Chen adjusted her head, looking into her eyes seriously. That only shows that you are curious about this person. It doesn't count as love. Yu blinked her watery eyes curiously. Then what is love? Jiang Chen looked up at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be profound. Loving someone means being willing to give everything for him. Love is not about taking, it's about giving. Loving someone is not about being together with him forever. Even silently watching from a corner is enough. Some love is destined to be unrequited. Yu looked at Jiang Chen, whose eyes were filled with tears, and suddenly felt that this older brother, who was much older than him, was actually a man with a story. Today, she discovered that he had such a side. Yu even felt like hugging him and comforting him. Alas, if love lasts long, it is not in the daily togetherness. Jiang Chen sighed deeply, looking down at Yu. Never let yourself be bound by worldly constraints. Love doesn't necessarily have to be reciprocated, understand? Yu nodded as if she understood. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Go, I'm tired, I want to rest for a while. With that, he turned around and stood with his hands behind his back, leaving Yu with a lonely figure. Yu had to turn around and leave. She took 3 steps and looked back. Winter was approaching, and only a few yellowed leaves hung on the small tree in the courtyard. In the small courtyard, a lonely figure stood quietly. The gentle breeze blew, rocking the rocking chair gently. Jiang Chen's clothes were also gently swayed by the breeze, as if comforting him. Even though there was no one around, the wind kept him company. Jiang Chen confirmed that Yu had walked far away through the reflection in the teacup on the table, and immediately sat down on the rocking chair. Dealing with a girl whose heart is easily swayed by spring is really not his strong suit. He can only do his best to give Yu some advice, so she doesn't get stuck in her own thoughts. At the very least, she won't be heartbroken when she confesses to someone and gets rejected. It's exhausting, really exhausting. This is not something he should be doing at all. Qing, that old fox, only cares about grand plans and doesn't care at all about his own daughter's affairs. Poor him, a solo since birth, still has to worry about such things. He had originally wanted to listen to some music, but now he had no mood for it. Jiang Chen brewed another pot of tea for himself, took a sip contentedly, and hummed, "There is a kind of love called letting go, giving up eternity for love." Before he could catch his breath, another figure rushed in energetically. Jie Bao's shiny bald head dazzled Jiang Chen from afar. Brother Jiang, Brother Jiang. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, puzzled by the events of the day. Jia, what's going on? Jie Bao first grabbed Jiang Chen's teapot directly, took a big gulp, and then slammed it heavily on the table. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in shock. 15,000 spirit stones, it was almost like a matter of life and death for him. Why were all these things happening with his teapot? Jiang Chen carefully inspected the teapot from all angles, finally relieved when he found it intact. Annoyed, he asked, "What's wrong with you now? Are you fighting corruption or in love?" Jie Bao scratched his bald head in confusion, not understanding Jiang Chen's words. "What are you talking about? I came to tell you that you're famous." Jiang Chen? How did he become famous out of the blue? You defeated Qi Tianxia, ranked 5th on the heavenly prodigy list in chess. It's all over the place now, saying you're an extraordinary talent. Jiang Chen was puzzled. Isn't it just a game of chess? Winning or losing is normal. Ordinary chess may not be a big deal, but you defeated Qi Tianxia, a genius who uses chess to understand the Tao, and even helped him break through. That's extraordinary. Jie Bao seemed even more excited than Jiang Chen, gesturing enthusiastically as he spoke. However, Jiang Chen couldn't understand what the big deal was. Just then, Ming Shifei walked in and explained, "He's not explaining it well, let me do it. The southern domain has been weak in strength for a long time, looked down upon by the other 4 domains. But this time, a mortal defeated the heavenly prodigy of the central domain, venting the southern domain's pent-up frustration. But you need to be careful, fame attracts trouble. Those high and mighty folks from the central domain might come looking for you." Jiang Chen nodded, indicating he understood but wasn't too concerned. These things usually die down after a while, especially when it's about a mortal. It's a pity you can't cultivate. You could have brought honor to our southern domain. Jie Bao said regretfully. Their relationship had always been good, and he had always felt sorry for Jiang Chen's inability to cultivate. "Jiang Chen, do I have to tell you I'm a hanging ghost?" Another year passed. Over the past year, Qing had used the Phoenix City as a springboard, along with Jiang Chen's divination skills, to make significant progress in the southern domain. Not only did she covertly become the actual controller of several lower-ranking cities, but she also successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm. Although there was still a considerable gap compared to figures like Xiao Zizai, she had reached an upper level among the 36 city lords of the southern domain. During this year,
Jiang Chen also successfully advanced to the Golden Core realm. It's worth mentioning that when Jiang Chen was condensing his Golden Core, there was almost an accident. Perhaps due to the uniqueness of the 8-9 profound art, he actually triggered a celestial phenomenon while condensing the Golden Core. Fortunately, at that time, all the big shots from the Ascension City were out with Duge Qing and Qin Xiaofeng on business, coupled with the help of the hidden Moonstone, which prevented too much attention. After successfully breaking through to the Golden Core realm, the time for the transformation technique was extended to 20 minutes. This time was enough for him to do a lot. The daily free divination had also increased to 3 times a day. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the power contained in his body. Being invincible at the same realm seemed more than just talk. After all, he had never heard of condensing a golden core causing a celestial phenomenon. With this in mind, he looked inward at his dantian. In the boundless spirit sea, a square stone enveloped in rich spiritual energy floated quietly in midair. The stone was intricately carved with mysterious patterns. Above it, a round, golden sphere rotated silently. This was his golden core. However, this golden core seemed somewhat different from what he had heard from Duguyu. It was not only larger but also brighter. The patterns on it were more mysterious and profound than those on the stone. Wisps of ethereal aura continuously rose from the golden core, spreading once again throughout the spiritual sea. The gentle golden light illuminated his spiritual sea as if draped in a layer of gold foil. Some characteristics of the 8-9 profound art also began to reveal themselves. He could feel the strength of his physical body. It was definitely not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Even those of the same realm would find it hard to match. He took out a small knife and lightly cut his arm. The knife pressed a depression into his arm muscles, moving along as the blade slid, yet the skin showed no reaction, remaining incredibly smooth. Jiang Chen hardened his heart and stabbed his arm forcefully. Clang! A sudden clang of metal resounded, even sparking a few flames. The tip of the knife broke directly against his arm. Although the knife was just an ordinary iron tool, the strength of this body was probably not something a common spiritual weapon could penetrate. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this result. Indeed, the 8-9 profound art was worthy of being a saint-level technique that could directly reach the realm of saints, truly terrifying. It was just one of the features of the 8-9 profound art. There were many more mystical aspects waiting for him to explore. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a pale blue thunderbolt into his hand. With his cultivation increasing, his control over the thunder in his palm became more adept. The thunderbolt in his hand kept changing forms. Sometimes it turned into a flying bird, other times into a fierce tiger. Various forms, vivid and lifelike, completely following his will. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and the thunderbolt in his hand extended and elongated. A long sword made of thunder appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen raised the thunder sword, casually swinging it. The room immediately filled with crackling sounds. He tried slashing at the nearby desk. The thunder sword cut through it as smoothly as a hot knife through butter, without any resistance. A corner of the desk fell off, the cut smooth and bearing traces of high-temperature scorching. Boom! The fallen desk corner and the entire desk suddenly burst into intense flames, engulfed in a blaze that illuminated Jiang Chen's face crimson. Jiang Chen quickly conjured a gust of wind to extinguish the fire. Satisfied, Jiang Chen nodded. This was no ordinary thunder sword, it was more like a lightsaber from a galactic battle, and even more powerful. The 3-legged golden crow's strength had also entered the realm of the golden core along with him. However, unlike Jiang Chen, it did not need to cultivate divine techniques. The innate talents and divine techniques contained within the bloodline of the Golden Crow clan were sufficient to deal with everything. Sanner, how do you feel? The 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings and said nonchalantly, feeling great, big brother. I feel my third leg itching to move. Jiang Chen, can you be clearer in what you say? Don't just randomly talk. 3-legged golden crow. Ignoring Jiang Chen, the 3-legged golden crow directly activated its innate divine technique. Instantly, its whole body seemed to be engulfed in orange-red flames. Seeing this, Jiang Chen immediately cast a spell to contain the room. Although the fluctuations of spiritual energy would not be detected with the help of the hidden moonstone, the physical destruction caused could not be concealed. The flames unleashed by the 3-legged golden crow were outrageous. Even with Jiang Chen's 8-9 profound art, he still felt a considerable threat from the orange-red flames. He tried throwing the charred desk towards the 3-legged golden crow. As soon as the desk approached, it was immediately incinerated, leaving nothing but ashes. Jiang Chen propped his chin with one hand, pondering, Sanner, how about we open a crematorium? The efficiency would be absolutely top-notch. The 3-legged golden crow, speechless, said, Big brother, if there's nothing left, what about the family wanting ashes?
Jiang Chen frowned, realizing it was indeed a problem. Then let's go forge some iron. You can dive into the furnace, saving both carbon and time.
The three-legged golden crow couldn't help but feel a sense of darkness looming over its once majestic divine beast status, now reduced to an eternal ember. Perhaps it had followed the wrong big brother. After a brief exchange of jokes, they both retracted their divine powers. At this rate of cultivation, achieving the nascent soul stage was within reach in another year or so.
With the continuous increase in strength from cultivation, Jiang Chen's thoughts began to stir.
It was time to prepare for that matter.
San'er? What's up, big brother? The world is so vast, don't you want to go explore?
The three-legged golden crow's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Wow, big brother, you've hit the nail on the head for me. Excitedly flapping its wings, the three-legged golden crow exclaimed, ascending Immortal City is fine, but it's a bit small, not even many pretty birds around.
I've grown tired of it, been wanting to go out for a spin. Jiang Chen was speechless at the revelation.
It seemed he had taken in a fake little brother. Their values and aspirations were so mismatched. Considering himself a man of integrity, Jiang Chen pondered the passing of time.
Another year had gone by. Jiang Chen, with a furrowed brow, held his precious teapot, pouring water into his stomach sip by sip.
There seemed to be a gap in his calculations. He had thought that within a year, he would have touched the threshold of nascent soul. Yet here he was, just reaching the late golden core stage after a year, and his cultivation speed was slowing down.
At this rate, it might take another year and a half to progress. Do I really have to wait for a full 2.5 years?
Jiang Chen muttered to himself.
He wasn't the only one feeling anxious.
Lately, Dugu Qing was also troubled, losing strands of hair and worry. If not for his cultivation and the return to Void Realm, he would have ended up like Xiaobao sooner or later. For some reason, his recent endeavors were facing significant obstacles.
Despite having Jiang Chen's intelligence support, things were not going smoothly as expected. Initially, he suspected Jiang Chen of deliberately providing false information, but upon reflection, it didn't make sense. Firstly, Jiang Chen had no motive, and it didn't benefit him. Moreover, each time he divined, he generously paid the divination fee. He knew Jiang Chen always liked to ask for more, and he never held back a single coin.
Furthermore, Jiang Chen's information remained incredibly accurate, with no deviations.
Yet unexpected twists kept arising.
Although he swiftly dealt with them each time, it inevitably slowed his progress to some extent. Reflecting on the changes over the past 2 years, he consoled himself, perhaps he had taken too big of a step and messed things up. After all, for cultivators, 2 years might not even be enough for a single seclusion. Yet Dugu Qing had achieved a remarkable feat that could go down in the annals of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. 36 cities of the Heavenly Spirit Realm already had 8 major cities firmly under his control, whether overtly or covertly, through persuasion or coercion, tightly bound to his chariot.
Some even began to quietly address him as the Lord of the Dugu domain. In his study, there was a map of the southern domain's geomancy.
It clearly marked the detailed positions and information of each city.
Even the defensive formations of some cities were clearly labeled, detailing their characteristics.
If this map were to fall into the wrong hands, it would undoubtedly lead to a bloodbath. Dugu Qing treasured this map dearly and rarely showed it to others. He had spent nearly 500,000 spirit stones to obtain this treasure from Jiang Chen. It was this map that allowed his grand ambitions to proceed smoothly and provided him with ample logistical support. Somehow, word had leaked about the map's existence, despite Dugu Qing never carrying it with him, keeping it secured in the Lord's mansion of ascending Immortal City. Consequently, Dugu Qing had to deploy a large number of guards within the Lord's mansion.
Even 3 Unity Realm cultivators were stationed year-round in the secret chamber, solely to protect the map. Together with the city's defensive formations, the map's safety was virtually guaranteed.
But unexpected changes in the weather can happen. The Feng Shui map, under the guard of 3 combined realm cultivators, disappeared without a trace. Dugu Qing, filled with thunderous anger, ordered a thorough investigation of the entire Ascension City, vowing not to let any clue slip by. Even the rat holes must be searched. Instantly, the entire Ascension City was in turmoil, with everyone on edge.
Inside the city lord's mansion, Dugu Qing's study.
Qin Xiaofeng didn't know when he started. Just like Jiang Chen, he developed a liking for tea and even acquired a high-quality purple clay teapot.
Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's teapot, the one-of-a-kind rain and dew teapot, was unique.
Despite his efforts, he could only find a slightly inferior teapot to use.
Damn it, Dugu brat, when will you take down the Purple Rock City?
Jiang Kid flaunts his broken teapot in front of me every day.
I'm this old, don't I have any dignity?
Dugu Qing suppressed the urge to curse, frowning, if you're not going to help, stop making a fuss. The Purple Rock City is at least 10 large cities away from us.
Am I supposed to just watch that kid show off above my head? The Purple Rock City doesn't even give me any face, not even a teapot. Qin Xiaofeng argued dejectedly, showing no intention of sharing Dugu Qing's worries. You ask for someone's ancestral treasure right away. Since that teapot was made, not even a strand of tea leaves has been put inside. It's lucky I haven't beaten you up. If you didn't have a bit of face left, I would have had to carry a stretcher to pick you up that day. Dugu Qing scolded. Knowing he was in the wrong, Qin Xiaofeng muttered under his breath, it's all because Jiang Kid is too arrogant. Dugu Qing sighed in pain, feeling utterly helpless. Is your plan feasible? Qin Xiaofeng suddenly changed the subject, asking. You can't blame Jiang Chen for every little thing. Over the years, haven't you thrown enough spirit stones at him? Even the landlord's family has no surplus. After speaking, he looked back at the wall behind him, where the rumored missing feng shui map of the southern sky realm was hanging intact. Are you being too sensitive? You have indeed been moving a bit too fast in recent years. It's time to slow down a bit. Qin Xiaofeng sipped his tea contentedly, thinking that Jiang Chen was indeed someone who knew how to enjoy life. This tea was truly memorable, with a calming effect. With so many conspiracies and calculations in the past, it was inevitable to strain oneself. As one grew older, it was best to take care of oneself. Let the fighting be left to the younger generation like Dugu Qing. Hearing this, Dugu Qing relaxed his brow. Be cautious but not overly so. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but clearing Ascension City first will put my mind at ease while I'm away. I'm not far from the tribulation period. If I can't make a mark before then, I won't have another chance. Do as you wish. I'm old now, unable to stir up trouble anymore. As long as the Qin family is well in the future, I'll be content. With that, Qin Xiaofeng got up and left. Dugu Qing stood in front of the feng shui map, hands behind his back, murmuring to himself, let me see if I'm being overly suspicious or if there are indeed sinister plots afoot. With just a word from Dugu Qing, Ascension City began a comprehensive purge. The incident of the missing map was merely an excuse Dugu Qing found in his recent troubled times to cleanse Ascension City. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few pleasant surprises. Despite not finding the legendary feng shui map during the one-month search, they uncovered many hidden agents from other factions. Dugu Qing was shocked to discover that among these agents were not only individuals from the southern sky realm but even fanatical believers from the far west. The thought of these fanatics infiltrating their stronghold made Dugu Qing grind his teeth in frustration. In the dungeon of the city lord's mansion, two ordinary-looking golden core stage cultivators were brought and bound. To prevent them from self-destructing, Jia Bao considerately personally disabled their cultivation bases. It was just the two of them, not even furrowing their brows from start to finish, as if the realm they had painstakingly cultivated was given to them for free. Even with their hands and feet nailed to wooden boards, the two of them continued reciting Buddhist scriptures non-stop. Despite the tortures inflicted by the jailers, the two of them just kept chanting Buddhist scriptures, showing no sign of begging for mercy. Dugu Qing furrowed his brow as he entered the dungeon, looking at the two barely conscious yet unwaveringly devoted believers, feeling helpless. At this sensitive moment, two fervent believers suddenly appeared in the immortal city. To call it a coincidence, Dugu Qing wouldn't believe it even if Jiang Chen were to die. Watching the two struggling to breathe, Dugu Qing formed a hand seal, sending a green light into their bodies, healing their external injuries. Thank you, City Lord. Dugu Qing thought silently, quite polite. Speak up, why have you come to my immortal city? My patience is limited. The two of them chanted a Buddhist mantra and said, we have come to spread the teachings. Tell the truth, aren't you the ones who love to boast about not lying to monks? The two exchanged a glance, and one of them said, respectfully, we are lay disciples and have not yet become monks. Damn it! Are you playing word games with me? Dugu Qing was so angry he almost killed the two on the spot. He had heard that the eloquent people from the far west were skilled in words. They hadn't even gotten to the main point, and these two lay disciples were already infuriating him. Dugu Qing immediately left the dungeon. He didn't want to waste time on these two, they were clearly expendable. But he couldn't just kill them outright, they might prove useful in the future. He had considered finding Jiang Chen, but the thought of that ridiculously high divination fee made him itch with anger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of someone. Dugu Qing immediately called Jia Bao and instructed, take them to the carefree city. Xiao Zizai doesn't like the Western Buddhist sect meddling in the southern domain. That guy must have a solution. Jia Bao promptly obeyed the order. Dugu Qing suddenly felt relieved, his whole being lightening up. In his opinion, such coincidences were rare in the world. Two Buddhist fanatics appearing abruptly in the immortal city had brought him nothing but trouble. As the saying goes, if these two incidents were not related, Dugu Qing wouldn't believe even if Jiang Chen were to die. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that it was indeed just a coincidence. As night fell, in Jiang Chen's small courtyard, "Big brother, look at my new invention of magical powers." The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings, flying to Jiang Chen's head and pointed its butt at him. Jiang Chen looked at the golden crow in surprise and said, "A little bird with a sharp knife, you've opened my eyes, now you can invent magical powers too? Don't underestimate me with your narrow view," the three-legged golden crow retorted, glaring at Jiang Chen. With that, he ignited his whole body with blazing flames, transforming into a small sun. Then, he controlled the flames with his mind, slowly moving them until all the flames converged on his butt. He then shouted loudly, "Anal jet propulsion engine ignition successful, auxiliary thrust system online, launch." Boom! And the three-legged golden crow exploded right in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Chen covered his mouth and nose, dispersing the smoke with a wave of his hand, picking up the exploded golden crow from the ground and shaking it. Seeing that it was still alive, Jiang Chen casually threw it onto a chair. It took the golden crow a while to recover. "This shouldn't have happened. My calculations were supposed to be perfect. There must have been an error somewhere." The three-legged golden crow kept reflecting on his failure. "Sanner, listen to your brother's advice. Let's forget about this magical power. It's too wasteful." The three-legged golden crow immediately replied seriously, "Big brother, don't worry about it. Every genius's birth must go through countless failures. This is just my first attempt, no big deal, I can handle it." The three-legged golden crow attached great importance to the magical power he had invented, showing no intention of stopping. Jiang Chen continued with a serious tone, "Sanner, there are many ways to invent and create. Why do you insist on choosing the most difficult path? Without experiencing storms, how can you see rainbows? Without diligently practicing Japanese, how can you learn from the teacher? Big brother, my mind is made up, so please don't try to persuade me." "Jiang Chen, do you even want to listen to what you're saying? Sanner, is there a possibility that we are not actually geniuses? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am a divine beast by nature, the essence of the sun. How could I be a waste?" the three-legged golden crow hurriedly said. "Then go for it. It's hard to reason with a stubborn ghost who insists on self-destructing like the Taliban." After speaking, Jiang Chen ignored him and went back inside. Inside Jiang Chen's room, there was a wall always covered with a white cloth. He walked up to it, removed a corner of the cloth, took a pen, and started writing and drawing on the wall. After a while, he covered the cloth again, waved his hand to cast a spell, hiding it from view. With a smile on his face, he looked at the sky outside, his lips slightly curved, murmuring to himself, "It's almost time, almost there. Sanner, come stand guard. Coming. So damn annoying." The three-legged golden crow grumbled, shaking off the dust on its body and flew into the room. Habitually, it perched on the beam above the roof. After so many years, the two of them had developed a strong understanding. No need for many words, Jiang Chen slowly entered a state of cultivation. The three-legged golden crow, with sharp eyes, looked out through the window, alert to any potential threats. Jiang Chen was already adept at cultivation, and his understanding of the Tao had deepened over time. Sometimes, he would even refrain from using cultivation boost packages, relying solely on his own comprehension to cultivate. Although it might be slower, he felt that it was beneficial for himself. What others gave was always from others, but what he earned through hard work would be more effective. The three-legged golden crow watched Jiang Chen diligently cultivating below, his gaze soft. He didn't particularly enjoy creating new divine abilities. It was just that in the past couple of years, he had never seen Jiang Chen rest for a single night. Although cultivation could be considered a form of rest for cultivators and wouldn't affect their physical health, balance between work and rest was essential. But Jiang Chen never rested. Every night, he sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate. It was because of this that he thought of creating a divine ability, just to help Jiang Chen and alleviate some of his pressure. Good brothers in his heart. He regained his composure and, while standing guard, began to refine his self-created divine power. Whether one was a genius or not, he, San Yi, didn't care. In this world, he only cared about one person, and that was Jiang Chen. A year and a half later, after reaching the golden core stage, Jiang Chen, who had been practicing for 2.5 years as a personal cultivator, finally touched the edge of the nascent soul realm. After a whole night of cultivation, feeling the restless spiritual power within him, Jiang Chen exhaled heavily. He timed it perfectly. He called out, "Sanner, let's go out for a walk." With a whistle, San Yi flew down from the beam and landed steadily on Jiang Chen's shoulder. They stepped out, and it was a beautiful day. The warm morning sunlight bathed him, and it was going to be a day full of vitality. Hearing the commotion, Little Bell ran in and asked, "Good morning, young master. What would you like to eat today?" We have buns, fried dough sticks, and your favorite tofu pudding, salty. Jiang Chen looked at the now grown-up little Belle, still habitually patting her head, messing up her hair. Oh, you messed up my hair after I spent so long fixing it, young master, I hate it. Little Belle swatted Jiang Chen's hand away, feeling annoyed. Jiang Chen chuckled, don't call me young master, call me brother. Little Belle was stunned for a moment, tears shimmering in her eyes. Young master, why are you talking nonsense? There was a clear distinction between master and servant. Although Jiang Chen was always gentle and occasionally playful with her, but Little Belle never dared to really hope for anything. A maid should act like a maid. This was what the steward uncle always reminded her. Jiang Chen rubbed her head again and smiled, careless, you've grown so big, you must be 16 this year. This time, Little Belle didn't stop him, her eyes suddenly turning very red. Almost 17. Little Belle bit her lip, trying hard not to cry out loud. Let's go, we won't eat at home today, let's go out for something nice. With that, Jiang Chen, regardless of whether Little Belle agreed or not, took her hand and walked outside. Little Belle didn't know what was going on at that moment, her brain completely blank, letting Jiang Chen lead her through one street after another. The city of Dengxian has become even more bustling now. Although it was early morning, the streets were already bustling with people. A young man in a blue-gray robe, with a crow perched on his shoulder, walked leisurely down the street. Following him was a young woman in her 20s, beautiful and graceful. Jiang Chen glanced left and right, not sure what he was looking for. Young master, what are you looking for? Little Belle asked curiously. Jiang Chen turned around, his face stern, call me brother. Like two pomegranate petals sticking to Little Belle's face, a blush immediately spread to her neck. Brother, what are you looking for? Little Belle's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, not answering her, but continued to walk forward, looking around. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he walked straight to a breakfast shop. The shop was not big, showing signs of age, but the tables, chairs, and stools were all very clean. An old man and a young man were busy inside. The old man was making steamed buns while the young man was shouting and helping out, greeting the customers in the shop. When he noticed Jiang Chen, he immediately greeted him warmly. However, when he saw Little Belle behind Jiang Chen, he hesitated for a moment, wanting to greet her but was stopped by Jiang Chen's eyes. The young man quickly adjusted his expression, pretending not to recognize them, and ushered them to a seat. What would you like to eat, two guests? Our steamed buns are the best, with both meat and vegetarian fillings, thin skin and large filling. The young man spoke with a sunny smile typical of young people. Jiang Chen also smiled, then we'll have 2 baskets of steamed buns, 1 meat and 1 vegetarian, and 2 bowls of egg drop soup, 1 without green onions. Got it, 2 baskets of meat and vegetarian steamed buns, 2 bowls of egg drop soup, 1 without green onions. The young man shouted to the old man in the back and went to prepare the food. The food Jiang Chen ordered was quickly served. Dig in, it looks really good. Jiang Chen smiled and invited Little Belle. Little Belle nodded, picked up her chopsticks and started eating, but she seemed preoccupied, constantly glancing quietly towards the door of the shop. Or rather, she was looking at the young man busy outside the shop. Jiang Chen seemed not to notice, eating his breakfast leisurely. He first split the steamed buns in half. The meat filling with glistening oil looked very tempting. Indeed, as the young man had said, thin skin and large filling. With just 1 basket of steamed buns and 1 bowl of egg drop soup, Jiang Chen took a whole hour to finish his meal. Little Belle had finished eating long ago and was sitting restlessly on the side. The young man also kept looking at Jiang Chen, his eyes full of doubt. Jiang Chen leisurely finished the last sip of egg drop soup, patted his stomach comfortably. Boss, the bill. The young man immediately smiled and approached. 15 copper coins, sir. Jiang Chen took out a spirit stone and placed it on the table. The young man frowned upon seeing it. He recognized the spirit stone, but it was the first time he had encountered someone using a spirit stone to pay for steamed buns. He looked at Little Belle, who was lowering her head beside him, and sighed, Sir, I can't make change. Even if I sell this shop, it wouldn't be enough for this one. Then, the young man gritted his teeth, smiled at Jiang Chen, Sir, this meal is on me, please put away the spirit stone, wealth should not be flaunted. Jiang Chen smiled and pushed the spiritual stone towards the young man, saying, These buns are delicious, take more and save them to marry a wife in the future. The young man hesitated at the unexpected suggestion. Erwa, put it away. Suddenly, the old man making buns spoke up, Aren't you going to thank the young master for the reward? He looked at Jiang Chen with a gentle expression and said, You look like you come from a wealthy family. If you give face, my son, and I will gladly accept. If you like these buns, feel free to come often. In the future, you don't need to pay a single coin. If you're too lazy to come, just send someone to let us know, and my son will deliver them to your mansion. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up and praised, "Old man, you are generous. I wish you prosperity in your business." With that, he got up and walked out. "Take care, come by often." Watching Jiang Chen walk away, Zheng Erwa looked at his father, puzzled. "Dad, isn't this money too hot to handle?" Spiritual stones were what immortals used, not something they dared to accept. Zheng the old man chuckled and said, "Erwa, do you know that girl?" Zhang Erwa blushed like a monkey's backside and remained silent. Don't worry, she came specifically to see you." Zheng the old man comforted him. "I don't know what good deeds our Zhang family ancestors did to benefit you, you little rascal." "Dad, how did you know?" Zhang Erwa looked at his father in disbelief. "I've lived half a lifetime, can't even see through this, would that be a wasted life? So, what does this young master mean?" "Silly boy, you." Zheng the old man sighed and patted Zhang Erwa's head, then turned back to continue making buns. In the past few days, Xiaoling accompanied Jiang Chen to explore every corner of the immortal city. They tried everything they hadn't eaten before. Xiaoling instinctively felt that Jiang Chen might be feeling a bit off. "Brother, do you have something on your mind?" Jiang Chen looked indulgently at Xiaoling and said, "I just feel like after all these years here, I haven't really explored this city properly." Oh, Xiaoling was clearly not entirely satisfied with this answer but didn't say anything more. Jiang Chen walked to the place where he used to set up his fortune-telling stall. It was still bustling, with many fortune-telling stalls along the street. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile, then turned and left. Night fell. On this night, Jiang Chen surprisingly did not practice cultivation, and the three-legged golden crow did not stand guard. Sitting at the desk by the window, Jiang Chen smoothed out the paper, pondered for a moment, looked at the bright moon outside, and began to write. Tonight was destined to be restless. Chaos erupted in the Lord's mansion. Batch after batch of cultivators, under the command of Dugu Qing, flew out of the Lord's mansion, out of the immortal city. Eventually, even a group of combined stage cultivators emerged. At midnight, Dugu Qing and Qin Xiaofang also set off, their destination unknown. This sudden change immediately caught the attention of many forces. It was unclear who dared to challenge Dugu Qing's authority. It should be noted that Dugu Qing, now known as the Lord of the Dugu domain, was at the height of his power. 15 out of the 36 cities in the southern sky stood by his side. Even 4 major cities, including the Phoenix City, had become his private property. Dugu Qing was hailed by some as the hero most likely to unify the southern sky in 1,000 years. However, soon after, there were rumors that a bald donkey from the far west had appeared in the southern sky. And the location was within Dugu Qing's territory. News also came from the Tingxue Tower that a large number of resistance organizations had suddenly emerged in Dugu Qing's sphere of influence, launching retaliatory attacks simultaneously. That night, Dugu Qing was putting out fires everywhere. Even Ming is right, who had been protecting Jiang Chen in the immortal city, was dispatched to support the nearest major city. At dawn, Jiang Chen, who had been sitting by the window all night, suddenly looked up. The three-legged golden crow had never seen Jiang Chen's eyes so bright. "System, calculate 3 times. System, host, please speak." Sensing Jiang Chen's serious tone, the system unusually replied earnestly. 1. The probability of reconciliation between Ming Shifei and the victory treasure after breaking through the Yuan-Ing realm. 2. The likelihood of a successful escape. 3. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and continued. 3. Will I come back in the future? Jiang Chen listened quietly to the system's response. After a while, he looked at the three-legged golden crow and asked, "Sanner, are you ready?" The three-legged golden crow chuckled. "Big brother, I'm always ready." Early morning at the entrance of the immortal city. "Jinlian, when I leave this time, it may be as short as 3 months or as long as a year. Please take good care of my parents at home." A man dressed in a scholar's robe looked at his beautiful wife and instructed her. "Husband, when you leave, I hope you won't forget about me. Don't get involved with other women outside. Remember, there is a nagging wife at home waiting for you." Upon hearing this, the scholar solemnly swore, pointing to the sky, "I, Shiman, swear to the heavens here that I will only love Jinlian in this lifetime. If I break this oath, let the heavens strike me down with thunder." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky immediately darkened, thunder rumbled in the clouds, startling the scholar. "Scholar, is it really that effective?" This scene made him very embarrassed. Fortunately, Jinlian didn't think much of it and just held his hand tightly, saying, "I trust you." Touched by her words, the scholar also held Jinlian's hand and said, "Jinlian, in my absence, I hope you will uphold your duties as a wife, respect your in-laws and parents. I entrust our home to you." Jinlian, in turn, swore, "Husband, rest assured that I will uphold my duties as a wife, respect my in-laws, and take care of our home. If I break this oath, let the heavens strike me down with thunder." As if in response, another thunderclap sounded in the sky after Jinlian spoke. Jinlian, playing around?
The situation became quite awkward for a moment. Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow watched the affectionate couple beside them and sighed. What a great pair they are. The three-legged golden crow nodded in agreement. Such love is rare in this world. With a smile, they passed by the couple and stepped out of the city gate. The immortal city's array immediately detected Jiang Chen's movements, and a wave of spiritual power quickly spread in the distance. Jiang Chen stretched his body and looked up at the dark clouds in the sky. Looks like the heavenly tribulation is coming. Due to his experience in the Golden Core stage, Jiang Chen always felt that breaking through the Yuaning stage would definitely cause a stir. He just didn't expect it to be a heavenly tribulation. Well, the treatment reserved for the nascent soul stage was unexpectedly given to him in the Yuaning stage. Jiang Chen, who had left the immortal city, felt a lightness in his body, unable to suppress his own realm any longer, about to break through. Sanner, come to my arms, or you won't be able to keep up with my speed. How fast can a shrunken divine ability be? Jiang Chen couldn't be sure, but it was definitely not something the three-legged golden crow could keep up with. Big brother, just keep running forward. Today, I'll show you the results of my efforts over the years. After saying this, the three-legged golden crow burst into flames, gathering them around his buttocks at will. Seeing this, Jiang Chen nodded and said, then keep up. Trusting the three-legged golden crow, Jiang Chen dashed out without hesitation. Using his full power in the shrunken divine ability, Jiang Chen shot out like a bolt of lightning. Watching the scenery rapidly retreat beside him, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a long howl, releasing all the pent-up frustration in his chest. Thinking of the three-legged golden crow, he looked back. He saw a shooting star with a tail of flames closely following him. Who else could it be if not the three-legged golden crow? It turned out that at some point, the three-legged golden crow had perfected the divine ability he had created. The man and the bird, heading north, raced away together. Ha ha ha. Yahoo! It was as if they had completely broken free from their shackles, and wild roars continued to echo. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Duguqing, with a miniature array plate on him, suddenly felt a vibration. Annoyed, he took out the array plate to check. Then, an overwhelming force erupted from him. The red dot belonging to Jiang Chen was swiftly moving northward. However, he was far away in a territory south of the immortal city, facing off against a senior cultivator returning from the illusionary realm. Seeing the situation, the senior cultivator chuckled and said, Lao Chang, go handle your business, I've got this. Duguqing quickly calmed down. It was already too late to go back now, and he couldn't leave this place either. He had no choice but to immediately send a message to the nearest Ming faction member to intercept Jiang Chen. Thunderstrike Mountain was a peak located 3,000 miles north of the immortal city. The mountain was not particularly tall, appearing rather ordinary. However, it was rich in iron ore, often attracting lightning strikes, hence the name. Normally, no one would visit Thunderstrike Mountain. But today, an unexpected guest arrived. A young man in a gray-blue robe strode confidently towards Thunderstrike Mountain. If anyone had seen him, they would be surprised by his strange speed and agility. Despite taking ordinary steps, he could cover distances of nearly a kilometer in a single stride. Distance seemed to have no meaning to him. Following behind him was a black comet with a long tail of flames trailing closely. At the foot of Thunderstrike Mountain, Jiang Chen came to a halt. After observing for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad, it's a good place. The three-legged golden crow landed on his shoulder, proudly asking, how about it, big brother, is my speed good enough? Jiang Chen gave him a thumbs up, praising, well done, Sanner, you've really mastered it. The three-legged golden crow immediately became smug. Sanny is naturally gifted, these minor skills are a piece of cake. Jiang Chen, unusually, didn't tease him and whispered in a voice only he could hear, thank you, brother. He knew how much effort the three-legged golden crow had put into mastering this skill. All because he didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. Big brother, why aren't we moving forward anymore? The triumphant three-legged golden crow asked in confusion. If we go further, Duguqing won't be able to find our trail. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. We need to hurry up, break through the nascent soul stage before Ming and Jie arrive, and seize the opportunity. Jiang Chen's words were full of confidence. What seemed like an insurmountable barrier to others, the nascent soul realm, was as simple as eating for him. At this moment, a large number of dark clouds gathered above his head. It was only because he had been forcefully suppressing his realm that he hadn't triggered the heavenly tribulation. Sanner, stay back. Upon hearing this, the three-legged golden crow immediately moved away, staring at Jiang Chen without blinking. Jiang Chen could be fearless, but the crow couldn't. The nascent soul realm attracting heavenly thunder was unheard of, and he had to stand guard for Jiang Chen.
If anyone dared to take advantage of the situation, the crow and he would fight to the death. Jiang Chen, no longer suppressing his cultivation realm, felt his spiritual energy surge like a tsunami within him. His golden core spun rapidly and beat like a heart. At the same time, a transparent membrane formed around the golden core, resembling a small baby. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to rise, the dark clouds thickened, occasionally rumbling with thunder within. Before long, terrifying lightning bolts could be seen flashing within the clouds. Jiang Chen looked up at the sky, his fighting spirit rising. It was just a thunder tribulation, a must for the strong. How could he be without it? Come on! Jiang Chen shouted, and before the thunder tribulation could strike, he shot straight up into the sky. The thunderclouds seemed to sense Jiang Chen's almost provocative actions and sent a lightning bolt as thick as an adult's waist directly towards him. The three-legged golden crow watched from afar, his heart pounding. The blue thunderbolt pierced through the heavens and the earth, striking Jiang Chen down. The ground cracked inch by inch, sinking more than 10 feet around Jiang Chen, spreading dust and smoke everywhere. Only then did the thunderous sound reach their ears. In a mountain village near Thunderstrike Mountain, an old man looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. It wasn't even raining, so why did thunder suddenly roar out of nowhere? Oh my goodness, quickly gather the clothes, the heavens are throwing a tantrum again. Big brother? The three-legged golden crow shouted loudly. Jiang Chen didn't respond for a long time, causing the three-legged golden crow to become extremely anxious and move forward to check on him. I'm fine, don't come over. Jiang Chen staggered to his feet from the deep pit. At this moment, his clothes were tattered, his hair disheveled, and despite his indestructible body tempered by the 8-9 profound art, he was covered in bloody wounds, looking utterly disheveled. Yet his eyes were brighter than ever before. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter, his eyes still filled with a fierce fighting spirit. This feeling, it's this feeling. Jiang Chen had never felt so exhilarated before. He had always read in books about the endless joy of battling against the heavens. This time, he truly experienced it. Activating the 8-9 profound art to its fullest, he once again soared into the thunderclouds. The golden core in his body spun faster and faster, and the translucent membrane resembling a baby, particularly around his feet, gradually solidified. The thunderclouds seemed surprised that they hadn't obliterated this insignificant ant with a single strike, hesitating for a moment, allowing Jiang Chen to approach. Jiang Chen radiated golden light all over, and in an instant, the 8-9 profound art healed all his injuries. Boom crackle! Countless thunder and lightning burst forth from the thunderclouds, converging into a bluish-purple thunder pillar that completely engulfed Jiang Chen. A bright white light flashed, and the three-legged golden crow instinctively turned away. When it looked back, it saw Jiang Chen once again being knocked to the ground. The already sunken ground had been directly blasted into a basin by a powerful force. This time, before Jiang Chen could get up, the thunderclouds, provoked twice in a row, immediately sent down another heavenly thunderbolt. Another bluish-purple thunder pillar crashed down. Jiang Chen, at the center of the thunder pillar, shone brightly with golden light. Ah! Jiang Chen shouted loudly, actually standing up against the thunder pillar. He struggled to lift his head, and even under this heavenly punishment, a faint smile appeared on his face. This is more like it. As his words fell, the third heavenly thunder finally dissipated into the air. The lingering sound of thunder crackling continued. However, at this point, Jiang Chen could no longer recover from his injuries as before. The good news was that the primordial infant in his body had taken shape, with only the head remaining semi-transparent. Jiang Chen lifted his leg and slowly made his way out of the deep pit step by step. He was now completely naked, one eye tightly closed, his face and body covered in wounds of various sizes. It seemed like the fourth heavenly thunder, which had not yet fallen, was taking its time, but the lightning in the clouds became even denser. Jiang Chen looked up, his one remaining eye fixed on the thunderclouds, and calmly said, "Bring it on." As if in response, a golden thunderball floated slowly out of the clouds. Seeing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Damn, it really is coming for my life. With that, he didn't dodge or avoid it, but instead, with a flash, he actively charged into the thunderball. However, this time, Jiang Chen could no longer be as tough as before, and a piercing scream echoed through the sky. The three-legged golden crow anxiously watched the blurry figure of Jiang Chen within the thunderball, tears uncontrollably streaming down its face. Big brother! Heart-wrenching screams echoed over Thunderstrike Mountain. The three-legged golden crow gazed sorrowfully at the golden thunderball in the sky, wishing it could bear the thunder punishment in Jiang Chen's place. A full minute passed before the golden thunderball dissipated. Jiang Chen fell heavily to the ground. The three-legged golden crow immediately flapped its wings and flew to Jiang Chen's side. As it approached, upon seeing Jiang Chen's condition, it couldn't help but burst into tears. This was no longer a human form.
At this moment, Jiang Chen was in tatters, not a patch of unscathed skin left. His pink flesh was exposed to the air, causing him to grimace in pain and shiver every time the wind blew over him. Big brother, how are you? Jiang Chen turned his eyes towards the three-legged golden crow and asked with difficulty, Sanner, is my 18-centimeter little brother still there? The three-legged golden crow was speechless at his words. What time is it now? Why care about 1 or 2 inches? He. Jiang Chen suddenly laughed, but due to his injuries, he trembled violently. The three-legged golden crow felt like his big brother was like a rat being skinned alive. Unconsciously, he also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The lonely Thunderstrike Mountain echoed with waves of joyful laughter. After they had laughed enough, Jiang Chen instructed the three-legged golden crow to take out the healing pills prepared earlier. He had foreseen that he would be severely injured by the thunder tribulation and had prepared the pills in advance. These were precious healing treasures bought at a high price. As various pills, both for external application and internal consumption, circulated through his body with a cool medicinal power, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He inspected his dantian and checked the nascent soul. At this moment, where the golden core was originally located, a small nascent soul sat cross-legged. It looked almost identical to Jiang Chen, chubby and adorable. However, its eyes were tightly closed, lacking vitality. Jiang Chen frowned, unsure if this state of nascent soul counted as a successful breakthrough. Nevertheless, its strength had indeed greatly improved. If he had the current strength to withstand the heavenly thunder just now, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Jiang Chen tried to activate the nascent soul but found no response. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly asked, Sanner, how do you feel? The three-legged golden crow, puzzled, replied, I feel fine, just a bit hungry. Big brother, what are we eating later? Jiang Chen was shocked at his words. Something was completely wrong. The three-legged golden crow hadn't broken through with him, which was very wrong. Unless, Jiang Chen looked up at the sky and saw that the thunderclouds were still present, showing no signs of dissipating. Not only that, the thunderclouds seemed denser and thicker. Jiang Chen's eyes widened, and he shouted at the three-legged golden crow, Sanner, run. The thunder tribulation isn't over yet. The three-legged golden crow was alarmed at his words. Without hesitation, it immediately used its unique ability, spewing out hot flames from its buttocks like a meteor, swiftly flying away. It wasn't the kind of creature that would mess up when it mattered most. At critical moments, it knew exactly what to do and what not to do. At this moment, being away from Jiang Chen was the greatest help it could provide. The thunder tribulation couldn't be avoided or replaced. Any cleverness was a contempt for the will of heaven. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's injuries had already healed by half. The characteristics of the 9 mystical techniques' indestructible Vajra were playing a huge role. Not only was his body nearly invincible, but his recovery speed was also astonishing. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn as he stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. After brewing for so long, this thunderbolt was absolutely terrifying. If he guessed correctly, this should be the final thunderbolt. It's really a bolt from the blue. Boom, crack. The thunderclouds continuously echoed with thunder and lightning. Each sound coincided with Jiang Chen's heartbeat. Unconsciously, Jiang showed a hint of fear due to the thunder's disturbance. At that moment, as if sensing Jiang Chen's change in mood, a sudden and abrupt roar came from the thunderclouds. A completely thunder-formed Qilin, with eyes flashing with thunder, stared fixedly at Jiang Chen below. Jiang Chen cursed under his breath, damn it! A beast-shaped thunder tribulation, this was outrageous. And it was a Qilin. Roar! The thunder Qilin rushed towards Jiang Chen at high speed. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless and immediately rose to meet it. At this moment, he couldn't show any fear. Moving forward courageously was the best way to deal with it. The 9 mystical techniques operated at full speed, and he also activated the Chaos Divine Body experience card. The Chaos God Body not only increases cultivation speed by 150%, but the additional 50% in combat power is even more valuable. It is the perfect time to use it. At this moment, Jiang Chen's 8-9 Profound Art was in full operation, enveloping his body in a unique golden spiritual power. Strands of chaotic energy wrapped around his fists as he aimed a punch at Lei Qilin's head. Lei Qilin, unwilling to back down, lifted his right foot and kicked towards Jiang Chen. Both man and beast were completely defenseless, exchanging blows and then awkwardly retreating. However, it was evident that Lei Qilin had a slight advantage. Flames seemed to burn in Jiang Chen's eyes as his fighting spirit surged. Unyielding, he charged back at Lei Qilin. Man and beast immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Jiang Chen, relying on his agility, managed to mount Lei Qilin and rain down punches without any technique. Lei Qilin, unable to reach Jiang Chen due to his lack of agility, could only shake his body in an attempt to dislodge him. Jiang Chen clung tightly to Lei Qilin's neck, but the thunderous shocks from Lei Qilin's body made him release his grip and fall. Lei Qilin quickly leaped back to create distance. Being at a disadvantage in close combat, Lei Qilin opened his mouth, gathering thunder and lightning to unleash towards Jiang Chen. Sensing a deadly threat, Jiang Chen knew that being hit by this attack would cost him dearly. However, he realized that this strike was unavoidable, a rule of thunder tribulation, a rule of the world. Instantly, he formed a thunder sword in his hands, surrounded by chaotic energy that turned the originally blue thunder sword into a shiny black hue. Thunder clashed against thunder as Jiang Chen swiftly charged at Lei Qilin, swinging the thunder sword towards his head. At that moment, the golden thunder in Lei Qilin's mouth converged into a crimson thunder pillar, colliding with Jiang Chen's sword. In an instant, Jiang Chen's body, which had already begun to heal, was once again covered in countless wounds, resembling a person pulled from a pool of blood. However, this time, he did not roar but gritted his teeth, focusing on the advancing crimson thunder pillar with his sword in hand. Jiang Chen could feel his spiritual power and physical strength rapidly depleting. His eyes even began to blur, his pupils dilating. Relying solely on his willpower, he persisted. 1 Zhang. 3 Qi. 1 Qi. Finally, as his strength was about to give out, the sharp black thunder sword tip pressed against Lei Qilin's forehead. It's over. Although born of heavenly tribulation, Lei Qilin possessed considerable intelligence. His beast-like eyes fixed on Jiang Chen without a hint of fear despite the thunder sword at his forehead. Defeated but proud, his eyes reflected unwavering determination. It's over. Jiang Chen's voice fell as the chaotic energy-wrapped thunder sword pierced directly into Lei Qilin's forehead. Lei Qilin roared in anger but made no last-ditch effort. He knew he was merely a product of thunder tribulation, living briefly to assist those facing tribulation. As the thunder sword continuously pierced Lei Qilin's forehead, golden tribulation thunder flowed into Jiang Chen's body. His eyes widened in extreme pain, feeling it deep into his bones. Yet, he did not release the sword, understanding it as the reward for facing tribulation. However, he had not anticipated such excruciating pain. The golden thunder traversed his meridians, forcibly expanding them to the limit allowed by the nascent infant realm. Finally, it surged into his dantian, all heading towards Jiang Chen's nascent infant. Thunder enveloped his nascent infant, radiating a strong vitality. His eyes, previously closed tightly, now slowly opened. But strangely, in the eye sockets of the nascent soul, there were no pupils. Instead, there were constantly flickering rays of lightning. At the same time, Jiang Chen's own pupils were all replaced by golden rays of lightning. Thunder crackled around him. Although it was heart-wrenching, the golden lightning that entered his body did not cause harm but instead fully healed his injuries. Moreover, a strange change occurred in the lightning sword in his hand. The lightning sword was originally just a weapon he simulated through the palm thunder, not a substantial existence. However, after being blessed by the chaotic aura, and absorbing the thunder Qilin just now, acting as a conductor, it showed signs of solidification. Sensing the abnormality of the lightning sword, Jiang Chen decisively infused some of the golden thunder actively into the sword. He could clearly feel a burst of cheering and excitement coming from within the lightning sword. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wasn't that the voice of the thunder Qilin just now? Could it be that the thunder Qilin's true body had been completely absorbed by him, but it seemed that the indomitable beast soul remained in the lightning sword? Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly. This seemed like a good outcome for the thunder Qilin as well. The sword had a spirit, and Jiang Chen examined it closely. The sword was straight, with an ancient design, the Qilin's mouth swallowing the blade, surrounded by lightning at the edge. Due to the blessing of the chaotic aura, the sword was tinged with black amidst its blue and white body. However, this chaotic aura was rootless and could not be retained on the sword for long. Each time, it had to be exchanged with the chaotic divine body to wrap the chaotic aura around the sword. With a thought, the lightning sword trembled lightly and disappeared from his hand. It left behind a sword-shaped scar as if struck by lightning in his palm. As the lightning sword entered his body, Jiang Chen also returned to his former appearance. If he wasn't like a plucked chicken now, with the thundercloud still lingering above his head, he would still have some imposing presence. A whistling sound came, and the three-legged golden crow flew towards Jiang Chen with a long tail flame trailing behind. Big brother! Jiang Chen saw the three-legged golden crow and a happy smile appeared on his face. Third brother! Big brother! How do you feel? Isn't it awesome? The three-legged golden crow, who had witnessed everything, admired Jiang Chen as if he were an unstoppable force of nature. Confronting the heavenly thunder, Jiang Chen felt an endless power within him, along with the nascent soul that seemed different from others, feeling better than ever before.
He clenched his fists, and the sound of sonic booms immediately filled the air due to the sudden surge in power he hadn't yet accustomed to. Feeling better than ever. Just a bit chilly down there. The three-legged golden crow immediately joked, "Big brother, your bird is out." Jiang Chen was stunned. He looked down and realized that he was completely naked at the moment, with a slight breeze causing his long spear to sway in the wind, and the red tassel on the spear swaying along with it. Jiang Chen immediately embarrassedly covered his sensitive area and took out a long shirt from his storage treasure to put on. Fortunately, this place was desolate and uninhabited, otherwise, he would have been too embarrassed to show his face. Just as Jiang Chen put on his shirt, the three-legged golden crow suddenly stiffened. Seeing this, Jiang Chen thought he had been accidentally injured by the thunder just now and anxiously moved closer to check. But before he could get closer, the three-legged golden crow suddenly burst into flames all over his body. Seeing this, Jiang Chen felt relieved. This was a breakthrough. The three-legged golden crow's realm completely followed Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had broken through to the nascent soul stage, he would also break through to the nascent soul stage. Jiang Chen immediately flew towards a distance to protect him. Fortunately, the three-legged golden crow was a natural divine beast, the essence of the sun, and would not trigger a heavenly calamity. Otherwise, this thunderstruck mountain might no longer exist. Just as Jiang Chen flew away, a loud and clear cry echoed between heaven and earth. Jiang Chen immediately turned to look back, stunned on the spot. It seemed as if another sun had appeared in the world. Amidst the golden light, a shadow of a three-legged black crow was crying out to the sky. Waves of heat continued to spread in all directions. The scorching energy swept through the entire Thunderstrike mountain. This scene lasted for a full 15 minutes before the massive illusion slowly dissipated. Yahoo! The three-legged golden crow, like a black sword, pierced through space and arrived by Jiang Chen's side. Big brother, cool, right? Jiang Chen sincerely gave a thumbs up. Absolutely cool. The three-legged golden crow immediately burst into laughter. The man and the bird happily swayed and danced. Shortly after, Jiang Chen, with a smile on his face, looked towards the direction of Ascension City and said, "It's time." As soon as he spoke, two figures abruptly appeared in front of Jiang Chen. It was none other than Ming Sifei and Jie Bao. "Brother Jiang, didn't even bother to say hello, looking down on your big brothers?" Ming Sifei complained with a smile. Jiang Chen smiled, "Haven't I been waiting for you two here for a while?" Ming Sifei frowned. "Jiang kid, deliberately testing the limits of the detection range of the Grand Array, is that looking down on us?" Ming Sifei was quite troubled. Over the years of knowing Jiang Chen, they quite liked this young man. Their friendship was excellent. If not for Duge Qing's orders, he might have let Jiang Chen go. Jiang Chen deliberately chose to wait here, indicating that he knew the detection range of the Grand Array and was not worried about exposing his whereabouts, showing that he was well aware of Duge Qing's movements. Knowing that Duge Qing couldn't possibly come over now, "Can't you just come directly? What's with the trickery?" Ming Sifei was getting irritated seeing Jiang Chen's smiling face. Jiang Chen looked at the two and said with a smile, "I'm just worried you two might have trouble reporting back." Ming Sifei suddenly felt like he had never truly understood Jiang Chen. "Jiang Chen, what are you up to?" Emotionally, Ming Sifei supported Jiang Chen leaving Ascension City. But rationally, he had to bring Jiang Chen back. Duge Qing's grand plan required Jiang Chen's help. Moreover, having witnessed Jiang Chen's divination skills, he couldn't imagine the impact it would have on Ascension City if Jiang Chen switched sides. Also, the timing of Jiang Chen's choice this time was just too coincidental. It was hard to say that today's events were unrelated to Jiang Chen. "Brother Ming, Brother Jie, I've cast 3 divinations for myself, would you like to hear them?" Jiang Chen said calmly. Ming Sifei's brows had not relaxed since seeing Jiang Chen. Even as composed as he was starting to get impatient. "Just say it if you have to, otherwise, come back with me." Jiang Chen shook his head and said slowly, "1, the odds of winning between us 3. Ming Sifei's eyes narrowed, sensing something different in Jiang Chen's words. "The odds of winning between you and us? What do you mean? Really?" Jiang Chen nodded with a smile and stored the hidden moonstone in his storage treasure. Immediately, in the divine senses of Ming Sifei and Jie Bao, Jiang Chen transformed from an ordinary person into a Yuanying stage cultivator in a very abrupt manner. Similarly, the crow that always perched on Jiang Chen's shoulder also reached the Yuanying stage. The two looked in astonishment at the man and the bird in front of them. After so many years of acquaintance, they had no idea that Jiang Chen was a cultivator, let alone a Yuanying stage one. If Jiang Chen had not lied before, he should be around 27 years old now. A Yuanying stage cultivator at 27 was enough to rank on the list of geniuses. Jie Bao was filled with anger. "Jiang Chen, you actually lied to us?" Jiang Chen hurriedly explained with a smile, "I hope the 2 big brothers can forgive me." Jiang Chen had no choice. Jiabao angrily said, "Nonsense, who forced you?" He was aware that his brain wasn't the sharpest, but he was always sincere with his friends. Realizing he had been deceived, he was instantly furious. Ming Sifei quickly stopped him and reassured, "Don't be hasty, Jiang Chen really had no other choice back then. It's easy to understand Jiang Chen's situation. If it were him, he wouldn't reveal his cards so easily. However, there are still some things he doesn't quite understand. Jiang Chen, since you have reached the nascent soul stage, why didn't you plan ahead and chose today of all days?" This was what he couldn't comprehend the most. "This matter will be clear to you once you return to the immortal city," Jiang Chen chuckled. "Also, I didn't mean to deceive you both intentionally. It's just that my cultivation level has just broken through recently. When we first met, I was indeed just an ordinary person." Ming Shifei, displeased, said, "Jiang Chen, this is getting ridiculous. I can understand you hiding your cultivation level, but there's no need to keep lying to me until now." Jiang Chen smiled wryly, "Ming, back then I truly was just an ordinary person." Ming Shifei waved his hand, "No need to explain. I just want to know now, your chances of winning in this situation can't be just for fun, right?" Jiang Chen chuckled, "The odds are less than 1%. If that's the case, why are you still here waiting for us?" "Ming, don't worry, there's a second divination. Tell us." Jiang Chen raised his fist, indicating the probability of escaping, 100%. Ming Shifei. He didn't know what to say. Was Jiang Chen suggesting they let him off the hook? If no one was around, Ming Shifei wouldn't mind not getting involved. But now that there were witnesses, letting him go would be unacceptable. Sensing Ming Shifei's thoughts, Jiang Chen smiled, "Rest assured, I won't make it difficult for you both." With that, Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow exchanged a glance. "Ming, I leave it to you." The three-legged golden crow shrugged, "It's all the same, the outcome is already set." Jiang Chen helplessly said, "Don't be careless, after all, the other party has also reached the divine transformation stage, they will give their all." Ming Shifei and Jiabao, seeing the two of them casually picking their opponents, exchanged a glance, their faces extremely grim. Arrogant, they were being too arrogant. This was a direct slap in their faces. "Jiang Chen, you're leaving yourself no way out." Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "Whether there's a way out or not, I have divined it, don't you understand?" With that, Jiang Chen called out to the system in his mind. "System, I want to know the order of their moves later." System, congratulations to the host for breaking through the nascent soul stage, daily free divination +1, current daily remaining count, 1. Confirm consumption? Confirm. System, arranged. Jiang Chen didn't calculate their flaws and weaknesses. With his strength, even if the two of them told him outright, he might not be able to catch them. But if he knew the order of their moves in advance, he could always be one step ahead and have a chance at winning. Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow each found their respective opponents. "Jia, shall we?" Jiabao couldn't hold back any longer. "Jiang Chen, I'll show you the difference between the divine transformation stage and the nascent soul stage later." Jiabao was very dissatisfied with Jiang Chen's attitude, especially since he dared to deceive him, making it even harder for him to accept. Therefore, he was prepared to go all out later, as long as he spared Jiang Chen's life, it would be considered a fair end to their acquaintance. "Jia, I'm ready," Jiang Chen said, unleashing his 8-9 profound technique, chaotic energy enveloping his fists, eyes gleaming with electricity, his momentum fully unleashed. Jiabao was surprised by this sight. He didn't expect Jiang Chen's momentum to be so powerful. It was almost at the limit of the nascent soul stage. However, no matter how he probed, Jiang Chen was still just a newcomer to the nascent soul stage. When a lion pounces on a rabbit, it must use all its strength. Jiabao wasn't careless. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, he seemed to be preparing for close combat. Feeling provoked, Jiabao, a body cultivator, was taken aback. Jiang Chen used his shrinking earth technique, stepping in front of Jiabao in an instant, delivering a punch straight at him. Jiabao was caught off guard for a moment. Jiang Chen took the initiative, and he could only raise his hand to block. As soon as their fists met, Jiabao's face revealed an incredulous expression. Jiang Chen's fist was surprisingly heavy, completely unlike a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. Jiang Chen took the initiative, relentless in his attacks, his fists swiftly moving in coordination with his shrinking technique, forcing Jiabao to step back repeatedly. Each strike between them produced a loud sonic boom, distorting the visible space around them. Bang, bang, bang. With each step they took, the ground beneath them was plowed into deep furrows several yards wide. Jiabao, being a powerful cultivator in the perfected nascent soul stage, had keen eyesight and quickly spotted Jiang Chen's vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, he dodged Jiang Chen's direct punch aimed at his face and retaliated with a massive uppercut towards Jiang Chen's chin. Jiabao was satisfied with the speed and power of this punch,
believing it to be a sure hit. However, to his surprise, Jiang Chen seemed to anticipate the attack, tilting his head back just in time to narrowly avoid the blow. Jia Bao. Watching Jiang Chen stand still after evading the punch, Jia Bao did not pursue further. Puzzled, he looked at his own fist and then at Jiang Chen, asking, "That punch just now should have hit you." Jiang Chen smiled and replied, "Yes, but I predicted it and dodged in advance. With your current strength, you couldn't have dodged my punch," Jia Bao asserted confidently. "Prediction? Humph. Let's see how many times you can predict." With that, Jia Bao activated his spiritual power, causing his upper body to swell like a balloon. A dangerous aura emanated from him, showcasing his strength in the nascent soul stage. What seemed like a warm-up earlier now turned serious as Jia Bao focused his full power. Jiang Chen's smile faded, his expression turning serious. Despite knowing Jia Bao's attack patterns and techniques in advance, facing him in reality still made Jiang Chen feel powerless. The disparity of a whole realm between them couldn't be bridged simply by knowing the opponent's moves. Moreover, Jiang Chen had just entered the nascent soul stage while Jia Bao was already perfected in the nascent soul stage. "Jiang Chen, come back with me now. We still have things to discuss. If we fight later, I won't hold back." Jia Bao tried to persuade Jiang Chen once more, but Jiang Chen remained resolute. "No need, big brother. My decision is made." Jiang Chen assumed a defensive stance, his chaotic energy spreading throughout his body as he fully activated his techniques, ready for the battle ahead. "Good!" Jia Bao shouted, exerting force beneath his feet. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the ground within 10 yards of Jia Bao cracked inch by inch, creating a massive crater with a single kick. Utilizing the recoil force, Jia Bao swiftly approached Jiang Chen at an almost imperceptible speed. So fast! Even though Jiang Chen knew what Jia Bao was planning, facing it firsthand brought a sense of despair that lingered. Jiang Chen could only manage to block with his arms, trying to shield his head and chest as best as he could. Jia Bao's massive fist landed solidly on Jiang Chen's arms. It was a simple punch, devoid of any embellishments. Jia Bao's renowned technique, the stepping punch. Despite its seemingly ordinary name, this punch encapsulated all of Jia Bao's essence as a martial cultivator. While not his most powerful divine skill, it was the epitome of his combat style. In Jiang Chen's calculations, he had strategies to evade and counter all of Jia Bao's moves except for this straightforward punch, which had to be confronted head-on with sheer strength. Taking the blow head-on, Jiang Chen was sent flying like a cannonball by Jia Bao's strike. In his trajectory, he even broke the sound barrier, shattering the sound barrier. Boom! The mountain struck by Jiang Chen contained a large amount of iron ore, making it extremely solid. Yet, it crumbled like tofu, collapsing halfway under Jiang Chen's impact. The air filled with flying debris and swirling dust. A loud noise directly alarmed Ming Shifei and the three-legged golden crow who were fighting in the distance. A person and a bird immediately rushed over. "Big brother!" The three-legged golden crow quickly flapped its wings, dispersing the dust, searching for Jiang Chen. "Are you serious?" Ming Shifei said angrily. Jia Bao's eyes were sharp, not even looking at him as he said, "Otherwise? Play house with him? Act a little?" Ming Shifei was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. "Damn it!" Ming Shifei, who had always been composed, suddenly cursed. Who could blame him? If anyone had to be blamed, it was Jiang Chen for being so reckless. Ahem! Jiang Chen coughed as he pushed away the huge rock on him and slowly stood up. His newly changed green robe was shattered by Jia Bao's punch. Fortunately, the vital parts were still covered. If it weren't for his extraordinary martial arts skills, this blow could have been fatal. The three-legged golden crow wanted to help him, but Jiang Chen refused. Spitting out blood, Jiang Chen smirked. "Jia, keep going." Ming Shifei wanted to say something, but it felt like his throat was blocked, unable to utter a word. The fight between the two continued, with Jiang Chen enduring a beating for an hour until Jia Bao finally kicked him away, ending the one-sided brawl. Predict, keep predicting. Jia Bao realized that Jiang Chen was relying on predicting his moves to evade and defend in advance. Even so, it was impressive. In Jia Bao's eyes, Jiang Chen's performance could easily rank in the top 5 of the most talented individuals. If Jiang Chen had only been practicing for a little over 3 years, he could have ranked even higher. Jiang Chen stood up shakily, coughing up blood, and asked, "Jia, satisfied now?" Jia Bao clenched his fists, staring at Jiang Chen intensely, his thoughts unclear. Although not very bright, he was pure in his intentions, which helped him reach the peak of his cultivation. Jiang Chen understood Jia Bao's character. Unlike Ming Shifei, once he made up his mind, he wouldn't easily change it. The three-legged golden crow wanted to help treat Jiang Chen's injuries but was stopped by Jiang Chen's gesture. "Jia, if you continue, I'll have to fight back, or you might really kill me." Jiang Chen smiled. "If you have the ability, show it. If you can even touch a hair on me, I'll let you go today. Ming Shifei was stunned. Knowing Jia Bao well, his words meant forgiveness and readiness to let Jiang Chen go. He couldn't help but smile. The stubborn guy never softened his stance. You bald bastard, take a look in the mirror. Do you even have any hair? Not even one. The three-legged golden crow cursed and stomped nearby. Jia Bao was embarrassed, touching his bald head, his face turning as red as a monkey's butt. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. Hair isn't just on the head. Ming Shifei burst into laughter, tears almost streaming down his face. Even Jia Bao smiled for the first time. After laughing for about a minute, they calmed down. Jia, get ready for my next move, Jiang Chen said, conjuring a thunder sword in his right hand. The sword pointed forward, and thunderous roars echoed through the heavens and earth. The thunder sword, Qilin. Today, making its debut in the spirit realm. As soon as Lei Jian appeared, the clear sky was once again shrouded in dark clouds. Ming Shifei's divine sense swept over, his face showing surprise. Ha! He actually sensed a hint of calamity power from that sword. However, Jiang Chen was only at the Yuaning realm. How could he be related to calamity? Hey, you broken bird, what's the deal with this sword of your big brother? Who are you calling a broken bird? Who the hell are you calling a broken bird? Call me third master. The three-legged golden crow retorted unhappily. Ming Shifei. Moments later, the bruised and swollen three-legged golden crow recounted Jiang Chen's tribulation crossing from the beginning. Ming Shifei, with half of his mustache burnt off, looked at Jiang Chen in surprise, waves of shock rising in his heart. Breaking through the Yuaning to the golden core stage would bring calamity? He couldn't understand. Jiang Chen gripped the thunder sword, used the shrinking technique, and attacked Jia Bao. Jia Bao didn't dare to be careless. He felt a threat from that sword. It was definitely a sword capable of cutting through his flesh. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was not proficient in swordsmanship, lacking any technique. Relying on the swift speed of the shrinking technique, he barely fought Jia Bao to a draw with his bare hands. But as time passed, Jiang Chen soon showed signs of fatigue. Although the recovery power of the 8-9 profound art was unparalleled, Jiang Chen's mental strength was limited. The pressure of the nascent soul stage was just too great. Unable to break through after a long time, Jiang Chen reluctantly retreated. Why stop? Jia Bao smiled. Thought you could show off, but seems like you're not up to it. Jiang Chen sighed. How about giving up? Jia Bao could see Jiang Chen's intention. He was testing himself. By now, he believed Jiang Chen had only been cultivating for a little over 3 years. Apart from having a strong cultivation base, Jiang Chen lacked any practical combat skills. As a body cultivator who had fought all his life, Jia Bao quickly noticed this. Jiang Chen shook his head. How could I haven't used my full strength yet. Jia Bao didn't speak, just gestured for him to come. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, took a deep breath. He threw the thunder sword into the sky, formed hand seals, using the thunder sword as a guide. The thunder sword floated in mid-air, suddenly emitting a dazzling light. The thunder sword had a spirit. It was a thunder beast Qilin born of calamity. The soul of the thunder Qilin roared out from the thunder sword, roaring towards the sky. The dark clouds in the sky immediately responded, echoing with thunderous sounds. Jiang Chen's mastery of thunder cultivation was profound. He could even control calamitous thunder. Although his cultivation was not enough now, with the help of the thunder Qilin, he could summon calamitous thunder imbued with calamity power. Shock, summon the thunder! Jiang Chen shouted angrily, his hands forming seals. 2 heavenly thunders struck down from the thunder clouds in the sky, directly towards Jia Bao. Damn! No way! Jia Bao's face changed drastically as he saw this. He never expected Jiang Chen to be able to summon calamitous thunder. Although it only carried a faint hint of calamity power, it was still calamity. This thing didn't care about your cultivation level, it played according to the limit of your current endurance. He quickly mobilized the spiritual power in his body. A faint blue spiritual shield appeared in front of him. Jia Bao's spiritual power also happened to be of the thunder attribute, with high resistance to thunder attacks. The heavenly thunder struck the shield, like water entering a river, causing ripples. He easily blocked this strike, but only he knew the taste of it. Although he blocked the thunder, the calamity power within it was transmitted to his body through the shield. Fortunately, this calamity power was weak, and with his perfect nascent soul stage body, he could withstand it completely. Jia Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this kid's strength is too weak. He can't summon too powerful heavenly thunder. Kid, is that all you've got? Despite his words, Jia Bao was still nervous. No matter how weak the calamity was, it was still calamity, and if it came multiple times, he would still get injured. Seeing this, Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, truly worthy of a powerful cultivator at the perfect nascent soul stage. His strength was indeed formidable. The disheveled appearance he had when resisting the thunder tribulation is still vivid in his mind. However, surprisingly, Jia Bao seemed completely unscathed. Since that was the case, he no longer held back. He urged the mysterious power recklessly, and streams of golden spiritual power poured into the Thunder Sword. The Thunder Sword trembled lightly, and the soul of the Thunder Qilin roared towards the sky once again. Thunder and lightning raged in the thunderclouds, continuously gathering. After a while, a thunder pillar as thick as half a meter struck down from the clouds. Jia Bao felt the power contained in this heavenly thunder and did not dare to be careless. Spiritual power poured into the protective shield like it was free. Boom! The thunder pillar instantly hit Jia Bao, raising a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Jia Bao was still standing unharmed in his place. "Ah, kid, you still have a long way to go." Despite his words, his trembling hands had already given him away completely. This blow was not as easy to bear as he pretended. How could Jiang Chen not notice? He smirked and said, "In that case, I can rest assured." With that, the power of thunder and lightning in the clouds raged, and bolts of lightning continued to strike down. Each strike carried the same power as before. Louder and louder sounds of thunder and lightning explosions echoed in the thunderclouds. "Damn, kid, you're ruthless." Jia Bao only managed to say one sentence before being engulfed by the thunder and lightning. With him at the center, the area within 100 meters almost turned into a thunder pool. Ming Shifei, who was watching from the sidelines, had a very unpleasant expression. He imagined what he would do if he were in Jia Bao's place. Probably, he would be in a worse state than Jia Bao. After all, his defense was not as strong as Jia Bao's muscle freak. The thunder struck over 100 times. Despite Jiang Chen's strong recovery ability, his spiritual power was completely drained. With no spiritual power to sustain it, the Qilin soul turned into a stream of light and drilled into the thunder sword, which Jiang Chen put away. Jiang Chen also sat down on the ground, panting heavily. He had done everything he could. This was his most powerful attack he could muster at the moment. Today's goal had been achieved. Leading the battle against opponents in the nascent soul stage, he might be the only one daring to play like this in the entire Tianling realm. When the smoke cleared, Jiang Chen immediately looked at Jia Bao. He saw him standing quietly, his head hanging low. Although his clothes were torn to shreds by the thunder and lightning, his body was miraculously unharmed. His robust muscles exposed to the air emitted a wild and dangerous aura that continued to spread. Jia Bao exhaled lightly, and a puff of green smoke escaped his mouth. "Jiang Chen, not bad. In the entire Tianling realm in the nascent soul stage, I declare you the strongest." Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed. Even in this state, he still couldn't injure Jia Bao. Indeed, the gap between realms was not easy to overcome. Today, he had taken advantage of the situation, seizing the opportunity. Having just crossed the thunder tribulation here, it was easy to summon thunder, and with the assistance of the Thunder Qilin soul, he could launch such an attack. In other places, it would not have been as easy to summon heavenly thunder. Feeling somewhat dejected, he realized that his expectations had not been met. "Brother, look at the bald donkey's back." Just when Jiang Chen was feeling down, the three-legged golden crow shouted loudly. Jiang Chen looked at Jia Bao's back upon hearing this. He saw a scar on his strong and broad back, formed by the lightning strike. The scar was shallow, and it was constantly repairing itself with Jia Bao's powerful physical recovery ability. Still, it brought a smile to Jiang Chen's face. Jia Bao also smiled. "Jiang Chen, well done." After sitting on the ground for a while, Jiang Chen finally caught his breath and regained some strength and spiritual power. He had overexerted himself just now, and even the mysterious 8-9 technique had not been able to recover in time. But the effect was remarkable. In the early nascent soul stage, he had injured a peak nascent soul cultivator. Such combat power was rare in the world. Jiang Chen stood up, clasped his fists towards Jia Bao, and said, "Well then, Senior Jia, I will take my leave." Jia Bao impatiently waved his hand, saying, "Go on, go on. My lifelong reputation has been ruined by you. If you don't leave, are you waiting for me to invite you to dinner?" Jiang Chen chuckled, nodded towards Ming Shifei, and left with the three-legged golden crow. He walked away without looking back. "You're just letting him go like that?" Ming Shifei stood next to Jia Bao and asked. "What else? The words have been spoken. I keep my promises, unlike you, a fake gentleman." "Hey, did I provoke you?" Ming Shifei felt like he had used up a lifetime's worth of curses today. "Did you really go all out just now?" Ming Shifei looked at Jia Bao's clean back and casually asked. Jia Bao looked at him and said seriously, "How did you deal with that broken bird just now?" Ming Shifei was taken aback. This guy didn't seem as foolish as he appeared on the surface. "You!" Ming Shifei lightly punched Jia Bao's chest, smiling. Jia Bao disdainfully wiped the place where Ming Shifei had touched him and sneered, "You're really disgusting, Erchiezi." With that, he turned and walked towards the immortal city. Ming Shifei suppressed the urge to hit him and followed behind, gritting his teeth.
In Jiang Chen's courtyard in the Immortal City, Dugu Cheng and Qin Xiaofeng pushed open the door and entered. This time, they entered through the door, but the kid who had been cursing at them was nowhere to be seen. Dugu Yu and Xiaoling followed behind them.
Lord of the city, Lord Qin, this is young master's room, Xiaoling said tremblingly, pointing to a room.
I know.
Dugu Qing's cold voice made Xiaoling shiver. She didn't know how Jiang Chen had offended such a big shot in the city, but she just hoped her brother would be safe.
Dugu Yu knew Xiaoling's place in Jiang Chen's heart.
She pulled Xiaoling close and comforted her in a low voice. At this moment, even Dugu Yu didn't want to touch on her father's bad side.
Dugu Cheng pushed open Jiang Chen's door. It was his first time entering Jiang Chen's room.
The furnishings were simple. A bed, a table, a stool. That was all, truly simple.
Does he always live in this room? Dugu Cheng frowned and asked.
Yes. Xiaoling whispered in Dugu Yu's arms.
Dugu Cheng couldn't help but recall Jiang Chen's actions.
It was only now that he was somewhat surprised to find Jiang Chen so simple, almost like a blank sheet of paper. He had never seen any special hobbies of his, nor had he seen him spend money anywhere. Even at the brothels where young people loved to go, he only went in to listen to music and then left. There was even a time when the madams at the brothel united to boycott Jiang Chen. Just because this kid went in for a whole day and only ordered a pot of tea, not even enough to cover the table fee. His spiritual sense swept through the entire room, and on the wall in front of him, he noticed something peculiar. It seemed like someone had used an illusion to cover it up. This small illusion couldn't fool Dugu Cheng. He waved his hand and broke Jiang Chen's illusion. A huge white cloth was revealed. Dugu Cheng pulled down the white cloth. A wall covered with densely packed words appeared before everyone. Dugu Cheng furrowed his brows and carefully read the words on the wall. The more he read, the more shocked and angry he became. Over the years, Jiang Chen had deliberately concealed information. Seeing this wall, Dugu Cheng finally understood why he had always felt something was off in the past but couldn't pinpoint the reason. It wasn't that Jiang Chen's divination was inaccurate, but that he selectively hid some information, leading to many fish slipping through the net. This had caused today's widespread chaos. It even attracted other powerful beings from the reversed void realm and the far west. The losses incurred directly or indirectly on this day almost equaled the gold Jiang Chen had received over the years.
Dugu Cheng's heart bled. No one could understand an authority figure's obsession with finances. Even cultivators found it hard to part with a single coin.
He struggled to restrain the urge to destroy the wall and calm his emotions. The information on this wall is much more than he ever knew, and it will be of great help to him in the future.
Ha! What's this?
While everyone was focused on the wall, Little Bell suddenly noticed some things on Jiang Chen's desk, along with a letter. Dugu Cheng swiftly moved to the desk, picked up the letter. To Lord Dugu, Dugu Cheng frowned, tore open the envelope, and took out the letter inside. After just a glance, he handed the letter to Dugu Yu. Dugu Yu, puzzled, took the letter and after reading it, she covered her mouth to suppress a smile.
Why are you laughing? Read it. Dugu Cheng sternly ordered.
Dugu Yu took a deep breath, looked at the letter in her hand, and slowly began to read it aloud.
Lord Dugu, stop frowning, smile a little, be young again. As Dugu Yu read the contents of the letter, Qin Xiaofeng couldn't help but burst into laughter.
It seemed like Jiang Chen understood Dugu Cheng too well, or perhaps he had already predicted Dugu Cheng's expression at that moment.
Continue.
Dugu Cheng, restraining the urge to act, said coldly.
Seeing these words is like seeing me in person.
By now, I should have left the influence of the Immortal City, so you don't need to bother looking for me.
Trust me, if I don't want to be found, no one can find me.
As Dugu Yu read on, she also furrowed her brows. Over these years, thank you all for taking care of me.
I am happy, but the world is vast, and I want to explore it. I may cause you trouble, please forgive me.
Dugu Yu glanced at her father and Qin Xiaofeng, noticing their lack of reaction, she continued reading.
Lord Dugu, you may be busy these days, but believe me, this matter will only bring you benefits, not harm. You must have noticed that wall, right?
Yes, over the years,
I have hidden many things from you.
You have been too smooth, but as they say, when things reach an extreme, they will reverse.
This is a trial you must face, and I have played a special role in it. Don't blame me. Ha ha. It's better to deal with it all at once than running around.
But if you carefully read that wall, you should understand its importance. These people may cause you trouble, but if you endure, at least for 1,000 years, you will have no internal worries.
Yes, I have calculated this. Trust me. As Dugu Yu narrated, Qin Xiaofeng almost burst into laughter.
Little Bell's face turned red from holding back laughter. Qin Xiaofeng patted Dugu Cheng's shoulder. Jiang Kid is right, you've had it too easy these years, facing a challenge is a good thing. Dugu Cheng understood, but the thought of Jiang Chen's smiling face made him itch with anger.
Dugu smiled lightly and continued reading.
Stop thinking about dominating the southern sky, spare some time to care for that silly girl, Dugu.
Even if you unify the southern sky, when you meet Xiao Zizai, he will still have you in his grasp, won't he? Little you, are you reading the letter? Poor you, having such an unreliable father. Have you seen the string of pendants on the table? It's for you.
I know you've long had your eye on my Phoenix Power bead, so I turned it into a pendant for you. Don't use it for cultivation, it conflicts with your techniques, just wear it as an accessory. It's not a gift, take care of little Belle for me. And my purple sand jade Dupont, give it to old Chin. Don't rush to move on to Purple Rock City, that place is worthless except for some good purple sand, it has almost no value. Lastly, little Belle, here's a bag of spirit stones I prepared for you as a dowry.
I've checked out that kid, he's not bad. I approve of you too.
From today, you are my sister, Jiang Lingling. Make sure that kid carries you back in style. Lastly, when Ming Big Brother and Jie Big Brother return, there are 2 packets here, pass them on to them. Inside are opportunities for them to break through to unity. Farewell, everyone, the road is long and the world is vast, goodbye.
Dugu picked up the pendant.
The bright red bead, imbued with the power of the phoenix, shimmered beautifully under the sun.
Dugu wore it around her neck, smiling as she glanced down. Qin Xiaofeng happily held the teapot given by Jiang Chen, reluctant to let it go.
Xiaoling hugged a bag of spirit stones, crying uncontrollably. Duguqing turned to look at the densely packed characters on the wall, a rare smile appearing on his usually stern face. This little rascal. Initially, he had some thoughts about Jiang Chen, but for various reasons, he didn't make things difficult for him. Over the years, his attitude towards Jiang Chen had unknowingly changed. Amidst the varied thoughts of the group, Duguqing suddenly snorted coldly, "Humph, letting him off so easily is too cheap." After reading the letter, he had no hope that Ming Shifei and Jie Bao could stop Jiang Chen.
Xiaoling, right?
Xiaoling was suddenly called out by Duguqing, stopping her tears to innocently look at him with her red eyes.
Are you willing to acknowledge me as your adoptive father?
Duguqing's words left Xiaoling stunned.
Who was Duguqing?
The uncompromising lord of Dengxian City, the most promising figure to unify the Southern Heaven Realm, a great cultivator who had returned from the Tribulation Realm.
Such a person actually wanted to recognize her as his adopted daughter? Xiaoling suddenly felt like she was living in a dream. This was even more unbelievable than Jiang Chen treating her like a sister. This, Xiaoling stammered, unable to speak coherently.
However, seeing Duguqing's expression, she knew there was no room for negotiation.
Dugu embraced Xiaoling's shoulders and said, "What are you staring at? Quickly call him father." Xiaoling, bewildered, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, respectfully calling out, "Father." Duguqing nodded in satisfaction and gave her a token from the city lord's mansion. "I rushed out today and didn't bring anything good. Let you take you to the treasury to choose something yourself in the future." Xiaoling eagerly agreed. Duguqing nodded in approval and then let Dugu and Xiaoling leave. "Are you just trying to take advantage of Jiang Chen?" Qin Xiaofeng, holding Jiang Chen's teapot, fidgeted. Duguqing stiffened for a moment but quickly regained his composure. Qin Xiaofeng could tell he had hit the mark. "When did you become so boring?" Duguqing, slightly displeased, retorted, "So what if I am? He can play tricks with his divination skills, but I can't take advantage of it? What, your teapot has been bought by him?"
Watching the somewhat childish Duguqing, Qin Xiaofeng waved his hand repeatedly, indicating he had nothing to do with it. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the Southern Heaven Realm. The city lord of Dengxian, who was at the peak of his power, had taken a mortal as his adopted daughter. This action puzzled everyone. Speculations arose about what extraordinary qualities this adopted daughter possessed to make a great cultivator like Duguqing accept her. At the same time, another explosive piece of news emerged. The Tianxue Tower's list of prodigies had been updated. People from all over the Tianling realm crowded outside the branches of the Tianxue Tower, eagerly awaiting the updated list. Unlike the Hidden Abyss list and the Ascension list, the list of prodigies was updated most frequently. However, in recent years, there had been little change in the rankings. The most amusing news was about Qitian, who entered the academy through chess. According to reliable sources, he actually lost a game of chess to a mere mortal. But this breakthrough led him to rise from 5th place to 4th on the list of prodigies. I don't think there will be much change in the rankings this time. I guess that Dugu from the Southern Heaven Realm might move up a spot or 2. You have a keen eye, my friend. Our views align quite well. After all, being the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Tianling realm, he should have such a promotion speed. As everyone waited for the Snow Tower to update its rankings, they chatted leisurely. This was their favorite topic of discussion. Sometimes they would even make small bets to see if their guesses were correct.
Brother Lu, this time I bet that Dugayu's ranking will rise. Ah, Brother Wu, you are quite cunning. However, you all may have overlooked someone, the prince from the Far East.
A few days ago, he just entered the Yuaning stage and had a fierce battle with a cultivator who had already reached the Yuaning stage. Although he was defeated, they fought for a full hour.
The crowd was surprised to hear this. Brother, is your information accurate?
Of course. The man looked smugly at the crowd, his expression full of pride.
It was as if he was saying, ask me, ask me. The crowd was indeed intrigued by his news. Just as he was about to boast, the Snow Tower rankings were updated.
Suddenly, a golden light shone on a huge wordless stone tablet outside every branch of the Snow Tower in the entire Tianling realm, and a list appeared on it.
Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to it.
As they had guessed, there weren't many changes, with both Dugayu and the prince from the Far East rising several places. Dugayu moved up 3 spots from 36th place, while the prince soared to 27th place. The man who had been boasting moments ago was quite satisfied, as if he were the one on the rankings. Just as he was expecting to hear praises from others, a cry of surprise rang out.
Damn, why isn't Chi Tian in 4th place?
There were hardly any changes in the top 10 of the Tian Jiao list.
However, the biggest change occurred. A name suddenly appeared in 4th place. Zhang Chen, a wandering cultivator, in the early Yuaning stage. Someone read aloud.
The crowd erupted into a commotion. This was definitely a major news event that the Tianling realm had not seen in 1,000 years. It was well known that the top 10 on the Tian Jiao list were the 10 individuals with the best talent and potential in the Tianling realm, and these 10 individuals were rarely wandering cultivators. It would have been acceptable if there was one on the list, but now another one had emerged, and to make it more unbelievable, he was in the early Yuaning stage. The last person to enter the top 10 in the early Yuaning stage was Xiao Zai, the Marquis of Carefree, who rose to the top of the Tian Jiao list as soon as he entered the Yuaning stage. Although Zhang Chen was not as outstanding at the moment, he seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There had been no news of him before.
Zhang Chen, Zhang Chen.
Someone in the crowd kept repeating his name.
The person beside him curiously asked, "Friend, have you heard of this person? It sounds familiar, let me think."
The person pondered, feeling like he had heard the name somewhere. Suddenly, someone said, "It's a pity for the Chi Tian from the academy. He rose to 4th place, but was pushed down again in a few days." The person's eyes lit up at the mention.
I remember now, the person who defeated Chi Tian in chess is called Zhang Chen. The crowd immediately objected, "It's just a coincidence." Although the person who defeated Chi Tian was named Zhang Chen, he was just an ordinary person. Could it really be such a coincidence?
There's a saying that goes, there are no coincidences in the world. This world is so vast, it's not uncommon to have the same name.
Suddenly, someone said softly, "What if it really is that person? Otherwise, how could he have defeated Chi Tian?"
The crowd fell silent.
Initially, everyone had doubts.
Chi Tian had achieved enlightenment through chess and built his foundation in one night. Such a genius being defeated in chess by an ordinary person would naturally raise suspicions about the authenticity of the matter. Moreover, Chi Tian had unexpectedly broken through to the late Yuaning stage. Coupled with the sudden appearance of Zhang Chen on the Tian Jiao list, the whole situation seemed even more mysterious. Today, in various places outside the Snow Tower in the Tianling realm, people were discussing one name.
That name was Zhang Chen.
At the headquarters of the demon sect.
Smack!
Lu Rui slammed the latest Tian Jiao list on the table. Her position, originally 9th, had suddenly dropped to 10th, leaving her furious. If it were someone else, she could have accepted it. But as she looked at the name of Zhang Chen on the list, her beautiful face twisted in an unrecognizable manner. Regardless of the Zhang Chen on the list, whether he was the mortal from back then, made her very uncomfortable. Especially with the feeling deep down that this Zhang Chen was the same one who had humiliated her in the past.
Otherwise, how could he suddenly make it onto the list?
There was only one explanation: he had concealed his cultivation. Thinking this way, she realized that he must have been extraordinary from the start, which was why he could defeat Chi Tian.
The more she thought about it, the more it made sense.
She had to thoroughly investigate the background of this Zhang Chen, or she wouldn't be able to sleep well even for a day. In the southern domain's Mad War City, Wang Meng, who was hailed as the future king of Mad War City, was feeling frustrated. The reason being, he had been pushed out of the top 10 of the Heavenly Proud list. He had never been interested in things like the Heavenly Proud list. He didn't believe that the 9 people ranked above him were truly more powerful than himself. Just like Xiao Zizai. Although he was only ranked 23rd on the Hidden Abyss list, who would really think that he only had the strength of the 23rd position?
But on this day, he was pushed out of the top 10 of the Heavenly Proud list. Wang Mang was very uncomfortable with this. He could accept being ranked 10th, but that didn't mean he could accept being suddenly replaced by someone else. Who exactly was this Jiang Chen? In a scholarly academy filled with the scent of books, Shi Tian was playing chess with a seemingly very sunny young man. I give up. It's no fun, after all, I'm your senior brother. Can't you go easy on me? Shi Tian sighed and looked at the unreliable Lu Qingho across from him helplessly. If I lose, you mock me. If I win, you mock me. Being your junior brother is so difficult. Lu Qingho stood up and messed up Shi Tian's neatly arranged clothes, dissatisfied. I don't like you being so proper. You're even more proper than the old folks. With a wave of his right hand, a gentle breeze passed by, and the clothes became neatly arranged once again. The kid who recently joined the Heavenly Proud list, is he the one who defeated you back then? Shi Tian recalled Jiang Chen's appearance and suddenly felt that Jiang Chen seemed to have a lot in common with his senior brother. I'm not sure, but if there really is such a low-key person who suddenly appears, if it's brother Jiang, I wouldn't be surprised. Lu Qingho immediately became interested and continued to ask, is this kid really that amazing? Cultivators who break through to a new realm either seclude themselves for cultivation or seek opportunities. The path to immortality is full of dangers, and there is never an easy journey. Shi Tian went out for a trip and returned breaking through to the late Yuan infant stage, leaving his fellow brothers envious. Upon hearing that Shi Tian had encountered a remarkable person outside, they all expressed their hope that Shi Tian could introduce them. What if they also successfully broke through? Shi Tian remembered that game of chess, recalling that divine move, savoring it to this day. Senior brother, whether Jiang is a god or not is not the question, his move, when it comes, even the gods would be amazed. Then why don't you bring him to the academy? The academy teaches without discrimination, it's the best place for him. Shi Tian silently watched his senior brother without saying a word. Lu Qingho felt uneasy under his gaze and had to surrender. Alright, I was just curious, okay? Inside the main residence of the Lord of the Ascension City, Dugu looked at the list in her hand and said to Dugu Qing, Dad, look at that kid Jiang Chen, he's so powerful, and he didn't even tell me. Dugu Qing was also very surprised by Jiang Chen's ranking. Jia Bao, is this kid really that powerful? Jia Bao absent-mindedly touched his bald head and said, Top 3, no problem. Dugu Qing knew Jia Bao very well. Since he said Jiang Chen had the potential to be in the top 3, then he must have the strength to back it up. The thought of Jiang Chen being so powerful made Dugu Qing's teeth ache with jealousy. He now detested hearing any news about Jiang Chen. But he never expected that once Jiang Chen left the Ascension City, he would cause such a stir. Fortunately, he had kept Jiang Chen well hidden at the time, and the outside world had never known about this person. Otherwise, if others were to know that Dugu Qing had actually let go of such a talent, they would surely die laughing. In any case, people all over the Lingtian realm were talking about Jiang Chen. They all wanted to know what extraordinary abilities this unknown genius possessed, to be ranked 4th on the Tianjie list by the Tingxue Tower as soon as he appeared in the world. In an unknown valley 2,000 miles away from the Mad Battle City, hundreds of cultivators were staring intently at a cave deep in the valley. It was rumored that this was the cave of a Unity Realm cultivator. Unfortunately, this great cultivator failed to break through and left behind Dao injuries, eventually dying here in regret. Today was the moment when the spiritual power of the formation in this cave was completely depleted, and it was also the time for these hundreds of cultivators to seek opportunities. Among these cultivators, there were varying levels of cultivation, but the highest realm reached was only the nascent soul stage. Moreover, 99% of them were lone cultivators. After all, this was not a cave of a return to void or even a tribulation crossing ancestor. Unity realm cultivators were all destitute. In order to advance in cultivation, a Unity Realm cultivator would not hesitate to spend their last spiritual stone. Furthermore, cultivators with influential backgrounds generally disdained competing with lone cultivators for such minor opportunities. After all, within any influential faction, there would always be grand cultivators above the Unity Realm. As long as living experts were present, no one would bother with the bones of someone who had passed away many years ago. But lone cultivators did not have such good fortune. They had to seize any opportunity to advance in cultivation. Qin Shilang, known as the Master of 100 Changes, was one such lone cultivator. Orphaned and destitute since childhood, he came across a cultivation manual by chance and successfully embarked on the path of cultivation. Along the way, he had joined some cultivation sects or factions, but due to his limited aptitude, he did not stay long in any of them. It took him 100 years to reach the foundation establishment stage. It was only when fate smiled upon him once again and he unexpectedly obtained a technique that recorded the art of transformation that Qin Shilang's spring came.
In the days that followed, he thrived among lone cultivators with his superb skill and transformation, eventually reaching the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing that the cave of a Unity Realm cultivator had appeared here, he immediately rushed over. With his years of experience, he was certain that there must be treasures in this cave. Qin Shi Lang had survived among the ruthless and diverse lone cultivators by being astute in judging people and situations and by being cautious. Since he was certain that there were treasures here, regardless of whether he could seize them, arranging a foolproof retreat was of utmost importance. After all, there were plenty of instances where one could earn money but not spend it, a common occurrence among both mortals and cultivators. The hundreds of cultivators waited silently around the cave, only waiting for the moment when the formation would collapse on its own. They waited until night fell, and suddenly someone shouted, "The formation is about to collapse."
This cry immediately stirred everyone.
The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the formation outside the cave fluctuated rapidly, no longer concealing the location of the cave.
The lone cultivators immediately prepared themselves.
With a sound resembling the shattering of glass, the formation collapsed.
Everyone rushed forward. Jiang Chen sat far away on a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, watching the scene unfold, and sighed, "Isn't this just like those scenes where the old folks fight for discounts?"
The three-legged golden crow adjusted its feathers with its beak and mocked, "Your appearance in the middle of the night looking for business, how is it any different from those girls dressed in cool clothes?"
"Jiang Chen, I'm doing this for you. Think about it, if I don't look for business, where would I get my luck value? Without luck value, how could I advance in cultivation so quickly?"
The three-legged golden crow, hearing Jiang Chen's rambling again, impatiently flapped its wings and flew into the air, saying, "Enough chatter.
I'm off." Without waiting for Jiang Chen to respond, it flew away.
Jiang Chen smirked, "Kid, I still can't deal with you." After speaking, he continued to watch the cultivators fighting in the distance intently.
"Beat him up, come on." "Oh no.
Why are they still using the three paths technique? No sense of martial ethics." Jiang Chen watched the chaotic fight with relish, casually taking out some melon seeds to munch on. The versatile Qin Shi Lang was panting as he fled through the jungle. He glanced back from time to time, his face showing both surprise and joy. This time, he truly struck gold. Unexpectedly, within the cave of that Unity Realm cultivator, there were 3 soul grass plants growing. When combined with 3 other spiritual herbs, they could be used to refine the clear spirit pill. This pill had only one effect, which was to nourish the soul of a cultivator before breaking through the void return realm, greatly increasing the chances of a breakthrough. Such a pill was truly invaluable. He never expected to find the main ingredient for pill refining, the soul grass, in the cave of the Unity Realm cultivator. Unfortunately, he only managed to grab one plant before having to retreat from the cave. Otherwise, he might never have been able to leave. Even so, he had attracted over 50 people behind him.
But that was not a problem.
By using his transformation technique outside their range of spiritual sense detection, he could easily evade their search. Following the prepared escape route, he could safely withdraw without a hitch. Qin Shi Lang's speed and agility were exceptional, and before long, he had run out of the range of their spiritual sense detection.
He immediately used his transformation technique to turn into a small tree next to a large tree.
Soon, over 50 cultivators at the nascent soul stage passed by him, roaring past. However, not a single one noticed his presence.
Qin Shi Lang didn't dare to be careless.
He waited quietly for a moment, ensuring that no one was around before releasing the transformation technique. He looked at the inconspicuous spiritual herb in his arms, excitement shining in his eyes. With this herb, he could exchange for many cultivation resources in any major power. He could even trade for a set of higher-level techniques, which was not impossible. This time was the best harvest he had had in nearly 30 years. But the thought of the other 2 soulgrass plants falling into someone else's hands made his heart ache. As long as he was given even a moment, not even half a moment, those 2 soulgrass plants would surely fall into his hands. Qin Shi Lang pondered for a moment, then suddenly made the boldest decision of his life.
He would go back and become a mantis hunting the cicada.
Before entering the cave, he had already changed his appearance out of habit. Now that he had evaded pursuit, changing his appearance again and finding the cultivator who had picked the other 2 soulgrass plants seemed like a perfect plan. The valley was now filled with cultivators, so those 2 individuals were unlikely to have escaped. He felt proud of his cleverness. Since childhood, he had encountered opportunities, embarked on the path of cultivation, relied on his innate talent to successfully build his foundation, and with a stroke of luck, gained the transformation technique, advancing his cultivation to a higher level.
This was the rhythm of being the chosen one.
Those 2 soulgrass plants were meant to be his. Just as he was happily preparing to change his appearance, a voice suddenly sounded beside him.
"Fellow Daoist, do you have a divination?"
Who is it?"
Qin Shilang was startled by the sudden voice. He looked around, trying to see who was scaring him, but he couldn't find anyone. This made him break out in a cold sweat. The courage that Qin Shilang had just mustered up was immediately shattered. Could it be a ghost? He couldn't admit that a cultivator at the nascent soul stage would be afraid of ghosts. Fellow Daoist, I see that your forehead is darkened, and there is a bloody light overhead. It seems to be an ominous sign. This time, Qin Shilang identified the source of the voice. He looked in the direction from which the voice came and found that it was actually the large tree next to him earlier. Tree demon? That was his initial reaction. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to tease him and directly released the transformation technique. Qin Shilang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was a person after all. As long as it's a person, that's fine. Moreover, the other party is only at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, so it's manageable. However, it seems that this person's art of transformation is even more powerful than his. With his abilities, he surprisingly didn't notice the other party. You should know that he relies on the art of transformation to get by, but now is not the time to dwell on this. The priority is to leave first. However, this person should have seen that he was being chased, which complicates things. Fortunately, the other party probably doesn't know that he possesses a precious item. Fellow Daoist's art of transformation is truly impressive. I actually didn't notice. Flattery will get you everywhere. First, stabilize this young man in front of him, exchange some words, make sure the other party is unaware of him holding the soul grass, then he can confidently proceed with his initial plan. Fellow Daoist is also very skilled, to have deceived so many with the art of transformation. Jiang Chen looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, his words steady and controlled. Qin Shilang's face immediately darkened. This statement carries a hint of threat. Fellow Daoist, let's go our separate ways, you and I don't have to clash, how about that? After speaking, he tried to bypass Jiang Chen and head towards the direction of the other two people in his memory. Waiting here for a day, all for this moment of extortion. No, to do business. How could Jiang Chen let him go? Jiang Chen's figure seemed to move without moving, and in a moment of distraction for Qin Shilang, he stood in front of him. Fellow Daoist, didn't I tell you, you have a hex? Qin Shilang's expression was very unpleasant. Hex, 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 your whole family has hexes. He suppressed his anger and asked, Fellow Daoist, what do you mean by this? Fellow Daoist, don't be angry, it's just fate between us. Jiang Chen's expression remained unchanged as he casually babbled. What fate, fellow Daoist, I still have important matters to attend to. Since we have fate, let's meet again next time. At this moment, he felt that Jiang Chen might have lost his mind due to cultivation deviation. He still remembered his mother saying when he was young, when you encounter a fool, never engage with them, just walk around them. Fellow Daoist, be careful not to lose the soul grass in your arms if you go that way. Upon hearing this, Qin Shilang's heart sank. Indeed, this kid in front of him saw everything. He knew that at this critical moment of coming here, how could he not know anything? Well, just as he was about to be the mantis stalking the cicada, a yellow bird immediately appeared behind him. Fellow Daoist, name your price. At this moment, Qin Shilang just wanted to quickly get rid of Jiang Chen. If he were to fight Jiang Chen now, it would inevitably alert others. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, Fellow Daoist, you misunderstood. I'm not interested in the soul grass, I'm only interested in you. Qin Shilang's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. This person actually has a preference for men. Fellow Daoist, it's not that I want to refuse your kindness, it's just that, at this moment, it might not be convenient. Qin Shilang said with a stiff face. As he spoke, he discreetly retreated. It's too scary. Mom, I want to go home. Jiang Chen. Thank goodness the three-legged golden crow isn't here, otherwise, my reputation would be ruined. Fellow Daoist, you misunderstood. Let me introduce myself first. I am a professional fortune teller, specifically waiting here for people with fate to read their fortune. And you are that person with fate. Upon hearing this, Qin Shilang breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense buttocks relaxed. So it's about fortune telling, no wonder he kept mentioning hexes. He had been entangled with Jiang Chen for quite a while now, thinking it might be better to waste some time and send Jiang Chen away first, otherwise, this person might keep bothering him endlessly. Then, fellow Daoist, please go ahead. Jiang Chen cleared his throat, his expression serious. Fellow Daoist, today's matter is indeed the biggest calamity of your life. If you don't find a way to resolve it, you might end up dead in the wilderness. Upon hearing this, Qin Shilang knew that Jiang Chen must be playing tricks, just a swindler from the Jianghu. Fellow Daoist, stop teasing me, I have urgent matters to attend to. Fellow Daoist, you better have a fortune read, otherwise there might be a threat to your life. Jiang Chen's expression was very serious. Read what? Qin Shilang was curious.
Your escape route. I can help you calculate your way out of this canyon, ensuring your safe departure. Jiang Chen crossed his arms, exuding extreme confidence. Xin Shilang chuckled, friend, you don't need to worry about that.
Aren't you afraid they will find you? Xin Shilang also spoke confidently, I've been around for so many years and haven't been caught by anyone.
Jiang Chen looked at him with a strange expression, there's always a first time for everything. Before he could finish speaking, a distant voice shouted, he's here, that kid is over here. Soon after, the sound of many people approaching could be heard. Xin Shilang tensed up, immediately drew a sword and placed it on Jiang Chen's shoulder, saying, transform now, don't make me act. Jiang Chen quickly raised his hands, saying, alright, friend, be careful and steady with your hand.
No more talking, hurry up.
Jiang Chen smiled and turned back into a large tree. Xin Shilang also transformed back into a small tree, with one of its branches resting on the large tree. After the crowd searched in vain and left, Jiang Chen spoke up, friend, the situation doesn't look good, let's cast a divination. By now, Xin Shilang saw Jiang Chen as an easy target.
Stop talking. After making sure the crowd had moved away, he immediately dispelled the transformation, ignoring Jiang Chen, and was about to leave. After a moment of thought, he turned back and warned, don't bother me again, or don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile.
Xin Shilang, satisfied, was about to leave when a loud shout was heard, quick, the kid is over here.
A large group of cultivators flew towards their location.
Xin Shilang hurriedly pulled Jiang Chen to perform the transformation technique. From then on, whenever he tried to leave, a voice would alert those searching for him. After several attempts, he realized Jiang Chen's involvement and glared at him, saying, friend, are you behind this? Jiang Chen chuckled, let's cast a divination, in such a critical moment, divination might lead to a way out.
I'll cast you, damn it. Angrily, Xin Shilang made a move. He wasn't to be trifled with. About 3 minutes later,
Xin Shilang sat on the ground, bruised and battered. His spiritual sword was damaged, emitting sparks, yet it hadn't even scratched the other person's skin.
Brother, what are you up to? I don't want this life soul grass anymore, okay?
Jiang Chen's expression turned serious as he looked at him, saying, no, I can't just rob you like this.
Xin Shilang?
He wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but he dared not speak it out loud.
I've told you, let's cast a divination. I have professional ethics. If I say you have fate, then you do, understand?
Xin Shilang didn't dare argue and quickly nodded in agreement.
Brother, you're right, if we have fate, we have fate. Please, cast the divination. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Let's begin then. Tell me, what do you want to divine? Xin Shilang sarcastically muttered, wasn't it you who asked me to divine? But before he could say it out loud, he changed his tone, brother, what should I divine about? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes, you want me to divine for you? Then he exploded in anger. Xin Shilang, feeling wronged, covered his head and tentatively asked, can you divine how I can leave here?
Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, alright, it will cost you 50,000 spirit stones or equivalent items.
Xin Shilang's face stiffened, more money?
The situation was beyond his control. Since he didn't have cash, he had to offer something else. He took out a spiritual weapon from his storage treasure and handed it to Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen's face immediately lit up with a smile. Very good, that's enough.
As a fortune teller with professional integrity, Jiang Chen wouldn't deceive him. When he said he would divine, he would. To give him a good experience, Jiang Chen even activated the divination light shadow. Xin Shilang, witnessing the mysterious and awe-inspiring scene, was utterly amazed. This was so incredible, the 50,000 was well spent.
He even felt a sense of enlightenment creeping in.
Before he could make any gains, Jiang Chen had already finished his calculations. Head west from here, passing through.
Jiang Chen explained in great detail, but Xin Shilang was utterly confused. The more he listened, the more familiar it sounded. Wait, wasn't this the escape route he had prepared in advance? Was he being played? Seeing Xin Shilang's expression change, Jiang Chen asked, what's wrong, not satisfied?
Xin Shilang didn't dare to act rashly at this moment and quickly put on a smile, saying, satisfied, your calculations are really accurate, sir. The divination was done, the money was paid, and Xin Shilang, feeling frustrated, got up to leave.
Wait. The next moment, Jiang Chen called out to him again. Xin Shilang turned back in frustration and asked, sir, brother, esteemed one, is there something else? Didn't we already divine? It's just one divination, our fate is not yet fulfilled. Jiang Chen said calmly.
Xin Shilang thought to himself, damn, this is turning into a real mess. Knowing that today wouldn't end well, he decided to go along with it.
Fine, let's continue the divination.
Xin Shilang plopped down on the ground, looking disgruntled.
Jiang Chen chuckled. What do you want me to divine? Qin Shi Lang cursed under his breath. Let's see when my luck will turn around. Oh, that's a pricey one, 10,000 taels of gold for the divination. Qin Shi Lang knew that if he didn't pay up today, things wouldn't end well. Without further ado, he took out a few spiritual artifacts to settle the bill. Seeing this, Jiang Chen happily accepted them. With his eyes reflecting yin and yang, holding the stars in his left hand and the sun and moon in his right, with the endless starry sky behind him, Qin Shi Lang watched this impressive scene, and the sense of enlightenment he had felt earlier returned. This time, the process took a bit longer, and he felt that his realm had actually improved slightly. Qin Shi Lang's eyes suddenly brightened. After the divination, Jiang Chen looked at him strangely and said, "Today is the day you turn your luck around." Even Jiang Chen himself was a bit unsure about this divination. Little did he know that before he could continue extorting Qin Shi Lang, the latter, still unsatisfied, said, "Sir, how about another divination?" Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, he laid out all his possessions. "Sir, please see, with these, how long can you divine for?" "Jiang Chen, how long? Who cares, as long as it boosts your luck. Think of what you want to divine, I'm just a diviner." Qin Shi Lang immediately nodded and casually thought of a few things for Jiang Chen to divine. Following his professional ethics of serving every customer well, Jiang Chen continued the divination process. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Lang quietly began cultivating. He even came to a conclusion: the bigger the matter being divined, the longer Jiang Chen took, and the more mysterious the scene became. Before long, he felt himself subtly advancing from the early Yuan infant stage to the verge of the middle stage. But by then, he had run out of items to pay for the divination. Seeing that Qin Shi Lang had no more money to extort, Jiang Chen prepared to find his next victim. "Sir, wait." Qin Shi Lang immediately called out to him. Perplexed, Jiang Chen wondered if this kid was addicted to being abused. Qin Shi Lang then took out the soul-reviving grass and said, "Sir, I offer this as payment. Please divine once more." Jiang Chen frowned, not intending to deceive him with this item. Most of the time, he believed in leaving a way out for people, for future encounters. "Is this what you gained from this journey, are you sure?" Qin Shi Lang, with a sense of righteousness, said, "Sir, we are fated to meet like this." Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Damn, you really believe in this nonsense fate. But if something is handed to you, you better accept it, or you might face divine retribution. What do you want me to divine?" Qin Shi Lang, now like a lackey, nodded and humbly said, "Please divine where I will reach in my cultivation." Cultivators are most concerned about their own strength and cultivation level. However, for a lone cultivator like Qin Shi Lang, reaching the Yuan infant stage was already his limit. Jiang Chen didn't have high hopes for him, but if he wanted a divination, Jiang Chen didn't mind. Watching the familiar scene, Qin Shi Lang sat down excitedly. Perhaps this time, the matter Qin Shi Lang wanted to divine was indeed important, as Jiang Chen's divination took quite a while. Meanwhile, Qin Shi Lang took advantage of this time to crazily break through the bottleneck of the mid-Yuan stage. After a moment, Jiang Chen finished his calculations and was surprised to find that this guy's path was quite long indeed. The divination showed that he could actually cultivate all the way to the unity stage. Just as he was about to tell him, he realized that this guy was actually breaking through. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He immediately realized that he was being used as a tool again. First, it was Duge Cheng and Qin Xiaofeng, then Qi Tian, not to mention the three-legged golden crow, which was a lifelong commitment. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like a wandering laborer. However, he did not disturb Qin Shi Lang but instead stood by to protect him. It must be fate. Jiang Chen comforted himself. After all, it wasn't a major breakthrough, and Qin Shi Lang soon succeeded in his breakthrough. As he opened his eyes, he saw Jiang Chen sitting beside him, looking bored. "Thank you for your guidance, thank you for your guidance." Qin Shi Lang was ecstatic beyond words. Before he could say anything else, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "It's just your opportunity coming. And your path is quite long." Qin Shi Lang was filled with question marks in his mind. He had long forgotten the divination he had just done. His goal was simply to gain more insights during Jiang Chen's divination and elevate his realm. The unity stage is your limit. Qin Shi Lang was first stunned, then smiled. "Sir, you're joking. I know my own qualifications." Qin Shi Lang looked somewhat lonely. "As for the situation of a wandering cultivator, I think there's no need for me to say more. Sir must know better than I do. If I truly had that talent, I wouldn't have ended up here, fighting for food like a wild dog." Wandering cultivators who can reach the Yuan stage all have great perseverance and great opportunities. But every bit of opportunity they have is earned with their lives. The cruelty of it goes without saying. Not to mention the unity stage, even the nascent soul stage is beyond their reach. And the combat power of wandering cultivators is generally inferior to that of cultivators from major sects. Jiang Chen shook his head. My divinations have never been wrong.
If I say you can reach the unity stage, then you can reach the unity stage. Qin Shi Lang thought Jiang Chen was comforting him and felt grateful.
Jiang Chen didn't say much more.
There was no more wool to be sheared from Qin Shi Lang. He was ready to move on to the next sheep. Seeing Jiang Chen about to leave, Qin Shi Lang panicked.
This was an extraordinary person.
Although he had taken away all his belongings, he still had some benefits.
The mid-Yuaning stage was a realm that many wandering cultivators dreamed of.
To break through so easily was remarkable. If he could follow this person, perhaps reaching the unity stage was not impossible. He made up his mind and immediately knelt in front of Jiang Chen, saying, "Sir, please allow me to follow you."
Jiang Chen's face darkened immediately. This guy was getting addicted to using him as a tool.
"Step aside, our fate has come to an end."
With that, he ignored Qin Shi Lang and directly used his shrinking technique to disappear without a trace. Qin Shi Lang was shocked. With his current mid-Yuaning cultivation, he couldn't even sense how Jiang Chen had disappeared.
Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Jiang Chen, only at the early Yuaning stage, had such strength. It was very likely that he was a disciple specially cultivated by a major power. And this level of strength was at least someone who had made it onto the heavenly prodigy list. But he had never heard of anyone on the list who liked divination. Except for Jiang Chen, who had entered the list and directly reached the 4th position. His characteristics and information had not been made public. Could it be? The more Qin Shi Lang thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. On the heavenly prodigy list, Jiang Chen's only information was that he was a wandering cultivator. And the way he acted today didn't seem like he had the support of a major power.
What Qin Shi Lang was thinking about didn't interest Jiang Chen. Right now, he was only interested in making money.
Ever since leaving the immortal city, the source of his luck had become unstable. Before, wealth came to him while he sat at home. Now, he had to work day and night to find clients.
Qin Shi Lang's family background was quite good.
Apart from the soul grass, which contributed a modest 200,000 points of luck value to him, considering he was a wandering cultivator, the soul grass alone directly increased his luck value by 400,000 points.
With just this transaction, today's trip wasn't in vain.
His current need for luck value wasn't that great. Before leaving the immortal city, he still had 5,600,000 left, plus the additional 600,000 just now, making it a total of 6,200,000 luck value. The items in the system were either too expensive to consider or too cheap to bother with, and the lottery system was unreliable. This led to him only exchanging the 3 temporary cards for cultivating from the cultivation gift pack. 6,200,000 luck value might seem like a lot, but considering the exchange price for the 3 temporary cards was as high as 45,000 each, it was only enough for a luxurious use once a day for just over 4 months. Even if he saved some by exchanging every 3 days or only one at a time, it would only last for a year. Jiang Chen sighed as he plucked his hair strand by strand. His only goal now was to exchange the complete primordial Tao body. 50 million was a lot, but with some savings, it wasn't impossible. Therefore, he decided not to exchange temporary cards unless absolutely necessary. With his current strength and the daily free divinations from the system, he had enough to move around in the celestial realm. Tonight's target customers were 2 people, and Jiang Chen was heading towards the next one. Wang Er, as a pure wandering cultivator and body cultivator, was known for being poor. But today, luck was on his side. With his exceptional endurance and speed, he quickly shook off the pursuers after snatching a soul grass. He dared not rest and even less to fly, only able to sprint on the ground at full speed. Fortunately, the distance to the battle city was not far, and with his endurance, it was enough. Once he entered the battle city, he would be safe. Wang Er, who had no pursuers behind him, burst into silent laughter. "Today's luck is really good. Brother, you're lucky." "Yeah, not many people chasing me. I'm lucky today." Wang Er. "Damn." A sudden figure appearing beside him startled him, causing him to lose balance and fall forward, skidding nearly 100 meters before stopping. Wang Er struggled to his feet, spitting out the dirt from his mouth before sizing up the figure. After a clear look, he sneered. He thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be just a clean, thin, weak little guy. With only an initial Yuan infant cultivation base, it seemed he had recently broken through. "Son thief, daring to scare your grandpa Wang, are you tired of living?" Jiang Chen frowned at the words. Compared to Qin Shi Lang, this person was truly unpleasant. Jiang Chen's expression remained indifferent as he said, "Fellow Daoist, we have a connection, care for a divination?" Wang Er looked around and seeing no one else, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He. "Kid, needing me today means you're out of luck. Be smart and hand over the spiritual tools and stones on you." Jiang Chen looked at the man with disgust. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable at first sight of him. Because of this, he even wasted a free divination opportunity. System, tell me about this person's past.
System, alright. Jiang Chen's eyes grew colder as he listened to the system recount Wang Er's history.
This person could be described as a complete villain, worse than animals. Massacring villages, killing, raping, and plundering seemed like everyday activities for him. People like Lu Rui might look down on ordinary folks at most, considering cultivators superior. But this man treated human lives as insignificant, to say the least.
Kid, cat got your tongue? Wang Er was about to make a move.
He was very confident that Jiang Chen was within 5 feet of him. Being 5 feet away from a body cultivator was practically seeking death. He reached out directly to grab Jiang Chen's shoulder.
Jiang Chen seemed frozen, not dodging or moving.
Joy filled Wang Er's eyes. Jiang Chen was nothing but a fledgling in his eyes. Just as his hand was about to touch Jiang Chen was quicker and grabbed his wrist.
With a twist, Wang Er immediately showed a painful expression and let out a pig-like scream. Ah!
This was the first time Jiang Chen wanted to kill someone since crossing over. The integration with the system and contact with various powerful cultivators from the heavenly spirit realm kept him in a transcendent state. Although he had also interacted with people like Li Tian and had some understanding of the plight of ordinary people in the heavenly spirit realm. To put it bluntly, he was a bit ruthless. The major cities like Ascension City had strict rules, and the lives of ordinary people were bearable. But outside, it wasn't so good. Jiang Chen exuded a chilling coldness all over his body, his eyes looking at Wang Er as if he were looking at a dead man. At this moment, Wang Er, holding his arm, looked at Jiang Chen with fear. He admitted that he had been careless just now. The person in front of him was not a fledgling at all but a ruthless character pretending to be weak.
Kid, you've successfully angered me. Crack! Wang Er endured the pain and reconnected his wrist.
For a body cultivator, injuries on the body were no big deal. Jiang Chen was only at the early stage of Yuan infant cultivation, while Wang Er was a mid-stage body cultivator.
What he didn't know was that Jiang Chen's favorite thing was his identity as a body cultivator. At least this way, he wouldn't die too quickly. Wang Er stirred up his spiritual power, and a pair of metal gauntlets appeared on his fists.
These were top-grade spiritual weapons he had custom-made at great expense, which had helped him defeat countless strong enemies.
Today, Wang Er was going to use these gauntlets to pound this annoying kid into mincemeat from bottom to top.
This was his favorite way of killing. He loved to hear the screams of the weak, which gave him a more exciting sensation than playing with women.
Kid, don't die too quickly. Let me enjoy it.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled, but this smile was icy cold.
Yes, don't die too quickly.
With that, Wang Er's vision blurred, and he lost sight of Jiang Chen. He was shocked and quickly spread out his divine sense to find Jiang Chen.
Are you looking for me?
A voice came from behind him, and Wang Er quickly jumped forward and threw a punch. But there was no sign of Jiang Chen behind him.
I'm here.
The voice came from behind him again. Wang Er was terrified. He had met his match. He didn't dare to look back and awkwardly rolled forward. Jiang Chen made no move, just watched him quietly. With just that, Wang Er's back was soaked with sweat. He confirmed that this was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Friend, if I have offended you in any way, I hope you, as a senior, can overlook my mistakes and spare me this time. I will offer you a generous gift. With that, he took out the soul-returning grass and showed it to Jiang Chen.
Wang Er lowered his posture. As for his dignity?
Sorry, he didn't care. Jiang Chen sneered, nonsense, I'll kill you, and this spiritual herb will be mine.
Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Er felt an unbearable pain.
His eyes widened, his pupils contracted. He clutched his lower body, unable to utter a word, and knelt on the ground in agony. Jiang Chen had actually kicked his lower body directly.
How does it feel? This is the move you often use to torture others. Feels good, doesn't it?
Wang Er circulated his spiritual power to stabilize his injuries and stood up after a while. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen just watched him quietly, with no movement, wearing a cold smile on his face. Wang Er looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Friend, you forced me into this. Realizing that Jiang Chen had no intention of letting him go, Wang Er immediately revealed his ferocious side, no longer pretending. At the same time, his body began to emit steam with extremely high temperature. This was a technique he had obtained when betraying his companions. In this state, he could enhance his physical abilities by nearly 3 times. Whether it was strength or speed, it would be greatly increased. Moreover, no matter how serious the injury is, as long as it is not fatal, it will recover in a short time. But the cost is the consumption of lifespan. This is his trump card, and today, it was forced out by Jiang Chen. Faced with the pressure brought by Jiang Chen's terrifying speed, he dared not be careless.
Boom!
The ground under Wang Er's feet was directly stomped into a large pit, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Jiang Chen.
"Ha, kid, scared, ha, you have no face to beg for mercy now. I will peel your skin inch by inch, make your skull into a wine cup." Wang Er's fist directly aimed at Jiang Chen's face. The weight of this punch even brought up a strong airflow, knocking down the surrounding trees. Wang Er seemed to see Jiang Chen's face shattered by his punch. A bloodthirsty light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Jiang Chen remained expressionless, the 8-9 profound art slightly activated, a golden light appeared in his hand, and he also threw a punch. Bang! A fierce wind raged between the two. Jiang Chen's clothes rustled in the wind generated by the collision of fists. Wang Er's right hand turned into a blood mist in unbelieving eyes. After 2 seconds of daze, he let out a scream. This was Jiang Chen holding back his power. He didn't want to let this beast off so easily. Wang Er rolled on the ground, holding his shoulders, hoping to alleviate the pain. Besides consuming lifespan, his life-saving technique had a fatal flaw: amplified pain. 3 times the normal person's capacity made him experience 3 times the pain at this moment. Jiang Chen stepped forward slowly, stepping on his chest. Trash! Jiang Chen spat, moving his right foot that was on his chest slowly downward, then placed it on Wang Er's lower body, grinding slowly. The powerful recovery ability of the life-saving technique had become a torture for Wang Er. The injuries on his lower body had almost healed rapidly, but now, they were slowly ground into debris by Jiang Chen. Wang Er was sweating profusely from the pain, full of regret. Why did he use this technique? What he didn't expect was that Jiang Chen was so strong. If he knew that Jiang Chen had once injured a body cultivator at the consummation of nascent soul, he probably wouldn't have been so confident just now. Scum, never thought this day would come, ha! Please spare me, I am willing to serve you from now on, to repay you like a dog or horse. Wang Er's tears and snot mixed together, begging for mercy with a sobbing voice. But Jiang Chen's eyes at this moment were like a demon from the 9 hells, cold and terrifying. Spare you? Yes, please spare me, I will serve you faithfully. He, ha ha ha. Jiang Chen seemed to find something amusing. Wang Er didn't know what Jiang Chen was thinking, so he endured the pain and forced a smile. After a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly stopped. I can spare your life. Wang Er immediately started flattering. You just need to make a request. If I have any hesitation, I'm not your mother's son. Or, ask those innocent people you slaughtered if they can spare your life. If they agree, I don't mind. Wang Er was stunned at the words, sir? Jiang Chen, don't be afraid, just go down and ask them in person if they can spare your life. Oh, by the way, you probably weren't raised by your mother. After all, a person like you is not something a mother could give birth to. Brother, what are you doing? The 3-legged golden crow swooped down from the sky and landed on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Jiang Chen's face was stern. Without even looking back, he said, encountered a scum. The 3-legged golden crow was surprised at his words. He sensed that Jiang Chen's tone seemed off. In his impression, he had never seen Jiang Chen so angry before. He looked down at Wang Er on the ground. With a fat head, big ears, a face full of flesh, a pair of rat-like eyes, clearly not a good person. The phrase appearance reflects the heart was perfectly demonstrated in him. What's going on? The 3-legged golden crow also showed a serious expression. Jiang Chen quietly recounted Wang Er's past misdeeds. The 3-legged golden crow immediately jumped up in anger. Get him, kill him, this despicable scoundrel. Tear him apart, quarter him. Just by listening, the 3-legged golden crow was already uncontrollably furious. Wang Er looked at the spirit beast resembling a crow on Jiang Chen's shoulder, his face filled with despair. The spirit beast before him also had the cultivation of the Yuan-Ing realm. Moreover, his current threefold capabilities compared to an ordinary person made him feel a kind of inexplicable fear towards this crow. It was as if what stood before him was not a crow at all, but a primordial behemoth. My life is over. Gentlemen, spare me, spare me. Wang Er pleaded incessantly. But when Jiang Chen and the 3-legged golden crow looked at him, their eyes were cold. Jiang Chen reached out his right hand and slowly grasped Wang Er's arm, exerting pressure with his 5 fingers. Wang Er trembled all over, instinctively trying to pull his arm out of Jiang Chen's grip. But Jiang Chen's hand was as immovable as a vice. Crack! Wang Er's arm weakly dropped down, the bones broken by Jiang Chen's grip. And it didn't end there. Jiang Chen slightly shifted his hand next to his arm, completely ignoring Wang Er's agonizing screams, and continued to exert force. Instantly, the entire canyon echoed with Wang Er's screams. The screams lasted for a full 15 minutes. The cultivators participating in the treasure hunt had long been drawn to the commotion here. Some saw Jiang Chen torturing Wang Er from afar but tactfully refrained from interfering. However, the cultivators still discreetly surrounded the area. After all, The soul-engendering grass was in Wang Er's hands.
At this moment, it should have fallen into Jiang Chen's possession. When Wang Er's screams gradually faded, the crowd slowly approached and surrounded Jiang Chen. As they came closer and saw Wang Er on the ground, they all gasped in shock.
Wang Er now resembled a pile of mud.
Every bone in his body had been crushed inch by Jiang Chen. Apart from vital areas, his limbs had also been pounded into a pulp by Jiang Chen. But what was terrifying was that Wang Er, at this moment, was still alive. His once proud trump card, his life-saving technique, had now become the source of his greatest agony.
He was completely immobilized except for his eyeballs.
He only hoped that Jiang Chen would give him a swift end. Seeing people closing in, Jiang Chen lifted his foot and stepped on Wang Er's head, softly saying, "In your next life, be a decent person." With that, he exerted force under his foot, causing Wang Er's head to burst open like a watermelon, splattering red and white all over the ground. "Friend, impressive skills, tormenting this guy for so long."
A mid-Yuan stage cultivator frowned as he looked at Jiang Chen.
He knew Wang Er, whose strength was not to be underestimated. The fact that he was single-handedly taken down by this seemingly ordinary young man spoke volumes. However, the temptation of the soul-engendering grass was simply too great. He couldn't possibly give up.
"What? Are you interested in trying?"
Jiang Chen coldly glanced at him.
Friend, you jest."
At this moment, Jiang Chen did not feel any pleasure from Wang Er's death. He looked around at the people with increasing annoyance and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, then leave."
This sentence offended everyone present. They were all mid-Yuan stage cultivators. Just because you killed Wang Er doesn't mean others will fear you. Moreover, there were over 30 mid-Yuan stage cultivators present.
"Kid, calling you a friend was already giving you face.
Be sensible and hand over the soul-engendering grass."
One person impatiently stared at Jiang Chen, as if he would attack immediately if Jiang Chen refused. Jiang Chen turned to look at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. He beckoned with his finger, and Wang Er's storage treasure appeared in his hand.
Jiang Chen's divine sense probed it, finding only a spirit grass lying quietly inside. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Wang Er was truly destitute.
Compared to him, Qin Shi Lang was practically rolling in wealth. He took out the soul grass and held it in his hand, looking around at the crowd.
"Is this it?"
The moment the soul grass appeared, the breathing of everyone present immediately became rapid. This was no ordinary spiritual herb, it was their ladder to the future. "Kid, give it to me, and I'll let you leave safely." "Friend, I'm willing to offer 100,000 spirit stones to buy the spiritual herb in your hand." "Kid, be smart and hand over the soul grass." Various voices immediately erupted from the crowd. But their goal, unanimously, was Jiang Chen's soulgrass. Jiang Chen sneered and his gaze towards the crowd turned colder. Each and every person present gave him a sense of disgust. "System, mark out all the trashy people like Wang Er for me."
"System, okay."
Sensing Jiang Chen's emotions, the system promptly replied. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a blood-red arrow immediately appeared above the heads of 2/3 of the people present. This indicated that each of these people's actions in their lifetime were no better than Wang Er's.
He. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen laughed in anger. It was truly ironic.
The powerful figures of the spirit realm like Duguqing always adhered to their own bottom line, never disturbing mortals. The proud children of heaven like Lu Rui, who grew up holding golden keys since childhood, at most viewed mortals as ants and couldn't be bothered with them. But these wandering cultivators treated mortals as tools for venting their anger. Their methods were cruel and despicable, disregarding the fact that they were once the same kind of people. Tears fell from Jiang Chen's eyes as he laughed. Indeed, fools like Li Tian only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. Jiang Chen put away the soul grass in his storage ring and a flash of lightning appeared in his right hand, forming a thunder sword.
"Kid, what do you mean by this?" Seeing Jiang Chen's actions, someone immediately questioned. "What do I mean?"
Of course, it means I'm going to slaughter you all."
Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen's response immediately caused uproarious laughter.
Their gazes towards Jiang Chen were like looking at an idiot. "Kid, take a good look, there are 34 nascent soul stage cultivators here, and you?" Jiang Chen didn't reply, casually forming a sword flower with his hand, sneering, his body turning into a blur as he rushed towards the person who spoke. The three-legged golden crow also turned into a meteor, closely following behind Jiang Chen. Swish! A bright sword light flashed, and the head of the person who spoke flew into the sky. He couldn't even escape with his nascent soul, being cut in half by a single sword strike. Jiang Chen had never practiced swordsmanship, but his speed and the power of the thunder sword were enough to rival most nascent soul stage sword cultivators. Before the headless body hit the ground, it was burned to ashes by the flames of the three-legged golden crow following closely behind. This scene directly shocked everyone. They stared blankly at Jiang Chen, who held the sword arrogantly, their hearts filled with unprecedented shock. That wasn't a cabbage, it was a nascent soul stage cultivator. Even if it was just the early nascent soul stage, it shouldn't have been so easy to be killed. Even when slaughtering pigs, they would squeal twice. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the ground, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and said coldly, "You may have misunderstood something." The crowd swallowed nervously, waiting for Jiang Chen to continue. "I never joke about killing people. When I say I'll slaughter you, I won't spare anyone. Sanner, watch them, don't let them escape. Don't worry, big brother, not a single one will escape." Jiang Chen nodded slightly, raised his sword, and charged towards the crowd. Without giving the crowd a chance to react, Jiang Chen's sword fell swiftly, and another head flew into the sky. It was only then that the people reacted. Everyone attacked together and kill him. In an instant, more than 30 nascent soul stage cultivators simultaneously summoned their spiritual weapons and attacked Jiang Chen. In that moment, thunder roared in the canyon, and the wind howled. Jiang Chen remained indifferent, his eyes filled only with icy killing intent. No retreat, no evasion. Jiang Chen fully operated the 8-9 profound art, exchanged for the chaos god body, and directly faced everyone in his strongest stance. Strands of chaotic energy entwined around the thunder sword, enhancing its power. Covered in golden light, Jiang Chen showed no intention of dodging attacks, letting over 30 nascent soul stage cultivators' attacks land on him. Countless divine techniques engulfed Jiang Chen. The onlookers immediately revealed joy in their eyes. The pressure Jiang Chen had just exerted on them was immense. One sword per nascent soul cultivator, even if the top 3 of the heavenly prodigy ranking came, it would be the same. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Chen not evading at all and taking all the attacks, someone burst into laughter. Thought he was someone formidable, turns out he's just a show-off fool. In his perception, no nascent soul stage cultivator could withstand attacks from over 30 others unscathed. Even if the top 3 of the heavenly prodigy ranking came, it wouldn't work. Is that so? A voice akin to a demonic sound from the depths of the abyss echoed in everyone's ears. When their attacks completely dissipated, Jiang Chen's figure slowly reappeared. The onlookers were speechless at seeing Jiang Chen unscathed. He was no ordinary person. Jiang Chen sneered, if he wasn't afraid of thunder, why would he fear attacks from nascent soul stage cultivators? Have you all not eaten? Then let me take over. Jiang Chen laughed wildly, like a tiger among sheep, the thunder sword in his hand danced, screams echoing through the night sky. No one was a match for him. Within a moment, Jiang Chen had slaughtered most of the 34 nascent soul cultivators. The scene turned into a river of blood. Only 9 people remained standing. The way these 9 people looked at Jiang Chen was as if they had seen evil spirits from the abyss. They couldn't even hold their spiritual weapons steadily. Some thought of escaping, but the terrifying black crow in the sky deterred them. Anyone attempting to flee would be met with a fiery blaze. Those who dared to confront it would turn to ashes in moments, leaving no trace. The scorching flame's power even rivaled the sun in the sky. The 9 individuals trembled as they huddled together, gazing at Jiang Chen standing there like a demon, covered in blood. Jiang Chen shook the thunder sword, and the crackling sound of thunder evaporated the blood on the sword in his body. He walked towards the 9 people and said, "Do you know why you're still alive?" The 9 individuals shook their heads in confusion. They were puzzled too. Among over 30 people, their cultivation wasn't the strongest, yet they survived till the end. They didn't believe this demon in front of them suddenly turned kind-hearted. From now on, behave yourselves. With that, Jiang Chen waved them off, signaling them to leave quickly. The 9 individuals looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. They never expected to survive. They cautiously retreated, fearing Jiang Chen might change his mind. Jiang Chen paid them no heed. Instead, he looked at the scattered limbs on the ground, lost in thought. The 3-legged golden crow landed on his shoulder, sensing Jiang Chen's complex emotions. It remained silent, accompanying him quietly. The 9 nascent soul cultivators watched Jiang Chen as they retreated further and further. Only when Jiang Chen's figure was no longer visible did they turn and fly into the sky. It wasn't until they left the canyon that they found what seemed like a safe place to land. After the terrifying night, they were hesitant to act alone. These 9 strangers lit a campfire, sat around it, calming the storm in their hearts. After a long while, someone spoke up. "Why do you think he spared us?" The others looked puzzled, waiting for an explanation. A female cultivator suddenly asked, "Do you remember the last thing he said?" The group turned to her, curious about her next words. "Behave yourselves from now on." The group was puzzled, not understanding the meaning behind those words. "I just realized, those who died seem to have a bad reputation." This female cultivator is quite meticulous in her thoughts. At this moment, recalling the scene from back then, it seems like she has grasped something. "Fellow Taoist, please elaborate." After hesitating for a while, the female cultivator spoke up, "I'm not sure about others, but among those who died tonight, there were several who greatly enjoyed killing mortals for pleasure." As soon as she finished speaking, another person suddenly realized, "Now that you mention it, I remember hearing about some who liked refining their cultivation with mortal blood." The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was indeed the truth. The reason why they were able to keep their lives was because of a bit of conscience left in them. After reaching this conclusion, they stared blankly at the bonfire, silent. Now, let's turn to Jiang Chen. He and the three-legged golden crow stood on the blood-stained ground, feeling heavy-hearted. Today marked the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he personally took a life. The feeling was indescribable. Excitement? None. Fear? Not really. He looked at the thunder sword in his hand, flipped his palm, and retracted it into his body. "Sanner, burn them." The three-legged golden crow nodded, flapped its wings, and immediately conjured up a dozen small fireballs that flew towards the scattered limbs on the ground. Soon, this area was completely burned to white. Watching the sunrise gradually rising in the sky, a smile reappeared on Jiang Chen's face. He stirred his spiritual power, and a gust of wind arose out of nowhere, blowing the ashes into the sky. Scatter the bones and ashes. Jiang Chen ultimately did not go looking for the third person who obtained the soul resurrection grass. Many things happened that night, and all he wanted now was to find a place to get a good night's sleep. The nearest Mad War city seemed like a good choice. Upon arriving at Mad War City, he found this renowned city of battles to be bustling with activity. He easily entered the city. The streets were decorated with lights and decorations, lively and festive. Jiang Chen entered an inn and boldly booked a room. After declining the innkeeper's special services, Jiang Chen lay down on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. This was the first time he had slept since achieving success in his cultivation. Jiang Chen slept soundly, not even dreaming, until dusk when he gradually woke up. Although he could already go without food, Jiang Chen had no intention of giving up the desires inherent to human nature. "Sanner, let's go eat outside." Calling the three-legged golden crow, the two of them left the room and entered the inn's lobby. By this time, the lobby was already filled with people. Jiang Chen chose a corner by the window and sat down. The waiter promptly served him tea and ordered a few specialty dishes for him. Soon, Jiang Chen's table was filled with delicious dishes that smelled appetizing. Jiang Chen's appetite was aroused, and he ate voraciously. "Have you heard? The War God Temple is opening, and the geniuses from the 5 domains will all come." Jiang Chen slowed down his eating upon hearing this, listening intently. The War King has already made a statement that whoever can seize the first place in the War God Temple will receive special rewards. What kind of special rewards? That's something we can't know, but it must be rare treasures or top-grade techniques that have attracted the geniuses from the 5 domains. Jiang Chen was puzzled. According to what Xiao Zizai had said before, the War God Temple should have opened 3 years ago, and each time, only 10 people could enter. With so many geniuses gathered here, who would enter? With doubts in his mind, Jiang Chen poured himself a jug of good wine from the innkeeper and approached the 2 men discussing the matter. These 2 men were already quite old, at the early golden core stage in their cultivation, likely reaching their limits. "Excuse me, sirs, may I join you?" Jiang Chen greeted them with a smile. The 2 men, seeing a Yuan-ing stage cultivator, quickly stood up and returned the greeting. "Senior." Jiang Chen said, "Would you mind if I join you for a drink?" "Not at all, it's an honor for us brothers. Please, have a seat, senior." Jiang Chen sat down and poured wine for the 2 men, then asked, "Gentlemen, I overheard you talking about the War God Temple opening. Is there any truth to this?" The 2 looked at each other and nodded, saying, "Yes, the news about the Mad Battle City has spread." "Don't you know about it, senior?" Jiang Chen smiled and said, "I just arrived, so I'm not very clear. But from what I know, didn't the War God Temple open not long ago, about 3 years ago? Why is it opening again so soon?" The 2 chuckled. "Senior, you might not know that the War God Temple didn't open as scheduled 3 years ago, but was postponed." Jiang Chen was puzzled. "Oh, why?" Rumors say that the 3 major forces in Zhengzhou jointly found the Lord of the War King City and instructed this. Isn't it that only 10 people can enter the War God Temple at a time? If all the geniuses from the 5 realms come, they won't be able to get in. It is said that this time the 3 major forces used great magical power and paid a great price to help the Mad Battle City repair part of the formation of the War God Temple, expanding the number of people who can enter. So when will this War God Temple open this time? It is said to be in a month. At that time, all the invited geniuses from various places will gather here. Jiang Chen curiously asked, "Are the slots already allocated?" The 2 chuckled at his words. "Of course, for such an important place, the slots have long been divided up by those major forces. How could there be any left for us independent cultivators?
Jiang Chen understood and nodded, saying, "Thank you." "You're welcome, senior." Jiang Chen returned to his seat, resting his head on his hand in contemplation. Currently preparing to accumulate energy and luck value, Jiang Chen had to find other ways to enhance his combat power since the War God Temple seemed like a good choice. Moreover, there was an additional special gain. But he didn't know what this special gain was, and guessing was too troublesome. System: what are the benefits of the War God Temple? System: today's free divination times reduced by 1/3 remaining. System: the War God Temple is divided into 9 layers of space. Each layer can condense 10 strands of battle intent. When passing through the 9 layers of space, the battle intent obtained can be condensed into a war soul on the final layer. However, this war soul must have 9 strands to be successfully condensed, and only one person can condense it. System: it is recommended that the host condense the war soul for unexpected gains. It seemed that seizing the first place meant condensing the war soul. However, the competition pressure was quite high. In the past, only 10 people entered the Mad Battle City every 100 years, and those battle intents were just enough. This time, 100 people had to enter. Moreover, they had to gather 9 strands of battle intent to condense the war soul. The difficulty of competing with so many people was evident. It should be noted that those who entered were all geniuses from major forces. Their strength was not something those independent cultivators from last night could compare with. Although Jiang Chen ranked 4th on the list of geniuses, he was not arrogant enough to overlook others. Who knew what trump cards these geniuses held? Unlike them, he was all alone, with only an unreliable system for cheating. However, the immediate priority was to secure a ticket to enter. He also didn't want to reveal his whereabouts. By then, Dugiyu would definitely be one of those 100 people. Having just run out of the Immortal City, it would be somewhat awkward to see her again at this time. This was a bit tricky. This matter required careful consideration. Jiang Chen made up his mind, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to continue eating. There were a few dishes that suited his taste, and he quite liked them. But just as he was about to pick up some food, he realized that the table was empty. "Oh no, I haven't eaten much yet." Across from him, the 3-legged golden crow was lying comfortably in the chair, rubbing his belly non-stop. "So full. I've eaten my fill." Jiang Chen glared at him unpleasantly and said, "Don't you know to save some for me?" "Oh, big brother, don't be mad. I'm just afraid the food will get cold and not taste good anymore. Don't you always tell me that managing a household is not easy? I'm just trying to avoid waste." The 3-legged golden crow had a look of trying to do good for him, making Jiang Chen itch with annoyance. "One of these days, I'll stew you," Jiang Chen said harshly and then got up and left. The Mad Battle City was quite lively these days, and he was planning to go out and take a look. The 3-legged golden crow quickly flew to his shoulder and stood there. The Wild City is a bit less refined compared to the Immortal City, but it has an extra touch of wildness. A man and a bird strolled through the bustling city, finding everything quite fascinating. They wandered until the late hours of the night, and the streets were still bustling with people, indicating its prosperity. Jiang Chen sighed, "Truly a prominent city, it's just different." 3,000 miles away from the Wild City, in a small dilapidated temple, a masked man was resting. Beside him lay a long spear, emitting a faint light from time to time, indicating its high quality, at least a top-grade spiritual weapon. It might even be a low-grade spiritual treasure. Those who could use high or top-grade spiritual treasures must have reached the Yuan-ing stage of cultivation. This man was none other than Guan Lingtian, ranked 28th on the Heavenly Pride list in the early Yuan-ing stage, known for his long spear skills. Guan Lingtian was from the Far East and had served in the military of one of the 3 great dynasties of the Far East, the Great Qin dynasty. Starting from scratch, he fought his way up the Heavenly Pride list all by himself. However, his straightforward nature offended his superiors, forcing him to leave and wander around. During a battle with enemy forces, he was accidentally scratched on the face by a weapon coated with potent poison, leaving an ugly scar that he covered with a mask. This time, when the War God Temple opened, the Wild City sent him an invitation letter, a rare occurrence. Guan Lingtian was aware of his strength, knowing that he still had some distance to go before catching up with the true Heavenly Pride individuals. However, he thought it would be good to broaden his horizons and exchange pointers with those people. After leaving the military, his greatest interest was honing his martial arts skills. Unfortunately, without any backing, just gathering the resources needed for cultivation was already exhausting for him. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the temple. Guan Lingtian did not get up. When wandering outside, the most important thing was to mind one's own business. Bang! A graceful figure crashed through the temple door and stumbled to the altar. Guan Lingtian furrowed his brows at the sight. The figure struggled to stand up with a sword in hand, revealing an unparalleled beauty,
albeit in a disheveled state.
Guan Lingtian couldn't help but think, no matter how beautiful the appearance, falling like that doesn't do justice to it.
When the beauty saw Guan Lingtian, a hint of joy appeared on her face.
Esteemed senior.
Before she could finish, Guan Lingtian raised his hand to stop her from speaking further, picked up his spear, and headed outside. The beauty was taken aback, feeling a bit lost. This was not what she had anticipated. Clenching her silver teeth, she was about to step forward to stop Guan Lingtian. She had seen the fire in the temple and had come specifically for Guan Lingtian. How could she let him leave like this?
Senior, please save me.
The beauty put on a pitiful look and fell into Guan Lingtian's arms.
Guan Lingtian sidestepped, letting the woman pass, tightly gripping his spear.
The beauty fell to the ground directly. What's wrong? Can't you see how stunning I am? Even if I fall, it doesn't diminish my beauty. She turned back, looking at Guan Lingtian with resentment. Please, senior, save this young lady, and I will surely repay you later. After speaking, she even threw a flirtatious glance, her big watery eyes seemingly indicating that this repayment would be extraordinary. At that moment, a dozen people entered from outside. Guan Lingtian looked at the crowd coldly, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Surprisingly, even the lowest among them had reached the early Yuan-ing stage of cultivation.
The leader even had the mid-Yuan-ing stage, hinting at a breakthrough.
As the leader entered, he glanced at Guan Lingtian and said directly, "Kid, mind your own business."
Guan Lingtian nodded and said, "Rest assured, I'm just passing by." With that, he was about to leave. The leader nodded, signaling his companions to make way.
"Hey, are you crazy? I'm so beautiful, and you're indifferent?" The beauty lying on the ground suddenly stood up and cursed. Full of vigor in her speech, she no longer appeared weak and injured as before. Guan Lingtian didn't turn around but just glanced back slightly, saying, "I like beautiful women, but I'm not interested in men."
This woman is a man? The leader couldn't believe it.
He carefully probed with his divine sense and found no traces of spiritual power on the face of the person in front of him. It didn't seem like any transformation technique was used.
Guan Lingtian had no intention of explaining anything to them, so he walked out directly.
The beauty no longer hid, though still charming, her voice had become much rougher.
"How did you find out?" Guan Lingtian didn't look back or answer, just kept walking out.
The beauty persisted and immediately tried to catch up. "Damn brat, dare to play tricks on your grandpa, seeking death." The leader, for some reason, his eyes turned red upon realizing the person in front of him was a man. The mid-Yuan-ing cultivation erupted with such force that was unmatched. The 10 or so Yuan-ing stage cultivators behind him also unleashed their cultivation, attacking the beauty together with their leader. The beauty coldly snorted, "Do you really think highly of yourselves?" With that, his sleeves fluttered, moving agilely between the people. The attacks of the 10 or so people couldn't touch him at all. A slender sword appeared in his hand, stabbing accurately in the gaps of the attackers' spells, disrupting their attacks. However, the attacks seemed weak, causing no substantial harm. The group of people couldn't take him down for a while. The leader roared in anger and, for some reason, a fierce wind suddenly rose, directly disrupting the beauty's movements. Seizing the opportunity, several people immediately wielded their spiritual weapons to strike at the beauty. Fortunately, the beauty was quite strong, swiftly dodging the attacks of several people and breaking free from the encirclement. Indeed, facing a dozen people at the same time is quite challenging. Watching Guan Lingtian walking away, he shouted loudly, 100,000 spirit stones, lend a hand. But Guan Lingtian didn't respond at all, continuing to walk calmly. Seeing another encirclement forming, the beauty gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and shouted, "Final offer, 150,000, can't go any higher." A dragon's roar suddenly sounded, a silver spear swiftly shot out, blocking all attacks aimed at the beauty. Then, a figure appeared beside the silver spear. Guan Lingtian's eyes were cold. Without looking back, he said, "Pay first." The beauty helplessly tossed him a storage treasure. After Guan Lingtian confirmed with his divine sense, a smile appeared on his face. "Brother, are you sure you want to intervene?" The leading brother's face turned unfriendly. Guan Lingtian restrained his smile and said seriously, "Payment received, time to act." With that, he took the initiative and charged forward. He wielded the silver spear skillfully, engaging in a chaotic battle that only a military veteran could handle. He was well versed in handling situations where he was outnumbered. One person took the front attacking position, while the other harassed from the side, managing to hold their ground against the dozen opponents, neither side gaining the upper hand. However, due to the numerical disadvantage, they were bound to lose in the long run. If it were one-on-one, they wouldn't stand a chance. The beauty panted, feeling frustrated. Guan Lingtian's expression wasn't good either, his spiritual power was running low. "Think of a solution quickly, I can't hold on much longer." The beauty grimaced, "There's no way,
can you buy me 3 breaths of time? Guan Lingtian didn't ask for his plan, he just said, alright. A louder dragon's roar echoed.
Guan Lingtian rose into the air, the silver spear held high above his head, a silver dragon coiling around it.
Dragon spear, break the formation. With a loud shout, the silver dragon coiled around the spear let out another roar. Roar!
Guan Lingtian descended with the spear, the silver dragon entwined around him, crashing heavily into the crowd. The dozen or so Yuaning cultivators, seeing this, dared not confront him and immediately retreated. The small temple was also directly hit by this strike, turning into a pile of ruins. Taking advantage of the moment, the beauty quickly took out a miniature array disc and set it up swiftly between the two of them. He bit his middle finger and cast a spell towards the array disc.
In just a moment, a formation was set up. Come up! Guan Lingtian immediately stepped onto the formation upon hearing the words.
The beauty quickly made hand seals, causing the runes on the formation to light up. The leader of the group saw this and muttered, "Not good.
Quick, they're trying to escape, break that formation." Over a dozen people immediately launched various attacks towards the formation. Boom!
With a variety of attacks, the two figures were directly engulfed.
However, as the dust settled, there was no trace of the two individuals. Damn, they got away. This is a short-distance teleportation array, they can't have gone far.
Remember the fluctuations of the formation, go after them, I want those two brats to suffer. 300 miles west of the ruined temple, two figures suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen.
Holy crap, there are actually people here.
Of course, when has Big Brother ever missed out? Jiang Chen had previously consulted the system to find out how to obtain an invitation to the Temple of War God. The system had instructed him to come here and wait. He had thought the system was playing a trick on him again, but to his surprise, two people had indeed appeared. However, these two individuals seemed a bit disheveled.
Could they really have an invitation? Big Brother, what should we do? Just snatch it.
How many times do I have to tell you, we are civilized people, stop resorting to violence. You talk big, but last time, didn't we only resolve it through force in the end? Guan Lingtian and the beauty looked at the man and the bird with puzzled expressions. This man and bird seemed a bit unusual. However, both of them were not in good condition at the moment. Wanting to avoid trouble, they glanced warily at Jiang Chen and prepared to leave.
Hey hey hey! Jiang Chen called out to them. Do you have any business with us?
Guan Lingtian tightened his grip on the long spear in his hand. Despite his condition, he was not injured and still had the strength to fight. The opponent was only in the early Yuaning stage, and with his strength, he was confident of defeating them within 3 moves.
You two are quite audacious. Didn't you hear me and my big brother discussing how to deal with you?
The three-legged golden crow said.
I advise you, don't court disaster. Hey, I have a hot temper.
The three-legged golden crow immediately became agitated. This person was quite arrogant. If I don't beat the shit out of you two today, I won't have had my meal.
With that, he was about to make a move.
Jiang Chen hurriedly stopped him and patted him on the back of his head, saying, "Wait, let me talk first.
Brother, I have a favor to ask." Jiang Chen put on a smile and asked in a friendly manner.
However, Guan Lingtian gave him no face and coldly said, "We have other matters to attend to, we can't help you." The slightly weakened beauty whispered softly, "Let's go, don't get entangled with him, those people will catch up soon."
Guan Lingtian nodded and walked past Jiang Chen, heading towards the direction of the wild battle city.
"Big brother, they didn't give you any face," teased the three-legged golden crow. Jiang Chen felt a bit embarrassed and helplessly shrugged, saying, "Then you go ahead."
He. The three-legged golden crow chuckled and flew in front of the two. Damn robbers!
Before Guan Lingtian and the others could react, a whistling sound came from afar.
Oh no, I didn't expect them to catch up so quickly. The beauty was getting anxious.
Suddenly, he saw Jiang Chen picking his nose on the side, his eyes lit up with an idea. He charmingly approached Jiang Chen and said softly, "Handsome."
For some reason, Jiang Chen felt goosebumps all over his body upon hearing that voice. What do you want? Just help me out.
Jiang Chen didn't say anything, but stared at him for a moment, then looked towards the group of Yuaning cultivators rapidly approaching from a distance and said, "I'll set a trap for them."
The beauty smiled awkwardly, surprised by Jiang Chen's alertness. This left him feeling a bit frustrated. What's going on today? Why are they all immune to seduction tactics?
In the midst of the conversation, a group of nascent soul cultivators also approached. Beauty turned her eyes and leaned directly on Jiang Chen, loudly saying, "Senior brother, they bullied me." Jiang Chen widened his eyes, looking at the beauty beside him, admiring her clever move.
The leader's expression darkened as he looked at Jiang Chen. Learning from Guan Lingtian's experience, he immediately regarded Jiang Chen as the enemy's accomplice.
Without giving Jiang Chen a chance to explain, he directly moved to attack. The beauty slyly spoke and then swiftly moved to Guan Lingtian's side, trying to sneak away with him. Guan Lingtian frowned. Although this situation was not in line with his character, he had no other choice at the moment. He could only think that Jiang Chen was unlucky, better him than himself. However, the three-legged golden crow directly blocked their path, its gaze icy cold. The beauty anxiously said to the three-legged golden crow, "Why aren't you helping your master and instead blocking us here?" Surprisingly, the three-legged golden crow didn't even glance at Jiang Chen, but stared at the two and said, "Originally, I just wanted to rob you nicely, but now, it seems like we need to shed some blood." At that moment, the two suddenly heard a series of crackling sounds behind them. When they turned around, they saw a group of people lying on the ground. Jiang Chen was grabbing the leader's collar, slapping him repeatedly. "I said it was a misunderstanding. I said it was a misunderstanding. Why won't you listen? See what you've done now." The two watched this horrifying scene, not daring to even breathe. These were not just any nascent soul cultivators. Yet, they were effortlessly defeated by the man in front of them. What was even more unbelievable was that these people were still alive. To be able to hold back in the face of so many attackers showed his incredible strength. "Who are you?" The beauty considered herself a prominent figure on the heavenly pride list. Normally, she could handle 1 against 3, 4, or even 5 opponents at the same cultivation level. But facing over 10 experts at the same level, she had to strategically retreat. However, this man, also at the early nascent soul stage, displayed such formidable strength. She had never heard of such a formidable figure emerging in the spirit realm. When someone asked him, Jiang Chen stood up straight, turned around, and smiled. "Oh, me? I'm Jiang Chen." "Jiang Chen?" The two frowned, trying to recall where they had heard that name before, but couldn't remember. "Jiang Chen, you are Jiang Chen," the leader held by Jiang Chen suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Chen was puzzled. "You know me?" Guan Lingtian and the others echoed. "You know him?" The leader, with a mournful face, said, "If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to act." Jiang Chen asked curiously, "Am I that terrifying? Don't you know?" "What should I know?" Jiang Chen was even more confused. Seeing that he seemed genuinely unaware, the leader hung his head in resignation and said, "Ranked 4th on the heavenly pride list, a fierce fighter who defeated nascent soul cultivators single-handedly and emerged unscathed. How could I have encountered you? I'm truly the unluckiest person alive." In the midst of the conversation, the leader couldn't help but cry in grievance. Jiang Chen felt awkward seeing this, not knowing what to do. It wasn't right to hit him, but not hitting him wasn't right either. So he stood there, holding the leader, dumbfounded as he watched the man cry like a 200-pound child. Guan Lingtian and the others also remembered. They looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment, never expecting that he was the ruthless individual who had directly claimed a spot in the top 4 of the heavenly pride list upon his debut. "Are you really Jiang Chen?" the beauty asked cautiously. Then, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. Of course, who else could have such combat power? After digesting the information, Guan Lingtian stared at Jiang Chen intensely, making the latter feel uneasy, his heart pounding. The beauty stood up straight, clasping her hands together, and said, "I am Jiang Li, ranked 29th on the heavenly pride list." After speaking, Jiang Li suddenly continued with a grin, "Speaking of which, we are actually distant relatives. Who knows, maybe you are my long-lost brother." Jiang Chen replied, "Sorry, I don't have a cross-dressing younger brother." Jiang Li didn't seem to mind at all, as if he had long been accustomed to such remarks. He then turned around and changed back into men's clothing. However, his face remained strikingly beautiful and captivating, almost otherworldly. If someone were to say at that moment that he was a woman disguised as a man, no one would doubt it. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. What a top-notch wrench, his looks are on par with Comrade Suowa. Guan Lingtian looked at Jiang Chen as if he were beholding a rare treasure, raising his gun and clasping his fists. "I am Guan Lingtian, ranked 28th on the heavenly pride list. Would you like to have a friendly match with me, Taoist friend?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. "Am I 4th? Everyone nodded, looking at Jiang Chen strangely. How could he not know such a big deal about himself? Since leaving the immortal city, he had been wandering around with the three-legged golden crow, enjoying his days leisurely. Occasionally robbing someone, calculating fortunes, living a carefree life. He had no idea he had made it onto the heavenly pride list. Jiang Chen pondered to himself that his information would never be leaked by Dugu Qing and the others. However, Tingshuala could accurately disclose his achievements and cultivation level, which was somewhat terrifying. This top intelligence organization in the heavenly spirit realm was truly well-deserved of its reputation. Fortunately, Tingshuala was discreet, only revealing his name without too many details. Jiang Chen cleared his throat and asked seriously, "Can I ask what rumors are circulating about me outside?" Guan Lingtian and the leader clearly hadn't paid much attention. They had only heard of Jiang Chen's name. Jiang Li's eyes narrowed mischievously as he smiled. Brother, you may not know, but the rumors about you outside are truly extraordinary, as if you were an immortal emperor descending to the mortal realm, a saint among us. Stomp your foot, and the heavenly spirit realm trembles. Take a breath, and even the immortal realm loses its composure. Jiang Chen burst into laughter at the flattering words, unable to close his wide-open mouth. The three-legged golden crow flapped its wings and flew above them, anxiously asking, "What about me? What about me?" Jiang Li had only heard about Jiang Chen and hadn't heard about the spiritual beast by his side, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, the three-legged golden crow's expression turned sour. "What's going on? Hasn't my name been spread outside?" Jiang Chen pulled the three-legged golden crow down from the air, saying, "Who told you to slack off with Ming that day?" The three-legged golden crow, knowing it was in the wrong, stood on Jiang Chen's shoulder sullenly without saying a word. Jiang Chen was in a very good mood at that moment, looking at Guan Lingtian and Jiang Li. He then glanced at the leader and the group of nascent soul cultivators lying on the ground, smiling as he asked, "What's going on here?" Guan Lingtian, equally curious, asked, "Yes, what's going on?" He may have been paid to do things, but that didn't mean he lacked brains. Leaving aside Jiang Li's cross-dressing, just the fact that he was ranked 29th on the Heavenly Pride list was not something the leader and his group could afford to provoke. After all, Jiang Li was not a lone cultivator, he was from one of the prestigious families in Zhengzhou, the Jiang family. In Zhengzhou, being recognized as a prestigious family meant that their strength, at the very least, was comparable to a city in the southern domain. Jiang Li looked embarrassed upon hearing this. The leader began to cry even more pitifully, "Young master, please help us." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "There's gossip. No, there's injustice. Go on." The leader then proceeded to explain in detail. It turned out that he and his dozen or so brothers were all lone cultivators. They had no backing, no cultivation resources, so they had to stick together for warmth. Although their days were tough, they found joy in each other's company. They had never thought of mistreating ordinary people. However, everything changed when they encountered Jiang Li, who was dressed as a woman. The leader was immediately smitten at first sight. Immediately enchanted by Jiang Li, unknowingly, he took the hard-earned savings of a group of brothers over the years as a betrothal gift and gave it to Jiang Li. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Li received the betrothal gift, he actually ran away. This led to what happened next. Jiang Chen curiously asked, how far did you two develop back then, that you couldn't even tell if he was a man or a woman?" This question even made Wu Qiguan Lingtian unable to help but prick up his ears. The big brother, a man of over 200 caddies, actually rarely hesitated and said, "We held hands." After speaking, he realized and quickly wiped his hands, saying, "Damn, I didn't expect, damn, he turned out to be a man." After that, there was a burst of heartbreaking crying. It was truly a scene that made listeners shed tears and feel sorrowful. Jiang Chen quietly gave Jiang Li a thumbs up. It must be said, this kid is really something. Jiang Li smiled awkwardly. Some things are just like this, when you do them alone, you can completely disregard any limits, but as soon as others find out, it becomes awkward. At this moment, Jiang Li found himself in such a situation. The big brother cried and hugged Jiang Chen's thigh, saying, "You must help us out." Jiang Chen tried to pull his leg forcefully, but surprisingly, he couldn't. He had no choice but to put on a stern face and said to Jiang Li, "Give it back now, see how angry you've made them. Be careful, or I'll beat the crap out of you." Jiang Chen threatened. Jiang Li reluctantly took out a storage magic treasure and threw it to the big brother. Upon receiving it, the big brother immediately immersed his divine sense into it and carefully examined it. After a moment, the big brother, who had checked it over 10 times, immediately showed a happy smile. "Thank you, Master Jiang, for your great kindness, thank you." His words were so sincere that they truly moved Jiang Chen. What a good person, not deceiving men or oppressing women. After finally reaching the nascent soul stage, he was still deceived by a cross-dressing expert. Even so, he just wanted to seek justice. Jiang Chen suddenly felt hopeful about this world again. Jiang Chen took out some healing pills he had stored and gave them to the big brother, saying, "Sorry for being too rough just now, take these back, you might need them." The big brother quickly declined, "Master, you're too kind. We brothers are tough, we'll be fine. You helped us recover our savings, we haven't even had a chance to thank you, how can we take your things?" Jiang Chen directly pushed the pills into his arms, saying, "Just take them, no need for thanks." The big brother immediately expressed his gratitude and left with his group of followers. As they left, they waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also waved back with a smile. There are not many cultivators as simple and honest as them. But in this world, there is always a contrast that brings harm. Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Li with ill intentions.
I didn't expect that with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, you would deceive honest people too? Jiang Li awkwardly smiled, isn't it fun? After speaking, he suddenly ran to Jiang Chen's side and asked, Brother, we both have the surname Jiang, where is our ancestral home? Jiang Chen was puzzled, what do you mean? Jiang Li grinned and said, my real brother went missing when we were young. I suddenly feel like you look a lot like my brother, maybe we're related. Jiang Chen looked at him speechlessly and said word by word, stop thinking about it, we're not related. Jiang Li persisted, then let's have a live recognition. Why don't you say I'm your long-lost father? Jiang Li helplessly said, that's not possible, my dad isn't as handsome as you. Jiang Chen. This conversation couldn't go on like this, or they might end up becoming sworn siblings on the spot. Alright, stop with these useless talks. Jiang Li immediately stood obediently, not saying another word. With his extraordinary looks, he looked like a bullied young wife. Jiang Chen looked at the two and asked directly, do you have an invitation from the War God Temple? Jiang Li turned his head to look elsewhere, not answering. Guan Lingtian nodded directly, yes. Jiang Chen's face lit up. Give it to me. Guan Lingtian? I said to give it to me, didn't you understand? Guan Lingtian fell silent for a moment and said, you didn't? Jiang Chen replied, should I have? Guan Lingtian glanced at Jiang Li, then at Jiang Chen, and said, almost everyone on the Heavenly Pride list has received an invitation. You ranked fourth on the list, how could you not have received one? Jiang Chen and the three-legged golden crow stared at each other for a moment, then Jiang Chen said after a while, damn, why wasn't I given one? The three-legged golden crow pondered for a moment and replied, could it be that, I mean maybe, big brother, you just made it onto the list, no one knows you yet, they don't even know where you are, how could they give it to you? Jiang Chen said, makes sense, ha ha ha. Then Jiang Chen looked fiercely at Guan Lingtian and said, give it to me. Guan Lingtian thought for a moment and said, I can give it to you, but you have to agree to a condition. Jiang Chen sneered, you might have misunderstood, do I look like I'm negotiating with you? Guan Lingtian replied, even if you don't agree, it's the same. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered what this kid had said earlier, it seemed like he wanted to fight him, then it really was the same. You want to fight me? Guan Lingtian nodded and said, on the path of martial arts, to distinguish truth from falsehood, one must constantly hone oneself to reach the peak, I hope you can help me with that, fellow Taoist. Jiang Chen turned to the three-legged golden crow and said, these days, are there still people actively seeking a beating? The world is vast, all kinds of birds exist, don't I have 3 legs? Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked seriously at Guan Lingtian and asked again, I'll give you one more chance, give me the invitation, then you leave, otherwise, I won't hold back. Jiang Chen was very resistant to being used as a tool now. Damn it, he's the protagonist, not some sidekick. How many times has he been used as an upgrade card? However, Guan Lingtian shook his head, raised the silver spear in his hand and pointed it at Jiang Chen, saying, fight until I can't move, then the invitation is yours. Jiang Chen's anger immediately flared up. Seeing this, the three-legged golden crow flew into the air. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed with lightning, the 8-9 profound arts operated at full force, and he disappeared from the spot directly. Guan Lingtian's pupils constricted, so fast. He could only vaguely see a trace of afterimage, relying on the sixth sense honed through years of life and death battles in the military, he thrust the spear forward. The spear tip emitted a chilling light that was chilling to the bone, accurately predicting Jiang Chen's attack route. Guan Lingtian felt a sense of joy. Hit! Jiang Chen remained calm, and with a casual gesture, he reached out to grab the spearhead. Guan Lingtian immediately rotated the spear. Although he didn't think Jiang Chen's physical body could withstand his lower-grade spiritual treasure-level spear, his intuition told him not to let Jiang Chen touch the spear. Indeed, Jiang Chen had to retreat and change his attack to a slap, knocking the spearhead off course. Although the 8-9 profound arts could make him invulnerable, at his current level, he couldn't completely ignore such a sharp weapon. However, the force of this slap was also not easy to bear. Guan Lingtian felt a great force transmitted through the spear to his hand and arm. For a moment, his arm felt numb and sore. Guan Lingtian was shocked. He prided himself on his strong physical body, following the path of close combat and serving in the military for so many years. He was definitely not inferior in strength to those ranked in the top few on the Heavenly Pride list. But he didn't expect Jiang Chen's strength to be so formidable. The top 10 on the Heavenly Pride list, are they really this strong? At this moment, he even began to doubt himself. Guan Lingtian's mind raced, but his hands did not slow down. Immediately, a barrage of spear shadows pierced towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, with a leisurely demeanor, evaded them all. Guan Lingtian knew that if he didn't exert his full strength, he might not even see Jiang Chen's true strength. He swept the spear horizontally, forcing Jiang Chen back, then quickly retreated. He infused all his spiritual power into the silver spear. The silver dragon carved on the spear seemed to come alive. He looked up at the composed Jiang Chen, tightly gripping the silver spear, and shouted, "Dragon spear, break the enemy's formation." Guan Lingtian's fusion of man and spear reached an unprecedented height of spirit and energy. The pressure brought by Jiang Chen made him unleash his ultimate move after just a brief exchange. With a roar, the silver spear's tip bloomed with a chilling light. Countless spear shadows thrust towards Jiang Chen, and behind him, a silver dragon emerged, roaring towards Jiang Chen. Ho! Jiang Chen stood unmoved like a mountain. This was his first time fighting against a peer of such caliber. Seizing this opportunity, he was ready to truly test his current strength. The Thunder Sword was not to be used. Although Guan Lingtian was a bit stubborn, he seemed decent, and Jiang Chen had no intention of taking his life. The 8-9 profound art was sufficient. Jiang Chen circulated his profound energy to the extreme, covering his fists with the unique golden spiritual power. Stepping back half a step, eyes slightly closed, body slightly tilted, he gathered strength in his right fist at his waist. As Guan Lingtian approached with the might of thunder and a sky full of spear shadows, Jiang Chen unleashed a punch. Boom! In Guan Lingtian's view, Jiang Chen's fist seemed infinitely magnified, directly shattering the countless spear shadows in an invincible manner. Yet Guan Lingtian showed no fear. The spear shadows were just a prelude, the real strike was just beginning. As the spear shadows shattered, the silver dragon behind Guan Lingtian roared once more. Accompanied by the resounding dragon's cry, Guan Lingtian, spear, and dragon merged into one, shattering the space and attacking Jiang Chen with a spear. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly opened wide. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The primordial infant in his dantian also opened its eyes. The primordial infant, baptized by heavenly tribulation, had eyes flickering with thunderous light, channeling a trace of heavenly tribulation's power into Jiang Chen's fist. A punch, still just a punch. Seeing Jiang Chen's audacity, Guan Lingtian couldn't help but feel anger rising within him. He directly exerted all the remaining spiritual power in his body. A mature cultivator, when dueling, usually held back a bit unless it was a fight to the death. But Guan Lingtian didn't want to, nor did he care to consider so much at this moment. His only thought now was to defeat the man in front of him. The silver dragon behind him shone even brighter, its scales clearly visible. The silver spear gleamed even more. Boom! As the spear tip collided with the fist, a louder explosion rang out than before. Jiang Li, who was watching from the side, quickly covered her ears. The silver spear was incredibly sharp, but the fist was unyielding. After a moment of stalemate, Jiang Chen's fist, made of flesh after all, was pierced by the spear tip, revealing the golden bones inside. But the silver spear's shaft was also bent by Jiang Chen's fist. For a moment, Jiang Li couldn't tell who had the upper hand. Guan Lingtian's mouth oozed blood. At this point, he was nearing exhaustion. But years of military life had taught him never to give up even a glimmer of a chance for victory. His eyes turned bloodshot as he directly ignited his essence blood, a touch of blood red appearing on the silver spear, and the spear shaft gradually straightened again. Pushing Jiang Chen back 2 steps, he plowed 2 deep furrows. Jiang Chen looked at Guan Lingtian in astonishment. This resolute young man on the opposite side had a profound impact on him. This was a person with a strong desire for victory. At this point, Jiang Chen held nothing back. Thunderous lightning suddenly emanated from his fist. He directly unleashed the thunder palm technique. With a shout, his eyes, like the primordial infant within him, flickered with the power of lightning. The 8-9 profound art operated at full capacity. With a crack sound, Guan Lingtian's silver spear shattered into several pieces. Jiang Chen's momentum did not waver as he smashed towards Guan Lingtian's head. Guan Lingtian watched the approaching fist, closing his eyes in despair. He knew he had no strength left to fight back. Despite giving his all, even burning his essence blood, he still couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's punch. But after a long while, Jiang Chen's fist never landed. Opening his eyes, he found Jiang Chen looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Though facing certain death, being able to survive was more than he could have hoped for. Although he was not lacking in the determination to die, he was not the kind of stubborn fool who would insist on the impossible. He carefully observed that the injuries on Jiang Chen's fist were healing at a terrifying speed. The disparity in strength was simply too great. This was just the 4th-ranked individual on the Heavenly Pride list. What level of power would the top 3 possess? Engaging in a cross-border battle seemed like a common occurrence for them. Jiang Chen gestured towards him, and Guan Lingtian understood, taking out a jade pendant, the token to enter the War God Temple. Friend, I apologize for the inconvenience. I will need you to find a secluded place to hide for a couple of days. I will also have to borrow your identity for a while. Guan Lingtian could not say much, but he had the resolve of a defeated general. He nodded in understanding.
Jiang Chen took out a long spear from his storage ring and handed it to him, saying, "I'm not used to this thing, so consider it compensation for you."
Guan Tian accepted the broken lower-grade spiritual treasure spear without hesitation.
He examined the blood-red spear closely and realized it was also a lower-grade spiritual treasure. This was one of the items Jiang Chen had obtained from Duguqing when he was in the Immortal City. Guan Tian found this spear to be better than the one he had used before and more suitable for him. He even wondered if he could have lasted longer in a fight with Jiang Chen if he had used this spear from the beginning. However, he dismissed the thought. It was evident that Jiang Chen had not exerted his full strength yet, not even utilizing his spiritual treasures. Jiang Chen wanted to give him some healing pills, but Guan Tian refused. "Friend, rest assured, I will not reveal my whereabouts these days. Feel free to use my identity as you wish." Jiang Chen praised him, reliable, trustworthy. "Friend, rest assured, I will not cause you any trouble." With that, he turned and looked maliciously at Jiang Li beside him. To be safe, he needed to get hold of Jiang Li's invitation letter as well. Who knew if the three-legged golden crow would count as an entry? Moreover, it was necessary to silence Jiang Li, who had witnessed the entire incident.
Seeing Jiang Chen's expression and gaze, Jiang Li could not help but understand what he was thinking.
Without waiting for Jiang Chen to speak, he directly handed over the jade pendant, saying, "Brother, don't be a stranger."
Jiang Chen looked at him with a half-smile. "Do you know what to do? With our brotherly bond, I can read your mind. What are you thinking that I wouldn't know?"
Jiang Li handed the jade pendant to Jiang Chen, flattering him, "Brother, take me along for the fun."
Jiang Chen frowned. "What fun? Let's enter the war god temple together. Let me broaden my horizons."
Jiang Chen was speechless. "I would like to, but you don't have the token to enter." Jiang Li snapped his fingers, wearing a smug smile. "Easy."
Jiang Chen was surprised to see another jade pendant in his hand.
Jiang Chen was astonished to see the jade pendant in Jiang Li's hand, feeling a mix of emotions.
While he was struggling here, this kid had two pendants. "Where did you get that from?" Jiang Chen asked, gathering his spiritual power secretly.
He decided that if this kid dared to say he found it, he would teach him a lesson, no matter who pleaded for him. Although they had only interacted briefly and exchanged a few words, Jiang Chen had already seen through this kid. He was not a good person, always talking nonsense and trying to outwit him.
Jiang Chen even wondered if he could really be his brother.
He was so handsome, and this kid was so beautiful, the genetic resemblance was quite strong. Of course, this was just his random thoughts. After all, he was a genuine time traveler, the kind with an identity card. Jiang Li saw Jiang Chen's tightly clenched fist with faint electric arcs dancing on it, and the lie at the tip of his tongue was quickly swallowed back down. He looked at Jiang Chen and said honestly, "I lied a few days ago, just a newly ranked little brat."
Is the other side powerful?
Not bad, after all, they have nurtured a genius.
Do they know your identity?
They don't know, I disguised myself.
Jiang Chen looked him up and down and said, "Are you pretending to be a girl again?"
Jiang Li blushed and said embarrassedly, "The art of transformation is too easily exposed. We have the conditions here, so why not use them?"
Jiang Chen was speechless. However, he thought that having someone like Jiang Li by his side was not entirely without benefits. Jiang Li was quite clever and could come in handy at times. Most importantly, sometimes he could be used as a shield.
Seeing Jiang Li's hopeful eyes, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "It's not impossible, but you have to listen to me. Big brother, please give your orders. I will obey even if it costs my life." Guan Tian saw that there was nothing for him to do, so he bid farewell to Jiang Chen and Jiang Li. The three agreed to meet again after the matter at the War God Temple was settled.
After Guan Tian left, Jiang Chen picked up Guan Tian's broken spear.
"Big brother, what are you going to do with this? This spear is already useless, it has no value."
Jiang Li asked in confusion.
Jiang Chen explained, "To play the part properly, since I have to impersonate Guan Tian, this can be put to good use." With that, he generated a faint electric arc in his hand, heating the broken end of the spear until it glowed red, then pieced it back together. After some minor repairs, a brand new shiny silver spear appeared before them. Jiang Chen also infused a bit of spiritual power into it, making it look more like a low-grade spiritual treasure.
As long as it wasn't used in combat, outsiders would never spot any flaws.
He then put on a mask identical to Guan Tian's. It had to be said that he was lucky. Although his art of transformation was undetectable, its duration was still short. With the mask, he could effectively conceal his identity. Just a slight reveal of his transformation at a critical moment would be enough to deceive others. Seeing this, Jiang Li asked, "Big brother, do you have enemies?" Jiang Chen glanced at him and said impatiently, "Men's matters, women should not inquire about." Despite being retorted, Jiang Li didn't mind and went to play with the three-legged golden crow. Since they were together, it was necessary to establish a hierarchy. In Jiang Li's view, Jiang Qin being the big brother was only natural, and he respected him. However, the three-legged golden crow was a different story. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary crow spirit beast. When the three-legged golden crow noticed Jiang Li looking at him, he scolded, "Kid, what are you looking at?" Jiang Li replied, "I'm looking at you, what about it?" The three-legged golden crow retorted, "Try looking at me again." Jiang Li challenged, "I will." Jiang Chen. The three-legged golden crow said, "Oh, my temper, I won't serve you today, I'm sorry to my unborn third leg." With that, the three-legged golden crow burst into flames and charged towards Jiang Li. Jiang Chen calmly took a few steps back, distancing himself from the two. After a while, the three-legged golden crow stood proudly over Jiang Li, who was now blackened by the flames, and asked, "Do you surrender?" Jiang Li was completely dumbfounded. Was this the strength a bird should possess? That fire, that heat, it was beyond belief, ridiculously powerful. He realized in despair that the three-legged golden crow's strength probably ranked in the top 10 of the genius list, perhaps even higher. The demon race in the spirit realm was declining, only able to survive in the deep mountains and forests. When did such a formidable character emerge? When the two men and the bird returned to the city of fierce battles, it was already evening. When Jiang Chen entered the city, he did so in the appearance of Guanling Tian. In a few more days, the war god temple would open. The city was already bustling with activity. Young people from various factions and geniuses from the genius list were everywhere. Such gatherings of geniuses were rare. Different gatherings were held every day, with no shortage of the top 10 geniuses on the list. Jiang Chen even caught a glimpse of Dugu Yu's figure on a painted boat. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was using Guan Lingtian's identity. This guy usually had an extremely indifferent personality, had no friends bothering him, but knew quite a few people who knew Jiang Li. This kid loved interacting with people the most. In the days leading up to the opening of the War God Temple, he was invited to banquets every day. However, those people seemed unaware of Jiang Li's cross-dressing. Moreover, this kid had quite a few fangirls. Jiang Chen thought about his peerless appearance and understood. After all, he had similar troubles. He just wondered how those fangirls would feel if they knew their idol liked cross-dressing. Every day, Jiang Chen would learn a lot of news from Jiang Li. This made him feel even more convinced that bringing Jiang Li along was the right choice. The most surprising news to Jiang Chen was that the top-ranked Tianjiao, Lin Daosheng of the Dao sect, seemed not to be preparing to come. It was advised that Jiang Chen should condense his war soul, and with the Dao sect's strength, they must know the benefits of the War God Temple. But even so, Lin Daosheng still didn't come, which was quite intriguing. Could that kid really be so strong that he didn't even care about the war soul? Jiang Chen wanted to calculate his fortune, but decided against it. He would wait until they met in the future. Keeping the fortune-telling could serve as a precaution in case of unexpected situations. Moreover, with the system's unpredictable nature, who knew what answer it might give? Like when he asked how to improve his cultivation, the system simply said, "Cultivate." It wasn't wrong, but it didn't provide the answer Jiang Chen wanted. To this, Jiang Chen could only say, "There's no such thing as a free lunch." Fortunately, the system was quite reliable and never failed at critical moments. The gap between what Jiang Chen had anticipated and reality was quite significant. He had thought the opening of the War God Temple would be a grand event. However, Quanzhou City had only gathered them Tianjios with invitation tokens, without much ado, and brought them to an ancient-looking hall. On the contrary, the ordinary people in the city were singing and dancing, celebrating in various ways. Jiang Chen silently assessed the grand hall in front of him. The structure of the hall didn't seem to match the style of the celestial realm. The main body of the hall was covered with marks of slashing and chopping. It was hard to imagine what this hall had gone through to fall from the immortal realm to the celestial realm. Moreover, as far as he knew, the establishment of Quanzhou City dated back quite a long time. It was built around this hall by the first-generation War King after discovering the War God Temple. Each generation of city lords would seize the title of War King from the previous one. Feng Wujian was the 184th generation War King of Quanzhou City. By now, a platform had been set up in front of the hall. Feng Wujian led the high-level members of Quanzhou City and representatives from the three major forces of Zhengzhou, quietly watching the Tianjios below the platform. Those standing in the front row were undoubtedly the top-ranked Tianjios. Thanks to Guan Lingtian's strength, Jiang Chen and Jiang Li were also standing in the slightly forward second row. He casually observed the 10 people in the front row. They were all young people, and to say he wasn't curious would be false. Among the 10 people in the front, he only knew 2. One was Qi Tian, and the other was Lu Rui. However, what caught his attention the most were the other 2. One was dressed in a clean Confucian robe, with a sunny smile on his face. Although his appearance was ordinary, his temperament was outstanding. He exuded a strong sense of affinity in his every move. He had the aura of a friendly big brother next door. Standing next to Chi Tian, he should be Lu Qingho, who ranked second on the Tianjiao list. If Lu Qingho gave Jiang Chen the impression of a sunny youth, then the presence of Nangong Jiajiu was completely challenging Jiang Chen's bottom line. Her appearance was pure, too pure. Her figure was seductive, too seductive. Most importantly, this woman had no hint of artificiality or coquetry. Just standing there quietly, she managed to attract the attention of more than 80% of the male cultivators present. Jiang Chen silently watched her and muttered to himself, with so many weirdos around these days, looking like this, if she runs into me outside, what should I do?
This was someone who could easily compete with Comrade Suiwai in terms of looks.
Although Jiang Li also had a face that could cause chaos in the country, unfortunately, he was a real man.
Moreover, from Jiang Chen's observation, although this kid liked cross-dressing, his sexual orientation was very normal. He nudged Jiang Li with his elbow and asked, "Does that girl have a boyfriend?" Following his gaze towards Nangong Jiajiao, Jiang Li patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and said, "Brother, as your younger brother, I advise you to find someone else. This woman, despite her harmless appearance, is actually a lunatic at heart." Jiang Chen was taken aback and asked, "A lunatic?"
Exactly, this woman has no interest in men at all, and she is extremely bloodthirsty. When she fights, she prefers to strike at the vital points. There was a nascent soul stage cultivator who foolishly flirted with her before and ended up being killed by her. Although that person had just entered the nascent soul stage, this achievement is one of the rare cases of crossing realms in the spirit realm. Even the two people ranked above her didn't achieve that. Of course, compared to your achievement of injuring a nascent soul stage expert when you just entered the Yuaning stage, that's just child's play. Even so, Jiang Chen listened in astonishment. How fierce! Jiang Chen had estimated his current strength and believed he had a chance to kill a nascent soul stage expert. But he had a system with him. It could only be said that in this world, there were always some people who were naturally admired by others. Jiang Chen looked around and finally saw Dugu not far from him in the crowd. Although he didn't plan to meet her, it was still possible to take care of her secretly. After all, Dugu was his first friend in this world. Everyone! A voice suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Feng Wujian stood on the high platform, slowly speaking with a domineering gaze sweeping over the outstanding talents below the stage. The momentum, the style, all spoke of the imposing manner of this expert in the Return to Void realm, how high it was. If Jiang Chen hadn't seen the private side of these experts before, he would probably have the same admiring look as the others present. You are all the outstanding talents of my spirit realm, the future of my spirit realm. Today, I am honored that my Mad War City could gather you here. It is the honor of my Mad War City, and also the honor of Feng Wujian. Immediately, the outstanding talents below all humbly said they were not worthy. Feng Wujian grinned and said, "I won't say more, you already know what you should know. I'll tell you something you don't know." This sentence immediately ignited everyone's curiosity. After the joint efforts of the War God Temple, the Academy, and the Demon Sect to repair the passage, the War God Temple has successfully restored many functions, the most important of which is the ability to directly sense the laws of the immortal realm. Although it is incomplete, it is still enough to benefit you greatly. Excitement filled the air, all the outstanding talents were excited. Even the sunny boy Lu Qingho and the icy beauty Nangong Jiajiu were moved. That was the laws of the immortal realm. Something only the immortal realm possessed, the foundation of the immortal realm. Everyone cheered. However, Jiang Chen was not interested. Just the laws of the immortal realm. The cultivation technique he practiced was the 8 or 9 profound art that led directly to the Saint realm. It was much more powerful than those immortal realm laws. There was just one thing that puzzled him. The importance of the laws of the immortal realm was self-evident. Both Lu Qingho and Nangong Jiajiu were moved by it. But why didn't Lin Daosheng, the first on the list of outstanding talents, come? He didn't believe that the one who oversaw the restoration of the passage to the War God Temple wouldn't know about this. However, Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention to it either. That was someone else's business, and it had nothing to do with him. The crowd cheered for a while before gradually calming down. Although feeling and understanding were not the same, this was undoubtedly an important opportunity to improve oneself. At this moment, everyone was full of anticipation for this trip to the War God's Temple. I won't waste any more of your time, the future talents of the heavenly spirit realm. I wish you all a fruitful journey. Everyone below clasped their fists in salute, their eyes filled with eagerness. Feng Wujian took out a formation plate, pinched a tactic, and the plate floated in front of him. Then, the plate emitted a brilliant light. At the same time, the tokens in the hands of the heavenly elites also emitted light. Release your minds, do not resist the pull of the war god's temple. As Feng Wujin's voice fell, an ancient aura emanated from the war god's temple behind him, enveloping all the heavenly elites present, and then pulling them into the space of the temple. Jiang Chen forcibly suppressed the instinct to resist and let the ancient aura transport him into the war god's temple. It was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought the hall would be an empty space, but to his surprise, it was a small world inside. Around him stretched an endless grassland. Jiang Chen bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, and found it was no different from the outside world. It was even fresher and more natural. A red sun hung high in the sky, casting a gentle sunlight on the earth. He could see some animals running freely on the grass. This space was surprisingly vast, nothing like the small world he had read about in the ancient texts. He took out the token in the form of a jade pendant. There was a miniature formation on it, and as long as he wanted to leave, activating the formation would be guided out by the temple's formation. He carefully put it away. He didn't want to be trapped here for a lifetime. Jiang Chen didn't know where he had been transported to, and the three-legged golden crow was not by his side. However, Jiang Chen was not worried about either of them. The three-legged golden crow was no slouch, almost equal in strength to him. Jiang Li was also a cunning character. As long as there was no direct conflict, he wouldn't suffer. The priority was to figure out his current location and then seek out that fighting spirit. As for the three-legged golden crow and Jiang Li, let them fend for themselves. Jiang Chen now wore the mask of Guan Lingtian on his face and held his iconic long spear in his hand. After choosing a direction, he aimlessly wandered the grassland. Truth be told, the scenery here was quite beautiful, perfect for a relaxing trip. With his pace, he walked for a full 2 hours before reaching the edge of the grassland. Before him lay a vast forest, equally boundless. Jiang Chen sighed helplessly and continued forward. Despite walking for so long, he hadn't encountered a single person. It seemed like his thoughts were heard, as not long after walking in the forest, he encountered someone. Upon closer inspection, it was someone familiar. Seeing the weapon ready to be drawn, who else could it be but Lu Rui? At this moment, Lu Rui was also alone. The difference between her and Jiang Chen was that she constantly released her divine sense while walking, probing the surroundings. When Jiang Chen saw her, she also noticed him. Lu Rui frowned as she looked at Jiang Chen approaching slowly. The man in front of her, wearing a mask and acting suspiciously, clearly didn't seem like a good person, especially those eyes peeking out, making Lu Rui uncomfortable. He was even more annoying than the Jiang Chen from Dengxian City. You are Guan Lingtian, the former vanguard general of the Great Qin Tiger Battalion? Lu Rui knew the information about these people on the heavenly elite list. Among them, only Guan Lingtian wore a mask. However, no matter how she looked at the man in front of her, he didn't seem like someone from the military. He seemed more like a rogue from the streets. Jiang Chen chuckled, "That's right, I am Guan Lingtian." Lu Rui frowned at his words. This man was too frivolous, and those eyes kept wandering towards her chest. Lu Rui glared at him arrogantly, "Have you discovered the fighting spirit?" Regardless of cultivation or background, Lu Rui felt much superior to Guan Lingtian. Therefore, when speaking to Jiang Chen, her tone was full of disdain. Especially since Guan Lingtian had left Qin and now had the status of a wandering cultivator. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in surprise and he said, "You are the fairy Lu from the demon sect. Oh, today I finally get to meet you in person." Seeing that Jiang Chen was quite eloquent, Lu Rui's tone softened slightly. "You know me?" Fairy Lu's reputation is well known to all, not to mention her formidable strength ranking in the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride list. She possesses unparalleled beauty that captivates the hearts of countless male cultivators. Lu Rui had never heard such praises before and blushed instantly. Jiang Chen continued boldly, "To be honest, although I have been in the Far East for a long time, ever since I heard of your name, I have been captivated by you, fairy." Lu Rui immediately smiled. At this moment, she found Jiang Chen quite likable. Moreover, that mask of his seemed quite special. "I have a request. I wonder if fairy would agree." Blushing, Lu Rui gently replied, "Please, go ahead and tell me. I wish to travel with fairy and seek out that battle intent together." Lu Rui had no reason to refuse at this moment and nodded in agreement. The two set off on their journey. Along the way, Jiang Chen used various rustic sweet talk and caring gestures. In no time, Lu Rui considered him a close confidant. They chatted and laughed all the way, and to any onlooker, they seemed like a couple. Perhaps due to luck, not long after they set off, deep in the forest, they made a discovery. Before them appeared a formation, within which a strand of battle intent floated quietly in midair. Lu Rui smiled at once, feeling that today was truly her lucky day. Not only did she meet a confidant like Jiang Chen, but she also found a strand of battle intent early on. It was effortless. She was about to step forward and take the battle intent, but Jiang Chen grabbed her hand.
Lu Rui frowned but didn't pull away, asking, "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen whispered, "This formation is not simple."
Hearing this, Lu Rui carefully observed the formation again. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, she was shocked. This formation actually had the power to kill nascent soul realm cultivators.
Distracted by the battle intent earlier, she had forgotten to check.
Gratefully, she glanced at Jiang Chen, her fondness for him deepening. Blushing and not pulling her hand back, Lu Rui whispered softly, "Thank you."
Then, feeling anxious, she said, "What should I do?
I know nothing about formations." She was a cultivator who focused solely on her cultivation and neglected other areas of study. Jiang Chen smiled inwardly, calmly releasing her hand. "Don't worry, I have some knowledge of formations, this one won't stump me."
Jiang Chen wasn't boasting.
Since the incident in the Phoenix City years ago, he had been quietly studying formations during his spare time. Each time he practiced cultivation, he would also study formations while the effects lasted.
Lu Rui looked at Jiang Chen with admiration.
She never expected him to be not only kind and eloquent but also talented in various fields. Although his cultivation was not as high as hers, ranking 28th on the Heavenly Pride list was no small feat.
"You even know formations?"
Jiang Chen modestly smiled. "It's nothing special, just some casual research during my free time in the military. I can't claim to be an expert."
However, Lu Rui noticed how skillfully Jiang Chen dismantled the formation in his profound understanding of formations.
A formation capable of stopping nascent soul realm cultivators began to crumble quickly under his hands.
The word modesty immediately came to Lu Rui's mind. This was not just a casual understanding, he could easily be compared to some masters specializing in formations. This is simply the perfect man.
He can talk, he's romantic, powerful, virtuous, loyal, good-tempered, and now even humble.
As Lu Rui thought about it, a white mist actually appeared above her head. Her face was as red as a ripe apple.
She watched Jiang Chen earnestly breaking the formation, suddenly feeling a sense of admiration. No wonder the senior sisters in the sect often say that a man is most charming when he is serious about his work.
Jiang Chen focused on breaking the formation, while Lu Rui focused on watching him.
Soon, the formation began to collapse on a large scale. Just when both of them thought things were progressing very smoothly, the formation, which was on the verge of complete collapse, suddenly emitted a piercing sound.
This sound spread directly in all directions, reaching far away.
Jiang Chen stood up helplessly, looking at the battle intent that was now completely exposed in the air, without a hint of joy.
"I knew it wouldn't be that easy." Lu Rui immediately stepped forward with concern and asked, "Guang, what's wrong? Are you okay?"
Unconsciously, Lu Rui had changed the way she addressed Jiang Chen.
Jiang Chen shuddered at the sound of it. It was terrifying.
"I'm fine, but in a while, it might not be the case. I didn't expect this formation to have such a trap. Later, there might be a battle." Lu Rui, however, dismissed it, saying, "Guang, don't worry. If we join forces, in this small world, as long as we don't encounter experts like senior sister Nangong, we both have the power to fight."
It wasn't arrogance on Lu Rui's part.
With her strength, she indeed had the capital to say so.
Jiang Chen nodded and deliberately said, "All right, put away the battle intent quickly."
Lu Rui nodded, approached, and used magic to bring the battle intent over. However, instead of keeping it herself, she handed it to Jiang Chen, saying, "You take this battle intent. Your strength still needs improvement, so it's more suitable for you to use it for now."
Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen was touched and said, "Ruier, how can this be?" Lu Rui's face turned serious as she said, "Why not? You broke the formation, and you even saved me once. Morally and logically, this battle intent should be yours."
Jiang Chen pretended to be worried and said, "But you will definitely have battles while cultivating in the major sect.
It's better if you keep it. I'm just a wandering cultivator for now, it doesn't matter to me."
Lu Rui pretended to be angry and said, "If you don't take it, it means you look down on me.
Stop pushing it back and forth. A man should be decisive."
Although her tone was stern, her eyes were full of love. Seeing this, Jiang Chen reluctantly put the battle intent away. What would happen when the battle intent merged, neither of them knew. So the best choice was to find a safe place and then attempt the fusion. Just as the two of them were deeply engrossed in their feelings, suddenly, several streaks of light flew in from a distance. As they approached, Jiang Chen and Lu Rui saw that it was two men and a woman. One of the men was 2 meters tall, rugged-looking, with sharp eyes, bare-chested, and wearing an unknown beast-skin skirt. As soon as Lu Rui saw the newcomer, her face immediately turned ugly.
Jiang Chen asked, "Ruier, do you know this person?" "He is Pu Yangzhang, the 9th-ranked young master of the Yuanli tribe in the Xianbei region, above me on the list." Although the rankings couldn't truly reflect a person's maximum combat power, they still indicated many things. At least judging by Lu Rui's expression, she was very wary of this person.
The other two are also geniuses from the Xinbei region. The man is called Ling Zhantian, and the woman is called Ling Zhanyu, ranked 24th and 25th respectively.
Puyang Zhan took a step forward, completely ignoring Jiang Chen, and looked at Lu Rui, saying, "Woman, hand over the battle intent." Very direct and domineering. Puyang Zhan didn't even bother with the courtesy expected between cultivators of the same realm. Lu Rui frowned at his words and said, "Truly uncivilized barbarians, so crude and vulgar." Puyang Zhan sneered, "It's just some hypocritical pleasantries. Among cultivators, might makes right. When you're stronger than me, you can do the same. Now, show me your fighting spirit." With that, Ling Zhantian and his sister took a step forward, advancing towards Jiang Chen and the others. Lu Rui remained silent, acknowledging that Puyang Zhan's words made sense. She quietly transmitted to Jiang Chen, "Guan Lang, when the time comes, find a chance to escape first, I'll hold them off. I'm a disciple of the demon sect, they won't dare to harm me." Lu Rui's words surprised Jiang Chen. The Lu Rui he knew was arrogant, looking down on mortals, full of flaws. But he never expected her to suggest him to leave first. This slightly changed Jiang Chen's impression of the busty girl. He shook his head. "I, Guan Lingtian, have never let a woman take the lead." Lu Rui anxiously said, "Now is not the time to show off. Not just Puyang Zhan, even the Ling siblings outrank you." Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen chuckled, "Rankings? Just a game for the weak. Today, I'll show you what true strength is." Lu Rui was stunned, staring blankly at Jiang Chen. The absolute confidence emanating from Jiang Chen at that moment was something she had never seen before. It had nothing to do with strength or background. In that moment, Lu Rui was completely captivated. This is what a real man looks like. Alright, today, let's fight side by side. In that moment, Lu Rui was ignited by Jiang Chen's confidence. Puyang Zhan is just one step ahead of me. Lu Rui kept encouraging herself. She took a deep breath, looking at Puyang Zhan, "Let's fight." Puyang Zhan grinned, showing his white teeth, "Woman, I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman." With that, they engaged in combat. Puyang Zhan had long arms and big feet, a natural body cultivator. His movements were swift like the wind, defying his size. Lu Rui, a top 10 genius of the demon sect, practiced mysterious and unpredictable techniques. For a moment, it was hard to determine the victor. On the other side, the Ling siblings looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. A freeloading waste. Clearly, they saw Jiang Chen as a freeloading pretty boy. In the Xinbei region, where tribes were predominant, strength was revered. People like Jiang Chen were looked down upon. Especially Ling Zhantian, who looked at Jiang Chen with disgust, as if his presence tainted her eyes. "Brother, stop wasting time, deal with him quickly. There might be others coming later, just in case." Ling Zhantian nodded, looking at Jiang Chen, "Meeting me, you're out of luck." With that, he swung his hand, a long spear appearing in his grasp. Jiang Chen was speechless at the sight. He seemed to have stirred up the hornet's nest of spear cultivators recently. Jiang Chen looked at the weapon in his hand, reluctantly storing it away in his storage space, facing Ling Zhantian empty-handed. Seeing Jiang Chen's audacity, Ling Zhantian frowned slightly. He was looking down on him. In the Xinbei region, this was a blatant provocation. Ling Zhantian's eyes turned crimson, withdrawing his spear. He was equally skilled in hand-to-hand combat, even more formidable. Rampaging Dragon Shadow. With a loud shout, Ling Zhantian's early Yuan infant cultivation burst forth. Behind him, a furious dragon shadow appeared, just like Guan Lingtian's, but with wings. Jiang Chen recognized it as the Ying Long, a war god among dragons. Ling Zhantian stomped the ground, using the rebound force to swiftly charge towards Jiang Chen, throwing a punch. As he punched, the dragon shadow behind him seemed to come alive, following his movements. Jiang Chen nodded to himself, acknowledging that Ling Zhantian indeed surpassed Guan Lingtian in strength. Their martial techniques were quite similar. But Ling Zhantian's shadow of the Ying Long he condensed was obviously much stronger than Guan Lingtian's silver dragon. It was truly overpowering. If the one present today was truly Guan Lingtian, just one glance would have him suppressed by the opponent. However, unfortunately, he was facing Jiang Chen, a man who practiced the most powerful body refining technique between heaven and earth, bearing the 8 or 9 profound arts. Jiang Chen's fist was not afraid of even low-grade spiritual treasures, let alone the opponent's bare hands. Jiang Chen also threw a punch. However, compared to Ling Zhantian, this punch seemed ordinary. Ling Zhantian shook his head inwardly upon seeing this. He thought the masked man in front of him was capable, but it seemed otherwise. He could already envision the scene of Jiang Chen's arm being shattered by his punch. Boom! Their fists collided, distorting the surrounding space. The immense force spread out in all directions, snapping the large trees in half. Ling Zhantian looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He could clearly sense that the opponent did not use any divine powers, just pure physical strength in this fist-to-fist confrontation. But it was precisely because of this that it was more terrifying. His mad dragon shadow was not just for show. Jiang Chen's lips under the mask curled slightly. He knew the opponent must be bewildered. Ling Zhantian regained his composure and re-evaluated his opponent. He admitted that he had underestimated him. Come again. With that, he deliberately launched another punch towards Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen effortlessly intercepted it with a simple punch. Undeterred, Ling Zhantian continued. If one punch didn't work, then 2 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches, 10,000 punches. He wouldn't allow anyone stronger than him in body refinement to exist besides Puyangzhan. Heavenly Dragon Kill. Ling Zhantian roared again, directly using his secret technique, burning his essence in blood. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was speechless once more. Why did they all like burning their essence in blood? Jiang Chen was astonished to see Ling Zhantian changing. A pair of dragon horns sprouted from his head, layers of dragon scales appeared on his exposed skin, a thick dragon tail extended from behind him, gently tapping the ground. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled immediately. Handsome. Transformed into a dragon, Ling Zhantian's combat power doubled instantly. His killing intent was so strong that it even seemed to materialize, suffocating those around him. His pale golden vertical pupils stared firmly at Jiang Chen, his mouth open to reveal sharp fangs. You should be proud. In this form, I am definitely not inferior to the top 10 of the Heavenly Pride list. Jiang Chen smirked inwardly. What a boastful guy. Ling Zhantian's dragon tail disappeared from the ground and reappeared behind Jiang Chen. His dragon claw reached directly for the back of Jiang Chen's head. If this strike landed, an ordinary person's brain would probably be scooped out immediately. But he was fast, and Jiang Chen was faster. It was as if Jiang Chen's back of the head had eyes, reaching out to grab Ling Zhantian's wrist. No matter how hard Ling Zhantian struggled, he couldn't break free. This is impossible. Jiang Chen turned slowly, looking at Ling Zhantian seriously. You lack martial ethics, resorting to sneak attacks. Ling Zhantian stared at Jiang Chen as if he had seen a ghost. This was the first time after transforming into a dragon that someone had effortlessly countered his attack. Jiang Chen exerted force in his hand slowly. Ling Zhantian felt a piercing pain in his wrist. He quickly drew his empty hand and took out a long spear, sweeping it towards Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen had to release his grip on Ling Zhantian's wrist. Ling Zhantian immediately retreated. He shook his wrist, checked it briefly, and found no serious injury. He then glared fiercely at Jiang Chen, puzzled by the man's unexpectedly strong power. According to the records on the Heavenly Pride list, he recognized the person before him as Guan Lingtian, ranked 28th, also a spear cultivator like himself. He thought it would be a crushing victory, but he never expected that he would be the one crushed. Jiang Chen looked at the bewildered Ling Zhantian with a smile and said, I've said it before, rankings don't determine everything. Ling Zhantian, now more cautious, turned to his sister and said seriously, combined forces, this person is hiding his true strength. Ling Zhanyu, who had seen everything, nodded and took out a wolf's tooth club. She hoisted the huge club on her shoulder, creating a stark contrast. Jiang Chen was astonished. Female body cultivators were rare to begin with. This one even chose such a rough primary weapon. Both of them practiced the same technique. Ling Zhanyu immediately transformed into a dragon upon arrival. Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire the fierceness of the people from the Xinbei region. Even the girl was so hot-tempered. The siblings understood each other's intentions perfectly, without any shame in teaming up against one. The harsh natural environment of the Xinbei region left them unaware of fair competition. They only believed in the rule of the strong, where fists were the ultimate truth. Among the younger generation of the Xinbei region, only Puyangzhan could take on both siblings at once. And today, they encountered an opponent worthy of their combined efforts. Without further ado, they charged towards Jiang Chen, one from the left and one from the right, attacking him. Ling Zhantian's long spear turned into a myriad of spear shadows, aiming for Jiang Chen's head. Ling Zhanyu swung the huge wolf's tooth club in a large semicircle, with a fierce whistling sound, smashing towards Jiang Chen's waist. Faced with their combined attack, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He activated the 8-9 profound art to its fullest, and dazzling lightning burst from his hands. Astonishingly, he caught both of their spiritual weapons bare-handed. The long spear was firmly held in his hand, unable to advance. The wolf's tooth club was also firmly held, unaffected by Ling Zhanyu's struggles. Initially, Jiang Chen didn't have any special thoughts about the two. They were just competitors who came to the War God Temple, but every move they made targeted his vital points, showing a relentless attitude that infuriated him. Jiang Chen looked coldly at the siblings and said sharply, even in a fight, there should be limits. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. It immediately caught the attention of Lu Rui and the others who were fighting on the other side. Not knowing what had happened, they quickly retreated and looked towards Jiang Chen's direction. They were shocked to witness a terrifying scene. Everything within 100 meters of Jiang Chen turned into powder. The violent power of thunder and lightning raged mercilessly. Meanwhile, Ling Zhantian and his sister lay on the ground, their fates unknown. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with electricity, resembling a thunder god descended. The lightning surrounded his Yuan infant, and his young face looked exceptionally stern. With a gesture, Jiang Chen absorbed all the raging thunder back into his body. This move, named Thunder Prison, was a skill he developed out of boredom, relying on the thunder in his palm and the thunder tribulation power in his Yuan infant. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction at the destructive power of this move. He walked towards Ling Zhantian and his sister, who lay motionless on the ground. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, and Puyang Zhan rushed over, standing in front of Jiang Chen. Ling Zhantian and his sister were his closest friends, and seeing them in such a state made him furious. Puyang Zhan's eyes were bloodshot, his breathing rapid. He struggled to control himself with the little rationality he had left, using his divine sense to check on the siblings. He then breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Zhantian and his sister were not in mortal danger, just knocked unconscious by the strong electric current. But that didn't deter his determination to take down Jiang Chen. At that moment, Puyang Zhan resembled an angry lion, over 2 meters tall, his body towering like a tower, exuding immense pressure. Lu Rui also swiftly approached Jiang Chen, her gaze fixed unkindly on Puyang Zhan. If he dared to lay a hand on Jiang Chen, he would face her storm-like attacks. Puyang Zhan gave Lu Rui a cold glance and said in a cold voice, "We lost this time, but next time, you won't be so lucky." He was indeed from the Xianbei territory, and in Xianbei, actions spoke louder than words. However, this didn't mean that Puyang Zhan lacked intelligence. The power balance between the two sides had shifted, and continuing the fight wouldn't benefit him. In the War God Temple's 9-layered small worlds, each small world condensed 10 strands of battle intent. It had just begun, not worth risking everything for one strand of battle intent against the opponent. Moreover, Ling Zhantian and his sister were currently unconscious and needed care. After speaking, he prepared to take Ling Zhantian and his sister away. However, Jiang Chen was not ready to let them go like that. Regardless of who started the trouble, with his strength, dealing with these three would be a matter of minutes. Since they came to him, he wouldn't let them escape. That wasn't Jiang Chen's style. Hold on. Puyang Zhan looked at Lu Rui. Even though Jiang Chen had defeated Ling Zhantian and his sister, Puyang Zhan still didn't regard Jiang Chen highly. Lu Rui was the one he was wary of. He naturally assumed that Jiang Chen's actions were at Lu Rui's behest. Woman, think carefully. Although my two friends are injured, you should understand the consequences of provoking me. Lu Rui was well aware of Puyang Zhan's strength. However, Jiang Chen's current position in her heart made her have to respect his decision. Puyang Zhan, even if you rank 9th, what difference does it make? Puyang Zhan decisively placed Ling Zhantian and his sister in a relatively safe place and then turned to Jiang Chen and the others. Words are useless. Let's see the truth in action. He didn't even bother asking what Jiang Chen intended to do, he was ready to act. Seeing this, Lu Rui also prepared to step forward. Jiang Chen stopped her with a hand and said softly, "Rest aside, I alone am enough to deal with him." Jiang Chen's words were full of dominance. Hearing this, Lu Rui felt warm inside, her eyes filled with even more affection. She liked seeing Jiang Chen's confident demeanor, but she still reminded him, "Be careful, this man is not like the other two, he ranks in the top 10 for a reason." Jiang Chen nodded and gave her a reassuring smile. Chattering away, not sharp at all. Puyang Zhan couldn't stand seeing the two of them being affectionate in public. With a roar, he attacked Jiang Chen directly. Jiang Chen felt an immensely powerful aura coming at him. Perhaps within the same realm, no one could match Puyang Zhan's physical strength. His towering height of 2 meters added to his prowess in body cultivation. Puyang Zhan didn't rely on spiritual tools, his body was his best weapon. No fancy moves, just simple straight punches aimed at Jiang Chen's face. Fast, very fast. That was Jiang Chen's immediate feeling. Indeed, those who ranked in the top 10 were not ordinary. He was fast, but Jiang Chen was faster. Stepping back, Jiang Chen let Puyang Zhan's force pass by, then delivered a punch straight to Puyang Zhan's ribs. Jiang Chen put 80% of his strength into this blow. Puyang Zhan couldn't dodge and took Jiang Chen's punch head-on. Puyang Zhan stepped back in pain, holding the area where Jiang Chen hit him, looking at Jiang Chen expressionlessly. That punch had directly fractured his ribs. Even Lu Rui, who was watching from the side, could hear the sound of bones breaking. However, Puyang Zhan seemed unaffected. casually rubbing and resolving the not-so-small injury.
Jiang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. This man not only had a robust physique but also unparalleled recovery abilities among his peers.
This was the tricky part of body cultivation.
Despite lacking flashy magical techniques or wide-ranging skills, the formidable physical strength and terrifying recovery abilities would make anyone underestimating body cultivation pay a painful price. Indeed, he's got some skills. Those two didn't lose unjustly.
With just one punch, Puyang Zhan acknowledged Jiang Chen.
This is a body cultivator who is completely on par with him. He never expected to encounter a body cultivator outside the mysterious northern region who could rival him. Jiang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Not bad, taking my punch and coming out unscathed."
Jiang Chen's words were indeed sincere.
Among cultivators of the same realm, it was unlikely that even the top 3 ranked individuals could easily withstand his punch.
But Puyang Zhan did it.
He might not be the strongest in the nascent soul realm, but he was definitely the strongest body cultivator besides Jiang Chen.
Puyang Zhan's fighting spirit was ignited by Jiang Chen.
It had been a long time since he had found such a worthy opponent.
Those sword cultivators and spear cultivators with messy techniques were too annoying to fight.
He preferred the feeling of fists hitting flesh. Puyang Zhan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with an overwhelming fighting spirit. With a loud shout, his muscles bulged, and his blood and qi emitted a sound like a river flowing into the sea. His skin turned crimson, emitting a large amount of scorching heat. His already over 2 meters tall figure soared to 2.5 meters, resembling a small giant.
Physical restraints, first stage, released. Jiang Chen looked at the small giant like Puyang Zhan with his mouth agape. Wow! What a transformation! Puyang Zhan proudly displayed his impressive muscle dimensions and asked Jiang Chen with a smile, "Impressed, aren't you?"
In his understanding, no cultivator could resist him in this state.
"That's quite a sight," Jiang Chen exclaimed. But it couldn't be denied that Puyang Zhan's transformation was truly astonishing.
He had truly carved out his own path in the realm of body cultivation.
Hearing Jiang Chen's comment, Puyang Zhan's face darkened. He was very angry, more so than when Ling Zhantian was electrocuted by Jiang Chen. He wouldn't allow any cultivator to insult his muscles. While his increased size would affect his agility, Puyang Zhan lived up to his reputation as a genius. The moment he threw a punch, a powerful suction force emanated from his fist. Even Jiang Chen couldn't completely resist this force.
Without exerting his full strength, Jiang Chen could only exchange blows with Puyang Zhan. Despite Jiang Chen's height not being short, he only reached Puyang Zhan's waist at that moment. The stark height difference made Jiang Chen look like a child compared to Puyang Zhan. With the advantage of height, Puyang Zhan dominated the situation. His fists, as big as an average person's head, continuously pounded down on Jiang Chen. Undaunted, Jiang Chen's fists crackled with bright lightning as he exchanged blows with Puyang Zhan. Their punching speed increased, and their punches grew heavier. The sound of their punches was like that of a heavy pile driver, echoing continuously.
Boom, boom, boom.
Within a 100-yard radius around them, the ground shattered completely. The earth collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Like machines, they seemed to have endless stamina, exchanging nearly 10,000 punches without a clear winner. Lu Rui watched this terrifying scene, her eyes slightly dazed. She could understand Puyang Zhan's strength, but she never expected Jiang Chen to be evenly matched with him. She had been blinded by love, but she wasn't truly foolish. Based on the information she had, Ling Zhantian definitely didn't possess such strength. Moreover, Ling Zhantian excelled in spear techniques and, although he had cultivated his body, he couldn't compare to Puyang Zhan. As she pondered Jiang Chen's actions and words along the way, she became more certain that the masked man in front of her was not the skilled soldier Ling Zhantian. But then, who could he be? Why would he approach her deliberately?
A person with such strength couldn't be ordinary. Strangely, she couldn't recall anyone who matched Jiang Chen in her memory.
Despite her doubts, her feelings remained strong. Whoever he was, a disciple of the demonic sect dared to love and hate, speak and act boldly. As long as they didn't have a grudge against the sect, everything was negotiable. The strong always had more privileges. The right to choose a partner is also one of them. After Jiang Chen and the other person exchanged blows, they both instinctively pulled back. This was not a solution. Jiang Chen did not want to reveal too much of his strength. It had just begun. Concealing his strength was the key. Puyang Zhan felt somewhat trapped in a difficult situation. If they continued, he would have to go all out.
Jiang Chen's strength was simply unparalleled in his lifetime.
Puyang Zhan looked at Jiang Chen and noticed that he was still relaxed and at ease, showing no signs of fatigue after the intense battle. On the other hand, after releasing the burden of his physical body, Puyang Zhan was already feeling the strain. Moreover, his fists were trembling slightly. Not only because he exerted too much force,
but also because Jiang Chen's physical body was incredibly tough. He took a deep breath, his eyes firm. They had reached a point of no return. How he wished he hadn't encountered Jiang Chen. Seeing Pu Yangzhan seemingly determined, Jiang Chen no longer hesitated. He was not indecisive. If not revealing his strength meant he couldn't defeat Pu Yangzhan, then revealing some was acceptable. He disliked being provoked without being able to retaliate more than revealing his strength. Otherwise, how could his Tao heart be clear? As he pondered whether to reveal the Thunder Sword, exchange for the Chaos Divine Body, or directly summon the Calamity Thunder, Pu Yangzhan made a move. His huge palm, the size of a fan, reached for Jiang Chen's storage magic treasure. Seeing this, Jiang Chen knew he was going for a weapon. Without hesitation, he was about to summon the Thunder Sword. Unexpectedly, Pu Yangzhan flipped his right hand, and the ground in front of him was instantly filled with a dazzling array of treasures and spiritual energy. Jiang Chen quickly stopped his impulse to summon the Thunder Sword and looked at Pu Yangzhan in confusion. "Pick one. Consider it an apology," Pu Yangzhan said in a muffled voice. As he spoke, his body returned to its normal size. While still imposing and domineering, a hint of embarrassment could be seen in his eyes. It was truly embarrassing. Trying to act cool but ending up embarrassed, that was him. Jiang Chen never expected this turn of events. Pu Yangzhan's appearance was truly deceptive. If anyone dared to say in front of Jiang Chen that he was all brawn and no brain, Jiang Chen would definitely unleash a wave of thunderous retribution. This muscle-bound guy was actually quite clever. This undoubtedly provided a very satisfactory way out for both parties. Jiang Chen couldn't figure out how to cause trouble for him anymore. After Jiang Chen absent-mindedly chose a decent-looking spiritual treasure, Pu Yangzhan collected the rest. "Alright, you've taken your things, let's consider this settled." With that, he picked up Lingzhan Tian and Lingzhan Yu and left. His departing figure was truly elegant. Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. This person was quite cute. However, he knew that everything depended on his own strength. If his strength was too weak, Pu Yangzhan would not appear as harmless as he did now. Watching Pu Yangzhan walk away, Jiang Chen turned around and was almost knocked over by two large chunks of meat. "What's wrong?" Jiang Chen asked Lu Rui in confusion. Lu Rui looked at Guanling Tian with a serious expression and said, "You are not Guanling Tian, then who are you?" Jiang Chen realized his mistake. He had been too careless. He had been so focused on the fight that he completely forgot he was in a role-playing scenario. Defeating Lingzhan Tian and Lingzhan Yu would have allowed him to continue hiding his strength. But now that he had even driven away Pu Yangzhan, he had hidden his strength too much. It was not an exaggeration to say that even with the strength he had shown, he would definitely be in the top 5. But he dared not admit it now. It was too embarrassing. He had originally planned to tease Lu Rui a bit, but he didn't expect this little girl to be quite sharp. Jiang Chen sighed lightly and said, "Ah, I didn't expect you to find out. Since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Yes, I am indeed not Guanling Tian. My true identity is actually..." Jiang Chen whispered something in Lu Rui's ear as if he were confessing to a crime. "Ah, you are..." Lu Rui exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Chen cautiously looked around, making sure no one was watching, then quietly lifted a corner of his mask, revealing his face to Lu Rui. Lu Rui's eyes widened as she saw a very handsome face beneath the mask. "Are you really a disciple of the Buddhist sect?" It turned out that in order to deceive Lu Rui, Jiang Chen had changed his appearance to that of a young monk named Shixin from the Buddhist sect. Shixin was a prominent figure in the Buddhist sect of the extreme west, ranking 8th on the Tianjil list. The Buddhist sect rarely involved themselves in worldly affairs like the Temple of War God. They preferred to spread Buddhist teachings far and wide, attempting to disseminate their doctrines throughout the world. However, once the Buddhist sect left the extreme western region, they were rarely well received. Jiang Chen had noticed the absence of the Buddhist sect members in this trip to the Temple of War God and had prepared his story accordingly. He even confirmed Shixin's appearance with the system. His transformation technique was not something Lu Rui could easily see through. Lu Rui gazed at Jiang Chen with a complex expression, unsure of what to say for a moment. However, she understood Jiang Chen's strength. As a disciple of the Buddhist sect, it was not surprising that Shixin could outshine the participants from the Temple of War God. Moreover, the Buddhist sect was renowned for their physical cultivation techniques, excelling in both offense and defense. "Why did you deceive me?" Lu Rui still found it hard to accept the fact that he was a young monk. Jiang Chen adjusted his mask and said solemnly, "My identity does not allow me to have such thoughts, but I couldn't control my desire to see you, so I sought the help of Guanling Tian. Among the Tianjil list participants, only he constantly wears a mask. By using his identity, I wouldn't raise suspicion." Although Jiang Chen's explanation had some flaws, it was generally plausible.
When Lu Rui saw Jiang Chen's distinctive appearance and the scar on his face, she was already halfway convinced. No one else but the Buddhist sect from the extreme west would have such a hairstyle. Moreover, Jiang Chen's transformation technique originated from the mysterious 8-9 profound art, enabling him to change his appearance inside out, fooling even his own father. Combined with Jiang Chen's heartfelt performance, a young prodigy unafraid of societal norms and filled with love stood before Lu Rui. Lu Rui knew the strict rules of the Buddhist sect, especially for a disciple like Shixin, who was under close scrutiny and could not afford any blemish. Even so, Shixin had come to see her, leaving her with no grounds to blame him for deception. If this matter were to be exposed, it would spell trouble for Shixin within the Buddhist sect, possibly leading to his expulsion. For Shixin, it was as good as a death sentence. Lu Rui couldn't help but shed tears. Having such a lover, she had no regrets in this life. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to deceive you." Lu Rui made a hushing gesture and whispered, "I understand, I know it all." At that moment, Lu Rui's heart had completely surrendered. Beads of sweat formed on Jiang Chen's face beneath the mask. It was truly exhilarating. Jiang Chen even felt that with his recent performance, he could easily win an Oscar or something. Just then, a sharp sound rang out, causing both of them to turn towards the source. After exchanging a glance, they swiftly headed in the direction of the sound. Coincidentally, another sharp sound came from a different direction. It seemed that another formation imbued with battle intent had been discovered. Nevertheless, they didn't stop but continued towards the first sound. The two locations were not far apart, and they soon arrived at the site of the formation. 3 groups had already gathered there, making a total of 4 groups, each eyeing the others warily, their gazes filled with suspicion. The faces of the other 3 groups turned grim upon seeing Lu Rui and Jiang Chen's arrival. It was obvious that some of them knew Lu Rui and were aware that she ranked 10th on the Heavenly Pride list. As for Jiang Chen, he didn't seem easy to deal with either. Jiang Chen estimated that it would take a while before the formation was completely deciphered, so he took the opportunity to size up the other 3 groups of people. There was nothing noteworthy, there were no particularly skilled individuals among them. The Heavenly Pride list also had its hierarchy. Those like Lu Rui, who were in the top 10, were considered top-notch talents. The top 30 were in another category. Beyond 30, there was yet another category. While there were those who liked to conceal their cultivation, the rankings on the list were generally reliable. Among these 3 groups, one person caught Jiang Chen's attention. A young brat who looked to be about 16 years old unexpectedly appeared here. Sensing Jiang Chen's curious gaze, Lu Rui followed his line of sight and explained, "He is the second young master of the Ran family from the Far East domain, a genius among geniuses, hailed as the next Marquis of Ease." Jiang Chen was taken aback by this information. He knew the kind of person Xiao Zai was. Is this kid really that impressive? Jiang Chen found it hard to believe. Although those on the Heavenly Pride list were all called Heavenly Prides, there was still some variability among them. Some might just be rich young masters propped up by others. Seeing Jiang Chen's disbelief, Lu Rui continued, "The second young master of the Ran family was born with a heavenly omen, extraordinary aptitude, and what's even more peculiar is that he has a companion spirit beast, the Thunder Tiger, rumored to be a descendant of an ancient white tiger. His elder brother is a mid-stage return to Void cultivator, equally exceptional in talent." Jiang Chen nodded in understanding. Another kid born under a lucky star. At what rank is this kid currently placed? He doesn't seem to have reached the nascent soul stage yet? He is currently ranked 88th in the late golden core stage, with a record of crossing realms in battles. If he can break through to the nascent soul stage before he turns 18, he will surpass the record set by Dugiyu. Mentioning Dugiyu, Jiang Chen suddenly thought of that silly girl who liked to blow on bottles. Jiang Chen observed the 2 nascent soul stage Heavenly Prides beside the Ran family kid and realized that they were subtly protecting him in the middle. It dawned on him that the Ran family was afraid their precious son might fall outside and had specially hired listed wandering cultivators as bodyguards. After all, those who could enter the War God Temple to seek opportunities were mostly figures on the Heavenly Pride list. Jiang Chen was merely curious and didn't take it seriously. With his current strength, he was practically invincible in this secret realm. There were no real top-notch Heavenly Prides among these 3 groups. His fighting spirit was steady. As for the second young master of the Ran family, he had long noticed Jiang Chen's gaze on him. When a young man is proud and arrogant, especially with exceptional talent, his arrogance knows no bounds. He immediately glared back at Jiang Chen. This nearly scared the 2 wandering cultivators beside him to death. Who was that guy over there? He was ranked 10th on the Heavenly Pride list, a disciple of the demon sect. In terms of talent, background, and strength, none of them were inferior to him. This little brat really knew how to pick a fight. The 2 of them were just here to do a job for money and had no intention of competing with anyone.
they were just here to broaden their horizons. Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered with this little brat. However, his attitude almost spelled out "I look down on you," making the young master even more furious. He made up his mind that once the formation was broken, he would make that masked show-off pay. However, he still had some sense and asked the two people beside him, "Do you know that masked person?" Upon hearing that the young master was not targeting Lu Rui, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. The demon sect was not something they could afford to provoke. They carefully examined Jiang Chen, trying to recall which number on the list matched him. After a while, they thought of someone. Young Master Ran, this should be Guan Lingtian, rank 28th, only he likes to wear a mask. Ran Dongyi sneered disdainfully. He thought he was so great, but he was just a waste who had barely entered the top 30. With his talent, as long as he breaks through the nascent soul stage, he will definitely be within the top 10. Just like Jiang Chen, who entered the nascent soul stage and stepped into the 4th position on the Heavenly Pride list. That is the true Heavenly Pride. Although he had never seen Jiang Chen, it didn't stop him from admiring him. However, it was just a simple admiration and acknowledgement of Jiang Chen. The one he admired the most in his heart was his big brother, Ran Dongshu. As the Qilin son of the Ran family, Ran Dongyi possessed many extremely powerful spiritual treasures. This was why he dared to come and compete with these nascent soul stage heavenly prides even though he was only in the late golden core stage. Frankly speaking, as long as it wasn't one of the top 10, he was confident in challenging them. As they spoke, the formation was almost completely broken. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the formation, waiting for the moment it shattered completely. Boom! The formation shattered. Everyone rushed towards the battle intent at the center of the formation simultaneously. To avoid standing out too much, Jiang Chen didn't dare to use his shrinking technique. He could only barely keep up with Lu Rui, following closely behind her with his early nascent soul cultivation. Lu Rui knew that Jiang Chen intended to conceal his identity and didn't mind. Leading the way, she charged towards the battle intent. As Lu Rui advanced, she reached out her hand to probe ahead. She even had a victorious smile on her face because no one in the field was faster than her. However, a sudden change occurred. A heavenly pride took out a scroll from their storage treasure without hesitation, tore it open, and released the sealed magical power towards Lu Rui. A yellowish-brown stream of light shot towards her like lightning. Lu Rui's expression changed immediately, hastily retracting her hand and stepping back to narrowly avoid the attack. As the yellowish-brown stream of light hit the ground beneath Lu Rui's feet, it caused a ripple effect, softening the nearby earth. Lu Rui was immediately trapped as the ground hardened around her when she tried to jump out. The change was so swift that even Jiang Chen was momentarily caught off guard. The person laughed heartily and exclaimed, "Miss Lu, rest assured, this earth sealing art will only last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. By then, it will release on its own. Don't bother trying to break this seal without the cultivation of the nascent divinity stage." They didn't pay much attention to Jiang Chen. Although Guan Lingtian's ranking wasn't low, in the presence of so many people, they didn't care much about a lone cultivator. Several people immediately rushed towards the battle intent at full speed. Just as the fastest among them was about to touch the battle intent with both hands, a muffled thunderous sound rang out. A white figure streaked past them at an indiscernible speed, snatching the battle intent away. The group immediately halted their steps and looked in the direction the white figure had passed. A white tiger, nearly as tall as a person lying down, was quietly standing next to Ran Dongyi, rubbing its massive head against his shoulder incessantly. Ran Dongyi sneered and retrieved the battle intent from the tiger's mouth. "A bunch of useless people, dare to challenge me?" With that statement, everyone present had offended him. "Seeking death, brat, do you really think this is your Ran family's territory? Let me teach you a lesson today about what respect is." Immediately, someone moved to discipline this arrogant brat. The two nascent soul stage heavenly prides who acted as Ran Dongyi's guards immediately shielded him. They weren't sure about fighting Lu Rui, but they weren't afraid of these people. At the very least, ensuring Ran Dongyi's safety was not a problem. However, Ran Dongyi was clearly not the type to keep a low profile after benefiting. He sneered at the crowd and taunted, "A bunch of old things living on borrowed time, dare to lecture me? Thunder Tiger!" Ran Dongyi softly commanded, and the white tiger, known as Thunder Tiger, let out a loud roar to the sky, surrounded by dazzling lightning, exuding the aura of the king of beasts. Faced with Thunder Tiger, the descendant of the legendary white tiger, the crowd clearly showed great fear. Before the crowd could react, Ran Dongyi brought out several powerful intermediate spiritual treasures. Instantly, an air of extravagance filled the room. As the first family under the royal Tang lineage, they might lack in other aspects, but they surely had wealth. Ran Dongyi's boldness intimidated the crowd, causing some to consider retreating. While others hesitated, the arrogant individual who had temporarily sealed Lu Rue with a scroll refused to back down. Despite using all his trump cards, he gained nothing in return, clearly making a bad deal. He glared angrily at Randongi, contemplating violence. Immediately, Randongi displayed several more spiritual treasures, causing the man to hesitate. Eventually, unable to withstand the pressure, he chose to leave. Randongi breathed a sigh of relief. Most of these treasures were for one-time use. Despite their immense power, each use depleted their quantity. They were all tools provided by the family for his survival. If not a matter of life and death, he wouldn't want to deplete them. As he began to put away the treasures, preparing to examine the battle intent, he suddenly noticed that masked individual was still present. Remembering the disdainful look the person had given him earlier, Randongi grew furious. "What are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll beat you to a pulp," he threatened, brandishing several powerful treasures at Jiang Chen, exuding a sense of threat. Jiang Chen smirked under his mask, recalling something. "Hey, weren't you the one tricked by the token from the War God Temple? How did you manage to get in here?" A newcomer to the rankings, a young fellow. "Wasn't this the brat Jianli mentioned, the one he tricked?" Randongi blushed immediately upon hearing this. It was his eternal shame. He could never forget the scene when that extremely beautiful young lady deceived him and took the token from his hands. How could he have been so foolish and not even noticed the most basic trickery at that time? But that young lady was undeniably stunning. If given the chance, he truly wanted to chat with her again. "Do you know her?" Randongi asked eagerly. Jiang Chen observed his reaction, realizing he had no intention of admitting to being deceived. With such a mindset, he could rival Lu Rue. Jiang Chen's lips curled under the mask as he calmly replied, "Whether I know her or not, what does it matter?" Unable to tolerate Jiang Chen's cryptic response, Randongi lost his temper. "Dabai, attack him!" Thundering, Lei Hu roared, leaping in front of Jiang Chen, standing upright and ready to bite his head off. However, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. With his current physical strength, even ordinary spiritual treasures would struggle to harm him, let alone a spiritual beast with diluted bloodlines over generations. Not sensing any murderous intent from the brat Randongi, he refrained from taking action. "Dabai, come back!" Randongi merely intended to scare Jiang Chen and called back the white tiger. He stroked Dabai's furry head gently and asked, "Speak up, what do you want? If I'm in a good mood today, I might just fulfill your wish." Randongi had encountered many like Jiang Chen, all seeking to extort money. Coincidentally, the Rand family lacked nothing but money. Jiang Chen watched Dabai being petted by its master, feeling a pang of jealousy. Although the tiger's strength was mediocre, it was intimidating. Taking it out would be quite impressive, especially with its fur, as smooth as satin, offering an excellent touch. Comparing it to the useless three-legged golden crow, always back-talking and of no use, even in cultivation, was entirely self-reliant. Both were spiritual beasts, yet the disparity was vast. Noticing Jiang Chen's fixed gaze on Dabai, Randongi grew impatient. "What are you staring at? Beware of your tricks. Seize the opportunity while I'm in a good mood and make your request quickly, or else, you'll regret it." Jiang Chen paid no heed to his threats, it was just the boastful talk of a child. After all, who hadn't been young once? Jiang Chen smirked and said, "I could tell you, but how about this, let me borrow this little tiger to play with for a few days." Randongi's face turned cold upon hearing this. Thunder Tiger was his companion spirit beast, deeply connected to him, with excellent emotions, no different from family. Jiang Chen daring to have designs on Thunder Tiger was an insult to his family. If uncle could endure, aunt couldn't. Dabai, bite him to death. With that, he followed suit, rushing towards Jiang Chen alongside Thunder Tiger. The two wandering guards had no choice but to follow suit. However, neither of them took it seriously. Although they were only ranked in the 40s, with the numbers advantage and the treasures in Randongi's hands, dealing with Jiang Chen was more than manageable. Jiang Chen chuckled as he watched Thunder Tiger leaping around, his eyes filled with affection. Which man wouldn't like a fierce beast? And this Thunder Tiger looked so lively, clearly a joy to play with. As Thunder Tiger's claws were about to scratch his face, Jiang Chen raised his right hand, swift as lightning, and slapped Thunder Tiger directly to the ground. Boom! Thunder Tiger created a huge pit in the ground upon impact. Thunder Tiger whimpered in the pit, unable to get up, his eyes twinkling with stars. Meow meow meow. Randongi was furious. He usually couldn't bear to scold Dabai, but today, being slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen, unable to get up, how could he not feel heartache? An infuriated Randongi took out a long knife-shaped medium-grade spiritual treasure. This was the most powerful treasure Rand's family allowed him to carry. Randongi wielded the middle-grade spiritual treasure long knife with ease, exuding a powerful aura. He was surrounded by electric light, his hair standing on end, shouting, Thunder Strike. He then transformed into a lightning bolt, slashing towards Jiang Chen with thunderous force. Jiang Chen just smiled upon seeing this. Hey, the son has encountered the father. Unexpectedly, this kid also liked thunder techniques. There was no need for further words, he must be educated. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with lightning as he swiftly caught Ran Dongyi's long knife as it descended towards his head, effortlessly gripping it. Ran Dongyi looked up in astonishment at Jiang Chen's ease, unable to understand why he wasn't afraid of his thunder and lightning. His thunder and lightning were no ordinary techniques. He was born with a supreme thunder spirit root, advancing rapidly in thunder techniques. Since childhood, all kinds of thunder-related treasures were readily available for him to absorb. This was why he could kill cultivators in the Yuan-ing stage. When ordinary cultivators in the Yuan-ing stage encountered his thunder and lightning, they would be paralyzed at best, or even injured. But the man in front of him was completely unaffected. There were only two possibilities: either his cultivation level far surpassed Ran Dongyi's, at least in the middle stage of Yuan-ing, or he was equally proficient in thunder techniques. Looking at Jiang Chen's hands shimmering with lightning, Ran Dongyi realized that Jiang Chen, like him, was skilled in thunder techniques. His temper flared up instantly. At this age, when competitiveness was at its peak, how could he tolerate Jiang Chen showing off his thunder techniques in front of him? Dubai, merge, Thunder God Realm. With a loud shout, Thunder Tiger, who had been knocked senseless by Jiang Chen, transformed into a beam of lightning and merged with Ran Dongyi. Intense lightning emanated from Ran Dongyi. Jiang Chen was too close, so he instinctively released the grip on the long knife and shielded his eyes. As the lightning gradually subsided, Ran Dongyi had undergone a drastic transformation. He appeared much more mature, clad in a set of thunder armor. The mask was fierce, eyebrows like phoenix wings, tiger head swallowing shoulders, evil tiger belly swallowing, and the skirt armor was dense. What a majestic sight! Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire. Handsome. Ran Dongyi's confidence soared. This was his strongest form. It was this form that had slain the evil thief in the early Yuan-ing stage. He waved his hand, signaling the two wandering cultivators who wanted to help to step back. He wanted to defeat Jiang Chen with his own strength. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, raised his hand and beckoned with his finger, saying, "Little brat, come to daddy." Thunder Strike. Ran Dongyi still used the same move, but the power was incomparable. The long knife accompanied by intense lightning slashed towards Jiang Chen, thunder roaring, and electric light raging. Ran Dongyi felt that this strike was the pinnacle since he started cultivating. He had a feeling that after this strike, his realm would enhance, and breaking through the Yuan infant stage would not be far away. Surpassing Duguyu to become the youngest Yuan infant cultivator was no longer his goal. His aim was to surpass the Marquis of Carefree and become an existence beyond. Today, he would first kill the masked man in front of him, establishing a remarkable feat of ranking in the top 30 of Golden Core cultivators. Fancy. This was Jiang Chen's evaluation of him, but he was indeed quite handsome. However, this did not stop Jiang Chen from beating him up. Although he could understand a young person being a bit arrogant, it was important to choose the right target. Jiang Chen didn't dislike Ran Dongyi, but one needed to face challenges to grow, and this kid deserved a lesson. Jiang Chen operated the 8-9 profound art with all his might, and lightning surged in his hands. He still used a direct approach, not dodging or avoiding, as his fist struck towards Ran Dongyi's long knife. Ran Dongyi sneered. Was this masked man a lunatic, trying to resist a high-grade spiritual treasure with his body? Ran Dongyi's two cheap bodyguards shook their heads upon seeing this. This guy must be out of his mind. That was a high-grade spiritual treasure, a long knife at that. Yet he dared to clash with it using his bare fists. They could already envision Jiang Chen clutching his broken arm, howling in pain on the ground. The long knife swiftly descended, the sound of breaking wind mixed with the crackling thunder, creating a formidable momentum. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's fist collided unimpeded with the long knife. However, the scene Ran Dongyi had anticipated did not unfold. Although the long knife was sharp, it barely cut Jiang Chen's skin and was firmly held back by his sturdy knuckles, unable to advance an inch. Ran Dongyi looked at Jiang Chen's fist in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. If not for the faint red wound on Jiang Chen's fist, he would have thought it was made of a spiritual weapon. Jiang Chen smiled faintly, slowly raised his other hand, and waved it in front of Ran Dongyi. Then, he smashed his fist towards the blade. Clang! A sound of metal clashing echoed, causing a strong vibration that made Ran Dongyi struggle to hold onto the knife. But it didn't end there. Jiang Chen followed up with another punch. He then used his other hand that was blocking the long knife to grab the blade, preventing Ran Dongyi from pulling it back. Ran Dongyi also realized what was happening, horrified to find that Jiang Chen seemed intent on using his fist to break his high-grade spiritual treasure long knife. This was simply unbelievable. Although he thought Jiang Chen couldn't possibly succeed,
it didn't stop him from trying to retrieve the long knife. However, the long knife was now firmly held by Jiang Chen, and no matter how hard he tried to pull it back, he couldn't budge Jiang Chen in the slightest. Jiang Chen was like an indefatigable pile driver, holding the knife in one hand and continuously pounding the blade with the other. Randoni's hands holding the knife hilt were directly shattered by Jiang Chen's immense strength. Staring at Jiang Chen, who seemed like a demon, Randongi was so shocked that he forgot to let go of the knife. If it were a seasoned cultivator in combat, the best course of action at this point would be to abandon the knife and retreat. Seriously, when the opponent directly grabs the blade, the power gap is just too vast. However, Randoni was just a 16-year-old boy. Despite having decent character, he had always had an easy life and never faced setbacks. Encountering a freak like Jiang Chen was simply a disaster written in his fate. Seeing this, the two casual cultivators behind him immediately moved forward to help. Jiang Chen didn't even spare them a glance, just throwing a punch. "Can't you see I'm busy?" In the eyes of the two, Jiang Chen's fist seemed to magnify infinitely, enveloping them within its force. With just one punch, he sent the two flying out. He didn't use his full strength. These two were just doing business for money, with no grudges against him. Jiang Chen, as long as you didn't touch his bottom line, he was generally reasonable. After the two landed, they both spat out blood. They exchanged a glance, knowing they had encountered a true top-notch figure and dared not make a move. They could only loudly remind from the side, "Young Master Ran, drop the knife." Randoni's eyes were teary as he turned back to look at the two. Before he could react, there was a ding sound, followed by a sharp pain in his hands. His long knife had been forcefully split into 4 pieces by Jiang Chen. Randoni looked at the handle of the knife, unsure whether to cry or run. Standing there dumbfounded, as if scared silly, Jiang Chen stepped forward, fingers pointing, and the thunder tiger attached to Randoni's body turned into a flash of lightning, reappearing. Jiang Chen grabbed the thunder tiger's top fur with one hand and pinched Randoni's neck with the other, saying fiercely, "Kid, still feeling arrogant?" The thunder tiger trembled in Jiang Chen's hand like a big cat. It really wanted to remind its master to surrender quickly. But Randoni was still young and stubborn. Although he was terrified, he endured the fear and stubbornly said, "A man should be bold in his youth. To kill or to torture, it's up to you." Jiang Chen nodded approvingly, "Well said. That's the spirit." Randoni's face lit up at the praise, thinking this was his chance to turn the situation around. After all, he was a rebellious kid who couldn't fear death. Seeing a chance to turn things around, he felt Jiang Chen liked this kind of banter, so he immediately added fuel to the fire. "I won't kill you today, but in the future, I will dismember you to avenge today's humiliation." Jiang Chen. He looked at the two sitting on the ground, speechless, and asked, "Is this kid out of his mind?" The two covered their faces in embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. Jiang Chen pressed the thunder tiger to the ground and sat on it. The thunder tiger was more insightful than its master and cooperatively arched its body to make Jiang Chen more comfortable. Jiang Chen patted the thunder tiger's head, "Good boy, much better than this brat." Then he kicked Randoni down and used him as a footstool. While grinding Randoni with his foot, Jiang Chen said, "I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words." Randoni wanted to be tough again, but seeing the thunder tiger subtly signaling him, he couldn't be that foolish. "Big brother, I was wrong. I won't be arrogant again, please let me go." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction, "Bring it out." Randoni pretended not to understand. "What?" Jiang Chen kicked his butt again. "Your fighting spirit, don't make me take it myself." Randoni obediently took out the fighting spirit and handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted Randoni's cheek, "Kid, be more obedient in the future, don't be so unruly, it's useless." With that, he stood up. Randoni looked at Jiang Chen, wanting to say something tough, but seeing Jiang Chen's ambiguous smile, he immediately swallowed his words. Standing there pitifully, Jiang Chen was quite satisfied with his performance, just a spoiled brat. Jiang Chen smiled and said to him, "I won't take advantage of you either. Do you want to know the whereabouts of your pretty sister?" Randoni immediately nodded vigorously. Jiang Chen smirked, "She's right here in this war god temple." He emphasized the word "she" heavily, but Randoni didn't seem to catch it. "Alright, now scram." At this moment, there was no trace of the beaten-down look on Randoni's face. He even waved goodbye to Jiang Chen and sighed in his heart, "Indeed, one should not be too arrogant. As Big Brother said, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world." Ranked 28th on the Heavenly Pride list, with such strength, what about the top 10, or even the top 3? In his heart, there was a sense of joy at the prospect of seeing the beautiful elder sister and anticipation for the future. After watching Randoni leave, Jiang Chen arrived at the place where Lu Rui was sealed. Although the person said that the seal would release itself after an incense stick burned out, and that it was impossible to break the seal without reaching the godly transformation, Jiang Chen still decided to give it a try. Since he was someone's lover, being indifferent was not a good look.
Jiang Chen gazed intensely at the seemingly ordinary ground beneath his feet.
With a flash of electricity in his hand, he struck the ground directly with a knife hand strike. As soon as the knife hand touched the seemingly fragile ground, it immediately produced a clang of metal and iron, even sparking a few embers.
Jiang Chen frowned.
It seemed that what the person said was true. It could only be broken by reaching the godly transformation. He tried several times but had little success. However, Jiang Chen became more and more engrossed. At this point, it was no longer just about saving Lu Rui. He was completely immersed in breaking the seal. With a series of punches and kicks, he kept attacking upwards. Lu Rui, trapped within the seal, naturally heard the sounds of Jiang Chen attacking from outside. Listening to the frequent attacks, she was deeply moved. She never expected him to care so much about her. Lu Rui's heart was completely enveloped in sweetness, as if coated in honey, feeling incredibly touched. Heaven had indeed been kind to her, sending her such a loyal and affectionate man. Jiang Chen attacked relentlessly for a quarter of an hour, but the seal remained unbreakable. His attacks only caused minimal visible damage. Jiang Chen, now completely absorbed, stared at the ground, harder than steel, panting heavily. He then summoned the Thunder Sword with a gesture. Since the Thunder Sword appeared, Jiang Chen had never known its exact rank. But in terms of strength and sharpness, it was formidable. After all, it could be used as a medium to trigger heavenly thunder, indicating its extraordinary nature. Moreover, it housed the soul of a Thunder Qilin born from Thunder Tribulation. Jiang Chen held the Thunder Sword and infused it with thunder in his palm. Instantly, miniature lightning bolts flickered along the blade of the sword, looking extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength and thrust the sword into the ground. This time, the once extremely hard ground seemed to have met its match. The Thunder Sword plunged in halfway. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up with joy. Can't handle this, can you? Without hesitation, he began cutting through. Although the resistance was strong, Jiang Chen had no other choice but to proceed slowly and steadily. This seal is quite something. I had to use all my hidden skills to break through this little bit. If others knew his thoughts, they would surely exclaim in amazement. A seal that could only be broken by reaching the godly transformation was shattered by an early Yuaning stage cultivator. What more could be asked for? Before long, Jiang Chen completely broke the seal. However, the timing was somewhat awkward because there were less than 3 minutes left before the seal would release itself. As soon as the formation broke, Lu Rui immediately jumped out. Her first action was to embrace Jiang Chen directly. Feeling the weight on his face, Jiang Chen almost suffocated from happiness. Although he didn't particularly like this arrogant girl, she did have her merits. Tears glistened in Lu Rui's eyes as she softly said, "I heard everything inside, thank you." Jiang Chen immediately understood that she had misunderstood. But what did it matter? Wasn't this outcome even better? Jiang Chen happily hugged Lu Rui back and patted her on the back, saying, "All right, this is what I should do. Get up quickly, people will be here soon." Upon hearing this, Lu Rui blushed and pushed Jiang Chen away. She then stood awkwardly to the side, nervously fiddling with her clothes. She felt a bit annoyed, thinking to herself, she didn't know what had come over her. She couldn't control herself as soon as she came out. Despite her thoughts, she seemed to be enjoying the moment. Jiang Chen looked at her, his mouth twitching. At this moment, he was starting to regret if he had gone too far. But when he thought about how that little girl used to target him before, his conscience immediately vanished. "Ruier, are you down there? Are you okay?" Jiang Chen pretended to care. By now, Lu Rui had completely lost the ability to think, softly saying, "I'm fine, but you, being alone outside, must be tough." Jiang Chen suppressed the urge to retort and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, just a bunch of clowns, you know my strength." Lu Rui's eyes immediately sparkled. She loved seeing Jiang Chen's domineering appearance. After some cheesy exchanges, the two chose a direction and continued forward. Even though they were only in the first level of the small world, they had obtained 2 strands of battle intent, which was a very good start. Even if they did nothing now, they were already far ahead of others. However, Jiang Chen felt it was too easy. The formation protected by the battle intent, although capable of harming the nascent soul stage, was not intricate. Those with some knowledge of formations could break through it. He shared his doubts with Lu Rui. Although he could calculate directly, the thought of the system's nature made him dismiss the idea. The damn system could definitely set him up. After hearing his doubts, Lu Rui chuckled softly, "Darling, you don't know, this first level is just an appetizer, giving us time to adapt. When we reach the second level of the small world, it won't be this easy." Jiang Chen nodded in agreement. During a lull in their conversation, the remaining battle intents on this level were also discovered by others.
However, their luck was not as good as before. Every time they rushed over, the battle intent had already been taken. They also noticed that the geniuses entering the victory hall mostly found temporary partners. Everyone was not foolish. Fighting alone would surely attract attacks from all sides. Sticking together was the best choice. But how long this alliance would last was uncertain. Moreover, there was also the issue of distributing the battle intent. Not everyone was like Jiang Chen, who actually used his charm. After all, the geniuses entering this place were mostly male. Even if they teamed up with girls, who would benefit or lose in the end was unpredictable. As the last strand of battle intent was taken, the small world completed its mission. Jiang Chen felt something and took out the token jade pendant of the War God Hall from his storage ring. The jade pendant emitted a soft light. Soon, that light enveloped his entire being. This was a sign that he was about to be transported to the next level. Although Lu Rui did not take out the jade pendant, she was also enveloped in a soft light. Jiang Chen immediately reached out and held Lu Rui's hand. This way, they would be transported to the next level together and not randomly separated. Lu Rui was a great fighter in Shield, it would be a shame to lose her. However, he wondered how three-legged Golden Crow and Jiang Li were doing. After a dizzying moment, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. What he saw were severed limbs, a sea of corpses. Jiang Chen was shocked. But when he blinked again, the scene before him inexplicably disappeared. It was dark in this small world at the moment. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Jiang Chen frowned. He was certain that the scene just now was not a figment of his imagination. With his profound skills, invincible body, and resistance to all poisons, he was not influenced mentally. Therefore, what he had just witnessed was likely a historical event that had somehow reflected in his mind. He looked at Lu Rui beside him and found nothing amiss with her. It seemed like she hadn't seen that scene. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided not to mention it to her, instead subtly asking, Ruier, do you know the origin of this War God Hall? Lu Rui didn't suspect anything and just thought Jiang Chen was curious. Rumors say it fell from the immortal realm, discovered by the first-generation War King, and claimed as his own, upon which the Mad War City was established. Jiang Chen knew all this and then asked, can things from this immortal realm also fall into the heavenly spirit realm? Our demonic scriptures have recorded more than one immortal fall event. Immortal fall event? Exactly, it's about immortal realm items falling into the mortal world. How about it, shouldn't your Buddhist sect also have records of such events? Jiang Chen chuckled, oh, besides practicing, all I think about is you. I don't have time to look at these irrelevant things. Lu Rui blushed immediately upon hearing this. She pouted and punched Jiang Chen's chest, saying, all you know is sweet talk to deceive me. Jiang Chen immediately raised 3 fingers and swore, if I speak half a lie, may the heavens strike me down with a thunderbolt. Lu Rui quickly covered his mouth, saying, tut, don't talk nonsense, I believe you. Meanwhile, in a simple training room in the distant western region, a young and handsome monk suddenly felt uneasy. He looked up at the sky outside the window, feeling as if a thunderbolt would strike at any moment. He murmured to himself, could it be that I was insincere just now, and the Buddha is blaming me? Back to Jiang Chen, the two of them sat on the ground without seeking battle intent, gazing at the moon in the sky and chatting. In the demonic scriptures, there are records of 3 immortal fall events, and the War God Temple is one of them. However, the War God Temple is the most well-known. As for the other 2, I only know their names and not their specific locations or items. Jiang Chen curiously asked, what are they? Lu Rui pondered for a moment and said, Mirror of Life and Death, Tower of Heaven's Reach. One is in the northern domain, and the other in the far eastern domain. As for the specifics, it's unknown. Whether other sects have recorded other immortal fall events is also unknown. Jiang Chen silently noted these 2 names, having a premonition that he would be involved in these 2 immortal fall events in the future. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's spiritual sense tingled, and he looked behind him.